Who can refuse to put such a cute summoning pet? Used to move bricks, excavation, and mixing concrete. In another world, when the Lord is a big builder of the port development, each of them saw the holy attendant. If there is revenge, the true hero will be avenged. Look at ordinary college students. How to use knowledge to change a world. It's all money. The male protagonist's name is Jin Xiuhui. I finished reading the finale of the novel last night. Mimi lay on the bed and fell asleep. When I woke up, I was lying on the mud floor with saliva hanging from the corner of my mouth. A blue system notification box appears in front of you. You are chosen as the absolute, an object that grants a wish at random. You will become a character in the novel Predator Knight. Congratulations. Please work hard. Oh, Jin Xiuhui's eyes were misty. I feel that the phantom in front of me is so real. Suddenly woke up. Did he cross over? Shivering from the cold. Struggled to get up from the ground. I wondered how the air could come in from the side. The system warmly reminded him that he was sleeping crookedly in the wild. Shut up and didn't ask you. Then try to remember. Which character in the novel sleeps dead on the side of the road? A voice sounded behind Roy's young master. You're here. I saw the moonlight surrounding. A man with silver hair. Handsome knights with the usual hands appear. Jin Xiuhui recognized it as the Predator Knight, the protagonist Haver. This image is exactly the same as the illustration in the novel. He just seemed to call me Lloyd. But who is Lloyd? Then recall the plot of the novel. Haver eventually became famous all over the continent. But it was the unsung knight who followed the village lords. And the lord's eldest son is called. I turn out to be a bastard Lloyd. Haver wondered I didn't say you were a bastard. But you're honest. The system says Haver is in a good mood. Jin Xiuhui shut up in anger. I don't need you to remind you. Back home. Haver tells the male protagonist that you are drunk today. Smash the tavern. Even if you're a jerk, he is also the son of the sovereign. The Lord sees you heaven. Black doesn't come back. Let me pick you up. Gold. Xiuhui only felt that Haver had been talking nonsense. Before leaving, Haver said that he had a good dream. Tomorrow I will tell the Lord about your smashing of the tavern. The male protagonist begged for mercy and said, don't say okay. How do you let me sleep? Haver replied, decisively no. The male protagonist has the hateful Haver attached to his heart. Then I asked him if my family had a lot of debts. Lama Haver replied by closing the door and leaving the room. The seventh Jin Xiuhui knew everything about the novel. Baroness, the ex-wife was defrauded of all her possessions and territories. In the end, they both committed suicide. Lloyd, on the other hand, became a beggar and became addicted to alcohol. In the end, he vomited blood and died. Isn't this Nima as good as before? I'm going back. The bastard evil boy apologized and said sorry. Frightened the victim into thinking that the evil boy wanted to kill him. The next day, Haver accompanied Lloyd's mother to meet him. Mother asked sadly that you smashed the tavern yesterday. Jin Xiuhui was depressed. Would love to say that I was reading a novel yesterday. His mother begged him to apologize. I knew in my heart that he would probably not go. Jin Xiuhui reluctantly agreed to apologize. The expressions of the two seemed to say what was going on. Is it the end of the world? The system prompts that the two of them are shocked by your reaction. It's really annoying to be in the autumn. Hao and Haver step into the golden sunlight to get to town. An uncle on the side of the road was working hard. I glanced up by chance. Suddenly, I felt the chrysanthemum tighten. Jin Xiuhui thought that this person was really strange. Then I saw the beautiful woman and the old man holding the grain. Turn around and run away. Is it so exaggerated? A little boy looks at him at the window. Then the system will prompt you. Jin Xiuhui was helpless and wanted to relieve the embarrassing atmosphere. Asked Haver if he had come with him to protect him. Haver replied to the young master, you want to do the opposite. I'm here to protect the people. Is it okay to give some face? The life of lying down to win is so far away. Fine-tuned inquiry system you let me. It's such a piece of... Didn't you give me a support opening skill? You'll be prompted that there are 2 skills for you. Trash man and drunk. Nima, but believe that you and I are dogs. Haber's voice rang out. Roy's young master will be over again. Is it a lie for you to apologize? Jin Xiuhui hurriedly said that he was distracted. Haber looked at the bastard strangely. Jin Xiuhui, who looked at it, straightened his hair. Jin Xiuhui said while opening the door. The move caught Haber's attention again. How can this bastard be so civilized? Watching the tavern in shambles, Jin Xiuhui sincerely lowered his innocent head. Say I'm sorry. I scolded Lloyd in my heart, this bastard. The tavern keeper trembled with fright. I'm worried about whether I can't keep my house. The tavern owner hurriedly apologized to the evil young master. Leave me alone. This fine repair will not be done. Could it be that you are too polite and scare the other party? Helpless to use the true colors of bastards. Lao Tzu has already apologized. What else do you want? The boss thinks this is normal. The tense nerves finally relaxed. On the way back, the 2 chatted while walking. Haber said, the broken things are the boss's hard-earned money. Apologizing doesn't solve the real problem. Jin Xiuhui was annoyed when he heard that he wanted money. The family already has a lot of debts. Can't come up with money at all. Haber continued, the owner's mother was bedridden due to the cold. The boss is making matters worse this time. Jin Xiuhui thought of this era. Heating by fireplace only. The elderly cannot tolerate it for a long time. Footsteps stopped suddenly. It seems like something is coming out of my head. An inspiration gradually lit up. The underfloor heating construction drawings were quickly sketched in my mind. If I sat in this world under floor heating, definitely make money. What the bastard Lloyd can't do. But I'm no problem with Jin Xiuhui. I studied civil engineering, and in the army alone built a house this item. I will definitely be able to pay off my debts and make a fortune. Jin Xiuhui turned around excitedly. Said Haber while hiding. We'll go back to the bar now. Let's go get the first order. The system notifies the mind pop-up. It started with the real journey. Have you ever seen such an aggrieved father of Party A? For example, just a glance. Party A immediately and unconditionally signs the contract. The system notifies you that the real journey has begun. Activate the RP system. Improving the relationship with the main character grants RP. It is currently 0. Kim Xiuhui studied the meaning and usage of RP. Glancing back at Haber, Haber's head showed favor. Live up to the 3rd Jin Xiuhui is very self-aware. The guess value should be low. It's hard to talk about, though. But you can only try it out. Haber, you're so handsome. From Haber's look like a fool's face. It's obvious that the sycophant is slapping the donkey's leg. The system prompts a favorability of -31 lean. Why can't I be happy when the experiment is successful? Jin Xiuhui returned to the tavern and handed the boss a contract. He contributed all the money to the project. Counteract tavern destruction gases. The boss was suspicious of the real purpose and did not sign. Jin Xiuhui found that the boss's precautionary heart was too strong. Again scolding the bastard Lloyd. In order to take the first step, I really don't want to use this method. We'll see each other more often in the future. Can you trust each other a little? Got it. The boss didn't even read the contract. Take a pen and ink and sign it in one go. You're such a scumbag. So what? What do you think? Just when the refinement is ready to start work. Haber asked about Lloyd. Young Master Lin forced the boss to sign the contract. Are you thinking about a new way of bullying? Jin Xiuhui was like being poured a basin of cold water. Said to Haber in righteous words. People change. You look at me with prejudice and negative thoughts. Can cause you to have cognitive distortions. Haber confronts the evil. The sincere expression fell into contemplation. Don't worry, I really want to help them this time. Their smiles will be the cornerstone of my money. Jin Xiuhui first laid the foundation. Then from home, the warehouse moved wood to assemble the frame. Then the clay makes the facade. It's only been a week to get tired like this. Jin Xiuhui case scolded the bastard. Lloyd's body was too empty. Haver touched the wall and said it was too soft. Don't touch it yet. Pressed for time, Jin Xiuhui trembled and propped up his tired body. Haver was behind and held him back in time. One snatched the axe, asked Jin Xiuhui what size he wants. And then I didn't mean to help you. Just look at you two slowly. The sharp blade of the axe flashed rapidly. Awesome. Worthy of being the future swordmaster. Let go of such a good tool, man. I'm not good at it. Harvard, when you're done with all that, come and follow me. Got on the thief ship. This thing is really evil. Kim Xiuhui patted Haver on the shoulder with the evil temptation. Don't you want to know the true purpose of young Master Ben? Let's get to work. Only then can you know the true purpose of young Master Ben. Haver's mind was guessed. He gritted his teeth with hatred. Future juggernauts. Haver thus became a sentry for evil. The two of them sweated hard and worked hard. The house is finally finished. Party A's father signed the death body seller. The result of the reversal received a happy floor heating house. After the addition of Haver, the works were completed quickly. Jin Xiuhui said to Haver if he was looking forward to it. Finally, the time has come for the answer to be revealed. Let's see what kind of scam I have in store for my boss. Haver was apprehensive. Get along these days. Makes him feel the bastard young master. But can dogs change there? If the young master's underfloor heating really helps. The cold winds of winter will not be difficult anymore. Burning wood crackled in the stove and sat down. With the flow of air, the heat spreads throughout the floor of the room. The owner's mother was lying on the floor. His face was filled with a happy glow that he had never seen before. The tavern keeper stroked the hot floor. I finally believe that I am not pulling a body seller. Jin Xiuhui had long expected such a reaction. Because of the heat dissipation effect of underfloor heating. In this day and age, it was as if by magic. Seeing the mother smile, the owner was very grateful to Lloyd. And it's a heartfelt thank you. Equally surprising was Haver. Is this still the Lloyd I know? The young master really made the boss's family laugh happily. I have to say that the young master is very good now. The system notifies Haver that his opinion has increased by 2 points. Now it's minus 29. You get 36.2 horses. Jin Xiuhui turned around and teased Haver. Are you wondering? This bastard isn't as bad as he thought he was. Then I thought, although the cost of construction is higher than that of broken appliances. But this house will be the best advertised. The town is not big. Word of mouth. Welcoming an endless stream of villagers to visit. The villagers who walked out of the houses were sweating profusely. Jin Xiuhui will be induced in a timely manner. Do you want such a warm house? You can choose between new construction and retrofit. Both types of all can be discounted by 9%. When the villagers saw his face, they would refuse out of fear. Jin Xiuhui skillfully used the tricks to deal with the tavern keeper. In the face of recalcitrant resistance, the threat will also increase. The thick order display on the table is remarkable. At this time, he suddenly heard someone calling him. It turned out that Lloyd's father had a minus 20 opinion of him. Jin Xiuhui followed his father home. While eating dinner, his father asked him what he was up to. Kim Xiuhui switched bastard Lloyd mode to answer. I helped the tavern owner finish the underfloor heating house. Other residents found it to work well. Also come to me to help bring it. Father said, don't deceive them. Everything will be misunderstood. Jin Xiuhui was very helpless. There was no such thing. You don't have to. I'm worried that something will happen if I talk too much. Jin Xiuhui got up and prepared to leave. At this time, my father said that you don't have to worry about things at home. I can handle it. This sentence made Jin Xiuhui so familiar. Not long since, his dad used to say that to him. At that time, he believed his father's words. But because of the lack of money, it led to tragic consequences. Jin Xiuhui firmly said to his father, please don't give up. I'll do the best too. It's like a promise to another father through time and space. Make up for the regrets of the past. Faced with persecution from loan sharks, will the Baron sell his wife and concubine to pay off his debts? Jin Xiuhui left the restaurant. Two men with a full body of gangsters walked up to him. Wang proudly passed by him, but it aroused his curiosity. Tailgating to the reception room, it turned out that the two were loan sharks. The Baron is being forced to pay back. Hey, sleepy, someone sent a pillow. God help me. The picture goes back to a few days ago. Jin Xiuhui was worried about how to use a fart. The system prompts you to develop skills. Jin Xiuhui was amazed that the system didn't hurt him. You're such a... Big brother, I was wrong. Sorry, turn on the perception system now. System. It is perceived that he has a wealth of knowledge in civil engineering, suitable for developing skills-based measurements. In basic design, the new repair does not understand these two skills. The decision is a trial. The first is the basic measurement. Jin Xiuhui's eyes suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. Push open the window and peek out. A 3D of a courtyard. A high-level grid diagram is presented in front of you. You don't need a professional measuring instrument to get the data. This is followed by the basic design. You can build 3D models directly. Save time on tedious drawing. These two skills help a lot. Unfortunately, there is still a lack of large machinery and equipment. The system prompts you to summon obedience to help. You can use RP to randomly select fantasy maps. It always feels like a random lottery is a bit like a trap. Trap, I'll steal 50 RP once. It's a pity that I only have a little RP right now. In case of a big explosion of character, maybe pull out the dragon, demon, unicorn. You have to accumulate RP. The picture goes back to the present. The fat man said to the Baron wickedly, "You can sell the lady and the maid. It should be a good price." The Baron yelled at, "You bastard." Jin Xiuhui suddenly hugged the fat man from behind. The fat man shook off his arm. After the introduction of the Baron, the fat man arrogantly said that you were the bastard. Roy's. To deal with villains is to be more villainous than they are. Jin Xiuhui stretched out his hand and said, "Don't talk that. Get the invitation out." This move blindfolded the two of them. He went on to say that according to the law of the nobility of the kingdom, in order to carry an invitation, it is regarded as trespassing on the noble house. Top nonsense. How can there be such an order? Jin Xiuhui said, "Since you don't believe it, then try it." Haver is the young master. Haver walked into the reception room with accessories in hand. Chop off both of their arms. Haver walked into the two step-by-step. Jin Xiuhui said lightly, "You two will go to court later. I knew if there was a law." Apple's comment has just been out of the body. The pants under both loan sharks were wet. Put down the cruel words and turn around and run. Also frightened was the Baron. Kim repaired and put the money down. Said that this money is enough to pay off the interest this month. But the Baron thought the money was extortion. Haver promised to oversee the young master's travel contract. The Baron was relieved. The two took their leave and left the reception room. Haver asked the young master, "You usually don't learn and don't know how to do it. How do you know that kind of law?" Jin Xiuhui really wanted to strangle him. Jin Xiuhui knows the whole scene of the novel. After the death of the Baroness, the loan shark wanted to dig up the body and sell it for money. As a result, he was beheaded by Haver in a fit of rage. Haver was acquitted by the court under the Noble Act. Jin Xiuhui was complacent when he thought back to this. The system informs the Baron that he is kind to you. Degree rises by 6 points to get 60.2 P. Currently 61 hee. It's finally time to smoke the bushes. Take a look. This poor little hamster is about to be abandoned. Then it became Ultraman's slap in the face, and the male protagonist's power eyes. In the dead of night, trim well to find a wide no man's land. Prepare for the draw. Prevent character outbreaks. Draw a big dick and hurt someone. After making sure that there is no one around, politely ask the system to help him open the lottery page. Then click the OK button. The sky shimmered. Magic is taking shape. Jin Xiuhui had a bad premonition. The magic array twisted for a while, suddenly drilled out a happy big face. A small hamster landed at Jin Xiuhui's feet. The little hamster looked at his new owner with hope, ushered in a disgusted face. The little hamster was so sad that he was about to cry. Jin Xiuhui is ready to release this goods back into nature. The little hamster desperately explained that he could help him a lot. But Jin Xiuhui was so anxious that the little hamster was about to cry. After a wriggling of the cheeks, spit out a ball of paper covered in saliva. The new one is holding a wet one in his hand. Just one look. It turned out to be the instruction manual of Xiao Budong. Little Budong is a cute hamster. Eating melon seeds can change his body shape. Red melon seeds can make small Budong huge, up to 12 hours. Blue melon seeds can make Xiao Budong recover. Please feed him within 12 hours. Read the instructions for use. Jin Xiuhui asked curiously how big Xiao Budong could become. Xiao Budong said let him try it. Jin Xiuhui took out red melon seeds and fed them to Xiao Budong. There was a chewing click. The tabloid flashed white, and his body quickly became larger. Retribution, let you just look down on the rat. Jin Xiuhui flew 10 meters away. Look at the behemoth in front of you. Jin Xiuhui's jaw dropped. Oh my God, is this a skyscraper? I was even proud. The system prompts Xiao Budong to dig the ground. In the blink of an eye, a howling hook appeared through the playground. The next skill is compact. A few turn over and lick the hook they had just dug up. The next skill is to use the grip to squirm a few times. Then spit out the saliva-stained clay. The clods of soil in the stone mound smashed heavily in front of Jin Xiuhui. The next heavy machinery is all there. On the way back, finely trimmed and contented to stroke the sleeping little immovable. The next step is to solve the manual problem. If there is a fool who jumps out and stands in your way, what to do? Early the next morning, the soldiers were each given a shovel. Then began the gushing mobilization of construction. But the soldiers looked lazy and didn't wake up. Let them want to fire them. The only good thing is that it doesn't cost money. You know, a soldier. The most important thing is what? It's not training, not guards, nor is it a fight. Rather, they obey the command of the command hall. This is the first day of a soldier's job. Then point to the hill of dirt on the side. I said that I dug up the loess over there overnight. What I thought in my heart was that Xiao Budong was really tough. It only took 30 minutes to get it done, for the development of the territory. From now on, everyone should cooperate with the completion of the floor heating house construction project. Transporting that pile of loess to the construction site. Heard to work. The lazy soldiers had sad faces one by one. At this time, someone behind him called him Neumann. Disgruntled said to him, "What are you going to let my soldiers do?" Jin Xiuhui was overjoyed in his heart. It's time to address this cancer. Kim Xiuhui knows all the plots of this novel. There are 3 knights in the barony. They are Neumann, Byron Haver, Byron and Ha, for was always with the Baroness. But Neumann, sold the Baron's information to a liar. This eventually led to the decline of the territory and the suicide of the Baroness. Jin Xiuhui made up his mind to settle this home. Do you have any opinions? I don't agree with you to let the glorious soldiers turn over the earth. But the Baron had agreed. Lord Baron must have been deceived by the young master. With the bad behavior of the young master, it doesn't have to be to pull the soldiers away to do anything. Am I not right? You're quite right. But you're something. Unexpectedly, one sentence made Neumann's mentality collapse. If this thing is going to play a diamond round of qualifying, it is estimated that you will have to fart halfway through. Jin Xiuhui shoveled his leg, slammed into Neumann's face. You got too much. The soldiers were stunned by the bastard young master's actions. Jin Xiuhui looked at Neumann in front of him. In his heart, he wanted to intensify the contradiction and solve him completely. Neumann covered in mud. I was gently picked up by the anger. The whole body trembles. What did you say? You want to hit me? If you have the guts to take off your rank and insignia, I can accept a duel with you. Newman gritted his teeth. Bastard, you'll regret it. Is kimchi country so dark? It is a luxury for the workers at the bottom to live. Haver asked curiously. Are you confident of victory in the duel in a month's time? Jin Xiuhui put on an underwhelming expression and said, are you stupid? Of course I don't have confidence anymore. It's okay to move your little brain. Haver grasped the hilt of his sword with one hand, trying to suppress the urge to cut this bastard. Let go of the hilt of the sword in your hand. The mind began to analyze, refine the whole process of death. I realized that this bastard seemed to have been planned. Tear him apart. Make a request to the Baron to provoke the opponent. It doesn't look like he's been kicked in the head by a donkey. Why do you say that you can't beat your opponent now? It's disgusting. I really want to cut him down. Jin Xiuhui's words interrupted Haver's thoughts. You call me swordsmanship. I don't want it. Why? You bastard learns how to live with swordsmanship. Can't you be tactful? Let's make a deal. You call me swordsmanship. I'll help you with insomnia. Haver wondered how he knew. Refine the hero. I can't handle you yet. Your situation is all written in the novel. The rank of a knight is divided into the following 4 stages. Haver is in the high-level swordsman path, Juggernaut's transitional phase. At this point, his nerves become sensitive, leading to insomnia. The main thing is that the news is closed in small villages. This kid doesn't know now, Jin Xiuhui urged. Promise or not, just look at your face. Don't pretend to me. The temptation is too great. Haver reluctantly agreed. Haver himself could not have imagined it. This decision, it will have serious repercussions on the continent of the future. I've tried everything. You won't succeed. And then on. Jin Xiuhui laughed at the sleeping Haver. In the novel, you fall asleep while listening to someone else read magic. The knowledge of reinforced concrete that I just read to you. This kind of heavenly book is not easy. Put you down. The future sword master's swordsmanship is all mine. The next day, Haver appeared in high spirits. Let the evil whistle run 50 laps first. Jin Xiuhui obediently began to run. The move came as a surprise to Haver. Run the first lap. Jin Xiuhui said with a sad face that he didn't want to practice this. Run the second lap. Do you think I'm going to say that? Run the third lap, and you'll say I'm not talented. Then don't teach me, right? Damn, this bastard guessed so accurately. Stop dreaming. I'm sure I'll finish it. The system prompts the passive skill mortal to upgrade to level 4. It's annoying, Haver doesn't know. Refinement friends have a more painful experience. During the day, climb the building and move bricks, each time carrying more than 400 pounds. Loading and unloading of parcels at night. Just to be alive and open your eyes the next day. As long as you don't starve to death, there is always hope. But how can I walk by the river without getting my shoes wet? One mistake means no food today. Then that kind of despair. It's a now. The bastards who run hard are evil. Haver finally decided to teach him his swordsmanship. The system notifies Haver that his opinion has increased by 1 point. Now it's minus 28. Gain 18 RP. Currently holds RP 29. Mr. Jin Yong's careful Dafa. It's about to be swept away. It is common to see how a shovel defeats magic. Newman reported the incident to the Baron. The Baron condemned Lloyd's approach. But hopefully Newman will show mercy. Newman said yes. But in my heart, I decided to abolish that bastard. Newman thought in his mind that the Baron was in huge debt. I'm almost finished. What can he do if his son is gone? The day of the duel has finally arrived. The Baron and Madame were worried. I secretly prayed in my heart for the safety of my son. Royman arrogantly said, Boy, are you ready? Are you in such a hurry to get beaten? Kim Xiuhui duels with a shovel. The crowd of onlookers was in an uproar. Newman felt insulted. The Baron also felt that his son was playing a prank. Only Haver knows. The young master specially asked the blacksmith. The whole body is made of iron to make shovels. This month, he started his physical training in the early hours of the morning. During the day, the construction of floor heating houses is prohibited. Then I practiced until late and didn't go to bed. This time, the young master was very serious. With the Baron's order, the duel begins. Newman angrily swung his sword in attack. The refinement of the How Bureau silver shovel machine is equally divided. Okay, Kid Lucky. Block again. Haver. Shocked by the clean and efficient movements. This requires long-term actual combat to hone and sum up. Noina was also overwhelmed by this technique. Refined pride is a little surprised. This is the essence of modern white-knuckle warfare. Listening to the bayonet, the shovel in my hand is not funny. In hard training, got the favorability of Haver and the Baroness. After accumulating 97 RP points, learn derivative proficiency skills when bankrupt. Elevate all physical conditions. This skill is simply fantastic. Unable to defeat the opponent for a long time, Royman decided to use a special move. The body begins to condense its magic, then converge to the heart. Eventually, the heart of magic is formed. Exultation is common. There was a glint of victory on his face. Then he lunged, refined the How Ju shovel, and prepared to block. Idiot! I'm going to break your shovel and your head to pieces, the Baroness exclaimed. Newman suddenly showed a eating expression. His legs collapsed and he almost fell to his knees. It turned out that the refinement was good for the use of the Aslahan star method. Sucks away the mana of your opponent. That's what makes Haver be the world's best exercises. That's not going to work. Now it's my turn. There was no sound around. All the people were stunned. The unlearned bastard defeated the knight with a shovel. The Baron declared Lloyd's victory in disbelief. After absorbing someone else's magic, how can I become my own? Watch the apprentice take control. Instructor the master to practice. Loyman was hit hard in the head. Causes the body to be out of control. I can't get up. Jin Xiuhui approached and said you lost. But that doesn't matter, because it's just getting started. The Baron's excavation was wrong. The yelling assistant Jin Xiuhui didn't listen at all. Shovels smashed wildly. Two soldiers hurriedly grabbed him. Jin Xiuhui shook off the soldiers. Take a break. Still didn't hold back. Kim Xiuhui's unusual behavior makes Haver suspect that there is an engine. He always felt that Jin Xiuhui knew everything. Haver recalls 15 days ago. Jin Xiuhui said, as a matter of course, I'm going to learn Azra shouting star magic. It's the star method that absorbs and uses external magic. This confused Haver. Young master, how do you know this star method? Of course, Jin Xiuhui will not tell the truth. Tell us when you talk in your own sleep. Pay attention to this Mu Rant's face. Usually people with weak hearts try to hide their expressions. Haver stared at Jin Xiuhui. Jin Xiuhui tried his best to cover it up. The expression is more stiff. Haver couldn't see anything. I had to tell him that the mental method was not completed. Jin Xiuhui said lightly, I can help you finish him. Haver wondered where he got his confidence. Jin Xiuhui began to explain. Every time you let the outside magic in, magical hearts always get popped open, right? Because of the heart of magic. We'll think that external magic is an intruder, thus driving out the invaders. But you can concentrate the outside magic. Rotate around the magic star to form a secondary coexistence. What do you think? Haver lamented that the young master was too smart. Jin Xiuhui panicked in his heart. The expression stiffened again. He couldn't help it. Because Aslahan star law is the key to victory. Haver didn't have time to try it out in a hurry. more than once, and it forms 3 rings. Haver's opinion of you goes up by 5 points. Haver asked Jin Xiuhui to start from Ling Shui. This completely thundered Jin Xiuhui. There are 15 days left before the duel. Do you want me to be killed? I only learn. The method of absorbing Newman's magic is enough. The picture goes back to the present. The Baron was really furious. I will not allow you to continue to tarnish the honor of the knights. Jin Xiuhui was pulled again. Then he gasped and told the Baron, just look at what's under the tablecloth. The Baron lifted the tablecloth. The discovery was a few letters. When I saw the content of the letter, my face changed instantly. Forgive such acts of rebellion. It's tantamount to giving another chance to rebel. The only way to do this is to never suffer from it. Jin Xiuhui loudly announced the contents of the letter. Namamba territory funding, Baron's hobbies, and other secrets. Inform the fraudster towards by letter. These are the dealings between them. The letter was revealed. Newman couldn't believe it. I kept my letter very secret. How did he find out? Jin Xiuhui knows small. Say all while Newman is away. He sent little Budong to steal the letter. Things go up and down. Revolutionize the Baron's perception. The Baron was undoubtedly a kind man. Social risk. The darkness of evil and the human heart taught him a lesson. As a leader, kindness and good people are instead derogatory terms. The law of the jungle is the law of the jungle. How to deal with traitors is a great struggle for the good Baron. Jin Xiuhui made a suggestion to the Baron at this time. Recently, I just started teaching myself summoning. A few days ago, a small mouse was successfully summoned. If he can catch a blow from the little mouse, just give him a chance to mend his ways. You see, okay. The onlookers felt that they had just started to learn summoning. There must have been a lot of rats summoned. The Baron didn't think rats could be so strong. Sincerely, seemingly, the young master just wanted to warn and educate Newman. What a kind person. The Baron declared his consent to this practice. Newman also thanked the adults for their leniency. Jin Xiuhui looked at Newman coldly. Thought to heart. Adopt a policy of softness towards those who are rebellious. It's tantamount to giving the other party another chance to rebel. Newman will be no exception. Jin Xiuhui suddenly said with a smile, but it's the last time you'll laugh. Newman thought he had escaped. At this time, it is like falling into an ice cave. The cute little Budong appeared on Kim Xiuhui's shoulder, reached out and took a red melon seed. Jin Xiuhui threw Xiao Budong into the air. Then he said coldly, good luck. Xiao Budong knocked on the red melon seeds beautifully. The body began to grow larger. Everyone was shocked by the upheaval. Mountains and moons. The massive body obscures the sun's rays. Jin Xiuhui ran away with the strength of milk. Royman yelled at Roy, waiting for you, bastard. Xiaofei milked it. Boom. Loyman failed to catch kidney. A large crater was smashed into the ground. Hey, perfect solution. As long as there is money. Demons will be your guards. Strife in human society. It always revolves around the division of interests, with the plundering of resources. After removing the cancer around the Baron, the civil construction project began to progress steadily. Haver wondered what little Budong was doing. Shoji House said to prepare. Build a road from the bottom of the house to the bottom of the mountain. Divide the subgrade fill pavement into 3 layers. The construction material is mixed with 10 blocks of lime sand. The road thus built will be very strong. Haver wondered why the road was being built. Jin Xiuhui said mysteriously, this path will make the territory more prosperous. Haver asked the young master, how do you suddenly know so much knowledge? And suddenly summoned the high street summoning beast. Are you really Roy and the young master? The system warns Haver of spirituality. Kim Xiuhui analyzes Haver's character. If this kid knows I'm robbing, take the flesh of the sons of the Lord's army. Maybe they'll cut me. Fortunately, I have prepared an invincible excuse for a long time. I learned it secretly while people weren't looking. Why not? But summoning requires talent. 20 years of hard training may not be possible. You're not yet a high-level magic swordsman at a young age. Oops, you're a genius. Should I be stupid? I was born as a genius in summoning. What can I do? Haver is silent, so let's get to work. A group of panicked knew Xiuhui's hearts. While Haver was blocked by the words, he quickly withdrew. He walked up to Byron and said, "I'm sorry for you. I have something to go out of." Haver came over and asked the young master where you were going. "I'll be with you." Jin Xiuhui casually said that I will recover the money that was defrauded. In a small border city, Toldez, a fraudster, lost a lot of money gambling. The guards are worried about being owed wages and are ready to leave. These words frighten Torts. He's an enemy everywhere. Hurry up and reassure the guards that they won't be in arrears. When I was in a hurry, the door was kicked open by Jin Xiuhui. Tolds asked aloud who you were. Jin Xiuhui smiled and introduced himself. "My name is Lloyd Flantrau. I saw the creditor come to the door." Tolds' sweat hair counts down. The guard asked if he wanted to kill the man. Tolds feared that Lloyd was bringing a large number of soldiers. "Let the guards take him and run away." The guards picked up Tords, just smashed glass and jumped out of the window. Was blocked by a knight's silver chain. Then he floated on the street and stopped running away. His instincts told him that this man was a master. Handsome Haver wields a sword. Like the moon under the Prince Dan is approaching step by step. There is a dish called eating monkey brains alive. Have you ever heard of it? The male protagonist's approach is more cruel than that. Haver calmly said to put it down. "You're good to go." Ding Xiuhui stood on the edge of the broken window and watched the battle, reminiscing about scenes from the novel. Toldez's bodyguard is the Dark Magister. This was Haver's first time playing against the Dark Magus. The powerful gravity magic of the Guardian puts him in a bitter battle. But now it's different, because Haver cultivated the three-ring magic star in advance. The guards unleash a condensed magic. Furious energy brings up strong winds and warp space. Haver raised his sword and slashed at the front of the mana ball. Who knew that the magic ball would spread out after touching the blade? An enchantment was formed to envelop Haver in it. The guards are insidiously young. Then activate the knots. The gravity around Haver doubled in an instant. He bulged his muscles, resisting the destruction of the mirror on the ground, but still standing. Just when the guards were surprised by Haver's toughness, Haver runs the triple ring magic star. A sword smashes the robbery ring. Then he said to the guards that this is the end. The guards were scared. "Throw down Tolds and say we don't know each other." Haver's sword approached. Tords kicked him over, coldly raised the long sword, and said that the legs were left. "Then crawl to the courtroom yourself." The blade of the sword fell. At the critical moment, Jin Xiuhui stopped the long sword. "Tolds behind you is already wonderful. You're crazy." He went to court and definitely cut. Haver couldn't believe that the young master was so kind. Tords was ushered back to his room. Still can't stop shaking. Jin Xiuhui was frightened when he saw him. Then he said kindly, "Don't be afraid. We are good people. Everybody wants to make money, I understand. I'm not going to send you to court. But you should not take the rest of the wealth. Give it back to me." "No problem, as long as you let me go. The money was mine." "Do you think that's the end of it?" Tolds had a bad premonition. "Then be careful to say what you want. It's very simple to sign this contract. I will pay you every month. However, 80% of the fraud will be deducted. The duration of the contract is 520 years what?" Haver finally understood the reason why the young master saved people. Jin Xiuhui thought to himself, "How could I possibly let go of the guy who owes me money? I'm going to suck every drop of his blood dry." Towards Tsin Sing, "Please say aggrievedly. Isn't this contract a little unreasonable? Sign or go to court." "I sign and I sign." "There's a strange thing I can't figure out. Good people do good things for a lifetime. In the end, do a bad thing called revealing the original form. Bad people do bad things all their lives. Finally, Do a good deed to turn the prodigal son back. The two took 520 years of slavery and the return of recovered property. A few days later, a job posting was posted in the town. There was a long queue of people who signed up on the spot. Jin Xiuhui asked suspiciously, "Don't these people hate me very much?" Haver explained, "Since you helped them identify the conservatories at a low price, and as a genius summoner, after the execution of the betrayer, you've earned their trust." Haver's words surprised Jin Xiuhui. At this time, the young man in front of him asked the young master, "We have an employment contract." Jin Xiuhui hurriedly retracted his thoughts, ready to sign the contract. The young man said sincerely, "Thank you very much for helping me build a heated floor. This winter, my child should no longer get frostbite." Then bow sincerely. The young man's sincere thanks made Jin Xiuhui embarrassed. His original purpose was to make money to pay off his debts. The youth continued, "I have a relative who lives in Lakna territory. I would also like to ask you to help build a heated house." Jin Xiuhui was ecstatic in his heart. The advertising effect of floor heating houses began to ferment. Just make an excuse to raise the price. Of course, it is okay to refine the Haojin Cha-Cha answer. Just outside the territory. Need to add a little hard money. Haver saw his shameless face. I finally understood the purpose of making a floor heating house at a low price. One day, the two of them patrolled the territory and came to the top of the mountain. Jin Xiuhui suddenly said that floor heating consumes firewood. It won't be long before the trees on the mountain are cut down. Haver did not expect such consequences. Jin Xiuhui immediately explained, "The next step is to use the road that is being built, because I want to dig up the coal from the mountains and sell it, at a high price." Haha has already experienced the warmth of the floor heating room. No one will want to be frozen like they used to. Haver thought to himself that the young master was really despicable and shameless. Jin Xiuhui looked into Haver's eyes and said, "You won't say I'm shameless in my heart." Haver was guessed right. The body trembled slightly if I didn't do it. How to pay off a huge debt? Haver was dumbfounded when asked. Immediately admitted, "I know you're working hard for the territory, but the previous barons tried to dig coal and failed." Jin Xiuhui said that it had collapsed, right? That's because the foundation is not supported enough. This can be solved by using the shield fighting method. Gone and kept working. Haver didn't understand what the shield fighting method was, but he felt that the current young master might be able to do it. But things really will. Is it so smooth? Take a look at this cute summoning pet skill against the sky. The soil you eat can be turned into an ironclad thing in an instant. The six-pointed star circle summons high-end apartment buildings. Skyscrapers rise from the smoke fountain. It's nice to dream. It's a pity to have everything. Civil engineers have been moving bricks since ancient times. Kim Xiuhui is using his new skills to print drawings. But this guy still felt slow and tired. If you're not satisfied, give it back to me. How could it be? Such a good skill. Just now, Jin Xiuhui uses the RP paper he has accumulated. Take both basic design and basic measurement to the extreme. Gain 4 new skills. Print drawings to indicate plane identification. The land is scanned and the construction drawings are printed. He came to his county's mine to demolish it. After scanning the skill, it is a mine. Determine a safe path. Then think about the follow-up construction plan. Recently, I have let Xiao Buodong work too much, and he has been tired and sick. The hairy child's cheeks have lost weight. It seems that new helpers will be added. Then start pumping fantasy suits. Jin Xiuhui looked at the fluctuating magic circle and waited for the result. After a while, a dolly with a bow will be drilled. The landing posture is in the same vein as Xiao Buodong. Then he happily looked up at the new owner. Jin Xiuhui looked at the pink snake. It is suspected that this is a poisonous pet used as an assassination. After communication, I learned that his name was Little Bell. Eating melon seeds can increase and have 3 skills. We look forward to seeing what you can do. The bell was deep in the crater a few weeks later. The small bell transforms into a snake and cooperates with the shield construction. The first skill is digging and eating. The little bell dug down the rocks and dirt in front of it. Eat the second skill to speed up digestion. Jin Xiuhui saw the snake's tail tremble. Hurry up and shout, "Have her ready." Have her stared shirtless. Strike a fighting stance. The third skill pulls out steel. A liquid iron and copper ass squirted out at a temperature of 2,700 degrees Celsius. After contact with air, cool down quickly and harden. Have her cut the iron rod evenly with precision. The reddened iron rod evaporated the sweat from his body. Why did I, a knight, cut snake with my sword? The blacksmith then took advantage of the heat to make the support members. Good to move forward, then repeat. The lack of ventilation caused Jin Xiuhui to be dizzy due to lack of oxygen. Haver reminded him to go out and take a break. Jin Xiuhui persistently stayed at the construction site. The dizziness is slightly better. Jin Xiuhui used his scanning skills. It was found that there was a seam of bituminous coal not far ahead. The good news shook everyone. The commentary in the next episode is even more exciting. Don't forget to check it out. Just saw an amazing video. The total number of ants in the world is about 200 million, more than the total number of wild birds and mammals combined. What if the ants get bigger? Yenmei is close at hand, but thanks to the addition of the little bell, Jin Xiuhui beckoned everyone to open up the tunnel. The sound of the dirt behind him alerted him. Randomly activates a scan skill. I saw that there was a hole in the soil along the front. It is expanding rapidly. Suddenly, a huge monster rushed and pounced. Xin Xiuhui subconsciously raised the shovel to block. The sharp, vicious bite slammed into the shovel head. Block his head a second too late, and it's gone. The difference between the big donkey and the big one bounced Jin Xiuhui away. Haver grabbed the hilt of his sword and pounced. A sword cuts through the sharp evil. Jin Xiuhui picked up the shovel and smashed it. The monster's head is smashed. A puddle of green and astringent flame flowed out. It turned out to be a giant ant. I haven't had time to think about it yet. The opening in front of him was completely opened. An army of ants poured out in a frenzy. Jin Xiuhui told the workers to run quickly. He broke off with Haver. Chopped one and another endlessly. What the hell to do? Let Haver continue to carry it. Just when Jin Xiuhui was thinking about countermeasures. Don't panic as a big fighting young master. Be sober. The vicious harder breaks the filler of the little bell. Charge, you meow revenge. Let you cut your tongue. Hurry up and figure it out. Jin Xiuhui searched for the knowledge in his head. It's really a loss to use the time to hate less. Suddenly, I had to take a risk and fight. Jin Xiuhui grabbed the torch and yelled at us to rush in. Haver was also a decisive man. After a little hesitation, he decided to believe the young master. Sweep away the shadow in front of you. The two of them rushed to the depths of Group B with torches. Subordinates reported that there were ants in the Baron's tunnel. He pulled out the combat uniform that he had treasured for many years. After draping neatly, organized people to go to the rescue. Haver opens the way. After repairing the satin, the two gradually delved into linguistics. The surroundings are already surrounded by ants. I can't bear it. I'm looking for it. It turns out that Jin Xiuhui is based on future support. I think that a champion will be born on coal. So where there is coal, there tends to be a lot of it. He wanted to detonate methane and solve all the troubles once and for all. Great, I found it. I'm going to dig up here. Carry it yourself for a while. Press for time, fine-trimmed and full horsepower. At this time, there was a sudden burst of harsh honey. A body type. The great ability to climb the hill came to the fore. I am invincible under the immortals. A change of clothes on top of the immortals. Look to the future. Juggernaut alone against an invincible opponent. In front of the massive body of the giant red ant. The two of them are as small as ants. The red giant ant is only by its momentum, and they trembled. I may not be able to bear it, young master. His words frightened Jin Xiuhui to clench his shovel. Muscle tightness. Sister Butterfly trembled slightly with her cooperation. But I'll try my best to buy time. This is the plot. The side slashed Haver's 3 rings in the body. Magic star. Run to the extreme. Come on, answer. Haver is buying time with his life. Jin Xiuhui is digging up the bastard with his life. Why can't he come out? It's finally out. Jin Xiuhui threw himself at the torch on the ground and ran away shouting, Haver, we run back. The two of them rushed to the entrance with all their might. Chase after you. The entrance of the cave is far away. The two of them struggled to squeeze out the remaining physical strength. Finally rushed out of the hole. The entrance is too small to jam Juno's head. Cowan soon filled with caves and followed. The entrance is blocked by distance, resulting in the inability to vent energy. When the energy turns to you, Haver uses his body to protect Kim Xiuhui. Jin Xiuhui used his body to protect the little bell. There was a loud roar from inside the cave. Lloyd, the leader, hugged the man who was about to rush in. The burst of energy is cathartic. There was still a roar in the kin Hughauer. He knew he couldn't rest yet. Hurry up and check your surroundings. The red drama is motionless and should be dead. He was touched by Haver's desperate protection. The little bell suffered and made him feel guilty. The road ahead was blocked by falling soil. Jin Xiuhui felt a little dizzy holding the shovel. Warning, insufficient oxygen. Jin Xiuhui turned on the scan. The depth of the inability to see through is estimated to be more than 5 meters. Press for time. Jin Xiuhui said Harvard while digging the hurdle. Little bell, hold on. I'll take you out. The system prompts suddenly. Haver admired the tenacious spirit of the battalion. Haver's opinion of you has increased by 6 points. Gain 108 RP. It currently holds 1572 products. Oxygen is continuously reduced. Jin Xiuhui thought for a moment, and then say the system, help me see the knowledge and skills that I can evolve. When a life-sustaining resource, split up by an unconscious companion. It's time to kill peers as an exclusive resource, or flee from death with his companions on his back. The system begins to scan the whole body, according to the various knowledge available. Aslahan Sinfa can be evolved. Luckily, I've been practicing. Decisive purification. Immediately, the body greedily absorbed the magic of the outside world. A ring around the heart gradually takes shape. Complete Aslahan heart, single ring level 5. The 120% increase in mana is still too low. There are 142.8 horses left. It costs 10 RP to level up once. The most important thing is to fight to live. Absorb the magic of the outside world again and upgrade to level 6 of the single ring. 125% mana increase. It takes 15 RP to level up again. Refine how invests in all RP and constantly upgrades. The system prompts you to break through the skill level. The second ring forms the Aslahan Star Law Double Ring. Level 1 mana increased by 200%. The RP is not enough to continue to upgrade. Refine and feel the surging magic in your body. Then ask if the system has additional skills. Configure skill 1 to be energetic for 10 minutes. Configure skill 2 burst potential for 20 seconds. If you can't get out, you'll die. Turn on the energetic shovel and be brandished as a dowry. Oxygen is continuously reduced. Xiuhui has been opening the ticket sweeping. There is still no end in sight. Keep digging forward. Oxygen levels start to alarm. Finally see hope. There is no rice in front of the lipstick. Oppo, little bell. You hold on. I'll take you out. There are only 3 seconds left to finish the energetic time. Full of explosive power in the first second. The next second is instantly sucked dry. I'm so tired. I'm really tired. Can't sleep burst potential for only 20 seconds. When it was only 30 centimeters from the hole. Oxygen is 0. I'm sorry, I didn't keep my promise. Just 3 more seconds. What a sound. A greedy face appeared. If you don't want to move, Jin Xiuhui's greed can breathe. Have a little bell, we go home. The Baron waits for people to go deep into the cave. I saw Jin Xiuhui walking towards Haver. At this time, the refinement has flowed into the lamp cave. It's no longer supported by will. It's all the mechanical power of the body to walk repeatedly, relying on the flesh to break through the limit to gain skills. Power saving mode. Lloyd seems to be able to rest. Be a villain. Brought a beautiful man to the bathing center. Don't ask me what kind of bathing center I am. Definitely operating legally. All the customers stared at the villain. Guess the villain. What it feels like. Jin Xiuhui protects the workers for the feat of killing the Ammon. It quickly spread out by word of mouth among the townspeople. The image of the evil whistle has undergone a radical change. Kim Xiuhui woke up from a coma. The system prompts suddenly. All the people of the realm praise you for your bravery. Jin Xiuhui wants to praise and praise for fart. A large amount of RP rewards will be given to you. 520 horses were issued at a time. Big brother, please take the knee of the younger brother. It's been many days since the Ammon incident. Every time Jin Xiuhui came to the mine, he felt a lot of pressure. Everyone, I see it's young Master Lloyd, and young Master you're here. We are willing to do anything for you. It's damn charming. It attracted the worship of many strong men. The two continued deeper into the mine. Haver asked Jin Xiuhui curiously, why don't workers do these dangerous jobs? I'm trying so hard. It would not be too much to raise the price of bituminous coal. Haver didn't expect that. The young master's mind is full of tricks to make money. The favorability just went up and down. The two of them came to the end of what they had learned. Jin Xiuhui turns on the scanning skill. I saw a hole along the other side of the soil. Decided to dig through, see if the ant's net is left behind. When he came to the other side, the sight shocked him. The muscles and seductive posture of the iron sword beast. It can be so harmonious. Is the young master going to cut this disgusting guy? Wait a minute. What a weird creature this is. Young master, this is an orc. Kim Xiuhui recalls the description in the novel. Orcs are honest and trustworthy. Physically strong. Is the best fighter. He suddenly thought of a good idea. The two brought the orcs back for treatment. Thank you for saving me. I am Arash, the son of the leader of the Gangkill clan. None of them can grant you any wish. Lonely one, hey. That's what you're waiting for. Then you're welcome. I need 120 orcs to work in the mines. No, I'm alone. I'm Grass Lloyd. Just said I was grassed. Are you a bad person? No, my grass is a mantra. It's the same as saying that you're alone. Can you tell me the reasons for disagreeing? Orcs will only obey the orders of the warriors. Lloyd was not a warrior. They won't listen to you. It turned out to be this reason. Power and glory. Blood and thunder fans. There is no victory and no death. Never be a slave, unless it's a package of food and shelter. Here are Rash's explanation. In reminiscing about the plot of the novel, Jin Xiuhui roughly guessed the course of events. The orcs are an honest and trustworthy race that respects martial arts. Not like the human mind is complex, insidious, and cunning. A rite of passage for orcs. Need to bring back the Ant-Man's head. Arash most likely failed. Hey, start acting. Jin Xiuhui took a step back first, and no longer forced to ask for a gift. Congratulations to Arash on completing the rite of passage. Arash was ashamed and said that I had fallen for the ants. The coming-of-age ceremony failed. No, it won't. This ant was caught by the two of us together. Have you forgotten? Arash doesn't remember catching such a big ant. Jin Xiuhui told Arash sincerely. You must have forgotten something because of Dujin. I approached Xiuhui and was dying after seeing it. He also said that he was defeated by the young orcs. Really? Can Ant-Man still talk? Mayday. Particularly talkative. Thanks to you. I can easily kill this Ammon. Haber thought to himself, young master, please be a man. So that Ammon was caught by us together. Arash is such a great fighter. And what about Lloyd? He is also a great fighter. What about the 120 recipient workers? There is no one to see. A week later, among the Gangsha tribe surrounded by mountains. The leader of the Gangsha clan is sorry. Rejected Jin Xiuhui's request. Jin Xiuhui was dumbfounded. Could it be that he was fooled by the Alu clan? Because of their own crossing orcs become smarter. In order to dispel his doubts, he asked. Kush leader reason. The team leader explained. Thin people eat a lot of meat every day. Class to maintain muscles. The meat that was beaten that day should be eaten on the same day. Otherwise, it will deteriorate. Therefore, every day, many people need to be invested in slimming their faces. Guaranteed meat supply. It can maintain muscle loss. So I can't reduce the number of my people. Harvard advises on thin people. Muscles are their life. They're really embarrassed. Jin Xiuhui thought for a while. Ask again. If I can guarantee that the meat will not spoil for a few days. You don't need to invest so many people to hunt. You can also lend me workers. That's fine. Witch doctor, we orcs want to repay you. Okay, that's it. I'm here to solve the problem of meat storage. In the human world, there is a scramble for gold and silver. It turned out to be the fitness equipment of the orc tribe. There are no wonders about the size of the world. This time it really opened the eyes of the male protagonist. Jin Xiuhui reached a preliminary agreement with the leader of the group. He is responsible for increasing the storage time of meat. The recipient team leader then agreed to lend 120 recipient workers. Haber was curious. Young master, why do you have to be a worker? We can go back to the territory and recruit people. Jin Xiuhui asked him rhetorically. You. Remember when we first arrived at the tribe? At that time, the Arash and the Akush were separated for a long time. After the reunion, the two hugged each other lovely, causing a storm. I had a strong feeling at the time. Anyone caught between them, it is estimated that it will be crushed. If I had 120 of these weird workers, then productivity can definitely be increased by hundreds of times. There is one more reason. When people see Arach bring back the brain bag, they held a unique celebration ceremony. Exercise the lower limbs angrily. Of course, this is not important. Important, their gym equipment. It's all made of gold and silver. Any one of the various utensils is priceless. I don't know if these things are beasts. Where do the people get it? They don't know the value of these things. Simply because of the weight of gold. It's a waste to use it for gym equipment. So, in order to be able to take away the workers and the gold and silver treasures, we must sign the contract with the team leader. Haber looked at the contract drawn up by the young master. One party makes a stone ice warehouse for Party A. Party A needs to report the sports equipment. Remuneration shall be paid to Party B. However, Party B needs to provide physical sports equipment. As an alternative, delivered to Party A for use. Haber reads the contract here. Curiously asked the young master, what is the stone ice vault? Jin Xiuhui then explained, you should know that Wang's is used for icing. Magic stores food. The stone ice house is a similar structure. It's just that no magic is needed to sustain it. Haber asked tentatively, where did you learn this knowledge? Jin Xiuhui pretended to have a look of disdain. Casually told Haber about what he studied in the community. Worried about being questioned by Haber. Then used psychological suggestion. Impatiently, it's cumbersome to explain. You don't understand anything. Then, without waiting for Haber to answer, change the subject immediately. I've surveyed the material of this mountain. It is made of granite and is very solid. This stone is needed to make a soldier depot. Once again, Haber was fine-tuned. Looking up at the color and texture of the rocks in front of you, said that the material of the young master is difficult to break when it looks like it. Is there anything you can do? Jin Xiuhui also knows that granite is known for its sturdiness. If it's in its own time, it can be blasted with explosives. But now there is no such thing as explosives. I have a more convenient alternative to explosives, though. Jin Xiuhui turned his head and looked at Haver sinisterly. I thought, hey, with such a good tool, why do people use explosives? Haver looked at Kim Xiuhui. Smile as. There was a burst of meaning from the bottom of this cunning heart for no reason. Jin Xiuhui recalled the main plot of the novel Predator Knight. There's a story in it. The whole of Namarin is evil. A powerful magical barrier shrouds you. Thousands of people were trapped in it. There is no way to escape. Magic is greedily draining everyone's magic. By this time, Haver had reached the sword, the realm of holiness, and cultivated the fourth magic ring. He wanted to save the people, but couldn't. I could only watch the wails of the people in the middle. Forced into desperation, he improvised a nirvana. Use a ring to protect the magic star. Then let the other 3 rings hit. Explosive power in an instant. One click to freeze through the magic barrier and repair it. Put on a blank expression. Tell Haver about this special move. He knew Haver would be suspicious. This nirvana is not just a casual slap on the head. You can jump out. Haver is honest and upright, but he's not stupid. Seriously, you tell me honestly. Where did you hear about this theory? Jin Xiuhui. I had to use the tactic of hard denial again. Pointing to his own eyes, he said, I came up with this on my own. Do you look at my eyes like they lied to you? Haver said mercilessly. Your eyes look like you're lying. Jin Xiuhui's fingers were restless and his hair was curling. Use a tried-and-true psychological cue. Hit the Haver army. Why is your heart so dark? Then he didn't wait for Haver to ask. Quickly change the subject and say, oh, you can try it first. If Haver's swordsmanship can be caused, this evolution would be fine. Haver directly pointed out Jin Xiuhui's sinister intentions. I get it. You're trying to get me to work. Jin Xiuhui hurriedly denied it with a grin. How could I think that? I thought that this method could help you improve your swordsmanship. It's a win-win. Haver didn't bother to argue with him. Pull out the accessories and walk to the bottom of the mountain. As he walked, he said that if it really worked, it's really good for me. Jin Xiuhui's heart secretly saw the effect, rest assured. It's definitely going to work. You could be my coolie. Haver followed the method of refining howling it. Use the mana rings in your body separately. A ring protects the magic star. The other 3 collided with each other. One key to the rock to decide. The hard granite is like tofu. Easily pierced. Common. Under the force of the explosion of the impact of the magic ring, there was a dazzling golden glow. The rock burst with a violent intake of the wind. The battle power of Jin Xiuhui is unstable. Implementation with smoke and dust lasts for a long time, and then gradually dispersed. Haver Shan broke his upper body. Naked indignation. Said to Jin Xiuhui, did you know that there would be such an outcome? But they didn't tell me. Jin Xiuhui hurriedly denied that there was none. I really don't know. I'm sorry. Only he knows what the truth is. Haver put the common ones away and said, young master. As you might expect, the experiment was successful. What are you going to do with me next? The system officially prompts that it is well repaired. Haver, thanks for your pointers. Opinion is increased by 3. It is currently -11. 54.2 horsepower was obtained. It currently holds 561.2 horses. Haver reluctantly continued, young master. I'm a knight. I studied swordsmanship to protect the main army, not for civil engineering construction. You can use me leisurely. Refine the Haujin filial piety, you guy. I'm secretly having fun in my heart. Don't thank me too much. I don't thank you enough. There is no sense of gratitude at all. This man is an aristocrat. He is also the heir to the future territory. The family has land, mines, and real estate. There is even a private army. But he is greedy for money and protects his shortcoming. No one will be tolerated violating him. even if it is a little bit of interest. Haver was in charge of breaking up the granite. Xiao Bodong was responsible for transporting the rocks to the construction site. Construction is progressing at a rapid pace. Unexpectedly, the construction team has just started masonry on the exterior wall. The orcs of the tribe actually took the initiative to help with the construction. There is no other reason. It's just about building muscle. Half-ton wall tiles. It can be easily carried and placed by the orcs. The soldiers brought by Jin Xiuhui were disliked by the people. Love makes him do nothing on the sidelines. Jin Xiuhui secretly rejoiced. This can be several times faster. But another problem arises. People in civil engineering know it. The construction organization is being prepared. Entry of building materials. The time is precisely required. Once the material can't keep up, then the project will come to a standstill. According to the current construction progress, the main structure of the stone ice vault should be completed soon. The next interior decoration project. Ice cubes and insulation are required. Jin Xiuhui. 3 weeks ago, I sent someone back to the territory to get the materials. But they have not yet returned. Calculate the round trip and should have come back a long time ago. This made Jin Xiuhui secretly worried. These people are not lazy. Then something must have happened on the road. Jin Xiuhui is ready to go with Haver to find someone, but was stopped by Haver. Haver said solemnly, "It is my duty to keep the young master safe. I'll do this alone, although it is not yet known what happened to the accident. But let the heir of the territory personally take risks. It's my dereliction of duty." Jin Xiuhui said in a firmer tone, "I've told you a few times about lovesickness. I'm the person in charge of construction. I'm in charge of everything about the staff." Haver sighed helplessly. "Let's go." The two returned along a bumpy mountain road. Look for rocks that are abrupt by the spirits. Burnt yellow flakes tormented by the scorching sun. Not even a shadow of a living creature could be seen along the way. Only the tenacious weeds are firm. Plunge into a crevice in the rock. Will this lifeless mountains? Embellishment with a wisp of life. Hard work pays off. On the side of a narrow road halfway up the mountain. Finally found a clue that fell all over the ground. Kim Xiuhui will customize gloves and sell orders for insulation. Take it in your hand. Look closely at the clues. Haver was wary of what was going on around him. Suddenly said Master Lloyd, "There is something unusual about the direction of Prokia Canyon. The flow of magic is not very natural. It's too tiny. I can't be sure of any more information." Kim Xiuhui heard the name of Prokia Canyon. It's familiar. Try to recall the content of the Predator Knight's novel. Suddenly, a plot appeared in his mind. He finally remembered. Then he yelled at Haver to get out of here. "No time. Our soldiers may have been wiped out." The two of them rushed to Prokia Canyon at full speed. I saw more and more wheat stalks scattered on the road. Follow the straw on the ground. Come to a dark and deep cavern. Jin Xiuhui is finally confirmed. This is a plot from the novel. The Dungeon of Rough Elon. This is the base of the Dark Magister Lu Phylan. Haver at the beginning of the novel. Trigger this scenario. Jin Xiuhui was angry at this person who smashed me and dared to touch me. See that Lao Tzu does not tear him apart. This dynamic is clearly fraught with danger. Haver asked him to wait outside. He's going to go in and find out for himself. Who knew that he had just walked 2 steps into the hole? The magic trap was triggered. Jin Xiuhui grabbed him by the collar from behind, dragged backwards sharply. The next second, the ground exploded. Jin Xiuhui put on a sarcastic and educational face. "Dear Mr. Haver, are you a knight? Didn't you think there would be a magic trap? Well, such a thing." These words put the honest and kind Ha. Team 4 was speechless. How could Jin Xiuhui be so smart to guess that there was a trap? Just because he knew the plot of the novel in advance. In the novel, Haver is entering a cave. Heavy on the first trap, Hadron props up the scarred body and sneaks into the dungeon. When Haver found the hang of it, safely avoided all the traps behind it. At this time, Jin Xiuhui reminded Haver. Didn't you just say that? Is the flow of mana around here abnormal? Now, here it is. You perceive it carefully. Normally, the concentration of mana in the air is fixed. Then where there are magic traps, it is sure that a high concentration of magic will be condensed. The clever Haver knows a thing. Next, Juggernaut transforms into a humanoid minesweeper. Avoid every trap with precision. Jin Xiuhui followed. Marvel at the performance of the radar, which is really good. Haver is exploring his way forward, is also silently calculating his little 99 in his heart, something that happens multiple times in a row. Even a fool should understand that the young master is not normal. What's more, it is the sword Saint Haver of the dragon and phoenix among people. He had a particularly strong feeling. Although Master Lloyd always used to lie, and the mouth is hard to fool, but he's interested in what's happening now, and what will happen in the future. It's all clear. But how did the young master do it? I couldn't feel the magic of him at all, or special energy. It's useless to think too much. Let's take another look. After all, the most important thing now is to rescue the trapped soldiers. Makister live ilan. I'm intently flipping through the magic book. The magic trap is triggered to create strong fluctuations. You guess someone had come in? Probably to rescue the kidnapped person. After a trap is triggered, there is no movement. It is speculated that most of the people who came were dead. He put down the magic book in his hand. Go to the door of the dungeon and open the door to see. There are 5 test boats inside, ready to start the final trial. Young and strong soldiers were imprisoned for many days. The body is already weak and weak. Lu Filan grabbed the person closest to him by the hair. Drag out of the dungeon. Then he threw it into the ground. A magic circle of blood. The death scythe in his hand glowed with thick blood. The grip of the knife was then raised in the air. Just at the critical moment that is about to fall, a stray voice sounded behind him. Smash the man who dares to touch me. Don't you want to live? Haver was seen walking ahead with a sword in one hand. The new builder carried a shovel and followed closely. The two of them walked towards Lu Filan at the same time. It was our bastard who spoke just now. Lu Filan was shocked, though. The two were able to avoid hundreds of traps, came to him unscathed. But the reaction time is just as fast. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and used his magic. 2-2. The iron wall that was half a meter high in the back smashed down from above. Kim Xiuhui and Haver. The front and back gamblers circled it. What was about to happen after Jin Xiuhui knew? Take a deep breath. Quickly avoid breathing. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of gas was sprayed from the surrounding walls. Lu Filan was happy on the other side. Imagine 2 more sacrifices. Because these hypnotic gases can even hypnotize elephants. Not to mention 2 ordinary people. But he didn't know. Jin Xiuhui is about to shatter his dreams. At the same time as Jin Xiuhui turned on the scanning skill, it also opens up the energetic skills. Wonderful. Here are 2 skills for new partners to popularize. The scan skill can see through up to 5 meters. There is no limit to the time of use. Energetic. You cannot feel tired in 10 minutes, but it can only be used once a day. Time was of the essence, and he couldn't avoid it for too long. Pick up the shovel and dig it with a snap. Kim Xiuhui knows according to the plot of the novel. These are just hypnotic gases. However, in order to treat insomnia. Basically, I take hypnotic drugs as a meal every day. So there is no need to remind him at all. Because of all the hypnotics, nothing is valid against Haver. Haver looked at the young master, skillfully burrowing like a gopher. It's not sparse. Prepare to write down the joke in a small notebook. Find an opportunity to spread the word for him. Jin Xiuhui dug the rat hole into the iron gate. Directly below the ground, the thug is to let Haver come over. The 2 cooperate tacitly. Haver jumped into the bottom of the hole to take Kim Xiuhui's place. A new method of blasting with a special move. A sword pierced into the earth. Smug Lu Fei. Long was waiting for the two to be brought down. Suddenly, the ground erupted in fierce flames. The hard ground is covered by this energy. A big hole was blown up. A moment later, from the mouth of the cave stretched out the hand of a miserable white saint. Immediately, Jin Xiuhui leaned out of his upper body, like a dead zombie crawling out of a hole, said angrily to Lu Filan in front of him, "Boy, are you ready to die? Do you want to know how to make money?" The person's lust for money. It's already at the level of the human ceiling. His younger brother was kidnapped. The first thing after catching the kidnappers, ask the other party for compensation first. Lu Filan didn't expect such a monster to exist in the world. A hypnotic gas that can bring down an elephant. The other party turned out to be immune. As a magician, absolutely not be this kind of body. A strong, perverted spirit. Don't dare to use killer alkali directly in hidden means. Both hands condensed the strongest method and slapped at the ground. The ground under your feet. In an instant, a blood-colored six-pointed star town was formed. A deep roar. The roar of the earth shaking and the mountains shook. A giant two-headed monster crawls out of the circle. This is Lu Filan's whole card current affairs ghost. Ruffilon captures living people to test the art of resurrection, although it never worked out. But in the summary of many failures, studied the primary magic of the undead. I have to say that Lu Filan is a magical genius. Simple manipulation of corpses from the beginning to make zombies. Until now, he has summoned a powerful stone lion ghost. Step by step, he deviated from the art of resurrection to the undead. Summon a giant stone lion ghost. Suddenly intercepted in front of the two. The muscles of the stone lion ghost ball burned like a hill. A tough outer skin of a variety of organisms. Patchwork stitches. The subcutaneous veins are clearly raised. And it keeps beating. I don't know what kind of fluid is flowing in the blood vessels. The hideous heads kept roaring. The viscous anterior lobe drips down the corners of the mouth. The moment it touched the ground, there was a thud. Puffs of white smoke rise. Jin Xiuhui knew that this monster was not right. According to the plot description of the novel, this monster Haver, who was wounded at the time, was in a bitter battle. Haver stumbles upon his weakness. Barely defeated him. Jin Xiuhui just wanted to remind Havers that he was a ghost. The weakness is the legs. Haver was already jumping high and high. Then he slashed with his sword in both hands. The flaming blade brings up a fiery dragon. Originally, Haver fused the principles of blasting into swordsmanship. Use a new skill to blast and slash. The blade of the sword is draped over the sure ghost. On a steely body, cut from the top of the head to two plump Q-elastic hip plates. Silky smooth and unobstructed. It's like a thin piece of paper being split in two. Such terrifying, destructive power. It plunged Lu Filan into despair. He knew he was done. Jin Xiuhui was also shocked, because Haver in the novel doesn't know this swordsmanship at all. In the mouth opening of the onlookers, Sword Saint Haver's body landed lightly, and it was common to return to the bridge. The wound after the sure ghost was dissected was as smooth as a mirror. And it's still burning. The obstacles have been removed. The two looked at Haver, the bereaved dog in front of them. Wami stepped back. Leave the rest to the young master to decide. Jin Xiuhui carried a shovel. Squat down and say you kidnapped my soldier. This caused my construction schedule to be delayed by several weeks. How are you going to compensate me? Lu Filan wanted to live, so she had to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Jin Xiuhui didn't want to listen to such useless nonsense. Said impatiently, I just want to know how you can compensate me. Lu Filan said hurriedly, the power-ups here are all worth a lot of money. I'll give it all to you. Haver rescued the trapped soldiers. Said to Jin Xiuhui, young master, the soldiers, though weak, but there is no danger to life. Jin Xiuhui promised to know. Then he interrogated Lu Filandeo. They could starve to death in a few days. What are you going to do to them? Lu Filan said tremblingly. I'm working on how to resurrect the dead. Jin Xiuhui said with disdain that you are an idiot. How the dead are raised. Even if he is resurrected, he will not be the same person. Lu Filan said after a moment of silence. I want to resurrect my wife and children who have passed away. This answer surprised Jin Xiuhui. Ruffilon went on to explain that I was a magician. In the City of Lords, I live an ordinary life with my family. Life is uneventful, but very happy. The Lord I serve covets the beauty of my wife. Once the Lord sent me out on a mission, on a stormy night with lightning and thunder. While I'm not at home, the Lord pushed open the door of my wife's room and took him. I went home and found out what had happened. Unable to resist the Lord's interpretation. Prepare to flee with your family. This is Jin Xiuhui interrupting him. Enough is enough. Tell me about it. I'm not interested in your story. If anyone else had heard what had happened to Lu Filan, you may be touched by him. But as a modern traverser, and he has been working at the bottom for many years, Jin Xiuhui has his own independent opinions. He hates this kind of bullying the soft and afraid of the hard the most. The act of oneself is powerless to resist the power, but inflicts pain on the weak. Jin Xiuhui questioned Lu Filan. You sacrificed hundreds of innocent lives. He resurrected his wife and children. Will they be able to accept it with peace of mind after they are resurrected? That stone lion ghost. It was made from a lot of mutilated people. They also have families of their own. There's also a happy life. It doesn't matter to you, does it? Is it because you are pitiful? No matter how much you quibble. You ruined people who were as happy as you were. You're a serial killer. Jin Xiuhui turned around. Say as you go. I'll bring someone to remove the power-ups next time. If you continue to harm others, I won't forgive you anymore. Lu Fei. Lon didn't expect the other party to let go of himself so easily. Hurriedly kowtowed to express gratitude. Kim Xiuhui made up the plot of the reminiscence novel. Haver ultimately chose to spare Ruffilon. But Lu Filan not only did not repent. On the contrary, it has intensified. Maiming more people. Reinvent yourself to become an entangled villain. And he has played Haver many times. Jin Xiuhui knew this. Still choose to turn around and leave. It's because he needs a reason. Lu Filan saw Jin Xiuhui's flawed reserves. His eyes suddenly became fiercely controversial. This is a good opportunity to turn defeat into victory. What stupid kindness. The winner is king. Then quickly condensed the magical energy in his hands. You smiled and flew towards Jin Xiuhui. Jin Xiuhui is like an unpredictable prophet. Turning to look at him, he said, Why do you have to choose a dead end? Lu Filan looked at the man in front of her in shock. This moment, he had a feeling of being seen through by the other party. It was the last image he ever saw in his life. Haver turned and drew his knife and slashed in one go. Jin Xiuhui looked at the head flying high. Only he himself understands that Haver is too kind. He didn't want to lower Haver's favorability. So, Haver needs to be given a reason to draw his sword. In fact, the moment he turned around has already doomed Lu Filan's end. Jin Xiuhui recalled his past experiences. He used to earn a living by doing odd jobs on construction sites in order to survive. Construction workers are physically demanding jobs and are poorly paid. Therefore, highly educated and highly cognitive talents are unwilling to do it. It is often a low level of education. People who can't find a job in their grades. I was forced to do this job. There is a mixture of dragons and snakes on the construction site. Everybody. When he first arrived at the construction site, there was a worker who bullied him a lot. He chooses to avoid contradictions every time. He simply thought that this would be the way to keep it. Live in peace. In exchange, the result is that the other party has intensified. Look at the arrogant appearance of the other party. Finally, I couldn't help it. He clenched his fists and punched him. Punch after punch retaliates against the other party, venting his anger. After this incident passed, it was exchanged for the respect of the other party. From then on, He understood a truth. There is no such peaceful coexistence in this world. In this class of human society, layered groups, if you don't show your opponent what you're made of, how can the other party put you in an equal position? Once there is an asymmetry in strength, the stronger side will use a variety of means. Nip the crisis in the bud. If you can make things simple, who will have nothing to do and raise tigers for trouble? Give the villain a chance to continue to be evil. It's ridiculous. Keep an eye out for such a cute summoning bug. In addition to being coquettish and cute, I play with you. You can also transform into a lake porter. After rescuing the soldiers, Jin Xiuhui led the team back to the tribe of Grants. The soldiers were imprisoned for many days and were extremely weak. This made Jin Xiuhui very worried. Then it stopped. Say to the soldier behind you, I think you're going to faint. Give me your luggage. How about soldiers? I'm embarrassed to let the young master work. Quickly refuse Jin Xiuhui's kindness. Jin Xiuhui said impatiently, if you faint, not only do I have to carry luggage, but I also have to carry it. You don't hurry up and give it to me. And all of you, give me your luggage. The soldiers wanted to fight for it again, but was blocked by Jin Xiuhui's subsequent words. That's an order. Kim Xiuhui packed all his luggage together. Impatiently said from now on, talking nonsense, the guy deducts the bonus. Jin Xiuhui's actions brought tears to the eyes of the soldiers. No nobleman had ever been so kind to the commoners. From this moment on, young Master Lloyd in the minds of the soldiers. It is their trusted and followable leader. At this time, the system told Jin Xiuhui, the soldiers are immensely grateful to you. They will trumpet your virtues. Do you feel a great sense of accomplishment? Jin Xiuhui said with a luggage of 5 people on his back. Whether it's fake or not, the system's vigorous singing of merit and virtue made him very depressed. I am tired of telling the system that I have a sense of accomplishment. Don't be funny. I don't need something that can't be exchanged for money. Jin Xiuhui took workers and thermal insulation materials. Returned safely to the Giver tribe. The follow-up construction materials of the stone ice warehouse are guaranteed. Meantime, the construction of the main structure was also quickly completed. The stone vault is a semi-basement. Protrude from the ground and leave a small door to enter and exit. The roof is covered with thick soil for thermal insulation. The roof itself is arched. On this day, Arash came to visit the soldiers' depot. The city's Arash told Jin Xiuhui, it's only a little cooler than outside. Meat will still spoil. This will lead to the loss of our muscles. Jin Xiuhui smiled and said that it was only a half-finished product now, because there is no ice yet. Arash wondered how hot the wilderness was. How can there be ice cubes? Jin Xiuhui replied with a smile. If you don't have it, you can do it. Arash then asked how to do it. Xiuhui always said with a polite smile, do whatever you can. Arash looked at Jin Xiuhui's smile. The more I look at it, the more weak I feel. The system puts Arash. The true thoughts of the heart hit the screen. I'm not going to bring a liar back. Deliberately. The story of the Ant-Mon in the future will not also be fake. The deliberate system then told Kim Xiuhui, arrows aren't as stupid as you think. Jin Xiuhui kept smiling on his face. I'm terribly upset. In his heart, he yelled at the system and said that he was dead. I didn't think that way. He is a precious wrongdoer in my heart. It's the customer who is wrong. Honest. The kind-hearted arrow felt that it was wrong to doubt his benefactor. Some embarrassed to say goodbye and leave. After Arash is gone, Haver asked Kim Xiuhui, how are you going to make ice cubes? Jin Xiuhui instantly broke out in a cold sweat, yes. How the hell am I going to make ice cubes? Haver didn't expect the young master to have no plan. Immediately questioned Jin Xiuhui angrily. You sign a contract without a solution. Are you trying to scam? But Jin Xiuhui's next words shocked him. Jin Xiuhui said calmly, Mr. Haver, do you know what are the characteristics of unsuccessful people? They always say this way doesn't work, that doesn't work. They will find reasons why everything doesn't work. and then try nothing. In the end, I chose to give up. And successful people are the opposite. They will act first, and then try to end it by all means. This is the spirit of reformers and entrepreneurs. Good fellows say impassioned. I move myself. If he doesn't do live broadcasts and bring goods, it's a waste of his eloquence. Haber did not agree with Kim's remarks. Silence on the lips, but I was thinking about it in my heart. If it's all young masters, this is the way it is. Losers. I think it's 1,000 times more than the number of successful people. But what Haber didn't expect was this. Although not everyone can succeed, but successful people. It must have been killed from 1,000 people. The bright moon hangs high in the night sky. Like a beacon, bring a touch of light to the dark night. Jin Xiuhui is in a secluded and uninhabited place. Think of solutions on your own. First of all, a large mold is needed to set the shape. Let Little Buten and Little Bell go to the lake. Bring the water over and pour it in. The next step is to freeze the water into ice. But what is the principle of icing magic? I'm in my daily mana absorption training. I felt it. The natural world is a mixture of different natures. Magicians are supposed to use their own magical powers. Absorb the magic of a certain attribute in nature. This allows for the magic of using a single attribute. That's how magic works. Just figure this out. Jin Xiuhui. Although it is not possible to invoke a property mana arbitrarily, but he has his own method. The next day, Jin Xiuhui first asked the craftsman to make the actual mold. Then let the gigantic Little Buten and the Little Bells bring water from the lake. Fill the mold. The inner walls of the mold have been covered with licorice and fixed. It is convenient to remove the ice cubes from the mold and refine the oyster pulp later. Reach into the water and feel the magic of the water. The ability to absorb magic using Aslan star magic absorbs the warm mana of the water, and then the icy mana remains. Although figured out the principle, but in practice, it is still difficult to succeed. Haber watched Jin Xiuhui fail again and again. From the original disagreement with the young master's nonsense. At the moment, things are quietly changing. Right now, the affairs of the outside world have nothing to do with Jin Xiuhui. He intently absorbed the warm magic of the water. A chill gradually rose on the mold. A system prompt appeared in Jin Xiuhui's mind. You have developed an innovative application of the Aslan star method. Aslan star law upgraded to double ring. Level 2. It took him a few days to complete the ice-making work. Then invite Arash and the team leader to inspect the sail. As soon as the two of them entered the stone ice vault, their whole bodies trembled. Then he looked in amazement at the neatly laid ice in front of him. Nugget Xiuhui raised his hand to tap the ice. It implies that the ice cubes are real and very strong. Then he said that the problem of ice cubes was solved. The rest only needs to be indoors and outdoors, separately covered with thermal insulation. The stone ice vault is completely completed. The group leader and Arash cheered excitedly. You don't have to throw meat in the future. Lone doesn't have to go hunting every day. Lonely one, everyone called over to take a look. As a commemoration of today's burning of 3 chickens. Lone Jin Xiuhui glanced at Haver arrogantly. He pointed to the neatly stacked ice cubes, as if asking, act first? How entrepreneurial spirit is in the end. Haver waved his hands on the probe, as if to answer, well, you won. Have a 3-meter-tall bodybuilder as a bodyguard. What is it like? The male protagonist greeted politely in a soft voice. The other party was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The stone freezer project ended perfectly. Jin Xiuhui not only got 120 workers. At the same time, he gained the friendship of the human race. Kind and simple people. It's not just a straightforward way to express gratitude. The full sense of ritual is also unique. Patriarch Akush said to Jin Xiuhui sincerely, thank you very much for your help to us. Ancient One, I just killed the clan. Akush made a pact to the human Lloyd. From this moment on, the lone one-gang killer will fight with the human Lloyd. The Frontrau family formed a blood alliance. Lonely at this time, all the orcs roared and turned sideways at the same time. Shows off solid back muscles and thick arms. Will, wild and unrestrained momentum and the confidence to immediately trek the mountain. It is vividly displayed. Patriarch Akush continued. Flantrau is our friend. The enemy of Flantrau is our enemy. If they're in danger, we're always on hand to help. Then, a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of Jin Xiuhui. Open up new races. The orcs became your friends. Increasing the orcs' friendship grants RP. This time, a special reward of 100 RP points will be issued. Currently holds 611 RP points. Receiving an RP reward unexpectedly made Kim Xiuhui very happy. Followed by the orcs and shouted long live the Gangsin clan. Jin Xiuhui led the team on the journey back. After a long journey, reached the barony. When 120 green-skinned, muscular hunks walked into the village. The inhabitants of the territory were terrified, because in human cognition, receiving people is a symbol of terror, even if it is a man who was informed of the news by Jin Xiuhui in advance. After Lord actually met the orcs, or the whole person is scared to be in place. Jin Xiuhui saw the reaction of the villagers. I'm going to write a day to appease the people. The soldier who followed Kim Xiuhui back. Defeat the Dark Magister with Jin Xiuhui. As well as the feat of rescuing the soldiers, it spread. The system rewarded Jin Xiuhui with 300.2 horses again. It currently holds 911.2 horses. Jin Xiuhui will be subject to the Terrans. The gym equipment was handed over to the Baron. Then in the room, to study the incitement from Lu Filan. Movement brings back a magic item. Haver asked the young master, is there anything that can be exchanged for money? Jin Xiuhui looked at the magic book and replied, I'm going to see if it works before I sell it. The voice did not fall. A magic leaped into his eyes. He picked up the magic book and ran out. And as I ran, I said I was going to the mines. Jin Xiuhui is holding a magic book. Rush all the way to the entrance of the mine. Inside the mine, he shouted Toldes, where are Tolds? Then, Tords took the initiative to come to Jin Xiuhui. Are you looking for me? Myoza briefly tells the previous plot. Tolds is a fraud lawyer. After being caught by Jin Xiuhui, forced to sign a 520-year contract of sale, Jin Xiuhui panted. He patted Tords on the shoulder. Good news, good news. Do you remember what our contract was about? You'll have to work for me for 520 years. Tolds replied with black lines on his face. Jin Xiuhui said happily, that's not possible. That kind of clause is half-truth, but you don't have to worry about it anymore. It is written here to turn the corpse into a stone lion. The method of the devil's calling. Tolds was utterly desperate. Now, even if he's dead, this bully won't let him go. Jin Xiuhui said happily. Such, you'll be able to work for 520 years. Be happy, be excited. Am I the only one who is happy? Give me a smile. Tolds thought he wasn't dead yet. Tears of happiness were crawling on his face in an instant. Jin Xiuhui playfully gestured to Uya. Come on, I'm optimistic about you. The system compliments the Lord of Hell for your character. I'm going to hire you. Jin Xiuhui said that you were so annoying. I didn't do anything bad. Then he happily jumped out of the mine. Jin Xiuhui returned to the mansion to discuss something with the Baron, but he was nowhere to be found. A maid came over and told him, the Baron is entertaining guests at the event. Kim Xiuhui asked who it was. Maid, tell him that he is Mr. Sero and Mr. Mitloff. Jin Xiuhui was stunned at first, and then suddenly swooped. This expression startled the maid next to her. It seems that most of the people are going to be unlucky again. Baron's reception room. The two lenders arrogantly persecuted the Baron. You know that too. Our rule is to get your principal back in one lump sum. But this time you will be given special attention. allows you to repay only 10% of your principal. And you need to take ownership of the mine. Transfer to us. The Baron was silent with a sad face. He didn't want to sell the mine, because the mine is already on track. It provides a lot of income every day. Then there was a knock on the door. Jin Xiuhui's voice came from the Baron outside. "I'm Lloyd. Can I go in?" The Baron is not stupid either, knowing that Lloyd is here to save the day. "Okay, come in." Jin Xiuhui smiled a friendly smile when he came in. It's like seeing a loved one you haven't seen for years. It's been a long time since you've seen each other. "How are you doing lately?" The fat man hurriedly lifted the invitation he had prepared in advance. "Say we have an invitation. Don't try to threaten us anymore. Get out of here." Jin Xiuhui hurriedly said no. Then he said with a smile on his face, "I've heard your good ideas outside. I'd like to give you a plan, okay?" The fat man shook his fat face, pouted, and said, "I don't want to listen to your plan." Jin Xiuhui didn't seem to hear the fat man's words. "Talk to yourself. We will pay off the debt little by little later. So please reduce the interest rate after that." Jin Xiuhui's words made the fat man anxious. "I said I didn't want to hear it. Why are you still talking?" "Shut up," said with a smile on his face. "You can make random proposals." "I can't do it. It's a bit of a bully." Jin Xiuhui's voice just fell. A green-skinned, muscular hunk walked into the room. Arash stood behind Jin Xiuhui, said angrily, "How dare you bully my brother Lloyd?" Two lenders see the orcs that suddenly appear. "I was so scared that my pants were wet," Arash said with a gloomy face. "You two look delicious. Especially this fat man must be full of oil and water when baked." Ding Xiuhui hurriedly played a round field and said, "Oh no, two distinguished guests. This man is my good brother Arash. He's very kind, don't be afraid. What do you think of my plan? If you reject my plan, I'm going to be very sad. My brother Arash will be angry too. His afternoon tea today. I haven't eaten it yet." A moment later, two put straps. The man ran out of the Baron's mansion with a stream of urine. "I don't want to see a bastard again." Jin Xiuhui held the steel-signed agreement in his hand. "I actually want to pay off the debt. But then we would be committing a crime. Now they're hiding. It's much better for us." Now the underfloor heating project continues to expand. Coal mining is also well underway. The debt should be paid off quickly. Kim Xiuhui handed over the new agreement to the Baron. "Take care of it yourself." Then he said that there is a more troublesome matter now. It would be terrible if it wasn't worked out. The amount of food eaten by the average person is 10 times that of the average person. 120 recipients are equivalent to 1,200 ordinary people. Their meal costs are no joke. If we continue like this, we may be in debt again. Hear what Kim Xiuhui has to say. A burst of meaning welled up in the Baron's mind. "Look at this cute little chubby mound. The first thing that came into the world. It's a big hole for the new owner. What kind of hatred is there between them?" And soon the gang formed a faction and led the team. The Baron didn't expect the orcs to be so able to eat. Jin Xiuhui saw the Baron's face, knowing his worries about financial pressure. Then the events of these days. Simple evil to inform the Baron. Orcs are the best miners. This can be determined from the inundation yield in these days. Ordinary workers, just working to make ends meet. But the orcs are not like them. Orcs versus mining. It's almost obsessively fanatical. Such an incident happened the day before yesterday. A soldier anxiously called Jin Xiuhui to the mine. Pointing at an orc, he said in a loud voice, "Master Lloyd, it's the orc. It's been 24 hours straight." Jin Xiuhui shouted an order to the soldiers next to him. "Pull him out for me. He will not be allowed to enter the mine until tomorrow." 5. It was only the sturdy soldiers who barely dragged the orcs. The orc yelled anxiously, "I didn't want to rest. Intentionally, I want to build muscles." Deliberately, orcs use unimaginable physical strength and a craze for building muscle. Increase the production of nicotinace by a factor of 10. A tribal society that was subsisted by hunting. Money doesn't need to be circulating to get around, so they can work for free. The only requirement is to have a full meal. But this is a serious problem, because they are so edible. Jin Xiuhui continued. In order to solve the problem of eating for the orcs, we need to raise taxes dramatically. Then use the money to buy meat for the orcs to eat. Take into account the productivity of submerged. This investment is definitely worth it. The Baron said to Jin Xiuhui, I understand what you mean, but the inhabitants of the territory were not wealthy in the first place. I can't raise taxes anymore. Please fix it and explain that you misunderstood me. There is no bottom line to increase the tax rate, which is squeezing and plundering. It will only inhibit the work of the people. Motivation and willingness to spend create a vicious circle. On the contrary, it will make taxes lower. After all, the income is the same. There is less and less money in the pocket. Who would dare to spend money on something so easily? The Baron asked how you wanted to increase your taxes. Jin Xiuhui replied, just let the people of the territory make more money. Then say the plan that you have already thought of. The Mares wetlands in the north of the territory have been abandoned for many years. We turn this land into farmland. Distribute it to the residents. As long as you work hard, you can become rich, without affecting the consumption of hospitals by residents. If you are raising some tax rates, our taxes are going to increase dramatically. After Kim Xiuhui promised to turn the wetland into farmland, the Baron finally agreed to Kim Xiuhui's plan. The next day, Jin Xiuhui came to the Mares wetland to investigate. The depth of the water is already close to the knee. The situation on the scene was more than expected. It's worse, but he still has to work hard to get it done. Jin Xiuhui used the data collected by the survey. Make a sand table according to a certain proportion. Such a complex terrain is most afraid of rain and waterlogging. So the first task is to solve the problem of natural drainage. Jin Xiuhui adjusted the sand table model again and again, failure after failure. Then repeat the adjustment again and again. Days of sleeplessness, exhausting the body to the limit. The Baron had come to see him a few times, but it never bothered him to think. Baron looked at Jin Xiuhui, who was engaged in research without distraction, talking to oneself once upon a time. I hate him so much, was already disheartened with him, but now he's miraculously changed. Do all your best for the territory and for the family. Haver agreed with the Baron. You're right. The current young Master Lloyd. It's about taking responsibility for what you say, and people who will definitely not give up. The system prompts Jin Xiuhui. The Baron's opinion of you increases. You get 20.2 horses. It currently holds 931.2 horses. Hard work pays off. Jin Xiuhui finally successfully tested the drainage model. A wide canal was excavated along the perimeter of the wetland. The interior of the wetland varies according to the elevation, split into different chunks. The water from each block is then discharged into the periphery separately. Canal at this time. Kim Xiuhui has already thought about increasing taxes. Golden coins are flying all over the sky. And after paying off foreign debts, the retirement life of living in the secret is gone. Problem solving can finally relax. At this time, a system prompt suddenly appears. Your energy has a huge impact on skill design. You've developed a new configuration skill. Jin Xiuhui looked at the system panel and muttered to himself. Configure the skill 3 simulation mode. According to the measured data, it will be operated in a fictional space and simulated. After reading the instructions, enter the practical operation stage. After the skill is activated, you can think of a 3-dimensional model in your mind, projected out of thin air. You can adjust the coordinates of the model by hand. Next, the ability calculates and infers the adjusted result. If it fails, the reason for the failure and specific data will be given. Jin Xiuhui suddenly became furious. Can't you have given me something so good sooner? It made me suffer for a month. The system replied slyly. Didn't you say you could handle it yourself? And there is only wisdom that can be comprehended alone. To evolve into a skill, this is a characteristic that arises according to your wishes. Jin Xiuhui calmed down. Asked when I first came to this world. You also mentioned wishes or something. But I still don't understand. What does my desire have to do with coming into this world? I just want to graduate from college without a hitch. You can get into a good company by taking a few qualifications. You don't have to worry about money. The system tells him that that's just your goal. Desire is a stronger expectation that transcends time and space. Jin Xiuhui patted the dust on his body at this time. Say since you're starting to. There's no need for us to talk. Then call out Little Budong and Little Bell. Stroked the two cuties and said, let's go meet new people. Direct access to the vast Mares wetlands. Far away, at the foot of the mountain, in the afterglow of the setting sun. The surface of the water reflects the golden glow like a mirror. Jin Xiuhui took Xiao Budong and Xiao Ling. The bell came to the edge of the wetland. Said to himself, the first step in the Mares reclamation project. We need to put the wetlands inside. All the water is drained. This sentence put the little Budong on the shoulder, and the little bell was scared silly. The two hairy children remembered that they had the lake in their mouths. The water helped Jin Xiuhui make ice cubes. Is it necessary to clean up so much water this time? Xiao Budong waved his little hand desperately. Indicates that the work is too difficult. Jin Xiuhui smiled and said, don't be afraid. I know you two do this. It's a bit hard, so I'm going to smoke another one now. Jin Xiuhui's swap system opens the lottery bar. This draw turned out to be 100.2 horses. It looks like it will increase by 1.5 times with each draw. Jin Xiuhui pressed the lottery button. I hope to draw one who can become big and escape the water. He thought that Pu Tsong would still be on the ground with his face after coming out. It turned out to be too close. Fantasy Pu flew out of the magic circle statically. Bang him in the face. The nosebleed erupts uncontrollably into a ball. After jumping a few times, he stopped. A little chubby Dun happily looked up at the new owner. He kept shouting Hama. Jin Xiuhui stared at the little guy in front of him. I guessed that it was a hippopotamus drinking water. Little Budong and Little Bell. Introduce yourself to your new partner. Hama Jr. also introduced himself to them. The three little ones quickly became friends. Happy playing in circles. Jin Xiuhui said sorry to Little Hama. Excuse me. Can you show me your instruction manual? Little Hama spat a ball out of his mouth. Saliva-covered paper. Jin Xiuhui looked at the instructions for use of the wet data. When I saw that the instructions said to eat melons. When the child cannot be enlarged. His face changed immediately. Then he looked at Little Hama with disgust on his face. In my mind, I already decided that most of them were useless things. Pay attention to this innocent and cute chubby. Many days are about to be disgusted by the owner. Not only did the eldest sister of the gang fight for him, and the big brother and sister went on strike at the same time to defend his rights. Jin Xiuhui looked at Little Hama with disgust. Little Hama happily awaited the master's compliment. After a moment of silence, Jin Xiuhui said to the system to help me pop up the lottery case. I'm going to draw it again. Hear the words of the host. Little Hama was struck by lightning. The system told Jin Xiuhui that he could only draw once a day. Jin Xiuhui complained about what this is called. What a waste of my time. Little Hama was aggrieved. Cried Xiao Budong's comforting hug. Remembered that he was disgusted like this for the first time. Xiao Budong is also very aggrieved. Little Bell angrily accused Jin Xiuhui of being excessive. The bastard broke the hearts of 3 little babies. Jin Xiuhui explained, you also know, the next thing to do needs to be big. Little Hama is too small to help. Little Budong and Little Bell don't want to listen to the bad guy's nonsense. Direct threat of strike. Little Hama watched his 2 new friends support him so much. I was so moved that I was about to cry. Face the terrifying threat of two little babies. Jin Xiuhui made a reluctant compromise. Then he casually asked, "Okay, little Hama, what are your skills?" "I guess the most I can do is hand over a flower." Little Hama told Kim Xiuhui. His skill is a mouthful. The name of this skill intrigued Jin Xiuhui. "Can you take a sip of water?" Little Hama nodded to confirm that it was okay. Jin Xiuhui then asked how much water you could stuff. Little Hama shook the only fur. "Slap belly." Tell Jin Xiuhui that it's the size of his belly. The more Jin Xiuhui thought about it, the more strange it became. It's like every time you need something, you can draw out anything, and it's a little too good. So Hama walked shyly towards the shore. "Get ready to show off your skills. Then lie down on the shore and start drinking." Jin Xiuhui, looking at little Hama's slightly larger body. "I'm not sure if I'm dazzled." Little Hama's body grew like a balloon. The fine puff of the big-ass top is unsteady on his feet, gradually retreating. The little water left gathered together. Little Hama smothered into the ground. By this time, the ground had largely dried up. Only a few small puddles remain. The muddy ground is dotted with several unlucky fish. It kept bouncing. Jin Xiuhui didn't expect it. Little Hama's mouthful was so violent. Such a large pond. Take the pump and pump it well. I didn't expect it for a few days. After a while, he was drunk by little Hama. Xiao Boidong and Xiao Bell looked at Jin Xiuhui proudly. It's like saying that you're looking at the horses. Jin Xiuhui asked the system out of the corner of his eyes. I said, "Mr. System, is this really a random draw? How can it be so coincidental every time? Draw the skills I need." The system is not responsible for fooling him. Usually when you turn around and go to another world, everyone will bring the ability to hang up. But not only is your fate tragic, the conditions are also unfavorable. So you're 8 out of 8%. Lottery luck, this kind of awesome ability. Of course, it could be for some other reason. Jin Xiuhui looked at this big flicker. I took all the other party's words just now as a fart. At this time, little Hama asked Jin Xiuhui, "Do you still need to drink it?" His stomach wasn't full yet. Jin Xiuhui happily said, "Don't worry. Tomorrow you'll be left with an all-you-can-drink finish." When the sun rises again in the east, reclamation work in Mares officially began. The first step is to get little Hama to drink the water from the wetlands. Then go to the potato pulp. When the volume becomes smaller, come back and repeat the operation. Step 2. Have workers remove weeds and trash from the ground. Step 3 is for Haver to impress with his blasting skills. Step 4. Insert bamboo into the hole created by the blast. The inside of the bamboo is filled with bamboo joints in advance. Step 5. Use coarse sand to fill the hole and make a yarn pile. Then the Huttun was crushed by the Hastaloy Foundation. Step 6. After groundwater infiltration into Bamboo Creek management, little Hama went to take another sip. Step 7. Build the embankment. Simulation patterns were developed as a result of design skills. Jin Xiuhui will be embankment. The anti-scheme is more refined. Firm finally completed an area after 10 days. Jin Xiuhui made a post-completion summary of the first area. We still have a long way to go. Need to continue to suffer. But wait until all the work is done. It's everyone's bonus party. Hectic work. Time flies. Haver looked at it with emotion. Land that was once abandoned. Now it's really farmland. But the thing that confused him the most was, I don't know since when, he actually helped the young master with the construction as a matter of course. Even forgot about the sword in his hand. When did it turn into a shovel? The new repairer ran towards him with a bag in his hand. Haver is the seed. You plant over there and give it a try. Haver tried to argue that I was a knight. Why should I, Jin Xiuhui, not wait for him to finish? That's how you can get rid of the pests. Please protect our territory. Knight-sama. Haver naturally took the seed and waited for it to be said. Got it. Haver depressedly sowed the seeds, as the young master asked. Cheer himself up silently in his heart. You are dead by him again. Next time, you must resolutely refuse him. Then the Baron's voice sounded behind him. I didn't expect this wetland to really become farmland. The Baron and the lady approached him. The Baron then went on to warn me. Possible. All the inhabitants of the territory are of the same mind. It's truly a miracle. Jin Xiuhui, who was patrolling the embankment. Suddenly, you receive a system prompt. All members of the territory are all amazed at the miracles you have created. Based on your social contributions, a large number of second batches of rewards will be issued. Awarded 450.2 horses. It currently holds 1,281.2 horses. Under the careful care of Haver, the seeds that were planted in the first place. Now there is a growing trend of joyful support. Haver watched the little life thrive. For the first time, I felt a sense of accomplishment in farming and the expectation of a bountiful harvest. Jin Xiuhui sat on the embankment easily, said to Haver that he just had to load the water wheel again. That's the end of it. Haver wondered what to do with the water wheel. Jin Xiuhui explained. Water trucks can pump out stagnant water after rain. Otherwise, the fields that are hard to be cultivated, it will be submerged again. Skilled workers should also be about to arrive, because the sound of horses' hooves in Roy Town came from far and near. I saw a group of people riding arrogantly on horses. Oncoming. Jin Xiuhui asked who these people were. Haver said, pointing to a white-haired curly. That one was Mara's wet. Viscount Lachna in the north. Out of the crowd came a man on horseback. Not only did they not dismount, and said to them haughtily, who is in charge of the construction site here? Haver didn't expect that. Dare someone disrespect the young master? I'm going to teach this guy a lesson right away. But he was stopped by Jin Xiuhui. Jin Xiuhui told him that he was the person in charge. The knight asked, You don't know, it's Viscount Ragnar. Land, I command you to get out of here. Face a group of bandits who have been killed halfway. How will Jin Xiuhui teach this group of fools a lesson? This man is in the midst of many doubts. Stick to a few pieces. The land of FAW that will be abandoned for hundreds of years. It becomes fertile soil. He was able to achieve epic-making greatness. It's all because of the good brothers by his side. Fight the storm with him. Jin Xiuhui faced the knight's questioning. I knew very well in my heart that what the other party said was right. Brother Merez has been abandoned for hundreds of years. No one has ever set foot on it, but from the administrative division. To the north was the fiefdom of the Viscount of Lacona. To the south is the fiefdom of Lord Frontronen. Obvious. He's just waiting for us to finish the reclamation. Come and take over the fruits of our labor. He wanted to swallow this fertile land for nothing. Dream, Jin Xiuhui asked. So self-realization means? Have we illegally encroached on your territory? Discrimination is right. Consciously have the right to administer this territory. Jin Xiuhui was really tired of the guy in front of him. Speak directly to him. You don't see it. Is it now that our aristocrats are talking to each other? Can you keep your mouth shut, you stupid magpie? One sentence blocked the discrimination. There was an instant silence all around. Jin Xiuhui is done. A gentleman said late. I am Lloyd, the eldest son of the House of Flantrau. Viscount Lachner said without anyone in his eyes. The eldest son, Lloyd, who was shallow in virtue. That's you. Call your father to beat him. I have nothing to say to you. The words of the other party are so rude. Haver was indignant. Jin Xiuhui is a scoundrel with a strong heart. How can it be affected by a sentence? Fucking the earwax, completely ignoring him. Silence fell again. There's a good saying, as long as you don't feel embarrassed. I don't feel embarrassed. The first person who can't hold his breath loses half. Viscount Lachner saw that Jin Xiuhui did not go back to find someone. Nor do they speak. Just stand in front of you and pick out the earwax. Treat him completely as air. He said a little impatiently. Didn't you hear what I said? Go and call Baron Trontrau. Jin Xiuhui continued to pick out the earwax whip. I heard the casual answer very clearly. I heard the buzzing of flies from nowhere. Then he blew his fingers gently. Viscount Lackner really thought there were flies on the side. Look around. The young knight on the side couldn't stand it. Hurry up and remind the Viscount that he was insulted by the other party. Jin Xiuhui was so stupid when he saw Lackner. I don't think it's fun to bully fools. He began to recite the laws of the kingdom like a few treasures. According to Law Number 321 of the Land Code of the Kingdom, special legislation on the reclamation of poor and sick land. Lacona has a problem with IQ self-conscious. I finally figured out that I was insulted. Just about to lose his temper, he was interrupted by Jin Xiuhui. Jin Xiuhui continued. Article 1. The purpose is to reclaim the poor land that has been characterized by long-term temperament. Establish ownership of their land. No matter how indignant Viscount Lackner was at this time, Jin Xiuhui ignored it. Always memorize the second definition of the kingdom law. The land of the poor and sick is only abandoned. More than 100 years. Land that has not been inhabited or cultivated. Jin Xiuhui just recited them one by one. Viscount Lackner's face gradually turned the color of pig liver. Cold sweat slid down her cheeks. Jin Xiuhui slowly walked towards Viscount Lackner. Squat down and grab the potato leaves. Pull the potatoes out of the soil at once. Jin Xiuhui continued. The land. Crops should have been harvested more than once. At this moment, Viscount Lackner finally panicked. He didn't expect that. Jin Xiuhui recited the law word for word. Haver was stunned. A few months ago, the young master asked him to plant the seeds in the field. And at that time it was said that the purpose was to get rid of pests. Once again, the young master knew in advance what had not happened. Jin Xiuhui happily said that you witnessed Mares Vicini's first harvest scene. I won't charge you tickets. Ha! Viscount Lackner was no longer shocked in his heart. It's a horror. It feels like this man is unpredictable in advance of the profit. Be prepared. Jin Xiuhui happily offered the potatoes in his hand. Say it's a trip for nothing. This gift is for you. Then his face instantly became fierce. Said, can you leave from our territory now? Viscount Lackner steals chickens less than 18 meters. I was angry and hateful in my heart, but there was nothing I could do. A group of fools who lack integrity came to worship and return. The only thing to gain is to be refined. Xiuhui ruthlessly trampled. Harver approached and asked, young master, where did you get the prophecy? Know in advance that they will come. Jin Xiuhui naturally said that there was no prophecy. It's just this kind of sitting. I've seen a lot of garbage. This is the enthusiastic cheers of the workers coming from behind. Long live Master Lloyd. Jin Xiuhui. I really don't get used to this feeling of being in the spotlight. Deliberately put on a vicious face and shouted goodbye. Hurry up and give me the job. On the occasion of sending summer and welcoming autumn, heavy rains are unexpected. And so on. The whole of Mercenary was shrouded in rain. Workers have found shelter from the rain. Jin Xiuhui was still sitting alone in the rain, examining Wikini, although he did Monty hundreds of times, but it must have really been through the storm, to determine if Mara's Wikini can be used. Jin Xiuhui didn't pay attention. A white lace umbrella suddenly appeared overhead, quietly shielded him from the wind and rain. Haver quietly came to his side to accompany him. Storm. The pouring rain did not destroy the Mercenary. Jin Xiuhui was finally relieved. At this time, the system keeps appearing prompts. You've made a groundbreaking construction achievement. You will be on the continent of Laoa. Make a clear footprint as a civil engineer. Rewards a large amount of skill XP. Measurement skills have been upgraded by 2 levels in a row. Design skills have been upgraded by 2 levels in a row. Everyone's opinion of you has increased. Currently holds 1,355. 2 horses. On the other side is the Viscount of Lackner. Luckner listened angrily to the administrator's report. The administrator told him, Mares Viceni came up with a relocation policy. Those who sign up can take the land for free, and 3 years of protection are granted. Correspondingly, you need to live for 5 years and cannot relocate. Viscount Lackner understood immediately. Occupants, in order to maintain their land in the remaining 2 years, will definitely take care of the land. Mares Viceni will provide a great deal of wealth. Rackner is the kind of person who sees others make money, like a person who loses money himself. What's more, half of the land was originally his. He made up his mind, and scrupulous means are also needed to grab the land. One morning a few days later, Jin Xiuhui felt a splitting headache after getting up. I don't know what the reason is, but a bunch of things await him. He still can't rest. Jin Xiuhui woke up the sleeping Haver. Unexpectedly, Haver also had a painful expression on his face. Haver said to himself strangely, it turned out to be a headache. Never before. Haver's words attracted the attention of Jin Xiuhui. When things go wrong, there must be demons. How could it be possible for both of them to have a headache at the same time? Someone must be doing something in the dark. Keep an eye out for this cute little chubby mound. Use only one skill. It holds up the hope of a territory. 12,500 tons of water of life are transported back and forth every day. Hard-nosed skills from level 1 to level 3. Jin Xiuhui and Haver found after investigation. Everyone in the village had a headache, and the animals are avoiding water. Now it's almost certain that the water source is the problem. Jin Xiuhui's knowledge of the content of the Predator Knight's novel, so that he has a lot of possession in this world. Big intelligence advantage. But since the Ammon incident, he understands the world. There is something other than fiction. Reclamation. Mares Viceni is a plot that is not present in the novel. Rackner's key. So he guessed about his understanding of human nature. In order to guard against Luckner's retaliation, he had investigated Lackner. The main income of the Lackner territory is dyeing techniques. And dyeing uses the fruit of Ladona. But it's poisonous. Jin Xiuhui spliced and sorted out all kinds of information. The clue eventually points to Rackner. The scene moves to the Baron's reception room. The young knight came to convey Luckner's mouth, threatening the Baron to transfer half of the Meresvi for sure. Otherwise, the dye wastewater will continue to be discharged. Luckner's shameless tactics infuriated the Baron, claiming to go to the court of the nobility of the kingdom to sue. But the other party didn't care at all, because even if the Baron's side wins the lawsuit, it will take at least 2 years for the verdict to be issued. But the problem of water in front of the Baron. But it is a real and urgent need. The Baron swore that he would not compromise. The other party didn't care and was ready to leave. Jin Xiuhui is here. After entering the door, he said to the Baron, the bastard next door, moved in the river. The young knight walked out from behind the door. He shouted while holding his swollen face, is this an insult to my lord? Jin Xiuhui was startled by the sudden appearance of the voice. Scream stupid. Why are you here? The young knight yelled angrily at Jin Xiuhui. Lloyd, you twice insulted the discrimination of honor. I applied a duel with you. The results can be imagined. As expected, he was beaten by Jin Xiuhui. This is stupid. Before running to the barony of Flantrau, I didn't even investigate Jin Xiuhui's experience. He doesn't get beaten. Who gets beaten? A knight was beaten with a shovel and cried, lying on the ground and begging for mercy. Jin Xiuhui only got up and took a breath a little and said, okay. I was deflated. But it's another thing for you to be unreasonable with the Baron. For the first time, the Baron felt insulted by his son. Discriminatory acts. Why is it so enjoyable? Yelled at Kim Xiuhui for Lloyd. The duel is over. Why are you still beating him? Ha! When the young knight returned to see Lacona. Lacona no longer recognized the pig's head. Who is it? And then scolded this waste. Suddenly, he discovers an unexpected bonus. Maybe it's not necessarily a bad thing for one of his knights to be beaten, because it can muddy up the whole thing. Originally, it was a unilateral black hand by himself. Now it can be said that it is. Violence among the nobility. Trials in the courts. It may take more than 4 years. Luckner's cautious thoughts. It was far away in Flantrau. Jin Xiuhui of Desperate Ridge guessed. It's really not fun to bully fools. But this fat rich fool. Send yourself to the evil whistle bowl. Bastard evil young doesn't beat him drum and suck his mouth. Jin Xiuhui. Give full play to your talent for speaking. A few easy words ignite the flame of revenge within. Evil devils. Polluting our water sources with underhanded means. Not only does it hurt our families, poison our cattle and sheep, and now we have to plunder our land. Let's crush his plot with these iron fists. Jin Xiuhui successfully introduced the name. In the follow-up plan, workers work twice as hard in order to solve the looming problem of drinking water. The first step is to build a 12,500-ton capacity water storage capacity. Stone next. Let Little Hama go upstream where there is no water pollution yet. Hang the water with a sip of skill. Carry the water of life non-stop throughout the day. Little Hama's mouthful skills. Upgrade from level 1 to level 3. Haver asked the young master worriedly. Do so. You and Little Hama won't have a day off. Jin Xiuhui replied yes. However, this is only a temporary benefit. The next step is to build the water system. From Lake Capua in the eastern mountains to our territory. Build a waterway. Haver asked. It's a lot of resources to invest in such a long distance. Kim Xiuhui affirmed Haver's idea. You're right. It's definitely going to be a loss. But I'll get it back 100 times with interest. A few months later in Ragnar's office, he is anxiously thinking about a solution to the dilemma. Matters are reported to Lloyd for an audience. Luckner roared that he wasn't available right now. Let me off. The officer's next words. Let him calm down a little. Lloyd said, You've been experiencing a headache lately. He wants to help you out. After the bastard came to the reception room, pose like a hooligan. Place one foot on the coffee table. There is no aristocratic demeanor at all. With a lewd smirk, he said oops to Ragnar. Our Viscount is really full of spring breeze. Luckner Hadron endures. Keep a gentlemanly demeanor and say what is wrong with you. I'm busy today. If you have something, say it quickly. Jin Xiuhui said, teasing with a hippie smile. Didn't your view of business tell you? I'm here to help you out. Luckner's heart was flustered and cold sweat flowed. But he still said stiffly, What nonsense. What can I worry about? Jin Xiuhui pointed at him shyly. Are you sure you're not in a hurry? Maybe I can. Save your dye shop that is about to go out of business. Lacona, though intellectually insufficient. But even the stupidest people now understand. Viciously staring at Jin Xiuhui and said, Sure enough, you secretly destroyed my dye workshop? Jin Xiuhui replied fiercely to the respected Lacona. Be self-conscious and be confident. Removing the word mom is what Lao Tzu did. This man is too cruel. The demons of hell will know themselves before him. The younger brother, he is a hooligan and villain who is extremely greedy for money. Not only is the martial arts superb, and he is familiar with the laws of the kingdom. Use obscene means to front the nobility of the kingdom. As long as the nobility lives for one day, he will suck the blood for a day, and even the children and grandchildren of the nobility, and they will all be sucked by him. Jin Xiuhui sat on the sofa. Tell the story without hurrying. Because of the Viscount, you discharge wastewater. We can only bring the water from the distant Lake Capua. Of course, we started with it. I didn't know you were discharging wastewater. Thanks to the stupid thoughtfulness of the Viscount's palace. Explain the situation at the door. Say you're deliberately discharging wastewater. That's how I found out. When Jin Xiuhui said this, I deliberately pulled the 2 words long. We will pipe the trench. Dig all the way from Lake Capua to the territory. Splicing from pipes. block the interface, polishing the inner wall of the pipe, to the inner wall of the external antiseptic treatment, and finally buried in the ground. I really endured all kinds of hardships. Lakona saw that Jin Xiuhui had been going around in circles. Impatient yelling, "Stop talking nonsense. What the hell did you do to my dye workshop?" Jin Xiuhui said unhurriedly, "Oh, don't worry. Listen to me slowly. Half of us. On the way, I came across a very large ravine. Intercepted our path. What can I do? I had no choice but to do anything. Only one waterway bridge could be built for the pipeline." When Jin Xiuhui said this, "Put the last resort." Helplessly, the 8 characters are very long. We need limestone in order to collect it. Only blasting works can be used. You also know that limestone is very hard. It is difficult to dig manually. Outcome: the limestone was accidentally scattered under the bone. Jin Xiuhui once again elongated the 3 words carelessly. The huge limestone layer is completely exposed. Luckner is finally amazing. This bastard went around in circles for a long time without getting to the point. Yelled at Jin Xiuhui that it was enough. What does this have to do with my dye workshop? Jin Xiuhui is almost finished. Finally gave the answer that Lakona wanted. The stream officially dug itself. The water source for your workshop. The lime ingredient dyes your garment a historic color. Luckner was furious to the point of being a bastard. Aren't you afraid of legal sanctions? I will sue you in the court of nobles. Jin Xiuhui said calmly, "You go and sue. But it will take at least 2 years for the verdict to be issued." I don't know, 2 years later. Does anyone remember your item? Such a familiar rhetoric. Such a familiar scene. It's just that the positions of the 2 sides are reversed. It turned into a cold sweat on Lakona's anxious face. The face is like a pig's liver, and the cemetery has been reached. Get ready to take your leave. Lakona roared at Jin Xiuhui, who was about to leave. Do you know how many people in the palace I know? I'm going to make you double my damages. Jin Xiuhui lazily ignored him. Make a casual gesture behind you. Just left naturally. On the way back, have her ask Master Lloyd. You provoke him so much that it only angers him at most. He's going to go to court and sue us. And he does have an inextricable relationship with the capital. It's a hassle to make a little gesture to us. Jin Xiuhui replied, I understand what you mean. I'm doing this today for 2 purposes. One purpose is to tell him directly who his opponent is. He went everywhere to investigate, delaying precious time. Now that the thing has been done, an outbreak is a matter of time. Another purpose is to give him a way to live. I can't really watch his dye workshop go out of business. I'm counting on more money from his dye workshop. What I want is money to cure him. Hee, it's up to him to be ruthless. As for the law, you can rest assured. The Baron likewise had connections in the capital. No matter how small he is, nor can it be outside the law, as long as it is in accordance with the rules of the game of the law. We can't lose. A month later, Lakona knelt down in front of Kim Xiuhui and sincerely apologized, and begged Kim Xiuhui how to save his dye workshop. This scene shocked Haver behind Jin Xiuhui. The high-up Lakona is self-conscious. Actually knelt down for the young master, and the young master was so calm, as if he had known the outcome for a long time. Now the refinement of the how exudes the strong self-confidence of the superior. Those friends of yours say you can't win the case. Is that right? Whether it's because there is an essential difference in our behavior. Your actions are intentional, and my actions were forced and unintentional. Luckner pressed his head almost to the ground, without much explanation. Just keep saying sorry. Jin Xiuhui said indifferently. I'm not interested in apologies. Luckner humbly said that I am realized. Giving up dignity asks you. Jin Xiuhui didn't wait for Ragnar to finish. Just interrupt him. The contemptuous idiot laughed at dignity and that kind of thing. Is it worth a dime? If it was worth it, I would have sold it tens of thousands of times. Luckner's illusions were completely shattered. Before coming here, I have struggled countless times about whether to let go of my dignity. I thought I just had to kneel down on my knees. The other party will definitely forgive him. Unexpectedly, this bastard doesn't even care about any of that. Jin Xiuhui was almost over after seeing the fire. Pulling out a contract from his bosom, with a kind smile, say, "I don't need your apology. As long as you sign the contract, you're good to go." After you sign for confirmation, drain pipes to your dye workshop. It can be laid in less than a week. Lakona didn't expect Jin Xiuhui to come with such a hand. Just now I was still crying bitterly, instantly become cautious. It turns out that this sixth man has been pretending to be forced all along. Sure enough, the leaders are all actors. After he took the contract, looked through each clause carefully. I always felt that this contract was a huge hole. When he saw the price, his face turned white. Protest loudly that this is too expensive. It's just water everywhere. Doesn't it seem outrageous to set such a high price? Ding Xiuhui glared at Ragnar viciously. Said to have signed this contract. It can be used to clean your dye workshop. The water source can also save me from going to court to sue you. Do you still think it's expensive? Ragnar is like seeing hell. The ordained demon stood before him. He was utterly hopeless. Choose bankruptcy and jail time, or choose to be crushed by the devil. Get a temporary subsistence. His end, it has already been set by Jin Xiuhui. He simply did not have a choice. Kim Xiuhui will Ragnar sign the contract. Give it to the Baron. Baron, look at the huge amount of money that can be earned every month on the contract. Can't believe it's true. Jin Xiuhui said yes with certainty. This is the autograph of Viscount Ragnar. The Viscount is very talkative. He's a great man. Haver stood silently behind Kim Xiuhui, thinking that although it was the Viscount who provoked right and wrong first, the young master also brought benefits to the realm and the Baron. But the content of the contract is really cruel. The current young master looks like a demon no matter how he looks at it. When Haver saw the devil's face, Kim Xiuhui thought of something extremely happy in his heart. The expression on his face changed unconsciously. The contract didn't say anything about the equipment. Other words, Ragnar will be sucked by my blood for the rest of his life. Even if Ragnar is gone, his descendants will also be sucked by my blood. How could I make him suffer? So simply, I'm going to drain every capillary out of him. The Baron looked up and saw Jin Xiuhui's expression, suddenly trembling and saying, "What is going on with your expression?" "Father, I was a little scared." Jin Xiuhui replied that he was sorry, because I thought of something that was so happy. The Baron said, "The old treasure you got from the Terrans." Jin Xiuhui thought it was strange. Asked about his kind of big guy. "I think I could buy a brand new one." "Why buy the old one?" The Baron replied that I didn't know the details. I just heard that he wanted to build a bronze statue. At this moment, far away in the trading city of Canto Cremo, stand quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of your office. Look at the calm sea in front of you. That's when it happened. Something terrible happened. On the sea, suddenly a huge water balloon like a small mountain bulged, with the water polo high in the air, set off a monstrous wave, rushing to the city on the shore. Followed by, a huge monster appears on the surface of the sea. Look up to the sky and roar. Roar of rage. Who would have thought? In front of the extreme cold winter of freezing countless cattle and sheep. This orphan, a rough horse walk with only a slow pole, just survived the ruins alone. Who would have thought? Simply because of these warm hands. Kindly used it once, touching the head and killing the little boy. In the end, he became the invincible sword master of the mighty Fist continent. The barony of Frontrau at the end of the East and the beginning of the East. There was a hint of chill in the weather. People put away their autumn clothes and put on their winter clothes. Haver stood behind the Baron. Report on Jin Xiuhui's itinerary. A week later, completion of rice works in the Lakona territory. The young master was ready to leave for Cremo. In order to reduce the cost as much as possible, the young master planned to bring only 10 entourage. The Baron said casually as he pruned the branches, "I know, since this is what Lloyd meant." The Baron paused abruptly, because he suddenly realized, I don't know when it started. I actually recognized Lloyd so much. Haver thought that the Baron was worried about the young master's trouble. "Hurry up and assure you that you don't have to worry. I'll keep an eye on Master Lloyd." The Baron began to talk to himself. Lackness felt that the knights had come to the door. "Threaten us to hand over half of the mare. Be sure, if I used to be afraid, they may be promised." But since seeing Lloyd, and the efforts of the inhabitants of the territory, courageously rejected the threat. After all, I used to be an indecisive and incompetent lord. Haver looked at the Baron's lonely back. I think back to that cold winter when the snow was falling. Young self, lonely and helpless, wrapped in burlap full of holes. Cesset is on the corner of the street like a ruin. He had forgotten how long it had been since he had eaten a full meal. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. This is a handsome young aristocrat. Come to him. A warm hand was extended to him. It was a picture he would never forget. Haver said to the Baron sincerely, "Your heart is warmer and kinder than anyone else. I also love drama zimming." The Baron smiled and said, "Thank you for saying this to me. But just by that, it doesn't mean I'm a good lord. The leader must have strong convictions and strong action, just like Lloyd now." What the Baron says about Lloyd leave Haver in deep thought. If the young master knew the Baron's evaluation, maybe something like this will be said to praise merit. What kind of about generosity and kindness? Roll away. Lao Tzu only needs money. Ha! The Baron suddenly turned around and said solemnly, "Later, your task is no longer to spy on Lloyd. I ask you to protect the heir to the realm." Lloyd Haver hesitated, because he heard the deeper meaning of the Baron's words. It was hoped that he would become a knight of Lloyd, although he served the Frontrow family. But he really wanted to follow. But it was the Baron in front of him. Haver's mind went back to his childhood. Once the Baron asked him curiously, "Haver, what do you want to do in the future? As long as it's something I can do, I will definitely help you." Haver Jr. was a little shy and embarrassed. But in the end, I mustered up the courage to say it. "I want to be a knight who guards you." The Baron happily touched little Haver's head. "Say thank you. Haver, you're a kid who survived that winter alone. I believe you. He will definitely become the strongest knight in the world in the future." After that, the Baron himself sharpened a wooden sword and gave him as a gift to little Haver. Little Haver is like a treasure, cherished like life. After Master Lloyd found out about this, ran to snatch his wooden sword, point at his nose, and tease him that you are an orphan, not worthy of being a knight. I'm dreaming in my next life. And he broke the wooden sword in front of him. This thing, Harvard's young master, who had always hated Roy. But in the end, he agreed to the Baron's request. When night falls, the people of the territory fell asleep one after another. Haver came to Jin Xiuhui's bedroom. When I looked up, I saw the tomb inspection hanging on the wall. That wooden sword had become the young master's trophy, hung there for many years. Haver was sure again. "I hate the young master very much." Jin Xiuhui saw Haver come in. Then he smiled and said, "Welcome. This guest. Thank you for choosing again. Lullaby service in Flantrow. Is it that you can't live without a lullaby? You are a symptom of addiction. If you don't listen to me, I'll stop the service immediately." Haver said in annoyance, "You say this line every day. I'm tired of hearing about it. Let's get started." When Jin Xiuhui began to recite the steel bar, concrete time, Haver's consciousness began to blur uncontrollably. Just before he fell asleep, in a trance, the events of the recent succession flashed before my eyes. The young master chooses the most dangerous job to investigate. Learn from the depths. The young master overcame difficulties with an entrepreneurial spirit. Complete the management of the troops. The young master reclaimed the land of one breath into fertile land, distributed to residents. Haver asked himself, I should have hated this guy. But I always felt like he had become a completely different person. I even think that the current young master is not bad. I hate it so much that I have such thoughts. When Jin Xiuhui snapped his fingers, Haver fell into a deep sleep. A bright full moon hangs high in the night sky. In the dead of night, at the bottom of the Baron's house, Jin Xiuhui and Haver sank into their respective sleeps. An assassin in a black cloak pushed open Kim Xiuhui's window. The assassin gritted his teeth as he watched the bed finished. Slowly pull out the long part of your waist. The intermittent points to the refinement of the deep sleep. Then jump up and thrust hard. Assassins are often found at the same time. Haver, who was asleep, jerked up from his chair. Like a swift cheetah pounced on the assassin. The sword was lightning fast and used a dose of sword drawing. Just for a moment, the assassin's sword and left leg were severed at the same time. The sounds of fighting and screams woke Jin Xiuhui. When he sat up from the bed, the assassin had been subdued by Haver. It turned out that this man was a knight in the realm of Rachna. A few days later, Jin Xiuhui is inspecting the pipeline construction site. Loudly remind workers to be safe. Haver came behind Kim Xiuhui. Tell him that he has handed over the fool to Viscount Rachner. Haver couldn't figure it out. The reason why the stupid magpie is eyeing Jin Xiuhui. Jin Xiuhui said as a matter of course. The cost of rice has led to an increase in expenditure. This may have fired the foolish magpie. If it's me, I'll do the same. With such a high monthly salary, was beaten so badly by the bastard in the territory next door. And then he hated me. That's what most villains think. Haver asked, even more incomprehensible. You've already guessed it. Why not take precautions? You're too comfortable, aren't you? Jin Xiuhui heard Haver's question, said with an incredulous expression. What to say? With you by my side. What else do I need to do to prevent it? Kim Xiuhui's answer, like a hammer on Haver's heart. He didn't expect the young master to believe in him so much. Jin Xiuhui went on to say that it was because of you. I can do things freely. Because you are a capable person, trustworthy guy. Think about it by common sense. After the whole village was attacked by monsters, a lonely child, without any help, is it possible to survive the cold winter? And the people who do it are right next to me, in front of knights. What could be more reliable than that? The sound of a hard shell cracking quietly sounded in Haver's heart. There seems to be something. The two of them looked at each other in the eyes. Time fell silent. Haver has always been like wood, quietly on the side. The first to be defeated was Jin Xiuhui. It's embarrassing for him to complain. Can't you just answer that? The teacher said that I regret it very much now. They all got goosebumps. I shouldn't have told you. At this time, Haver's face slipped uncontrollably. A drop of clear liquid, but it was quickly dried by him with his magic power. Haver guessed that the young master should not have noticed. Then he struggled for a long time and looked away, looked diagonally to the side. He replied lightly, I know. Jin Xiuhui, completely defeated by this guy who cherishes words like gold, in order to play a round to relieve the embarrassment, quickly patted him on the shoulder and said it was awesome, worthy of our Haver. Very good. Ha 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 ha. A thought popped into Haver's mind. What's wrong with me? I hate myself so much. At this time, the system suddenly prompted Jin Xiuhui. Haver unraveled the long-standing royal sister in his heart. Opinion increased by 15. Positive opinion of you is 6. You gain 320 RP by drastically improving your relationship. Currently holds 1,675 RP. Jin Xiuhui suddenly said happily, tomorrow will be the end of the rice construction. Then we immediately set off for Cremo. This time I can make a lot of money again. The man was accompanied by an attendant. Go and meet a large client with strong assets. The big customer kept his mouth shut, and the business left him aside. but desperately to please his attendants, and wants his daughter to marry the attendant. The squire's expression was indifferent, and he didn't know if he could do it. The course of events completely shocked the man. After the completion of the construction of rice, Jin Xiuhui led the convoy to Cremo. But because Jin Xiuhui doesn't know how to ride a horse at all, can only be cheeky on Haver's horse. Haver was almost annoyed by the guy behind him. If you can't ride a horse, it's hard to take him. This guy is even brazen. Sleep on your stomach. Sleep and endure it. I was snoring and drooling while sleeping. There is no aristocratic appearance at all. By the bumps of the horses, Haver secretly slapped Jin Xiuhui on the shoulder. Jin Xiuhui's sleeping Jin Xiong was woken up at once. Indignantly asked, "Did you hit me just now? There's nothing wrong with me. You seem to have hit me. Did you see that?" Jin Xiuhui pouted and said, "I heard what you just said. As a nobleman, he didn't even know how to ride a horse. Sitting in the back and dozing off is a real nuisance. You just knocked me out of the way, didn't you?" Haver calmly said that you are exaggerating. Urine disaster is not at the level of what you make up. Jin Xiuhui didn't want to argue anymore. "Raise your hand to stop the line." Then he rolled over and jumped off Haver's horse. Depressed, he said to Haver, "You tell me to ride a horse." Haver decisively refused to the point that I didn't want it. "I'm a knight, not your equestrian teacher." Jin Xiuhui said strongly that this is fate. Haver rolled over and dismounted and said, "Too lazy to tell you." Jin Xiuhui drilled his fist and said angrily that it was hateful. "What did you just say?" Haver glanced at Jin Xiuhui. "Say I don't understand what I'm saying." Jin Xiuhui was mad by Haver's eyes. "I really want to duel him right away." However, considering the strength of both sides, it was decided to forget it. At this time, the system suddenly pops up a notification. Rumors spread faster than anything else. You were the first person on the continent to build rice. You have made a name for yourself as an architect. Your name will be written in the kingdom and on the continent. In the history of architecture, awarded 600.2 horses. It currently holds 2,275.2 horses. This unexpected reward surprised Jin Xiuhui. Then he thought of something even more exciting. There is a reputation for being an architect. I will definitely be able to take on bigger projects. You'll be able to make more money. Haver said something at this point. Again, let the refinement go crazy. One will be angry and the other will laugh. Young master, did you take the wrong medicine? This is a small episode on the way to Cremo. There is still a long way to go from Cremo. Haver didn't want to be used as a pillow by the young master every day. I had no choice but to teach him to ride a horse. Of course, the sarcasm of Jin Xiuhui is indispensable. As the party gets closer to its destination, the weather is also getting colder. Ultimately, it took a whole winter to get to Creno. The Count of Crenalt personally came to greet him warmly. This made Jin Xiuhui very happy, but he didn't know. His humiliating career is about to begin from this moment. Jin Xiuhui saluted Count Cremo. "And to introduce yourself, hello, Earl. I am the Fleur Trau family." He was halfway through his words when he was interrupted by Count Cremor. Count Cremo said happily, "It's completely different from what I imagined. I've heard you're a very powerful architect. I thought you were a fierce man, but I didn't expect you to be so extraordinary." The Earl bypassed Jin Xiuhui and went straight to Harvard too. Said with praise without hesitation, "You are simply the nobleman of the nobles. Even if you say that you are a royal family, some people will believe it." Ha ha ha! Jin Xiuhui felt his own words, not interrupted by the Count. It feels more like choking on now. The Count of Cremo went on to say, "Do you have a fiancé? If you don't have it, you can dig it out with my daughter, Jin Xiuhui." If the old man continues, "Most of the time, I want to drink Haver wine here." Finish. The last resort birth interrupted the next change of the Earl. This move angered the Count of Cremor. He will have a perfect son-in-law in no time. At this time, an eyeless corner suddenly jumped out. Ju turned his head and roared angrily at Jin Xiuhui, presumptuous. Just one of them dared to interject. Dialogue between the aristocracy. Jin Xiuhui was stupid. It's not that I'm stupid by Ray. Something is wrong with the world. It's still my own problem. System. It was the inhumanity that made up for Jin Xiuhui's face. When the Earl of Krem figured out the identities of the two, instead he smiled even more. By the time he was almost smiling, used his own methods to appease Jin Xiuhui. Say sorry, and then go on to say that you are also at fault. Why did you have a squire face? Ladies and gentlemen, look at what the Earl said. It's not like when you quarrel with your girlfriend. It's always you who is wrong. Jin Xiuhui finally understood that it was not the world that had problems. It's his own fault. Although Jin Xiuhui was depressed, he was not angry. Because learn from the Predator Night novel. The Count of Cremo was so heroic, confident and bold. In fiction, after Haver killed the lender, turned into a wanted criminal, you can only hide everywhere. Eventually, he was personally arrested by the Count in Creno. But the Count had only a brief conversation. He affirmed Haver's character. He then served as a solid backing for Haver. Played an important role. Count Cremo told Kim Xiuhui the purpose for which he bought the gemstones. It is a bronze statue that decorates the sea. Because from a few years ago, monster Gigatitan, it is frequently seen in the front sea of the port. Although no direct damage was caused to Cremo, but it caused fear for passing ships. As a result, Cremo's trade volume is shrinking. Then, Kim Xiuhui suddenly recalled the plot of the novel. Because the Navy is helpless against the creatures of the sea, Creno gradually declined. The Count was also in bankruptcy. As a result, the novel suddenly ended in this matter. The author not only leaves a lot of foreshadowing without explanation. I didn't even mention whether it would continue to write a second season. The Count of Cremo then told Kim Xiuhui, after he consulted a lot of information, know something important. The merfolk are the strongest warriors who rule the seas. It is also the object of fear of the best titans. So he wanted to be in the middle of Qianai, build a bronze statue of a mermaid. But now the idea was abandoned by him. Because of the construction of a bronze statue, water needs to be filled into land. Ships will not be able to enter or leave the port because the waters are too shallow. After hearing the Count's description, Jin Xiuhui began to think of a solution. The Earl was silent when he saw Jin Xiuhui. Thought he was worried about the cancellation of the deal between the two parties. He was then promised to fulfill his promise to buy his gems. Jin Xiuhui thought it through. Said to the Count with a smile, if I can help you build a shadow, a bronze statue of the depth of the water, are you willing to increase the price of the gemstones? It turned out that Jin Xiuhui remembered two construction techniques, anti-makeup and agarwood. Both technologies are applied at the same time. It can solve the current problem. After signing the contract with the Earl, the two came to the front sea of the port to conduct on-site measurements. Jin Xiuhui took a deep breath. Then dive your head into the water. Turn on the scan skill to check the situation at the bottom of the sea. Trimmed ready to use the soft rock layer as a 10-grain layer, supporting the upcoming construction of the bronze statue platform and pedestal. After searching for a long time, I couldn't find the location of the soft rock formation. The freezing water made him shiver. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I had to raise my head and rest. As a result, after being gently stroked by the sea breeze, his face was touched, such as the city. For the first time in his life, the face of the wall became blushing. Haver smiled happily on the side. Jin Xiuhui's teeth warped and asked what you were laughing at. Haver replied honestly, as always, that he was sorry. Master, it's also the first time I've seen others in pain. Would be so happy. Haver looks at Kim. Xiuhui is going to break out. Hurry up and change the subject. I really can't imagine. How do you lay a straight foundation at the bottom of the sea? Unless you're going to cast magic. Jin Xiuhui mysteriously said that it might be magic. It's a magic called cement. Say this at the same time. Jin Xiuhui thought in his heart. How do I make cement in this world? If it was Roman cement, maybe it could still be made. The two returned to the dock in a noisy and laughing mood. At this moment, a sweet voice came from behind him. A beautiful blonde girl holding a love letter said shyly, Lord Shoitsontrai, I have something I want to give you. Jin Xiuhui thinks. Kramer is a wonderful city. Here he ushered in the first confession in his life. This man is miserable. The perfect goddess in his mind. Confess to his good brother in front of him. His good brother confessed to the beauty. It doesn't matter at all. What kind of brother is this? A break has been made ever since. At the end of the video, 3 cute little babies will appear. Your skills have been improved again. The beautiful blonde girl introduced herself. I am the daughter of the Count of Cremo. Christine, I saw yesterday. Lord Lloyd passed by the courtyard of my house. The girl clutched the love letter with both hands and said shyly, Lord Lloyd. Kim Soho looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. The heart pounds uncontrollably. I have already gnawed 1,000 ways in my heart. The girl finally mustered up the courage to send the love letter in her hand. Please accept this letter. I saw the love letter stretched out in front of Harvard's ear. Jin Xiuhui's face was like a layer of rust. Haver, on the other hand, is indifferent. Jin Xiuhui said to himself over and over again in his heart. Forget it, isn't it just a love letter? Besides, this girl is also average-looking. In the eyes of Jin Xiuhui, Haver sighed helplessly. As a result, love letters are casually stuffed into pockets after that. Expressions are always expressionless. The girl's heart was like a deer. The 6 gods have no master. Embarrassed, he turned around and said, oops. He took it. What to do? What to do? Haver waited for them to get away. Let's go. Jin Xiuhui said with a calm face, wait. You bastard. Your attitude of not taking things seriously. It makes me extremely unhappy. Haver asked curiously. What do you mean by that? Jin Xiuhui said hatefully. After you just received a love letter. Why so skillfully stuffed into your pocket? Haver grew stranger and asked what was going on. Is there anything wrong with this? Haver saw the young master's indignant expression. Finally understood why he was angry. Then he looked at Jin Xiuhui in disbelief and said, Have you never received a love letter? The wounds in my heart were ruthlessly torn apart by others. Jin Xiuhui suddenly felt resentful. Why people are so different from each other. Haver was so sad to see the young master. I don't know how to comfort him. After thinking about it for a long time, I said, please come on. Handsome guys can never feel the pain of ordinary people. Refined luxury grief. Work hard for the power. There is only one thought in my heart, not to envy him. I want to make money. I'm going to be rich. It's good looking, but it can't be eaten as a meal. Then, Count Crenalt came up behind Jin Xiuhui and called out to him. Jin Xiuhui turned his head viciously and angrily when he found out that it was Party A's father who came to him. Immediately become a trot with a smile on his face. Come to the Count, the Earl said to Jin Xiuhui. Most of the materials you need are found, but volcanic ash is too hard to find. This news made Jin Xiuhui very depressed, because volcanic ash was a key material for Roman cement. The Count then spoke cautiously. It's not that you can't find it at all. It's just a bit of a hassle. Need to go to the place where the volcano is. It will take half a year at the earliest, but I can't wait that long. Jin Xiuhui confidently said that you don't have to worry. I have other alternatives. Jin Xiuhui dared to guarantee this. It's because he also prepared another plan. Portland cement was used instead of Roman cement. Kim Soho knows the constituent materials of Portland cement, but I don't know the detailed ratio. Now we can only find the best ratio little by little. The new fix locks himself in the office. Once again, he entered the state of all things that he concentrated on his work. Trial after trial failed. Then repeat the trial again and again. The voices of the outside world are automatically filtered by him. 3 little babies were by his side. Quietly accompany them. I was worried that the owner's body would collapse. Xiao Bodong wanted to ask Jin Xiuhui to play with him. Jin Xiuhui said that he was not available. Little Hama and Little Bell joined in. The three babies asked Jin Xiuhui to play together. Jin Xiuhui still didn't agree. Jin Xiuhui's head was constantly shaken by the three babies. Finally, he broke out. "Don't bother me, I'm busy." Three babies were murdered. Aggrieved, sticking to Jin Xiuhui. Suddenly, a regret that he buried in his heart. Unstoppable eruption. He was the last family member left with me. "I'm really sorry. I really want to play with you one more time." Jin Xiuhui suddenly hugged the three babies tightly and said, "Let's go play. Compared to the current research, you guys are more important to me." Bright moonlight. Three babies laughing and playing happily in front. Jin Xiuhui slowly followed him behind him. I didn't expect it to be just a simple walk with him. Can make him happy like this. Then he blamed himself and said that I was really a bad person. Three babies don't understand. Why did the master suddenly say that? At the same time, he looked back at him curiously. Jin Xiuhui continued to speak silently. "Ever since I came into this world, everything went well. All the time, I'll just do it like that. Construction machines command you like a machine, and then continue to laugh at myself and say that I really don't have a long memory. I'm sure I'll regret it again." Suddenly he stopped, but squat down the body. I looked at the three babies in front of me and said thank you. "Thanks to you guys." A prompt box pops up. "The fantasy servants feel your sincerity. You with Fantasy Poo. They all think of each other as their own family." Interaction with Fantasy Poo. Hierarchy is a master-servant relationship. Rank up to peer relationship. Open Fantasy Poo strengthens the function. Please unlock the Fantasy Poo through the Fantasy Poo enhancement. Heart skills need to be refined with 520 grades. I can't believe there's such a good thing. Say 2 words and you'll be rewarded. Little Bodong and Little Hama push the Little Bell in front. The meaning is obvious. This opportunity to give the Little Bell. Jin Xiuhui asked, "You've decided. Give new skills to small leaders." The three babies nodded yes at the same time. Jin Xiuhui respected their choice. The system dialog box is brought up. Please select the fantasy servant that needs to be strengthened. Fine-trimmed and selected small bells. I saw a circle under the feet of the Little Bell. Dazzling light. The light wrapped around the small bell and flew into the air. Dazzling golden light and surging energy. Squirting out from the body of the Little Bell. The system prompts that the small bell has been strengthened successfully. Unlock new skills. The Little Bell is in addition to the original 3 skills. One more skill, volcanic eruption. Jin Xiuhui was shocked by the new skill of the Little Bell, because this skill is exactly what he needs most at the moment. With the help of this skill, there is no need to study the ratio of cement. It's amazing. Can you believe it? This mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Actually, it's a cute girl who just farted. The next day on the side of Kramer, a mushroom cloud suddenly erupted in the call. The inhabitants of the city were shocked by a loud noise. After the flame is extinguished, the dust in the sky drifts away with the wind. It turned out to be golden autumn. How and Haver test Little Bell's new skills. Volcanic eruptions. Jin Xiuhui scanned and analyzed the dust drifting in the air. In the end, it was determined that it was really volcanic ash. He told Haver about his delight. Unexpectedly, Haver was deafened by the voice just now. Kim Xiuhui shouted sorry to Haver. "I forgot to remind you." Haver couldn't hear anything. How could Jin Xiuhui let go of this good opportunity? "You're too ugly to be loud." Haver replied calmly. "The lover of your dreams wrote me a love letter." For the specific plot, please take a look at Manga. 33 episodes. One sentence of commentary once again knocked Jin Xiuhui into the abyss. In order to collect volcanic ash, give the Little Bell. Giant urine that filters volcanic ash was created. Attach 5 layers of screens to the tail of the diaper. Filter volcanic ash. Then the little bell unleashes the volcanic eruption skill. The Count looked at the magical scene in front of him, sighed that Jin Xiuhui is not an ordinary architect, not only with never-before-seen engineering, and he also used summoning. If this project can really be realized, he was ready to take the matter to His Majesty the King in detail. Provide a bigger stage for Jin Xiuhui. Show his talent. After the collection of materials for making cement is completed, the next step is to start making agarwood. The jade will be prepared in advance, spliced according to the design size of Kim Xiuhui. It was made in no time. The next step is to insert the agarwood into the water and fix it on the seabed. Now it's time for Hama Jr. to show his talents. Take a sip to drain the seawater inside the agarwood. Next step, humanoid pile driver. Haver drove an anti-slide pile at the bottom of the agarwood. The length of the anti-slide pile should be long enough. This can be inserted into the soft rock layer of the seabed. After the last stake, Haver asked when the next batch of stakes would arrive. Refined how Jin Xiuhui replied, "You wait a little. The stake is still on the way to be delivered." Piling for young people is indeed addictive, but in moderation. Haver saw the bustling expression of the refined Hao Jin. "I always feel like I might be unlucky." Then he said honestly, "Young master, this look on your face makes me very uneasy." Sure enough, Jin Xiuhui is going to be cheap again. He said shyly, "Why are you so obedient today? Don't say I'm a knight." Why do I want this phrase? Haver saw Kim Xiuhui's expression. "I always feel tired," but it reminded him. He dropped the hammer and left. Casually said that it didn't matter. "I'm a knight. Why am I hammering stakes?" Jin Xiuhui said hypocritically, "You are my guardian knight. If Haver doesn't, we'll hammer. I won't have any money to pay off my land. I'm going to faint from it. The Baron and the Madam were worried about my case. Maybe you'll get sick too. Knights, please protect our family. Isn't it good?" Knight-sama. Kind-hearted Haver was helpless. Only here can you pick up the hammer. Regularly tune Haver between stake deliveries. Keep Haver's morale high at all times. Wait for the anti-scratch installation to be completed. Use another of Little Bell's skills to make a steel dragon. Finally, the agarwood is filled with cement. Wait for the cement to solidify and remove the agarwood. The artificial foundation at sea is completely completed. Refine and introduce to the Earl. This foundation is 50 centimeters above the surface of the water at high tide. It originated after the bronze statue was put up. It looks like it's floating on water. The Earl said heroically, "If this foundation can hold up to the bronze statue, the construction money will definitely not be disadvantaged to you." When the statue is installed, the Count threw a big party. Congratulations on the closing of the statue. The people who attended the party were Kramer's upper class. Jin Xiuhui had to wear a constipated dress, just as he was complaining to Haver. The Earl pointed to where Jin Xiuhui was. "Introduce to the guests present. This youth is assisting the first-class hero who established Mermaid Alley." Then, all the people gathered around Haver. Praise Haver without words of praise. Jin Xiuhui was left to the side like air. Jin Xiuhui told himself over and over again, "Don't get angry, don't get angry. I expected this to be the case. I don't care about that. What I want is to pay me quickly." But this bastard has an indifferent look on his face. The more you look at it, the more angry it gets. The Count is a real man. I also love to tell the truth. Haha, it's all because you have a squire face. At this time, the Count called for a reintroduction. This is the project for the construction of the foundation at sea. Just when the party at sea reached its climax, in the depths of the sea, a huge black wing appeared, gradually approaching the mermaid statue. Excellent titans appear on the surface of the sea, looking at the mermaid statue from afar. Merfolk are their natural predators. It's a memory carved into the blood. When he saw that there was only one mermaid, Pika Titan felt like a good opportunity. It was decided to get rid of this natural enemy. People who are immersed in a joyful and peaceful atmosphere. But they didn't know that danger was coming. Pay attention to the belly of this little chubby dun. It's a space of its own. Not only can it inhale a large amount of water, now even a living person can fit in. Seeing Xiao Hama go into battle, he will make great contributions. Haber didn't like this kind of upper-class socialization. Sitting alone in front of the boat drinking wine. Suddenly, he had a wine glass in his hand. It shook slightly. It made him feel bad. Then he looked up at the sea in the distance, sensing the source of this power. When Jin Xiuhui came to his side, he didn't seem to see it. For suddenly said that something was approaching here. Jin Xiuhui asked something. Can you know his size? Haber replied that he didn't know what it was. But it's fast. The volume is at least twice as large as this ship. It's a little bigger than the maximized Little Hama. Jin Xiuhui immediately guessed that it was an excellent Titan. He hurried to the Count's side. Tell Earl that the Titan of the Great is approaching. Evacuate now. The Count took the news very seriously. However, in order to avoid panic, it needs to be verified. Command the Knight of Gino Van feel the movement of the ocean. Gino is versatile as the Earl's personal bodyguard. The strength is certainly unquestionable, but he felt it for a moment. But I didn't notice any movement. The Count weighed again and again. Euphemistically said to Jin Xiuhui that Genevanking military attaché. Extremely sensitive, almost to the point of Juggernaut syndrome. His judgment can be trusted. The words are very polite, but it was also clear that it did not believe it. The best Titans will come, Jin Xiuhui thought to himself. Our Haver is better. He is the true Juggernaut synthesizer. Of course, this kind of raising the bar must not be said. He was helpless and didn't know how to convince the Count. The Count wanted to ease the awkward atmosphere. Easily said to Jin Xiuhui, don't worry. Several Titans never arrived. He has no reason to attack us either. The Earl's casual words suddenly reminded Jin Xiuhui. Jin Xiuhui looked solemnly at the mermaid statue on the side. I think there is a reason. Kim Xiuhui's hint is obvious. The Count understood immediately. Sinovan was convinced that his judgment was correct. The decision rests with the Count. He couldn't risk the lives of 5 boats. Immediately ordered fluffing. Keep all ships away from the mermaid statue. The sailors desperately turned the winch. But the ship's hair was too bulky. This results in a slow recycling rate. Haber told Kim that it was too late. Jin Xiuhui decided not to consult the Earl again. Decisively, let Haber solve the problem of the ship's hair. Haber received the order to immediately jump into the sea. Jin Xiuhui then threw Xiao Buodong at the mermaid bronze statue. Xiao Buodong began to eat red melon seeds in the air. By the time it fell to the mermaid statue, it had become larger. Haber cut off the ship's hair with a blasting chop in the middle of the sea. Xiao Buodong was responsible for biting the rope next to the statue. Unexpectedly, Haber had just severed the ship's hair chain. The chief family Titan has appeared in the field of vision, then approached with a speed visible to the naked eye. 5 boats are just beginning to disperse. The great Titan's long hair on his head rushed out of the sea. The impact, the huge hull belt stands upright. The current little Budong is too big. The target obviously has nowhere to hide. Meet the best Titans who are bigger than him. It scared the hairy child out of nowhere. The great Titan slammed into the mermaid statue. Together with Xiao Budong, they attacked indiscriminately. The bronze statue of the mermaid was smashed into pieces and flew towards the city. It crashed down on the streets and buildings of the city. Haber uses the thrust of the blasting skill. Rush out of the sea. Came to Jin Xiuhui's side. In the face of many people who fell into the water and called for help. Jin Xiuhui called Hama Jr. out. Let little Hama use a boring skill. Inhale the person who has fallen into the water into the stomach along with the seawater. Excellent Titan, in order to chase the mermaid bronze statue. They came to the shore, and they were about to rush into the city. Haver reminded young Master Jin Xiuhui loudly. The Giga Titans stormed into the city. We got to stop him. But when he turned around, saw Jin Xiuhui rowing away from the city. Haver King Hoops said, "Where you go? The Titans are on the other side of the city." Jin Xiuhui roared angrily, "Are you stupid? Stay away from that kind of monster. Of course. Can you beat that monster? To go is to die." Jin Xiuhui's approach shocked Haver. He didn't expect Master Lloyd to run away in danger. That man was not an immortal cultivator, not even a trace of aura in the body, but with superb understanding and violent means. Successfully practiced martial arts and could also meet flying. Little Hama spit the person in the stomach to an intact ship. The Count was working hard to organize sailors to rescue those who had fallen overboard. The Chi Titans are raging wildly in the city. The world is plunged into hustle and bustle. But there are two key people. But it is incompatible with this chaos. Jin Xiuhui shouted to Haver to come over. "Let's go together." Haver stood motionless on the wreckage of the ship. Questioned Jin Xiuhui. "You are intended to be to the people in need, turning a blind eye." Jin Xiuhui said confidently, "We're here to make money. It's not here to defeat monsters and keep the peace. They have artillery, they have troops. I'll do it myself." Haver looked at the young man he had admired. He used to be clever in times of crisis. Intelligence also shows the obsession of never giving up. He didn't get stuck either. The people of the realm sat idly by, but he felt that the young master in front of him was so unfamiliar. For the sake of self-preservation, chose to abandon those in need. It turned out that my expectations of him were all my own fantasies. He was still a selfish man in the end. At this time, the system prompts Haver. Opinion of you drops by 5 points. Favorability towards you is positive, although your relationship with the main character deteriorates. But the RP will not be recovered. Currently holds 1,901 RP. Haver pulls out slowly and is common. Absolutely say, "I can't do what you say." Jin Xiuhui watched Haver draw his sword. I guess his decision. Yelled at him about the sick virgin. "If you go, you'll die." But Haver was already on his feet. Gently and forcefully leave the ship's remnant sea. The pedal sword suit uses the explosive skill on the sea. Meet flying. Quickly got out of here. Hover to be mad by the Giga Titans. Raging cities. At this time, the turrets in the city are frantically attacking the Great Titan. However, all the shells were bounced off by the Excellent Titan. Not even a minor bruise. The soldiers were shocked by his hard shell. The Titans were not injured, but they were enraged. I saw that the plate armor on both sides of his head suddenly turned up. Muscle tissue with black holes is exposed. Suddenly, 2 doses were ejected from the black hole, one left and one right. The water jet slammed into the turret. Turret's made of hard rock. It was smashed like tofu. After solving the turret in front of you, several Titans frantically pounced on the shattered mermaid statue. It's like a giant chariot rampage. Destroy anything that stands in your way. Just when the life of a resident hangs by a thread, Haver wields a common blast slash. With a roaring flame of power, a blow slashed at the joint of the Giga Titan's leg. Chop off the falling leg of the Giga Titan. Haver didn't expect the Giga Titan shell to be right. Not only could the blaster not hurt him, instead, he was slashed by bullets. The Giga Titan fell under his feet. This made him even angrier. Rise huge recess front. Slam it down on the human who had angered him. Haver jumped to dodge the angry blow. When I was in the middle of the air and had no point to borrow, the Great Titan's water jet attack is oncoming. There is nowhere to hide but to resist this attack. The furious force sent Haver far away. Blood spurted out of his mouth uncontrollably. Haver was badly injured and did not flinch. Hold a long sword in your hand, barely supporting his crumbling body. Still firmly in front of the Great Titan, Haver knew he couldn't beat the monster. Maybe I'll die here. But he still had to stop the monster until all the people are evacuated. The other side of the picture. After Haver was gone, Jin Xiuhui was rowing hard. Tell yourself over and over again, I'm not alone. The hero of the killing. My skills are all for construction. It's not a whip at all when it comes to fighting. Even if I went, I wouldn't be able to help. See the city destroyed. Residents were injured one after another. I'm also saddened. But what can I do? Suddenly, Kim Xiuhui stopped rowing. Because he really can't make it up. This kind of self-deception is repeated 100 times. He still knew he couldn't let go. I can't abandon it myself. He could have done something. Just because of his evasion. Haver could die. People may die. Cities can be destroyed. There is also the project money that Lao Tzu did not get. Jin Xiuhui finally found a reason to convince himself. Shout a small bell. Let's go back. I'm going to make him a sashimi and eat him raw. Bastard lobster. The giant bell uses the volcano eruption skill. Rush to the battlefield with Jin Xiuhui. Like a cruise missile crossing the sea. Stir up a row of choppy waves. Fighting in the city is still raging. Haver has already attacked the Great Titans. Several places. But he never found his weakness. This time he tried to attack him in the eye with a blast slash. The blade slashed into the eye, sending out a spark. But there was no harm in the eyes. Then, the Great Titan wields tentacles like long whips. Hurried Haver in midair. It's enha. When Four was about to receive a fatal blow. Gigantic little Hama, curled up into a yellow ball, slammed at the cheeks of the Great Titan. It seems that Hama Jr. has a soft spot for cheek attacks. I think that's how Jin Xiuhui came at the beginning. Little Hama hit a meat bullet with all his might. In midair, I couldn't help but spray water. Then returned to its original size. The wilted brain fell on the top of Jin Xiuhui's head. I saw Jin Xiuhui's eyes showing a fierce light. Viciously said smash. How dare you stand in the way of my wealth? Lao Tzu will kill you. If there is such a big, hairy child. You live as a chess piece. When you run, you're as fast as you fly. The soft fur is like a sponge pad. Riding on it comfortably does not want to come down. Do you want such a round, hairy child? Haver slashes with a blast. Attacked many positions of the Great Titan, but his weakness was still nowhere to be found, although he didn't see any odds of winning. But now he feels relieved, because Master Lloyd is back. It means that there is a way to win. The screen goes back to 2 minutes and 30 seconds ago. The gigantic little Budong, carrying Jin Xiuhui to the vicinity of the battlefield. And there was no rush to join the fight. Face the most formidable opponent in your life. Jin Xiuhui chose to plan and act. Find out the details of your opponent first. Xiao Budong followed Jin Xiuhui's request. Run fast around the battlefield. Jin Xiuhui wants to find out the weaknesses of the excellent Titan. He saw Haver's blasting. Palm does not work at all. Strange what the shell of the Great Titan is made of. Suddenly, he had an idea. Then quickly turn on the measurement skills. A perspective view of the excellent Titan presents his eyes. Jin Xiuhui secretly liked his cleverness. After all, living things are also substances, so it can also be analyzed with measurements. Measurements show chitin mixed with denin, and it's a meter thick. Blanket from the molecular level. Resembles a 3-layer honeycomb superimposed structure, and it is solid and condensed together. It is simply the most cutting-edge body armor in modern times. When Haver's blasting, Jantan when he is on the Great Titan, Ding Xiuhui saw through perspective. This energy is gathered into the Great Titan. Unicorn overhead. Utilize the angular distance and energy of the hollow, and then release it again. This horn is too dangerous. You have to get out first. Then use the simulation mode. Build a model of the best Titan. Internal organs and false warping. The thickness is built according to a certain proportion. In the middle of his abdomen, there is a banded vesicle. It was the water pouch he used to hydrate his attacks. Just aim there from this angle for blasting. Can beat that guy to pieces. The picture returns to the present battlefield. Haver yelled at Jin Xiuhui. What should I do? Jin Xiuhui made a one-pillar Optimus gesture. Then, another gesture was made to cut off the stick. Haver was completely blindsided. I thought to myself, young master, is this going to cultivate the Sunflower Treasure Book? Then he shouted angrily, young master, you are insane. It's okay to be ugly. Don't give up on yourself. Jin Xiuhui roared loudly. I'll have you cut off his feet. Just Haver was in doubt. The huge AO pincer struck again. Haver jumped out of the way to dodge the attack. Heart. Although I don't understand why I cut off that foot. But he decisively believed in Roy's young master. Because the young master will not say irresponsible things. When Haver jumped on top of the Giga Titan, feet running at full speed to the top of his head, Kim Xiuhui warned Haver loudly. Although that's hollow feet. But it doesn't always work to thump with the magic ring. Cut him off, and you're going to weaken it a little. Quickly slash the same position multiple times. Haver did as Kim Xiuhui requested. Come to the corner. Slash down with a blast slash. Then, it is common for the magic rings in the body to collide frequently. Keep doing high-frequency vibrations at the incision. A lot of sparks burst out at the touch points. It's like a full-power chainsaw cutting through a steel pipe. Xian Xiuhui clenched his fists excitedly. He didn't expect it to be possible. It turned out that he himself didn't know if it would work. Because of this ability to use your hands at high speeds, if you don't have a single 30-year foundation, you can't use it. The incision is visibly getting bigger and bigger. The Rush Plus Titan finally felt the pain, raised the huge pincer, and smashed it at Haver. Jin Xiuhui yelled at this time and did not move. The gigantic little immobility jumps quickly. Block AO dive attacks. Haver seized the opportunity to learn about it. Hurry up and cut with all your might. After unremitting efforts, the foot was finally cut off. In the agony of the great Titan, the broken foot fell to the ground with a bang. Jin Xiuhui then shouted Haver. Go to the middle of his legs. From the angle between his ass and his head. Attack Haver with a blast press. Follow the instructions of the young master. Come to the designated location under the body of the Giga Titan. Jin Xiuhui shouted loudly. Right there. Demolition. Kill him. Haver lifted common. I'm going to give him a cold drink. But something unexpected happened. The entire body of the Giga Titan. It's like free fall. Focus on smashing down. The speed of the fall is too fast. Haver couldn't react at all. Boom. The entire body of the Urgency Titan slammed into the ground. Wait for the smoke to clear. Rock Rescue is connected to the ground. The whole fragment was dented. Haver's accessories lay silently on the ground. However, Jin Xiuhui's sight. There is no Haver anymore. Keep an eye out for this round, hairy child. When the two male protagonists were both desperate, with a nice super long jump, turn a mortal situation around. It's really the big brother of the triple gang. Just in the rush to add Titan. When the whole body is smashed down, Haver knew he couldn't run. Compared to the huge body of the great Titan, I am so small. I can't run out of my body at all. Haver severed his hands with all his might. The miscellaneous pieces are all gone. The moment of the moment. Xiao Budong was a round figure. Quickly pounced on Haver, who was ready to fight desperately. Precise bite of Haver's clothes. Lifted him up. A longitudinal leap. Jumped out of the range of the great Titan's body. Haver's small body. It's not easy to handle in front of our big Pudong. Jin Xiuhui saw Haver's slippers. Finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Budong frowned and shook his hands. Knock knock and knock shout at Haver. It's a pity that Haver is not Jin Xiuhui, and he doesn't understand it at all. Haver said sorry apologetically. I don't understand what you're saying. But most of the time, it was criticized for being too reckless. Don't worry, I'll hold out until I defeat it. He's so far. Because I believe that the young master's plan will succeed. Jin Xiuhui didn't expect it. The gigantic body of the great titan. It's so agile, and he has a strong sense of protection against his weaknesses. It seems that he wants to attack his weakness easily. It's impossible. Find a way to create opportunities to attack weaknesses. Jin Xiuhui suddenly shouted Xiao Budong. Little Budong heard the call. The huge body turned and jumped. I came to the roof of the 3rd floor. Jin Xiuhui turned over and got on the horse. Let little Budong take him to the place just now. Before leaving, he said Haver to Haver. That guy has seen you as the biggest threat. You lead him to the woods behind the East Coast. It turns out that the refinement has been done in advance. The screen goes back 15 minutes ago. The Count looked at the great titans that were mad and wreaking havoc on the city. Fell into deep self-blame. The bronze statue of the mermaid built not only failed to drive away the monsters. Instead, it attracted the revenge of the monster. Then, Jin Xiuhui rode a small bell to the Earl. Sincerely, the Earl. The mermaid statue was a key item. The monster must have fought to the death against the bronze statue. We'll run to land. This sea beast, if it is always in the water, there is no way we can defeat him. Now that he is on land, his strength will be much weaker. We need to seize this opportunity to get rid of him. This is the best chance to eradicate the aftermath. Haver, and I will try to give you as much time as possible. You have to put the broken bronze statue back together as quickly as possible. It will be of great use later. After explaining this, Jin Xiuhui rode a small bell and immediately rushed to the battlefield. The picture goes back to the present. Haver attracts the attention of the great titans. Ran towards the place, Jin Xiuhui said. Dodge the attacks of the best titans behind you at all times. The physical strength is close to the limit. I can't hold on any longer. But when Haver remembered the city to live, when the safety of the people is all anxious for him, he relied on a tenacious will, desperately squeezing out the almost dry physical strength. Continue to run towards your destination. Giga Titan is also reluctant to catch up behind him. Jin Xiuhui's call came from afar. Haver was shocked by what he saw. I saw the original broken mermaid statue. At this point, they are spliced together and placed on a wooden cart. Xiao Budong struggled to pull the wooden cart and come back head-on. Giga Titan, after seeing the mermaid statue, a flame of hatred welled up in his eyes, raised to the sky and roared loudly in anger. This moment of him, the existence of Haver has been forgotten. Jin Xiuhui just wanted to make him angry. As long as the sanity of the Giga Titan is controlled by emotions, then no matter how high his intelligence is, there will also be omissions. The moment when the two of them were caught off, Jin Xiuhui shouted, I will create a chance for you. You seize the opportunity to attack his weakness. Haver grumbled, Can you make your plan clear next time? Jin Xiuhui said impatiently, Do you wish there would be a next time for this kind of thing? Xiao Budong is a cute little baby. Today he is a donkey and a horse. Pull the mermaid statue to the great titan. Keep scratching your head and posing. This wave of hatred is full of hatred. The titan rushed over like crazy, scared the hairy boy, and was about to swing the chicken. Run as hard as you can. I always felt that 4 legs were not enough. Haver became a shadow assassin in this matter. The body is close to the ground. Quickly dashed directly below the great titan. Fast as a phantom, completely evaded the attention of the great titan. Then he kicked the ground and flew up. Do your best to use a blasting skill. The flaming sword stabbed out. After inserting into the narrow gap between the plates. Booming explosion. Jin Xiuhui glanced back. I suddenly felt bad. The monster's body doesn't look like a simulation. Broken in the skill? Guess something must have gone wrong. Haver at the time of the fall, desperately looking at the battle monster in front of him. It's just that the belly shell is shattered. It didn't hurt the internal organs. He believed that the young master's judgment would not be wrong. Then you must be too weak. If only I hadn't blasted so many times before. If you save some energy, it won't be like this. This fragile thought had just popped up a little bit. Endless remorse poured in like a flood. Haver was about to be overwhelmed. If this time, Haver's self-confidence collapsed, then even if he can survive this disaster, his weapons will stop there. I can't move an inch anymore. That's when it happened. Jin Xiuhui's voice came and did it beautifully. Haver, you actually broke his shell. I'll take care of the rest. What makes a good teammate? It can give you affirmative encouragement in the midst of despair. I can give you my back decisively. It can also support you in times of crisis. That's a good teammate you can trust. Haver's confidence was saved by this affirmative remark. I saw Xiao Budong's fat body, carrying Jin Xiuhui. Like an indomitable war horse, it is galloping. Jin Xiuhui is like a knight of 100 battles. Hold the shovel in your hand. Breathlessness is firmly locked. Urgently add the Titan's exposed water storage bag. What kind of reason? Let a money-greedy bastard be evil. Use suicidal means. Die with a powerful opponent. Haver was physically exhausted. Consciousness gradually becomes blurred. The battle is not over. But he was very relieved, because the young master said that the rest would be left to him. Little Hama catches Haver just in time. Although Jin Xiuhui boasted of Haikao guarding the city, but he was well aware. Doesn't kill the guardian of the Great Titan. I was going to upgrade the Aslahan Star Law to 3 rings. This allows you to use the demolition skill. There is also the power of a war. On the way to the battlefield, he invests all RP upgrades. Still stuck at the last level because the RP value is not enough. Cannot possess 3 rings of mana stars. The Great Titan must die, because as long as he lives, there will definitely be a crazy revenge on the city. Little Budong has reached his limit. You can't be cruel to him anymore. All the questions come together. There is no way but to try to apply. Jin Xiuhui shouted Xiao Budong. Little Budong heard the call. Suddenly, there was a sudden braking. With this forward inertia, lift your hind leg firmly up. Jin Xiuhui's whole person was thrown upward. Straight ahead, excellent Titan exposed water storage bag. Ding Xiuhui flew to the position of the water storage bag. Grab the broken carapace. Hang your entire body in midair. Look at the musculature in front of you. He felt at a loss where to start. Haver took one last look before he fell unconscious. Master. The obsession of fighting desperately in midair moved him. Although I don't know the young master's follow-up plans. But the young master promised to others. Always be responsible to the end. Never give up. Immediately, he fainted unconscious. At this time, the system suddenly prompts. Haver's opinion of you has increased by 4 points. The current favorability of you is positive. Currently holds 391. 2 horses of Azrahan New Law. The conditions for the upgrade have been met. Jin Xiuhui bit his shovel and stared at the system panel. It's called a cool one in my heart. It was like being constipated for 7 days. Finally pulled 10 pounds happily. Then Haver came to mind. You're a stuffy guy. Lao Tzu loves you to death. I'll add chicken thighs to you when I get back. Then upgrade your skills without hesitation. The outside of the heart is at a speed visible to the naked eye. A 3rd rotating ring is formed. In an instant, Aslahan Star Law became 500% increase in mana in the first episode of the 3 rings. Jin Xiuhui grabbed the false warp in his right hand. Hold the shovel tightly in your left hand. Smash you with a yell. You're done. The lexicon of the Great Titan is not low. A strong sense of crisis came from his abdomen, which frightened him. It's the position of a tiny human being. He couldn't attack. Agitated, he went crazy, destroying the surroundings. The intact mountain was broken into pieces and scattered in all directions. Jin Xiuhui wielded a shovel at the same time. Silently recite the steps of the demolition skill in your mind. Protect the heart with a ring. Then collide with the remaining 2 rings. Just when Jin Xiuhui thought that the overall situation had been decided, a shard of rock the size of a head flew in. Coincidentally, it hit him in the temple. Blood flowed uncontrollably. In an instant, the world spun around in front of me. Grasp the hand of the false warp. Subconsciously let go. When you see the success and failure. Persistent faith told him. The hope of all is based on the last blow of his life. Must be completed. The steps of the blasting skill in my mind are confused. How many rings are struck? Refined how is in a state of confusion. Mistakenly colliding 3 rings together at the same time. The heart is unprotected from the impact of energy. But at the same time, he used a powerful skill that never appeared before. Triple demolition attack. The flaming shovel was plunged into the water storage bomb. After the seawater in the water storage bag meets the flames, a large amount of water vapor is formed. The atmospheric pressure inside the water storage bag increases instantly. This terrifying internal pressure instantly exceeds the tolerance of the musculature. Booming explosion. The point at which the explosion was released. It produces a fantastic rainbow. Chi Family Titan has such a hard body. Attack in triple blasting. And barometric explosion. Shattered bones by attack. When the smoke and dust gradually clear. The fragmented body of the great Titan. The body is scattered all over the place. The raging world finally ushered in the long-lost tranquility. I don't know how long it took. An anxious call came from Haver. He struggled to open his tired eyes, accompanied by bouts of vertigo. He was finally back in his body. The 3 babies were anxiously pulling him at this time. Haver, encouraged to brace his tired body, quickly took a look at the situation on the battlefield. He was finally relieved to see the wreckage of the great Titan. Little Badong was about to cry anxiously. Pulling Haver with a finger, he shouted at Dong Bo Dong. Haver couldn't understand it, but he could guess something. Dragging a tired body, follow the 3 anxious babies. After turning a call, he was shocked to find 3 babies. Reasons for anxiety. I saw that Jin Xiuhui was full of evil. The eyes are glazed. The body lay motionless on the ground. Haver hurriedly shouted to the young master as he ran. Young Master Lloyd came to the front and back. Quickly checked the condition of the fine repair hoe. Haver's eyes grew remorseful. Master Lloyd's heart stopped. It's all my fault. This poor couple. Lunch for the beast on the verge of becoming. Their adopted child descended like a god. Smashed all the beasts. But why are the child's eyes so sad? It's because the beautiful queen looks forward to it day and night. Wait for him. The sound of wings' agitation sounded outside the window. A white carrier pigeon stopped outside the Baron's window. The letter was sent by Count Kramer. The letter will build a statue of Lloyd. Defeat Mrs. Great. The story of saving the people is clearly stated, and informed Lloyd of his eerie coma. Finally, I would like to thank the Baron in person. After reading the contents of the letter, the Baron read. It's too late to explain anything. He wrote out in desperation. Make a beeline for the earldom of Cremo. The Baron's restless mood is visible. The Baron had only been on his way for a long time. Behind him, the Baroness and Byron followed, and brought the Baron the necessary equipment for the long journey. Although the Baron asked the lady to go back and wait. But how can a mother endure this torment? After some arguments, the 3 of them went to Kramer together. On long rides, the Baron was in a hurry from the beginning, slowly becomes softening. Forthwith, remembering Lloyd's dramatic changes in recent times, as well as calling himself a Baron every time. Compared to before, it is like 2 people. He couldn't believe it. Lloyd was still not his son. For a quick arrival in Cremo, the trio chose the unsafe progress. This day, suddenly blocked by a hungry monster. Worship people dismount and stop the monster. Let the Baron and lady go first. The hungry monster pounced fiercely. A single sweep of the claw interrupts the common worship. Then he pounced and bit Byron on the shoulder. Byron pulled a dagger from his waist and stabbed the monster. Although the monster was stabbed, it didn't understand it at all. Just pressed Byron to bite. At this critical moment, the Count pierced the monster's waist with a sword. Madame stabbed the monster in the eye with a sword. The monster struggled for a while, but then didn't move. Just when the three of them thought they were going through it, a group of monsters appeared in front of them. Byron held the sword in their remaining right hand. Be brave enough to stand in front of the monsters. The hungry monster horde frantically pounced on the three prey. Just when the three of them thought they were going to die, a fur jumped from a high treetop and landed. Draw your sword and arrow ahead. Arrow after head easily solved all the monsters. Among the monster corpses all over the ground. His eyes were sad, and he walked towards the three of them. But a rage shocked Byron. Knowing that Haver's swordsmanship and magic far surpassed him. But when Haver and the young master went to Crino, surely not to this extent. What makes Haver grow so fast? The Baron and Madame meet Haver. Nervously asked about Lloyd. Haver was silent for a moment. Begin to tell the story of what it was like when Haver discovers the young master's heart. Stopped beating. Heartbroken thoughts. If you just disappear like that, what about our territory? I finally met my new home. This is after Harvra became an adult. The most grief-stricken one. As a swordsman, he has a strong and confident heart. But now this heart is about to lose its home. In extreme despair, suddenly, he found a glimmer of light. The pulse in the young master's wrist was actually beating. Haber then went on to identify the carotid artery in depth. Then I thought curiously, obviously, the heart has stopped beating. Why does he still have a pulse? Although faintly, but he was still breathing. When he looked at it carefully, after Kim Xiuhui's heart, the heart is surrounded by 3 rings, and it's still spinning rapidly. The magnetic field created by the rotating magic ring makes Haver unable to see the state of his heart. But one thing is certain, powerful magic spins. In place of the heart, he was kept alive. Haver analyzes and scrutinizes. I guess that the young master must have used a triple blast, only to beat the excellent titans to pieces. The deformity of 4 people who traveled day and night. This day, finally came the dilapidated Cremo. Haver said to the trio, the young master is recuperating in the Earl's fooding. The Baron looked at the city as if it were in ruins. I lamented the monster that created this disaster. Unexpectedly, was it you and Lloyd who defeated you? Haver didn't turn around, but decisively corrected the Baron's words. No, I'm just Lloyd. The sword wielded by the young master in his hand was all based on Luo, the power of Master Ed. The monster was just dealt with. This sentence shocked the Baron and the lady, because they know that Haver never tells lies. They could not have imagined that Lloyd would have such an ability. Walk on the road. Residents can be heard talking everywhere. Almost all of them are thanks to Jin Xiuhui for saving his life. He rescued a man who had fallen overboard in the icy waters. Let the little bell eat the wreckage of the building and rescue the wounded. Let little Hama spray water to extinguish the raging flames. Outside the Earl's court at this time, occupied with the inhabitants who rushed in, they prayed from the bottom of their hearts. Hopefully he'll wake up safe and sound. But there is always a part of the nasty people, in order to gain popularity and show their wisdom, deliberately distorting facts to provoke opposing rhetoric, commonly known as trolls. Behind the crowd, suddenly remembered a discordant voice. Are you all stunned? If it weren't for that man who became the lord of the bronze statue, how could a monster attack a city? This incident is all to blame on that guy. Things gather like, and people are grouped. There will definitely be a part of the stupidity that will follow the trend. But in the end, it will be suppressed by wise people. With a burst of strength, a powerful heartbeat sounded. The interior of Kim Xiuhui's heart finally formed the heart of magic. Jin Xiuhui has just woken up. A series of system prompts rang in my ears. Your sacrifice and courage. Kramer's mission was deeply touched. Luxurious rewards based on your contributions. Click here for details. Jin Xiuhui held his forehead and encouraged him to start. Say to the system, I remember myself like a fool. Use a triple blast. Am I still alive now? The system jokingly replied that you are probably alive. If you don't breathe, you probably won't even be able to dream. Jin Xiuhui then asked me how I survived. My heart should have been blown to pieces. In the face of Jin Xiuhui, it is a matter of life and death. Curious about the system not responsible for letting him wait. Then reminded Jin Xiuhui that there was something more important. The system really knows Jin Xiuhui too well. It doesn't matter if you live or die. He is more focused on rewards. Haver pushed the door open and entered the room, shocked to find that the young master had woken up. Kim Xiuhui's first words to Haver were, Haver, when they will pay for the project. Haver was really speechless, but this is the normal performance of the young master. At this moment, the voices of the Baron and the lady rang out. The two of them rushed to the scene with tears in their eyes. Let Jin Xiuhui experience a wave of deep love from his parents. This moment, it doesn't matter if Lloyd is their son. As long as he is alive, thank goodness. At this moment in the national capital of Macenta, the king is listening to the ministers, paraphrasing the letter of the Count of Crino. The letter tells about the deeds of Kim Xiuhui and Haver. This made the king take a keen interest in the two. It was decided to send an envoy to bring them together. King Elahika wants to confirm it himself. The letter tells the truth of the matter. Men are the most dedicated animals in the world. Not one of them. The summer solstice is still for 3-year-old children. Octogenarian man. They all like young, beautiful, and well-figured girls. This belief runs through a man's life. But this man is very deviant. Jin Xiuhui was alone in the carriage looking at the system box. Watch a large section of praise and praise. Jin Xiuhui's face was cold and completely uninterested. The system knows too well this guy, who is in the eye of the money. Then a large number of rewards are given. 1,500.2 horses are awarded. Jin Xiuhui is like a stimulant. I almost jumped up with joy. Clearly reflects the dog with a leash 1,000. The truth of man's money bolt. Then read the skill information. Skill heart of mana. The heart stores a high density of mana. Jin Xiuhui then understood the reason why the body is more powerful than before. Turns out he has a magical heart too. Your heart of magic is formed by blasting impact. So, your heart of magic is endowed with unique characteristics. Jin Xiuhui was curious about what unique characteristics it would have. Exclusive configuration to counteract shocks. Even without protection, it can also counteract the impact on its own. Jin Xiuhui was shocked by this skill. In other words, you can use triple blasting casually. Later, it was more convenient to quarry and dig holes. The system was shocked by Jin Xiuhui's clever idea. The system continues to explain. Normally, the magic power of the heart of magic is cultivated by itself. Magic ring. It is the external magic absorbed by the Aslihan star method. The two types of magic run from essentially different sources. Use the blast skill. It's like igniting a gunpowder spectrum. So use blasting. Skills need to protect the magic star. But when you use triple blasting, there are no magic stars in battle. After you unleash the power of the explosion. Aslahan Remains. The origin power of the 3 rings of the star law. Occupy the fusion in this empty room inside the heart. You've been in a coma for a month. It's because the magic star is being formed. Now your magic star. It is the same source of magic as the magic ring. So there is no such thing as blasting hurting each other. Waited a long time. The count has finally arrived. Look at the fat Earl. Jin Xiuhui subconsciously licked his lips. After the Earl's composition, the carriage began to move. Jin Xiuhui looked out the window, said to himself, those buildings and roads. It costs a lot of money to repair it. The Count didn't think much of it. He replied that it would be more than a month's budget. Jin Xiuhui continued, "If you don't defeat the Great Titan, the half-year budget has to be hid inside." The Count chuckled in his heart. There was a bad premonition. "Then ask what you want to say." Jin Xiuhui cocked Erlang's legs. Casually said that compared to half a year, I don't even have a fraction of the construction money. I'm just thinking about it. Ha! Jin Xiuhui didn't seem to see the Count's gloomy face. Moving on to who would have anticipated. A statue erected to drive away the Great Tata. But it caused a mutilation. Whoever has the plan, we shouldn't be invited. Because the original intention was to start for the whole city. Although 2 people risked their lives. But it would be nice to be able to solve it smoothly. Haha, I overheard the squires say. As long as it contributes to the public interest of the city. Regardless of status. The Count is sure to offer a monetary reward. I'm curious. What exactly is to contribute to the public interest? The Earl's face was gloomy and he interrupted Jin Xiuhui's words. Then say a number 1.5 times. Is that okay? Jin Xiuhui continued to say, sorry, noncommittally. You are mistaken. I'm not asking you for more money. But I do get it. For the Earl, the lives of citizens are worth 1.5 times the construction cost. Except for the rhythmic sound of horses' hooves outside the window. There was no other sound in the carriage. The Count was silent for a while, and then said twice. Jin Xiuhui looked out the window with a condensed expression. Not a word. The Count's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The hateful said 3 times. This is from the reflection of the glass. Seeing Jin Xiuhui's crazy smile like a demon. The Count gritted his teeth with hatred. Jin Xiuhui stretched out his hand with a smile on his face. In front of the Earl. So I'm amazed by your pattern, Earl. I would give him a pension. Use it where it makes sense. The Earl shook Jin Xiuhui's hand with a sad face. But he felt strange. Obviously being entertained by the other party. But he doesn't hate this person. When the carriage came to the square, the surrounding residents erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Long live Master Lloyd. This makes the spirit who has never experienced such a big scene. Xiuhui felt. The pressure is high. The Earl saw the embarrassed look of the fine cultivator again. Times plus. Then playfully say that the citizens want to listen to you. I'm on the podium. A mega magic ball is ready for you. Jin Xiuhui thought in his heart that no matter how good the speech was, it would not make money. Just say some useless nonsense. For example, defeating monsters is everyone's effort. Each of us is a hero, and so on. When he stood on the podium, when the hand presses the amplified magic ball, looking at the crowd of residents in front of him, I just want to turn them all into customers. I was going to say that it was useless to think about it in advance. As a result, he said it in one mouth. Have you ever heard of underfloor heating? There was silence all around. Why? The hero's placenta root is a bit far from defeating the monster. Jin Xiuhui realized that he had said the wrong thing at this time. He looked at the impassioned gesture. Represents the useless waste of speeches. He looked at the amplified magic ball in his hand again. It means that the right to speak is in your own hands. Xi and Xiuhui did not hesitate to choose to follow his heart. Retract the impassioned gesture. Homeopathic Faceless said that everyone didn't even know. Cower next to the fireplace on a cold winter day, relying only on the tiny flame to keep warm, but he didn't dare to go far. Do you know how much time you've wasted? An hour or 2 hours. Missed by a mile. If there are 50 years in life, you're going to waste 15 years in front of the fireplace. If you think it's a pity to have time, just keep in mind underfloor heating. The Earl was denied his speech at the side. Jin Xiuhui then said confidently, underfloor heating will improve your quality of life so much. Suddenly, he felt strange. When did I speak so honestly? Then place the 2. The distance of one hand cannot be larger. Let yourself go completely. Pure nonsense to say it wrong will improve so much. More details. Please come to the Baron Frontrau's house to negotiate. After the advertisement, he immediately turned around and left, not to mention saving the city and defeating Jojodel. The Earl of Tan thought to himself, I finally know why I don't hate this kid. He will ensure the benefits and follow through to the end. Do a good job and reasonably strive to maximize benefits. There is no need to put such talents. It's simply a loss for the country. The man learns that the beautiful queen wants to see him. I shed tears of remorse. Does the beautiful queen have any magic? The wound from the whip is still tickling. The longevity knight of the territory, Byron Ching, has a simple personality, integrity and honesty. He's good at everything, but no matter how hard he tried, as a knight, his strength is ordinary. Maybe it's worse than normal. This is what Jin Xiuhui said about Byron. I thought it was a pity for Byron. But what's happening now? But it subverted Jin Xiuhui's opinion. After Jin Xiuhui returned to the Baron's mansion, Byron sorted out all the project progress and report to Jin Xiuhui in detail. The first is mayor's self-assured advancement. From the allocation of land to immigrants led to a shortage of manpower, caused by the Department of Farmers, all the way down to the transfer of manpower to fill vacancies. Then there is a 7% discount on the evaluation of underfloor heating projects. Receive a large number of underfloor heating projects, although the construction of the profit decreased. But consider the later bituminous coal sales. The total profit will be more than 50%. Finally, there is the water source. Matters related to the maintenance of insulation of pipes. Bayang. Organize all projects and plan them clearly, and give reasonable suggestions. Kim was surprised by Byron's efficiency. Byron don't think it's a big deal, because he just followed the young master's instructions. This is a soldier from outside the door. Please ask Byron to accept the internal construction of the floor heating house. Several people came to the construction site. Byron, though hanging with bandages, still double-check every detail. Then he said to the soldier with satisfaction, Now you can do nothing wrong at all. It's amazing. During this time, I have spoken out against you. It's for this moment. From now on, you will be on a business trip. The most important talent. The soldiers were praised. I'm a little embarrassed, though. But it's noticeably more motivated. Refine and make the middle sidelines let Byron deal with it. Now he is finally sure that Byron are capable. And is very capable. It's a pity that Byron was born at the wrong time. If it was in the original world, he can easily become an executive in a large company. A salary increase must be given to him. At this time, the system suddenly reminds you. The spread of underfloor heating in the old territory of Flante has been completed. Floor heating will leave a strong mark on the history of the mainland. The obligation to give your contribution is issued a large amount of RP. Rewards 400 RP points. Later, Jin Xiuhui learned, able to sign a large number of underfloor heating contract orders. Thanks to the Baroness' rational external operations, they are more suitable for other jobs than lieges. This matter made Jin Xiuhui understand. From the moment of birth, a person opens to prison. Many people will be happy or sad because of the era in which they were born. Someday, Jin Xiuhui looked at the bituminous coal warehouse under construction. The stars pay off the remaining half of the debt. In the future, you will be able to eat, drink, and be merry every day. Live a retired life. Haber looked at the young master's obscene appearance. Thought, every time I see this annoying look on his face, I couldn't help but want to beat him. At this moment, a loud horn sound was heard in the distance. The two looked back curiously. I saw a momentum slowly walking in the distance. A huge team, on a flag fluttering in the wind, printed with the eye-catching Sanjiang national emblem. Jin Xiuhui suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. The messenger solemnly opened the book according to the process. The Baron's family bowed their heads and knelt on the ground for a long time. Jin Xiuhui, I asked the ancestor of this ink blot monkey 8 times. Answer, he had a particularly bad premonition. The messenger began to read the nonsense from the book. Jin Xiuhui didn't bother to listen at all. I've been wondering what the problem is. Then the messenger read aloud. I want to meet you. Defeated 2 heroes of the Great Titan, and weigh the contribution of sending them. The system suddenly prompted Baron how to rush to rise 9 points. You get 90.2 horses. I saw that the Baron was already crying on the side. Long live the underground. This is a family honor. My son is amazing. Jin Xiuhui is called immortal in his heart. He would rather not have this RP award. Kim Xiuhui's experience in the army told me. Finish the matter. Can't be too good. If this iron law is violated, there will be endless work on him. If it has anything to do with the king, the retirement of the rural aristocracy will never be thought about. The messenger finally read out, "Order Lloyd and his guards." The knight immediately went to the national capital. After the tears of joy and tears of the baron's father, Ding Xiuhui left tears of remorse. I should have stopped after meeting the sea god Heim. The stinky lobster cursed me. Count Cremo, you rascal old man, take revenge on me. If the king has a crush on me, I'll be called for the rest of my life. Jin Xiuhui, sitting in the carriage to the national capital. Haver asked the young master curiously, "Why do you look like you're going to the execution ground?" Jin Xiuhui casually returned to the tip of your eyes. Haver continued, "I thought Master Lloyd would think, how much will it cost His Majesty the King?" And then I was so happy. Haver's words reminded Kim Xiuhui. He read the entire Tyson Knight novel, the character of King Macentano and what the future holds. There is also the plot of the story that he knows. Just act on your own initiative. You can get left and right, since it's already like this. Then flatter the king. Let's take a good look at it. A few days later, Jin Xiuhui knelt with Haver in the splendid royal palace hall. After hearing the king's permission, they both looked up. Look at the beautiful queen in front of you. Jin Xiuhui couldn't help but panic under this slight pressure. To alleviate oppression, he hastened to say in a loud voice, "Long live His Majesty." Lloyd meets the owner of the land, His Majesty the King. The king said very differently, "Judging by your bearing, I thought the people around you were nobles." Then the beautiful queen smiled and said, "Haverching, I feel it from you. Special magic flows. It seems that you are entitled to despise the keyboard with me." Haver replied honestly, as always, "I'm sorry, I'm just a nameless knight." The king's precise gaze shocked the Marquis of Jin Xiuhui. I couldn't help but think to myself that he just glanced at it. You know what makes Haver special? He is worthy of a king, one of the 2 juggernauts in the kingdom. Most of the rhetoric in front of him will die miserably. This vile, nasty, licking dog. After meeting the beautiful queen in your heart, conquer the queen's heart with a nimble tongue. How the queen would spur this lowly man. The queen stands in the sun's radiance, condescendingly looking down at the 2. First affirmed their cervix, but the queen also made her attitude clear. He was going to test Lloyd's abilities for himself. Jin Xiuhui was not surprised at all, because he guessed in advance. He's more happy now. Is there a bigger business than the state? This is a great opportunity to win the king's order. The queen's voice came, and I asked you, what do you think of the national capital of Macenta? What is the most urgently needed project? Jin Xiuhui thought silently in his heart. I certainly know the answer to this question, because I know the plot of all novels. The queen's eyes stared at Jin Xiuhui. Thought to heart, if you are really competent in civil engineering, Wang Cheng's question should be clear at a glance. That is Wang Cheng, who is repairing and gradually collapsing. Jin Xiuhui replied calmly and evaded. It needs to be on the Medina River, which crosses the capital. Build a new bridge. Heard Jin Xiuhui's reply. The queen frowned slightly, obviously dissatisfied with this answer. Kim Xiuhui knew very well that the queen was not satisfied, because that's not the answer he wants. But according to the character of the queen, he's certainly not going to end the test there. A man with supreme power and absolute force. He has a bold temperament and is above board. You can even listen to each other's suggestions regardless of whether you are high or low. The queen asked slowly and in a low voice. What is the reason? Jin Xiuhui heard it from the queen's tone. His mood fluctuates. But he continued. Maybe some people think so. What is urgently needed now is to repair the dynasty. I know it was a long time ago. There is a dragon with a grumpy temperament. Twice the towers of the royal city were raised to prevent such a thing from happening again. The royal city has become what it is now because he was afraid of being uprooted by him. It is only then that there is the city of Macenta, which is now extremely heavy. His weight squeezed the ground and the pillars. The limits of the bearing capacity of the foundation are exceeded. That's why it will lead to a little bit of settlement collapse. But it's too early to repair. So I don't think it's a project that needs to be built urgently. With Jin Xiuhui's gushing narration, the queen's brow furrowed a little. This unreasonable person. He knew the answer in my heart, but he still gave another answer. Jin Xiuhui thought sinisterly in his heart. I know what the king is thinking. But he gave another answer. I know this very well. He knew it now. The queen smiled sinisterly when she saw Jin Xiuhui. I thought silently in my heart. He knew that I knew to him what I was thinking. But he gave another answer. I know this well. The corners of the mouth are about to crack to the back of the head. Thinking, hey. I know what the king is thinking. But I know that there is another answer. He knows I know. The system yelled enough. Is the madman molesting me? How could I be that I'm breaking the law with you? The queen was not angry. Instead, interest was raised. After a series of psychological games, the two of them went through a series of psychological games. Jin Xiuhui continued. The bridge over the Mazina River was rebuilt several times. Because of that bridge, unable to withstand the surge in water flow in the spring. Every time it collapses, it brings inconvenience to the lives of the people. For this, a lot of money needs to be invested in repairs. But everyone thinks it's a natural disaster. I never thought it was a construction problem. If you leave this project to me, I would use the technique of suspension bridges. Build a bridge that won't be crushed by floods. Nearest the king, nearest the gallows. Not to mention the tigress. The queen was now slightly angry. Because Jin Xiuhui, just now, negates the decision he made. After thinking for a moment, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Because this feeling of being pushed against him is very comfortable. After a moment of silence, Queen Sheng said, you continue. Explain the bridge you want to build. Jin Xiuhui had an evil smile on his face. I thought it felt great. I knew you'd love to be pushed. Jin Xiuhui began to explain the technical knowledge of suspension bridges. It's boring and hypnotic. Haver's knowledge of concrete. The queen only listened for a moment before interrupting her. Enough is enough. I suddenly didn't want to hear it. The queen depicted in the novel. Extreme disgust with groveling. Evil for flatterers. To the light. People with faith give trust. But he was also betrayed by those he trusted. Lost an arm. Blackened into a cruel monarch. But that was 3 years later. Now he's still a listener. The holy monarch of words. The queen asked solemnly, what if the bridge collapsed? Jin Xiuhui thought in his heart. I would pack my bags and flee abroad. But he said firmly, then please behead me for public display. But as long as that bridge is still there, Your Majesty, please preserve the position of our family. This last sentence is simply a stroke of genius. Jin Xiuhui is begging the queen for a gold medal for avoiding death. The queen was degraded by Kim Xiuhui's shameless pleas. Then he boldly agreed to this request. Jin Xiuhui hurried westward. Take out the contract that has been prepared long ago and ask the queen to sign it. The queen saw that this guy had written the contract in advance. Angrily, you don't believe what I say. Jin Xiuhui held the contract high above his head. Speaking of His Majesty, this is not the case. In this contract, included, if I didn't seriously construct, the content that will be cut by 1,000 cuts. I think it's right to can't. A trusting lowly person must have. The queen of the family sighed at the guy in front of her. This is how the language is used. Then obediently signed the contract. Jin Xiuhui held the contract and thanked the queen. The queen asked him curiously, "What are you going to do next?" Jin Xiuhui explained, "Because in front of His Majesty's signature, I couldn't hang my head any lower. You can only strike a relatively low-looking pose." The queen reluctantly said, "I know. Hurry up and put it down. It's really spicy to the eyes." After leaving the palace of the Maharaja, Jin Xiuhui arrogantly pointed to the contract to show Haver. "It's like saying you saw it. Your eldest brother and I got the contract from the king." Haver whispered helplessly, "You beware of being beheaded by His Majesty. I can't stop the sword of the returning sword of the Juggernaut." After repairing and leaving, the guardian knight at the queen's side said to the queen, "Your Majesty, this man is not only intelligent, but also calculating. Don't you feel a little displeased?" The queen said leisurely, "He was more cunning than I thought. He's kind of determined. The way I look does displease me. But he's just as vulgar and a little scary. Plato told me, when you want to conquer each other, as a matter of fact, has already been conquered by the other side to a certain extent." A few days later, Jin Xiuhui picked up his backpack and prepared to go out. Haver said worriedly, "Is it really okay if you go alone?" Jin Xiuhui said impatiently that the security of the national capital is so good. "It's okay, and it's a hassle to go out with you, okay? Just went to measure because of you. I couldn't concentrate at all. And you're a mother, aren't you? Even the pigeons love what the hell you are." Haver reluctantly said, "Please tell Julian. I'm doing well." Jin Xiuhui waved his hand to signal that it was no problem. Julian was Lloyd's younger brother. "I am currently studying at a national college." The Baroness prepared a large bag of Oriental medicine and preparations. Let Jin Xiuhui be sure to give it to his younger brother. Jin Xiuhui. As I walked, I thought about the plot of Julian in the novel. After the bankruptcy of the Baron's family, he was kicked out of his dormitory because he couldn't pay his tuition. As a result, he was killed by robbers in the middle of the night. This won't happen this time. I saved him by accident. Since it's here, just go and see you. A younger brother who doesn't even know what he looks like. The younger brother with high grades is bullied at school. Scarred arms can be seen everywhere. The beater has an arrogant attitude. The background is deep. The elder brother is a hero who saves a city. What will he do with this? Jin Xiuhui came to the academy with his backpack. Unexpectedly, his younger brother questioned him in disgust. To do something. Jin Xiuhui looked at his younger brother Julian condescendingly. I thought to myself, all I knew was that he was the same age as Haver. I didn't expect it to be a little kid at all. Look at him like this. What a bastard Lloyd is. That's how his brother sees him. Based on previous experience with the tavern keeper, I've got to behave a little bit of a jerk now. Otherwise, he will revolt against the new one. Jin Xiuhui took a look at the pointed end of the backpack, thrown into his brother's arms. With a bored expression, he said that it was given to you by his mother. Julian suddenly raised his alertness. He didn't even scold me, and he also deliberately helped his mother run errands. At this time, the system suddenly prompts. Your actions were overly gracious. He was doubting whether it was Ben. Jin Xiuhui couldn't believe it. Where was my gesture just now? This kid from Lloyd is terrible. The kind-hearted Jin Xiuhui really can't play the bad guy. Turned around and said, it's okay. I'm gone, stinky boy. Julian's mind is even more different. He didn't hit me and just left. What the hell is wrong with this person? You're being prompted to behave too much like a normal person. His suspicions were even greater. Jin Xiuhui was so wronged in his heart. He all shouted stinky boys. Do you want to kick Julian? That's when he suddenly remembered. His mother asked him to eat with his brother. Jin Xiuhui was irritated when he thought about it. Julian looked at her brother, who was so abnormal. I was anxious and anxious. Jin Xiuhui asked helplessly, is there a more expensive restaurant here? Please have a meal. Sticky boy. Julian asked suspiciously, Why did his brother have a treat? Jin Xiuhui explained. What else could it be? It was my mother who told me about it. Sticky boy. Although it took less than a few minutes to meet. But Julian. It has been determined that there is a problem with the brother in front of him. The two brothers arrive at a fancy restaurant. Julian cringes as she prepares for the basic course. Jin Xiuhui said irritably, "Let's get something more expensive. You don't usually get a chance to come to this kind of restaurant." Julian felt that something was missing. The scene stood still for a few seconds. Jin Xiuhui went on to say, "Stinky boy." Julian's face darkened. I thought to myself, he must have forgotten to say the stinky boy just now. I actually have to make up for why he is so normal. He used to be a swearing-speaking bastard. Just one look at him will get kicked. Julian plucked up his courage. Whisper, then I want to choose the set of places. Jin Xiuhui taught the deceased. Tell me 2 selected packages. Try asking if you need to serve alcohol. Jin Xiuhui waved his hand and replied, "No, I quit drinking." This sentence shocked Julie again. He was amazed to see that he had quit drinking. It's still the same 24 hours soak in the vat. Borrowing alcohol to go crazy. A few days ago, someone from Wangcheng suddenly came to me. He related to me when the city of Cremo was attacked by the Titans. And the one who repelled the Rush Titans was Lloyd. How is this possible? Lloyd didn't have that kind of mind. I don't have that strength either. This must be a rumor. Or maybe it's him. Take the credit for Haver's work for yourself? That's what I thought. But he's changed too much now. It's just another person entirely. Suddenly there was a snap. A yellow first slapped Julian. Then he said with contempt that it was up to you, a poor ghost. How would you dine here? Kim Soho watched his younger brother suddenly be beaten. He silently stopped the fork in his hand. He knew very well that this was Wangcheng, not his own home. Observe before deciding what to do with your brother. Julian's face was full of fear. Cowardly say sorry. Today the situation is exceptional. Huang Mao punched again. How did you learn your law class? It is also possible to violate the law depending on the situation. Little Rollo of the Baron's house. It is not possible to eat in a conspicuous place. You know why? My brother was beaten because of his eyes. Jin Xiuhui was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he carefully observed the situation around him. The two at the next table laughed at Julian. It's almost time to eat at home. Dare to come here. There was such a big commotion. The people in the restaurant closed their eyes and pretended not to see. Jin Xiuhui understood. My brother encountered school violence. Here compared to academic performance. More emphasis is placed on background status. The son of a poor village lord has excellent grades. It's even more unpleasant, even if it helps him now. College life will become more troublesome later on. The younger brother is also frantically signaling not to interfere. Look at the scars on his arms. It should be bullied a lot. What to do? At this time, Huang Mao suddenly said arrogantly, "Our family. But there is Raknada that even the kingdom recognizes. At least at this level. To be eligible to eat here." Hear Huang Mao's words. Jin Xiuhui discussed. This kid said Raknada. Is it Viscount Lackner? The coolie I crushed. Jin Xiuhui, who has not yet decided how to solve this matter. The brain quickly sorts out all kinds of information and calculates. When he put the plan through and through, a demonic grin appeared on his face. Then ask what you do. Huang Maoting's hand, which was about to fall, said arrogantly, "My father was the wise and compassionate Laknada. Are you a relative of this group of ghosts? Stop spreading the smell of cow dung. Get out of here." A big fight knocked him back. The yellow-haired front teeth flew with a crisp sound. The body rotates 180 degrees and rises off the ground. After landing on the ground, Thomas sat like a spinning top and went back. Your father wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of me. You're a fart. Lloyd's slap was nothing but magic. I didn't use my explosive skills to cripple this kid. It's just because he took his father's class later. I have to suck his blood myself. A red-haired man on the edge of this history said arrogantly, "Where did the madman come from? Dare to offend the friends of the High Federation." Immediately, he was forced to fight. A big guy said fiercely, "I was the first rebel in the 2nd grade. Fist Lao Tzu doesn't have time to listen to you pretending. Two silly ones who look exactly the same. Dare to jump out? It's some unreasonable guy who is going wild. We are the Earl known as the Black Dragon's feet. Twins, you two are so unspeakable." Jin Xiuhui walked towards a mushroom head. The mushroom head waved his hand in fright, said he just watched and did nothing. "You're one of them." Jin Xiuhui walked in front of the last two remaining people. The two of them trembled with fright. "Say we didn't say anything." Jin Xiuhui said indifferently. "You giggled. Clicks are 2 emerald lines." At this time, Huang Mao suddenly rushed over. Sneak attack behind Jin Xiuhui. A punch was punched in Jin Xiuhui's face. Then he said complacently, "I'm a genius at manipulating magic. How about the mana punch that was thrown?" The yellow-haired name is Diego Lacna. He is 21 years old. Now the young man regretted it, although that punch caused damage to the opponent. But at the same time, a terrifying demon was awakened. The younger brother was eating but was beaten by Xiaoba. The elder brother didn't want to bully the weak. Xiaoba was arrogant and even beat his brother together. Xiaoba's punch completely released the demon in front of him. Jin Xiuhui grabbed Huang Mao's collar. The thrill of breaking free from the shackles came from the body. Deep down, I longed for the itchy feeling of violence. He couldn't help it. "Your head hangs." Smashed it down, and Huang Mao's forehead was swollen for a few days. Jin Xiuhui. He didn't use magic to protect his forehead. That would make him feel no pain. The joy that pain brings. He wants to satisfy the desires of his heart. Jin Xiuhui pulled up the limp yellow hair again, in the yellow hair's incessant begging for mercy. Another head hammer. At this time, the big bag on the yellow hair's forehead is already higher than the nose. The younger brother was terrified by the property. He knew his brother was a madman. After today's contact, I thought my brother had become normal. I didn't expect him to get even crazier. The younger brother wanted to ask someone from the restaurant for help, but the man had long since disappeared. "Are you happy to smash it? You wonder why? We'll be beaten like this." Wise and merciful Lackness. Don't you fart and make drafts? The father and son's ability to pretend to be forced is really a virtue. Is it fun to bully classmates? Clear your head. Scum, you don't have a good education when you grow so big. You don't have to thank me for seeing this. Is it dirty? Lick it clean. The younger brother is desperately calling the police. Refine how-level yelling. Stop going on. It's going to kill you. I'm going to school for this madman. Jin Xiuhui said lightly. You're worried that you'll be bullied more severely afterward. Then he said with a relaxed face and said, don't worry. As long as he's dead, he can't bully you. Hear the solution given by my brother. My brother's face turned white with fright. Don't talk nonsense and continue to abuse dogs. Jin Xiuhui is also a person who came out of school. When I was studying, I saw a lot of this kind of scum. Communicate with them and reason. Are you kidding? Only the intimidation of death can be immediate. At this time, there was a sound behind him, and he immediately helped. It turned out to be the dean called by the restaurant manager. And convoys. The dean immediately shouted, This is the aid of His Majesty, the Great King. The Holy Academy of Help. How dare you go wild here? Ginger is really old and spicy. When I don't understand the identity and background of the troublemaker, it is wisest to carry the king out. Jin Xiuhui exuded a blood-colored murderous aura, fiercely looked at the guts. The rogue old man who disturbed his entertainment. The younger brother saw Jin Xiuhui's eyes. My heart trembled. Could it be that he still wants to be a guard and a dean? This is a crime of beheading. Jin Xiuhui turned around and said hello to a gentleman. I'm Lloyd, Julian's big brother. The brother's calm expression shocked Julian again. I couldn't help but think in my heart, how it seems that he is waiting for a good wine. Jin Xiuhui said politely, I apologize to you for the riot I caused. I didn't mean to. I just want to be great. His Majesty the King regains his reputation. Jin Xiuhui had planned it from before he started. The game has the rules of the game. In the national capital, a place where powerful people walk everywhere. He had to hold on to the king's whole card. The dean scolded him. What kind of bastard are you talking about? Who do you say has damaged the reputation of His Majesty the King? Jin Xiuhui pointed to the yellow hair on the ground and said, It was the son of this Lackner family. He beat and insulted my brother Julian. The gentleman standing in the back saw it. But he never stopped the man, bullying my brother. So it's really possible that you didn't see it. Haha, Jin Xiuhui knew it very well in his heart. School administrators are inextricably linked to the powerful. They will certainly not offend these powerful children. Students form their own groups. After graduation, will influence the academy with its own power. These so-called gardeners don't just know everything, is even conniving at the children of the powerful to bully Julian. Because of poverty, the poor baron's son does not bring them good. The director asked, What does this have to do with His Majesty the King? Jin Xiuhui said as he reached into his arms, To insult my brother is to insult me. To insult me is to despise the king. Then he took out a meta box from that pocket. In front of the high level of the academy, Yuan he opened. In a dazzling light, the royal family's double dragon emblem shines with a brilliant golden light. Jin Xiuhui then said lightly, And I am the king's special guest of honor. A group of rogue old men were so frightened that they quickly fell to their knees. Long live the chanting of His Majesty the King. Jin Xiuhui put away the badge. On the left side of the side, I said that all the leaders understood. Then I'll take my leave. The rogue old man finally knew. Jin Xiuhui's whole cards for the account. Thinking about stupid guys in my heart. Wang's status as a guest of honor is only temporary. Let's ride a donkey and see. We'll see the ledger. When Jin Xiuhui walked to his side, suddenly, I had a bad feeling. Quietly raised his eyelids and took a look. Saw. Jin Xiuhui looked at him with a demonic expression, as if to say, You don't worry. The game between the two of us has just begun. The rogue old man's heart trembled. Finally realized that this time the kick was on the iron plate. Jin Xiuhui saw his younger brother standing still in a daze. Then he turned his head and said what to do. Hurry up and come here. After the two left the restaurant, Julian asked, What are we going to do now? Jin Xiuhui said naturally, Take you to the office to take a leave of absence. Julian roared at Jin Xiuhui. You're having a good day. Beat the school bully and intimidate the teacher. In the future, I will be bullied even worse at school. How else can I study? Facing the accusations of his younger brother. Kim Xiuhui didn't mind either. And then it's easy to say that it's going to be a mess here soon. You don't learn either. You can take the opportunity to take a break and exercise by the way. Have you ever heard of this phrase? The best muscles. It is a muscle that is developed through hard work. The picture comes to the VIP dormitory in Wangcheng. Julian is complaining to Haver about today's events. Haver said after listening to Julian's description, You can trust Master Lloyd's arrangement. There will definitely be a good outcome in the end. Julian said Haver in disbelief. What happened to you? He's a bastard Lloyd. How can I trust him? Haver said sincerely. You can't even believe what I'm saying. Julian was asked, because he knew that Haver never told lies. Haver calmly continued in Cranolds. Defeat monsters is excellent. Titan's combat plan. It's all Master Lloyd's plan. And after I lost the ability to fight, Lloyd, the young master used a desperate skill that hurt both sides. Alone gave the monster a fatal blow. He built roads in his hometown and opened up water wheels. Mining of coal mines. At the same time, he also became friends with the wild orcs. The Baron's huge debts. At present, More than half of it has been repaid. This is all achieved by the ability of young Master Lloyd. Trust him, Master Lloyd. Now it is the hope and benefactor of the territory. When Lloyd came to the door, just in time to hear Haver's praise, can't help but make him a little proud. The two men in the room continued, incredulous. He was originally a jerk, he was a drunkard, and he was really stupid. I don't know if it's garbage. It is incurable scum. Jin Xiuhui's smug face just now. In an instant, it was like eating 2 caddies of stool. And it was someone who broke his mouth. The kind that is shoehorned in. Julian asked Haver curiously, "What do you think? Is it really possible for people to change so much?" Haver replied in the affirmative, of course, that it was not possible. I'm more convinced. That man was someone else who looked like Master Lloyd. Buddies, this episode is narrating. I added some of my own workplace experience. Represents personal views only. Hope for already in the workplace, or a partner who is about to enter the workplace, can help. Avoid stepping on pits. Julian asked, could it be that it was black magic that took away Lloyd? Fleshhaver said slowly, I've only seen this theory you talk about in books, but it takes a lot of magic to practice. Stabilize the soul. I secretly checked the young master's body. There was no special magical aura in him. His body and soul are naturally one. Jin Xiuhui once again fooled around. Haver went on to say that I was talking about speculation. Somewhat absurd. Please forget. Julian added, but the elder brother suddenly judged the two. It makes me feel even more absurd. Jin Xiuhui guessed. Haver sensed him outside the door. Most of what he said just now was a signal to him. Julian laughed at himself. Said, I just learned that my family has so much debt. I thought I was the only one struggling to learn. Practice. I didn't expect my brother to do so much to pay off his debts. It turns out that I am the easiest person to live. I'm sure he's changed. After all, my brother saved our territory. The system prompts Julian. Opinion of you goes up by 2 points. You get 28.2 horses. Currently minus 59 friendship. It's nice to be finally repaired, because Julian can also become a 2-horse warehouse. Then he pushed the door open and said, Julian, here we go. Get ready to start your muscle-building coolie career. Kim Xiuhui brought Julian to the studio. Demonstrations and explanations. Preparing to make a special wire rope for suspension bridges. The first step is to put the oil and soil. Slap into a pizza with a diameter of more than 1 meter. Step 2. Then put on the earth and stones of various compositions. Finish the pizza. The third step is to eat the little bell beautifully. In the fourth step, the small bell can both spray the steel wire. Step 5. Wait for the wire to cool down. Rub 120 into a strand. So the wire rope is complete. That's the end of my note. It's as simple as putting an elephant in the freezer. You have to remember that this is the point of discrimination in this project. If you don't regret this, it's all over. Whether it's the debt of our territory or the rest of your college life, we'll be swayed by him. Such a heavy pressure. Julian was a little overwhelmed. Anxiously asked about such an important job. Why leave it to me? Jin Xiuhui said that each leader was calling. Something that subordinates will say when they are in the past. It's because it's important. That's why it's entrusted to the smart. You are responsible. Sticky boy. Julian revealed the workplace novice encounter. Bowles' touched expression. Buddies. If the leader says, so to you when. Most likely, he couldn't find anyone else. Take over the job. Another possibility is to find a backbiter. Don't have the illusion of meeting Bowl. A good project is not the turn of a newcomer in the workplace. Jin Xiuhui knew it very well in his heart. With the technological productivity of this era, construction of suspension bridges, it can be said that it is a fantasy. He couldn't do it on his own, no matter how much he tossed it. It must be helped beyond the power of technology. Jin Xiuhui holds the construction drawings. Just walked into the royal workshop, the dwarf of the royal family. Craftsman Technology Dust drunkenly said, I don't want it. It's clear that Technodos hears the wind. Guessed he would come. Jin Xiuhui held the drawings. Respectfully smiling, I haven't said a word yet. Technodos said very simply, I don't want to hear it. You hurry up and leave me. This Jin Xiuhui thought in his heart. Sure enough, it's the same as described in the novel. It's a stubborn old man. It is said that even if it was the king's request, as long as he himself is not interested, will never act. Jin Xiuhui directly unfolded the drawing. Said, here are the blueprints for the new bridge over the Messina River. This structure is called a row frame. The old man held up the bottle. Drunk and smoky, say believe it or not, I'll throw it on your head. I'm not interested in drawings of mere human design. Curiosity drove him to open his hazy drunkenness. Looked, it's one of a kind. A chain-sent structure composed of angular and square gangs, in the form of a triangle of transmission. Load transfer is split and transferred, if the strength of the material can be guaranteed. That's the lightest weight possible. To achieve super support, connoisseurs will know if there is one as soon as they make a move. 4 dwarven craftsmen who are addicted to the field of technology. Although I don't understand the principles of modern mechanics. But this structure piqued his keen interest. Jin Xiuhui was very unbeaten and rolled up the drawings. Said, oops, I'm sorry it's me who can't help myself. I'm going to find another blacksmith to do it. The roots of the tooth of science and technology are carried forward. The bottles were almost crushed. Hate said, wait a minute. You know the structure if you can't. If the strength of the material is guaranteed, will something happen? Technodos saw the key points at a glance. No matter how good the design concept is, if the strength of the material can't keep up, it's also a piece of waste paper. Jin Xiuhui said heavily, of course I know. The bridge will break, and it has led to the loss of many lives. And I'll be guillotined. I'll say it to everyone when the time comes. If it had been Technodox who had built it. This last sentence. I almost didn't make the old man's nose crooked. This bastard. Prepare to make a name for yourself when you are dying. Forthwith. With a gloomy face, you arrogant and rude fellow. Are you threatening me? If you want a person to work hard, the best way, it's to tie him into the same boat. Jin Xiuhui said insidiously. How could it be? I'm just awakening the conscience of a craftsman. The old man was panting desperately with anger. If Jin Xiuhui is really dying, pull him along. He will bear the infamy of destroying the lives of the people of the world. This shameless bastard. The old man thought about it for a while. Stretch out your hand and say, take it and take a look. As a technical worker par excellence. The old man quickly immersed himself in the design. Jin Xiuhui stood aside and kept quiet. After the old man read the drawings. Proudly, I am sure that I am in this kingdom. Only I can do it. If you leave this thing to those wastes to do, it will definitely cause a major accident. Jin Xiuhui said sincerely. That's why I'm here to threaten you. No, it's please. Technodos said helplessly, you guy. First, he tempted me with technical drawings. Then they threatened me with the lives of the people. You're such a bastard. Jin Xiuhui shamelessly said, thank you for the compliment. How dare I threaten you? I just know that you are a kind person. When Techno Duce agreed, when I took over this task, Jin Xiuhui bowed straight at 90 degrees. Mia thanked Master Technodos for his kindness. As a nobleman, Jin Xiuhui didn't have to bow to the craftsman. I really don't understand why he did this. Tell me in the comment area of the partner who knows. All the preparations have been laid. Julian makes wire ropes. The royal family workshop made the bridge deck of the row structure. Kim Xiuhui and Haver prepare to make the main tower of the bridge. At this time, a group of uninvited guests suddenly came. The leader shouted to stop the construction immediately. How dare you deceive the Wang family and embezzle the property of the state treasury? Absolutely unforgivable. This big hat buttons down. Jin Xiuhui was stunned. Meanwhile, the minister of the Maharaja is complaining to the queen. It will cost a lot of money every year. Repair of the tofu dregs Big Joe. It is said to be a great bridge that has been strong for 30 years. In the end, Jin Xiuhui made a conclusion. Call them cunning people who were placed on the property of the royal family. The queen of the heroic soul smells the taste inside. Jin Xiuhui. This is the cake that has moved some people. Whether it's repairing the old bridge every year or a new suspension bridge, this money is definitely going to be spent. But which one is the best choice? This scene of fighting for the cake is sure to be very good. The beautiful queen's whip is really. The two men were originally the queen's favorites. The queen will be served comfortably every day. It's just because they offended the queen's new love. Was tied up by the queen and whipped all night. In a conference room in the royal palace. The queen is ready to watch the performances of both sides. The president of the trade union believes the existing bridge is 30 years old, but not to the point where it needs to be demolished. And the annual maintenance cost is much lower than that of new construction. Kim Xiuhui reads through the Predator night novels. He knew that the bridge would soon collapse due to heavy rains. But this reason cannot be said. Jin Xiuhui was worried about the time when he wanted to speak. The queen reminded him. Stated opinions. In terms of the safe use of bridges and capital investment, Jin Xiuhui is very passive. Then he can only use other methods. Jin Xiuhui said suddenly, I would like to pay tribute to the officials around the president of the union. Ask a question. How much money you charged? This question caught the two opposite sides off guard. The official shouted angrily, You are spewing blood. How dare you frame the officials of the kingdom in front of His Majesty the King? Please make your own decision for me. See the reaction of the officials. Jin Xiuhui knew that he must have received the money. He dared to say that without evidence. It's because the flow of information in his world is well developed. The conclusion of government and business is basically something that everyone knows. Officials work for profiteers and provide an umbrella. Profiteers exploit the people, plunder money, and bribe officials. Today's thing. Obviously, Gonghui wanted to monopolize the funds. The queen said angrily to Lloyd Frontrow, I always thought you were smart people, but you made a big mistake. Dared to frame the officials of the kingdom without evidence. Immediately the man prepared for judgment. Finally trimmed the five-flowered big tie and knelt down on the ground cabinet. The blade of the hand was raised above his head. Just wait for the king's order. The queen said condescendingly and loudly to Lloyd, Listen up. You have insulted me and my courtiers with lies. I want my reputation back. Have her. I never thought things would turn out like this. Reach out and grasp the hilt of the sword. Make up your mind to come to the rescue at a critical moment. The queen asked coldly, Do you have anything to say at the end? Jin Xiuhui bowed his head and said firmly, Your Majesty. His teammates are the most persistent, and he is the most persistent. Jin Xiuhui's words simply couldn't fix Haver. Young master, what's the matter? Instead, it asked for an increased punishment. Junior. Dong felt that he should also be regarded as one of the three clans. I was so scared that the hairy children cried. The queen asked the other two to arrive. Do you agree with that? The two wanted Lloyd to hurry. It's good to be dead. Without much thought, I agreed to this approach. The queen shouted to the officials. In order for Lloyd to die, clearly. I want to prove your innocence. The queen's words made the two suddenly have a bad premonition. Suddenly, four magicians appeared. Surround the officials in the middle. The queen gave the order to cast a confession spell in a loud voice. The officials were scared and wanted to continue to quibble. At this time, the magic of the four mages is activated. As expected, Jin Xiuhui's treacherous plan succeeded again. He used to watch a lot of film and television dramas about power struggles. Building bridges and paving roads is a trivial matter that can be solved with a little money. Those in power don't care at all who does it for. What they care about most is their rights. Who would dare to do anything to shake the regime? Absolutely severe punishment will not be granted. Solve the party camp division. Officials and businessmen collude in this kind of disorderly thing. It is precisely what those in power abhor. because it's like slowly encroaching on royal power. The tower will one day come to a downfall. Jin Xiuhui really has no evidence, but he just had to push it lightly. The queen would take the initiative to help him find evidence. This plan is when he blames officials. It's already good. Jin Xiuhui came to live in shame. Said to the two people who were already next door, "Go with confidence. I have begged your majesty not to affect your family. I'm not very kind, haha." This farce led to delays in construction. Originally, it was very irritating to let the refinement be good, but the queen waved her hand, put all the manpower of the kingdom into hanging. In the construction of the rope bridge. Long live the queen's sister. The wizard uses gravity magic to reduce the weight by 10 pieces. The main tower was built in an instant. Next is the trash of wire ropes. A small bell holds the wire rope in its mouth. Then use the volcanic eruption skill to launch it. Small bells. This cute little girl rides in a black leather. Like a missile. Fly to the same huge painting as the opposite bank. Budong was spreading his hands, waiting for the little bell to throw herself into his arms. There was a loud bang. The little bell shyly put her face into the small Budong wand. Xiao Budong looks at you from this point. Report that the girls are all flowing out. The docking is successful. The winch rotates and the wire rope is broken. The second wire rope is coming. Julian in the crowd. Look at everything that's happening in front of you. Said with emotion, brother, so powerful. Hathor smiled sincerely and said that you are also very good. It's the first time I've done such heavy work. Can persist for a day. You're already, as Master Lloyd said, has the most advanced polyp trained by coolies. Construction of the suspension bridge continues. Gigantic little Hama. Drag the bridge deck to the specified location. Dock with a high-level mage and use the art of fire. Fuse the gap weld. That's it under the collective wisdom. The works were completed quickly. Suspension bridges are the first trips in the form of bridges. It will stand as a milestone in this world. The system prompts you to complete the construction of the Guadu suspension bridge. Bonus RP based on your contributions. Rewards 1,050 RP points. Currently holds 3,019 points RP. The Queen was honored in public on the newly completed bridge. Named the bridge Roy Haver. Took Lloyd's and Havers, respectively, and gave Lloyd the title of famous general. Dvorvin Artisan. Technodust said, unconvinced in the crowd. Obviously, I built the bridge deck, but he gave that little hairy boy the title of famous general. But I thought that the entire building was designed by Jin Xiuhui. The part of my heart gradually turned into recognition, and the presiding officer of the whole project. But I was thinking about getting the project money quickly. Pay off your debts. In this way, you can go home to eat, drink, and have fun to retire. Life was before that, but there is a huge obstacle. The beautiful queen looked down at the man kneeling at her feet. My heart is very tangled. How to use this? Because he has so many uses. Jin Xiuhui guessed that the queen would not let him go, but he just wants to escape from the clutches of the beautiful queen's sister. The beautiful queen said to Jin Xiuhui that she should go back to the palace with me. There are other things. Let Queen Jin Xiuhui show an evil smile, because he has a good way of killing two birds with one stone. It can solve the problems of the faculty of geography. It can let the queen's sister let go again. Excessive demand for her clutches. The commentary in the next episode is even more exciting. Don't forget to check it out. This man is a virgin who is 10,000 years old. The lover of her dreams was snatched away by her closest good brother. He swore to find a beautiful woman to clear the rules. But when the kingdom's first by Fumi seduces him, he was encouraged in the palace of the Maharaja. The queen announced in public, grant Lloyd lands and titles. This reward aroused the displeasure of some ministers. The queen knew it very well. Lloyd was a township in the eyes of these people. Barola. After destroying their children's therapy, they were also banned. But The Queen's decision to reuse Lloyd will not change. The dissatisfaction of these ministers can only be found later. Jin Xiuhui thanked the Queen for the reward, but he brazenly wanted a bigger reward. The ministers all looked at the hillbilly with indignation. In my heart, I decided that this person was greedy and shameless. The Queen was curious when she heard Jin Xiuhui's request. Non-committally, let Jin Xiuhui talk about him first. Jin Xiuhui said solemnly, "If you think the knowledge that the villain is looking for makes sense, please take back your fiefdoms and positions." Queen, I can't guess what this guy sells in a gourd. Let him state the request before deciding what to do with it. Jin Xiuhui continued. The villain asks His Majesty to kiss Burleigh College. Messena, Burleigh College is full of filth, despicable acts, than academics. The students are more concerned about the filming struggle. This was given to the nobles of the lower titles. Children bring mental and physical pain, and the educators of the academy will only turn a blind eye. Close one eye. Corruption is rampant, when students should be delving into knowledge. But he is obsessed with the sweetness of power, when you should have ambitions for the world. In turn, the barriers to the consolidation of the class were erected. This is very different from the purpose for which the academy was established. Today, Xiuhui's hearty words are here. Some of the ministers in heaven have begun to break out in a cold sweat. Haver at the beckon of Kim Xiuhui. The dossier came to the Queen with his hand. Kim Xiuhui explained to the Queen, "It's the two of us. Information from a 4-month survey. There are people who have graduated from the academy. Workers doing chores. There are also professors of conscience who do not want to go along with it. Detailed records collate their testimonies and sources." Several ministers broke out in a cold sweat, and the slander was repaired. Lying and denying that such a thing exists in the academy. The Queen does not want to listen to this nonsense. Directly order the confession magic to be cast. The magicians surrounded the ministers in the middle. Unleash your magic. There is no suspense. These ministers, they all enjoyed the Queen's whip on the pillar of shame. The Queen was really angry this time. Lead the soldiers to storm the National Academy. Clear the list and put them in jail, waiting for trial. And he said fiercely to all the prisoners, according to the nature of your sin, they will be punished separately. The confiscation of fiefs and even the death penalty of the legal office. Be enlightened. However, the two brave men were standing in the distance at this time. Look curious. Haber said lightly, "It seems that the academy has been cleaned up." It made the young master very happy. Jin Xiuhui smiled cynically and said something wrong. Now Sister King has completely forgotten about my existence. It's going to have to go on for a while. We can get the project money back to the territory. Suddenly. A bounty. A calm voice sounded behind Jin Xiuhui. I have come to proclaim His Majesty's will. I was still excited to death just now. In the blink of an eye, the hairs counts down. Jin Xiuhui has 10,000 grass and mud horses in his heart. Uncle, don't play like this, okay? I'm going to be impotent. I don't want to be a virgin forever. Of course, Jin Xiuhui didn't have the courage to say this. The uncle said to Jin Xiuhui, even if you want to leave, be sure to come to tomorrow night's banquet before you go. Your Majesty praised you for using the academy as an excuse. There was a wonderful disaster in the East Camp. He also said that he respected the heart that you want to play. Jin Xiuhui only understood this. Originally, I didn't jump out of the palm of the Queen's sister at all. Uncle Hart finished conveying the Queen's will. Then he turned around and walked away without stopping. Kim Xiuhui asked Haver, "Don't you feel that uncle approaching me?" Haver shook his head and said, "Not at all. That was the kingdom's first sword, St. Carl Ching. Discrimination against me at this level. The Hidden Breath event is a breeze." The two had no interest in continuing to watch the play. Shortly afterwards returned to the VIP dormitory. Julian asked Kim Xiuhui curiously, "But you knew it was going to happen. At that time, I would have beaten Brother Dai. It's natural to say that it's almost the same, and so on after the completion of the construction project." Sister Queen will definitely reward me. At that time, I said that I wanted him to go to the academy, plus the evidence I gathered with Haver. He would have agreed. Stinky Boy Julian said happily about this. You don't have to call me a stinky boy again, because my brother is now to me. He is more trustworthy than anyone else. Ren and the proud older brother. Suddenly from the approval of his own brother. Let Jin Xiuhui be very different. The system prompts suddenly. Julian, think of the hero who stares at saving the family from crisis. He untied the knot. Julian's opinion of you has risen by 65 points. Reward you with 910.2 horses. It currently holds 3,929.2 horses. After the confession of love from the younger brother to the elder brother, the room entered a brief silence. People are confessed at the same time. Goosebumps of embarrassment. The next day the prince gave a grand dinner. The queen holds a wine glass. Order King Lloyd to come over. Jin Xiuhui didn't expect that he was hiding in the corner. Was still caught by the queen's sister. The queen looked at him with contempt and said, in such a noble atmosphere. Suddenly a lump of appeared. Do you think you can hide it? Haver behind him suddenly said politely. I was amazed by His Majesty's insight. Jin Xiuhui secretly hated this rebellion. Haver was refreshed. Finally, someone said what he had been wanting to say. The queen continued to order. Didn't you hear me tell you to come closer? Jin Xiuhui humbly said that the villain was sorry. Then I came a little closer, and then came a little closer. Advance a little more, go in a little more, go a little more. At this point, you can already smell the sweet virgin direction. The lips of the beautiful woman are close at hand. Jin Xiuhui left the bag. Not a man. Is there anything bigger than this? Queen. Seductive lips close to the refined ear. The sweet body temperature is well trimmed with the provocative breathing. The smell of the pants runs down the earlobe, swept all the way through her sensitive neck. The queen said softly and easily, if you change your mind. You can come to me at any time. I will have everything ready for you. This banquet is for you. Enjoy. This is Jin Xiuhui's life. It's the first time I've been so close to a beautiful woman. The departure of the queen's sister left him very disappointed. But hear the promise of the queen's sister. It made him feel like he had been beaten again. Jin Xiuhui is like a treasure. I'm so happy. Isn't this pension insurance? If there is a situation in the territory in the future, I can come and work for my sister at any time. Next, get the project money to pay off the debt. The rest of the day is good to play. Suddenly, he thought of the scene in the novel. According to the plot, the queen's sister for 3 years. After that, it will turn black into a tyrant. None of this will be counted then. At this moment, Karking's voice came from behind him. The banquet will continue until the moon goes down and dawn. This line of splendid heroism. This is the queen's sister being poisoned. When you lose an arm, the secret code of the assassin. This line should have appeared 3 years later. Why is it appearing now? And it came out of the mouth of Carl Zing. The commentary in the next episode is even more exciting. Don't forget to check it out. This man is so shameless. Bai Fume had just politely asked him to stay. He rejected the suggestion. Then he followed Bai Fume back to the room. In the shocked eyes of the beauty, shut back the screams and overbearing. The queen left the banquet hall alone and returned to the lounge. Tired and leaning back on the sofa. I didn't drink a lot of alcohol today and felt dizzy. He guessed that it was because he was too tired these days. It is necessary to deal with trivial matters in the country. It is also necessary to guard against the movements of the enemy country of Asfahan. The queen wondered. Samarkand is in Asfahan. Build up forces in the west. The spies send indices. It doesn't seem to be a preparation for military training. Aggression is also impossible, because they didn't have their troops. Assembled to the north adjacent to Botu, and now where the forces are gathered. It needs to be across a vast wilderness, in order to attack Masantamo. But that would be tantamount to looking for death. At this time, The queen suddenly felt a splitting headache. This made him feel very strange as a sword master. This bit of alcohol shouldn't have such an impact. Then the rate of his heartbeat dragged out of his control, and breathing is getting harder and harder. He began to neutralize the alcohol in his body with his magic powers. But a sharp pain in his heart interrupted him. The queen understood that she had been poisoned, but he couldn't figure out where he was poisoned. The queen encouraged, "Support the crumbling body and walk outward." She called out to the attendants outside, but the voice was as soft as when nah. The poison was violent. As a sword master, her consciousness began to blur. At this moment, the door to the room was pushed open. A tall figure appeared in the doorway. Jin Xiuhui made a provocative expression. "Say you're wrong. I have already received a white gun from your majesty, Cavalry Command Bureau, and now it's my life to you. This arrogant bastard in front of you insulted the knightly honor." The words completely angered the uncle. He wants to make this sole egg who doesn't know the height of the sky. He couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. Jin Xiuhui didn't seem to see his uncle's anger. Still with a look of underweight said, "Command you. Origin would be detrimental to the name of discrimination. But if it's through a dignified duel, it can be regarded as in line with the principle of discrimination." The uncle decisively took off the accessories from the waistband of his trousers. "No more bullshit with bastards. Just a simple question about whether you have a weapon." Jin Xiuhui raised the shovel on his shoulders high. He gave an arithmetic to the uncle and replied to the uncle, "Say I've heard. You executed the betrayers of your realm with a shovel. Episodes of the execution of the betrayer. See episode 9 of the video commentary for details. But after all, you're not really a fighter. I don't get out of my body during our duels." Jin Xiuhui knew very well that he had no chance of winning, although he has the 3-ring magic trip. But the uncle almost beat the genius haver. The difference in strength between the two of them is too great. The only thing Jin Xiuhui relied on, it's the uncle's character. At this time, the uncle suddenly said, "Since it is a duel between knights and common people, let's change the rules. If I attack because of you, leads to any wavering of faith, even if it's confused." This sentence is in the heart of Jin Xiuhui. He didn't do anything for a long time, just waiting for his uncle's words. At this time, he put on an expression of successful tricks. "Say deal." Then he aimed the shovel in his hand at the uncle in front of him. The shovel head burst into flames. Uncle was shocked by this sudden situation. It was terrifying. Don't say it's him. Even the original first Sword Santa. I was shocked when I saw this trick for the first time. Jin Xiuhui congratulated. 3 from the explosion. I saw a terrifying energy erupting from the shovel head. The flames are like an angry dragon. Crush anyone who dares to stand in his way. With absolute crushing momentum, it rushes forward strongly. As soon as the uncle saw this momentum, he knew that he couldn't stop it. Don't talk about the party. Being rubbed to the edge can break his bones. Frightened he came, and a vicious dog pounced on Hell strongly. Can Magazine dodge the fire dragon's attack? The fire dragon's powerful energy soared into a high mountain in the distance. There was a loud bang. Explosions are generated. The dazzling light subverted the uncle's cognition. I kept thinking about what the hell this was. I saw black smoke billowing from the mountains in the distance. Shattered rocks scattered and splattered. But the mountain breeze blew through the high mountains, which were hidden by thick smoke. The original intact mountain was like being bitten off. The bold, frightened uncle opened his mouth wide and sweated coldly. At this time, Jin Xiuhui collapsed to the ground. Take it at your fingertips. The blow, just now, drained all the magic in his body, although embarrassed. But he won. This made the cunning Jin Xiuhui happy. 500 glorious white lancers. In this way, Jin Xiuhui was turned into an engineer. Every day, he wields a shovel and digs a ditch. One day, a cavalry broke out. Throw away the shovel in his hand, Captain Fury. I can't stand it anymore. I am a warrior on the battlefield. Why is it made here? The uncle sighed helplessly. Say that in addition to the full discretion of His Majesty, there is another thing, because the guy said that. There will be more amazing things to tackle later. Now we're doing the origin work. It will be a top priority. I want to confirm his words. I hope you can cooperate. A storm that has just emerged. It was made invisible. I have to say that Jin Xiuhui was recognized by his uncle. It can be a strategic attitude. Otherwise, even if Haver can defeat these 500 knights, but it's hard to get them willingly. The origin is for Jin Xiuhui, who is pressed for time. The addition of these 500 strong men is too important. The picture comes to the construction site on the other side. Kim and Haver are overseeing the engraving work. Haver doubted the effect of the statue, but Jin Xiuhui reassured him, and then confidently said, "You wait and see. It won't end like the mermaid statue. He'll be the key to the next fight." How to fold? I saw it on a 100-meter-high cliff. A monstrous beast head. It roars and growls, facing into the distance. The overall outline has been basically formed. It only takes a little polishing to create one. When the narrow road meets, the brave wins. It has ignited the passionate blood of countless people, but through that kind of ruthless hint of fighting for life. How many white-haired mothers can no longer hope for his children? Hint, how many wives and children can no longer hope for that safe arm? The inhabitants of the territory ravaged by the flying yellow monsters. It was rare to enjoy a short period of peace. But this tranquility. But one day it was broken again. Breakfast on the wooden table was just halfway there. The earth shook without warning. Wooden tables and the items on them began to tremble slightly rhythmically, and there was a small bumping sound as the earth shook more and more intensely. The impact of the cutlery against the wooden table also became intense. The bumping sound increased. The center of gravity of the candlestick is unstable and towers 7 meters. I can't support it first. In a series of crunch sounds, crawling off the table and falling to the floor. Dust was constantly falling from the roof. A family of 3 huddled in the corner and shivered. Although all inhabitants of the territory, all received a notice from Master Lloyd, gave everyone plenty of time to prepare. But people still felt that they couldn't do it. Containment of fear. Fierce and savage beasts are favored by their territory. They were very hungry and angry, and the earth mourned and wept under their iron hooves. The inhabitants of the territory have long been prepared, although everyone's hearts are full of fear. But they weren't panicking. Everyone thinks the same way, because they know. Young Master Lloyd at this moment. It's already in front of the monster, like a patron saint protecting them all. Uncle Blank leads the white lancers on the trail. I saw billowing smoke and dust rising into the sky in the distance. It's like a wall. Quickly approach the territory. In the smoke and dust were beasts of great size. They have 2 long fangs. Bend the outer body. The ears are as big as a fan. His eyes glowed bright red. A tree thicker than a waist can easily distinguish the strength and shortness. This otherworldly social beast. It's called a shameful laugh. Even him in the alcohol field. I was shocked by this scene and broke out in a cold sweat slightly. I couldn't help but meditate silently in my heart. I was skeptical when I heard the news. Fortunately, the right decision was made. Uncle Blank recalls his conversation with Lloyd. The other party told him about the next wave of monsters. The domino effect is so complete. The straightforward man asked Lloyd in person, "On what basis?" Jin Xiuhui definitely can't tell the truth. That's all the plot of the unpredictable prophet in the novel. Makes a false expression on the face. Again, use the skill of the hard mouth. This is something that is obvious to me repeatedly. Blank though knew the bastard was fooling him. But I don't want to look stupid. I didn't press him any further. Judging by the results now, Lloyd did guess right. Uncle Blank put on his helmet firmly. Sweep away the cluttered thoughts in your mind. The immediate priority now is to be combat ready. Other things will be talked about when the repulsion is so crowded. Such a large herd of manic beasts running at high speed. You can't go head on. Blank. Soon the battle plan was sketched out in his mind. First of all, you have to move forward with their speed. Then find a way to get rid of the leader of the shame. The lower herd is sure to fall into disarray. Messing around, even they could be crowded inside. Stampede took advantage of the chaos to surround them. Then break them layer by layer from the outside in. This brutal battle will be won, though, but there will be at least 20 or so casualties. 500 white lancers with spears in their hands. Maintain a neat formation. Captain Blanc took the lead. Stands in front of the entire array, quietly waiting for the arrival of the shameful group. At this time, a recruit behind him suddenly said, "Wait until this battle is over. I'm going to give an engagement ring to my hometown lover." Another veteran immediately interrupted him and told him to shut up. "Don't say such things." The veteran's words made the recruit stunned for a moment, but he obediently kept his mouth shut. Uncle Blank is battle-hardened. Naturally, I understand the good intentions of the veteran. When the narrow road meets, the brave wins. The more anxious you are, the less determined you are. Once the slightest hesitation leads to a lack of decisiveness, most likely he will die. His lover would not have received an engagement ring, rather a glorious spear. So the group is getting closer and closer. You can already smell the stench of beasts wafting in the wind. The war horse began to get excited and restless. Uncle Blank raises his spear high into the sea. The white guns rose up and listened to the order and prepared to take off. Just as he was about to rush out, suddenly there was a broken crane on the side. Interrupted him. "Please wait." I saw a strong man with waist-spanning accessories walking on the side. It turned out to be the knight of the longevity of the territory Bayern. He stood on the side of the horse in civilian clothes. "Look up at Blank." Blanc asked Bayern curiously, "Why not wear armor?" Bayern replied lightly, "Because the young master said that there is no need to wear armor." Blank's nose was almost crooked. Then he asked in surprise that he was about to fight. "Luli is not crazy." Bayern said lightly that the young master has always been like this. "We're all used to it. I'm coming to you this time. It's here to translate for you." Blank heard this strange answer. I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The man danced a dance for the beast. The beast turned around in fright and ran. This is the highest level of the art of war. A soldier who surrenders without a fight. Under Blank's quizzing gaze, Bayern was quick to give the answer. He pointed to a high protruding rock in the distance. He said he looked at the white stone over there. "The young master is standing there now. He's going to signal us right away." A little more time passed. Refine the white and blue flags in your hand. Start waving up and down. It seems to be playing some kind of signal. Bayern put his hand on Liang Peng to block out the stinging sun. Silently watched the dancing Bailan Xuanqi for a while. Then he said lightly, "The white-chambered cavalry. Please go southeast to the outskirts of the village. Move your team quickly." Blank gently hugged and roared. "What nonsense are you guys talking about? Such, isn't it just a road that has been given to them?" In the face of Blank's accusations, Bayern, however, have always maintained a bottleneck. Captain Blank then went on to analyze what to do. So like a swarm, sooner or later, the dirt defensive walls will be breached. You must be trying to get in from the flanks, but only by flanking attacks. There is no way to stop them from moving forward. Kim Xiuhui saw the white lancers on the rocks. Stand still and stand still. Guessed that it was Blank who listened to the order. He began waving the white and blue flags again on the rocks. Bayern translated the signal sentence by sentence. "If you continue to talk nonsense, I'll look for His Majesty." Accusing Blanc said to Bayern in surprise. Did he really mean that? Isn't he just messing around? Bayern honestly says it's not a mess. These are all predetermined signals. Blank's brain is a little underwhelming. Look at the well-cultivated and messy animals. I couldn't understand what he was trying to do. However, it can be seen that he is in a hurry. Time is pressing, and there is no time to think about it. Just when Jin Xiuhui once again played an urging adventure. When Blank made a decisive decision. Lead the team in accordance with Jin Xiuhui's requirements. Go to the designated location. The roar of such a rushing swarm was deafening. The earth trembled overwhelmed. When their massive bodies come into view, Jin Xiuhui clenched the white orchid amphibious in his hand. Twist your body and wave it again. To the white lancers who have just arrived at the designated place. Signal. They're coming. It is like a swarm surging forward. There is no intention of stopping the iron hooves at all. Jin Xiuhui stood on the rock. Look at the surging momentum of the group. But he was unfazed. Because the first step of the battle plan is about to begin. At this moment, instead, he had a treacherous smile on his face. Hunger and anger so. Xianquan was still running desperately. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of them. The monster's body is as huge as the mountain and the moon. Open its jaws to reveal its hideous fangs. Like a prey that has been waiting for a long time, excitedly looking at the prey in front of him. The leader is so like seeing this massive monster. I was so scared that I almost peed my pants. In the blink of an eye, it went from rushing to emergency braking. Keep your legs straight. The hooves rubbed hard against the ground. A cloud of smoke and dust was raised. The baby teeth that followed did not have time to slow down. Hit head first on the boss's chrysanthemum. I don't know that long tusk. Where the hell to insert it? Like a group of teeth, they fell down like dumplings. A large statue of this huge monster. It is the natural enemy of such an elephant that is very rare. This turned the tooth from anger to fear. Like dominoes, large swaths of toothed statues fell in front of the statue. After seeing this scene, Jin Xiuhui hurriedly waved the flag in his hand. Prepare to carry out the operational plan of the second department. Outsiders know that the war is fleeting. Equally dare not be. Over there, Jin Xiuhui's signal has just been completed. He translated the message. The white lancers march quickly. Let the horses hose pedal when running. The ground must be cluttered. And harder. Kick up the sand and dust from the ground. The two saw each other ramming each other with spears. Push harder. Hit a louder noise. The spear tape collided and emitted a piercing gold and iron capsule. Blank was completely confused. He had never seen such a battle before. He didn't understand the meaning of Jin Xiuhui at all. I can only try my best to cooperate with his battle plan. Lead the action. After hearing this chaotic sound, at first he was stunned for a while. Then he jerked his head up to the sky and roared. The tooth statue that fell on the side also showed nervous expressions. Jin Xiuhui looked at Xianquan's restlessness, silently analyzing the plan in his heart. Was so intimidated by Gu Jiushi. Hear the sound of messy footsteps. It will be mistaken for another ancient giant hope approaching. As long as you can move this group to the north, then you're done. Sure enough, as Jin Xiuhui expected, under the leadership of such a boss, they all turned around. A quick run to the north in a desperate run. Blank was stunned by the scene. He would have thought, to meet the angry charge of such a crowd, we are ready to fight to the death. But they move in the opposite direction. The direction is slipping forward. The tunnels they dug with the help of their cavalry team. At the time, he still couldn't figure it out. Why dig such a long pit here? The herd doesn't know the trap ahead. That innate fear. Let them run forward like crazy, just to escape from predators. One after another, under the rough skin and thick flesh of the Confucian teeth. It fell firmly into the pit. Fortunately, the pit does not live in falls, but it's impossible to climb out. At this time, it's a great way to carry out the third part of the battle plan. Occasion. The flag in Jin Xiuhui's hand waved again. The moment the flag fell, I saw a small hama as huge as a mountain and a moon, with a round belly, appears on the other side of the tunnel, although the two small hands are a bit short. But the belly is not big enough. Suddenly obscured the dazzling sunlight. Jin Xiuhui waved the white flag in his hand downward. Roar little Hama sprinkling. Squirt it all in. Hama Jr. was instructed to open the saw. A huge water dragon rushed out of his mouth. Accidentally fell like a stunned, toothed statue in the tunnel. Like a tooth rolled up by a galloping red bull rapper. Torrents rush in the direction of the current. These hungry beasts on the long run. At this point, my mind was finally clear. There were trembling whales. Jin Xiuhui threw away the white orchid xuanqi in his hand. Arms spread out, head raised proudly. Look at the 500 white guns in the distance with your nostrils. Everyone looked at him and pretended to be forced. But everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Because they understand this gesture without translation. That represents victory. Victory without any casualties. This uncle mourns the ghosts of his subordinates. You can hear the cry in his heart through the screen. Predators train hard day and night. Maybe it's just to survive and see your family. It's like a herd being carried by a current. In the foot in the minister's shun. It flows down into the wide canal. The water of the little Hama, which was originally weak. With the help of the raging canal waters. The farther and farther away the herd will be. After a long rafting trip, the turbulent water gradually becomes gentler. So the herd finally found an opportunity. One after another left the canal and climbed to the shore. They shook their bodies to dry their hair. Blank stood quietly on the shore. Look at the crowd not far from your feet. At this moment, a huge wave rose in his heart. Raise the army with white guns. There wasn't even a real fight, and won the final victory. The result was unbelievable to him. Trimmed lazily squatting on the ground. Observe such a group. Suddenly, I said to myself that the downstream products are abundant. It is completely satisfying to survive such a group. There's no need to let them go back to a place where there are ancient giants. And by the way, a canal was opened. Instead, we should thank them. Jin Xiuhui's words shocked Blank even more. The young man in front of him was so far-sighted. He asked incredulously, "You actually thought in advance that you can ditch it? As a canal?" Under the gaze of a burning shock, Jin Xiuhui still said indifferently, "I didn't think of it in advance. It's just digging and digging." Suddenly, I felt that I could take advantage of it. Jin Xiuhui felt that it was a natural thing. Listen in Blankledori. But he couldn't help but be silent. This improvisation, the realm of adapting to the situation, much more than step-by-step advanced planning. One is dead rules. The other is like a living life. Moments are full of location. Blank asked himself, "What I lack is flexibility." He couldn't help but immerse himself in the memories. Every battle that has ever taken place. The White Lancers will sacrifice at least 5 of their team. They all have their own homes, a weak wife and a young child. Every day, I pray for their safe return. But when he returned, maybe it's not the living person anymore. It's a blood-stained spear, and a wisp of ghosts longing and reluctance to his family. Whenever this time, he will lead all the White Lancers. Come to the warrior's house. Solemnly parade to pay tribute to the family of the heroic soul. Moreover, skillfully utter words that have been uttered more than you can count many times. Your husband for the country. Died honorably for the sake of the people. Our cavalry and the kingdom of Macentano. We will always remember our brave and skilled players. Durando. Young children don't know what's going on. But the weak wife could no longer weep. From now on, he will carry the family alone. Grow up taking care of your children alone. From now on, his other alias was the widow. He needs to be more restrained. Otherwise, there will be gossip from relatives and neighbors. He needs to go out to work to earn money. It supports the daily supply of firewood, rice, oil, and salt. But can he get rid of those uneasy and well-intentioned opportunities? Can his trembling shoulders carry the weight? War is brutal and unforgiving when fighting to the death on the battlefield. But there is a little weakness in the heart. Maybe you'll never have a chance again. Possession and nursery rhymes in your memory. It is the sadness of the dead rabbit and the fox. Maybe the next battle is over. It will be him who lies there, Blanc as the captain of the White Lancers. All that can be done is to spur the soldiers to improve their combat effectiveness. Put away your useless tears. Do you still want to waste your time? Start training now. After a certain large-scale battle, raise the army with white guns. Very few survived. Face the heroic species all over the mountains. Blanc was left alone in deep thought. The people who lay there were all his soldiers. Yesterday was still a vivid face. All kinds of jokes are played with each other. Now it's a cold corpse? What heroic? What a glorious. These lose players every time. Words that will hang on the lips. It's all. What is left behind after the death is not glory. Only the living relatives, facing hellish years. The picture goes back to the present. King Ling Shang completed a campaign. Let the soldiers cheer. At the beginning, before the war, he said that he wanted to ask his girlfriend. Propose recruits. At this time, I received the sincere blessings of the veterans. Make an appointment to go to his wedding. Separated by heavy metal armor. You can feel that enthusiasm. Blanc stood alone and silently. Look at these young. The young man's cheers for the rest of his life. I silently made a decision in my heart. Kim Xiuhui and Haver. And did not join the cheers of the soldiers. The two of them are discussing their plans for the future. Jin Xiuhui thinks, the monster outs didn't end. There will definitely be many more times to defend. For the situation judged by the young master. Haver is fully convinced. If it takes so much effort every time, then the territory will be lost. Jin Xiuhui also sincerely praised Haver's overall view. Then he said to Haver with a sinister smile, then you can guess. What are you thinking about right now, big brother? Haver's calm answer was obvious. You're planning with minimal labor. Directly block the source of the monster domino effect. Blanc said to Jin Xiuhui suddenly. Our White Lancers will also come to help. Jin Xiuhui asked suspiciously, don't you want to return to the capital? Blanc calmly said that I intend to write to His Majesty. Please allow me to stay here, Your Majesty. Then the eyes were determined. Sincerely. You today. It showed me what a real victory is. I also woke up. What an incompetent commander I have always been. He single-handedly. After the cloak is lifted, then there's the armor. A car colliding with each other. Blanc is a tough guy. Just knelt down on one knee in front of Jin Xiuhui. Again, firmly and sincerely. Please allow me to follow you. Learn your supreme wisdom. The sudden appearance of the scene caught Jin Xiuhui off guard. I couldn't help but be stunned. But it's not over yet. All the White Lancers behind Blanc. At the same time, he knelt down towards the refinement of the Howdon system. The sound of the collision of the first industry was loud. A scene of jubilant victory. Instantly solemn. It's really audible. Blind worship is simply terrible. Even if the male protagonist is farting now, the uncle standing behind him will praise a good fragrance. All the White Lancers suddenly fell to their knees on one knee. This scene that appeared out of nowhere. Let Jin Xiuhui fall into deep thought. What kind of experience it is exactly can make the group of iron-blooded soldiers in front of him put down their dignity. Thinking about it, it must be an unbearable past. Jin Xiuhui organized the wording. Then he said to Blanc teasingly, I was going to grab your trouser legs. Please stay. Because of the battle plan this time. It is based on the White Lancers. Jin Xiuhui's emotional intelligence is really too high. He replied to the other party. Put a one-sided plea. It became a resonance for both sides. It not only maintains the dignity of the other party, it also received the sincere recognition of 500 White Lancers. Any job needs to be done by people. There is only one word difference between mutation and reluctance. The end result can make a world of difference. Soon after, the Fulong Trao was defeated. At the request of Jin Xiuhui, important people come together, prepare for the first post-war meeting, discuss the next battle plan. Jin Xiuhui led everyone to do it well. Said to the Baron, "At that time I said that I wanted to take it from Capua. When the lake was built a waterway. You have been so much against me. You told me at the time, at the bottom of Lake Capua lies the legendary beasts. The king of Storma, who is as huge as the mountain and the moon." The Baron nodded, said that there is indeed such a thing. At the time, you said it was just a waterway. Definitely won't wake him up. Jin Xiuhui then calmly said yes, but I'm really going to wake him up this time. Jin Xiuhui stopped after saying his thoughts. The Baron was still waiting for his next step. The scene stopped. Time passed a little more. The Baron finally understood what his son meant. Then there was a shocked yell. I objected. The Baroness also spoke anxiously of her opinion. I am also firmly against it. But Blank raised it with one hand. With a firm expression, he said, I agree. Haver said lightly, I agree. The Baron yelled at Haver anxiously. Have you been led astray by him? Shouldn't you, as a guardian knight, vote against it? Haver reluctantly said sorry. Because we can't say anything about him. Jin Xiuhui praised appropriately. You've gotten smarter. Such a pair of territories. The future is important with far-reaching implications. The meeting ended in 2 minutes. The Baron still wanted to struggle, was suppressed by Jin Xiuhui's loud voice. Then the position shouted according to the results of the democratic vote. Construction begins under the leadership of Jin Xiuhui. 500 strong white lancers act as a temporary construction worker. Rush to Capua. Haver asked the young master curiously. You are planning to awaken King Storma and then manipulate him. Jin Xiuhui couldn't believe it. Haver thinks so highly of himself. Pouted helplessly. Said, what do you think of me? Do you think it's possible? I've been looking up a lot of literature lately. Put legends and habits about him, and a variety of stories put together. Finally, a conclusion is drawn. Although the literature says that he is Wan, Ruotation's giant monster. But King Storma never happened. Attack on the human world. It is said that when he personally rested to become Capua, that is, when his lair was destroyed, he roared and appeared, but did not attack humans. It's just a matter of repairing the damaged location. Jin Xiuhui suddenly showed a sinister expression and said so. Here we are, to go and destroy part of Capua, and we're going to sabotage every morning and night. We'll continue to destroy that guy as soon as it's fixed. That's the case. Monsters from across the eastern mountains. It's going to be chilling. That's the plan for the dogs in my front yard. Haver's face darkened when he heard this answer. The heart continues to go to the Fiji Sutra to repair. People are just about to fall asleep when you wake them up. Fall asleep again and be woken up by you. What a demon. Haver then asked, what to do if there is an error in that information? Maybe he'll attack us. Jin Xiuhui said suspiciously. What stupid questions should you ask? Aren't you a knight? Of course it's you who deal with him. Then he pointed to Haver and said, go to the lake every morning and evening to roar. You are also the one who stirs up trouble. This is still the fierce dog in my front yard. Battle plan. Haver was completely speechless. It turns out that this bastard from the beginning. I'm ready to let myself pull hatred. He was just promoted to his mount the other day. This time, he was promoted to a fierce dog. And what's wrong with me now? He accepted his arrangement without complaint. After a period of trekking, the crowd finally arrived at Lake Capua. Wide, blue lake. A small green island stands quietly in the middle of the lake. Like a green hat on the water. Refine and adjust your mentality. Then take a deep breath. The measurement skill is turned on. Immediately, his eyes lit up with green. Simulation mode. A 3D diorama of Capua. Presented in front of your eyes. With the fingers constantly adjusting. The parameter data is also constantly changing. Jin Xiuhui must not cause flooding. Destruction of the Hu Causeway. Awakened King Storma. Jin Xiuhui's hands flew up and down. The speed brought out the afterimage. Failure after failure. Adjustment again and again. Haver calmly explained to blank. Although the young master's behavior now looks a little strange, but he's definitely not going crazy. It's not just a little crazy about him. Don't take it too seriously. Uncle Blank's eyes popped up with little stars. Expressions of adoration. It is said that he not only has extraordinary intelligence, there is even a crazy side hidden. What an uninhibited talent. Haver sighed helplessly. I feel like I'm just doing it. It is estimated that the young master thinks it is fragrant when he farts. At this moment, the few people who were at the lake didn't know about it. Right at the bottom of the abyssal lake Capua, the Warcraft Storemaster King had noticed them. He opened his scarlet eyes, which were as bright as lights. It's so annoying for humans to make a decision in their minds. Last time, I was kind enough to forgive them. But this time, if you come and disturb my sleep again, I'm not going to let go of any of them. This man is a peerless fool, an arrogant, iron-blooded soldier. Under his impassioned cave, gleefully turned into a depression palace. After experiencing a shameful incident, the barony ushered in a brief period of tranquility. Jin Xiuhui's research has tried a variety of mining models. The final construction plan was finally determined. On this day, Jin Xiuhui went to Baiqiang alone, the rendezvous point of the cavalry. Suddenly, there was a burst of happy laughter on the side of the road. In fact, he had seen it when he came from afar. I just didn't expect them to be so revealing. I didn't even find it. Own proximity. It turned out that Byron was playing with 5 little Lou. Tooth phase play. 5 little guys gathered around him, sweet and bone. The long nose was still messing with his neckline. An uncle who is usually taciturn and meticulous. Now he is as happy as an innocent child. Immerse yourself in pure joy. The arrival of Jin Xiuhui has alarmed Byron. He looked up and saw the young master standing on the side. I couldn't help but feel a sense of wrongness in my heart. This left him at a loss as to how to explain it. Jin Xiuhui looked at the scene in front of him differently. Behind this middle-aged uncle, such an innocent smile. This is still the same old-fashioned one he knows. Escort knights. The two looked at each other in embarrassment. After a while, the first to break the deadlock is the loser. He had 3 little mischievous pigs hanging from him. Seriously, young master, I just happened to have something to figure out. Jin Xiuhui nodded and said I can see it too. Byron then solemnly said these little guys. It was the last time we fought. From adult milk. The tooth elephant fell from the body as small as a tooth elephant. They are all healthy. I would like to ask your permission for me to raise them. Jin Xiuhui thought for a while and said, as far as I know, as they grow up, the temperament will become more and more brutal. Byron decisively said no. Jin Xiuhui asked rhetorically, how do you know? Byron are embarrassed to say because they're cute. At this moment, Byron's face, there is no usual rigidity and calmness. On the contrary, it is full of happiness and sweetness. Jin Xiuhui was a little speechless. What kind of reason is that? You just say I like it. Jin Xiuhui reluctantly continued to persuade. Raising animals is not an easy task. It's going to be tiring. Byron decisively said no. Jin Xiuhui sighed and said, how do you know? Byron was embarrassed to say again. Because they're cute. The cutie kept worshipping. Jin is harassed. His heart is about to be cute. Jin Xiuhui feels that the current Byron can't communicate. He had poisoned a very violent Mongol. If your IQ is too low, you can be contagious. The current IQ of this product is also called the child level. It's better to stay away from him. Jin Xiuhui felt that there was no need to communicate anymore. Deal with it casually, forget it, whatever you want. Byron heard the young master nod his head. Cheers out. I was holding 5 little guys. Have fun playing on the lawn. Jin Xiuhui continued to rush to the meeting point. Analyze the consequences of this incident as you go. Byron should find a way to feed them. If they are obedient, it may be an important strategy. The predecessor's fierce dog battle plan didn't know if it would work. It would be nice to have an extra helper. A Kush team leader. The other day, he led the orc warriors back to the horde. Because of the monster domino effect, may affect the Gangsha tribe. Although it is a pity that a strong, brave army has gone. But the old and young of their tribe, there will indeed be dangers. The Terrans are sincere and reliable allies. This time, almost all of it will be green, brought in to help. They can't be left alone. Monsters that can happen. Not afraid to let Greg at that time. The commander brought a few men to help. In the event of a major change, you can come back in time to move the rescuers. Jin Xiuhui walked along, pondering what has happened recently, when he came to the meeting in place of the Whiteqiang cavalry, led by Uncle Blank. The Baiqiang cavalry each had a shovel. The queue waited neatly for Jin Xiuhui. See the high and full momentum of the soldiers. Jin Xiuhui couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Today is an auspicious day for the start of construction. Now it's up to these awesome guys to be motivated. They need to be given another handful of firewood. Jin Xiuhui thought of this, shouting at the soldiers that we are today. It's time to awaken the ancient beasts. No one else can do that. Something that only you can do. With extraordinary power. A man who excavates a hard mountain. It was the soldiers who were instantly ignited with passion. Under the hint of Jin Xiuhui's hands, raise the shovel and congratulate the white lancers in unison. Jin Xiuhui made an inaudible gesture. It's like disgusting them for not eating. Then he raised his voice again and asked, at the time of the Warcraft demonstration, who is the one who can capture him with a shovel? The young lads are already in high spirits. Under the hint of Jin Xiuhui's hands, the white lancers shouted even louder. Jin Xiuhui fell to his knees. Like a devout believer praying with his hands held high, he asked loudly if you believe in shovels. Experience this battle of the Ling Wound King. White Lancers, I already fully believe in Jin Xiuhui's talent. Everyone raised their hands with tears in their eyes, shouting to believe Jin Xiuhui. It has become their faith, synonymous with victory. Under the leadership of Jin Xiuhui, all of them marched in unison. Raise your shovel ALOF, shouting loud slogans. The shovel is invincible. Shovels are invincible. Haver stood at the end of the line and froze, silently looked at these in front of him. Impassioned predators, one by one like beaten chicken blood. Wield the shovel in your hand. Haver always knew that the young master was clever. Has always known that the young master is shameless beyond ordinary people. But he didn't expect the White Lancers to be so innocent. They are Her Majesty's ace cavalry troops. Was fooled by the young master like this. Willingly go and shovel the ground. What a bunch of poor guys. The ferocious and brutal monster has finally appeared. He went crazy destroying the surroundings. Not even his own lair. His outstanding IQ has seen through the trajectory of the male protagonist. Construction began in full swing, thanks to a comprehensive and thorough simulation of the prophecy. On the premise of not flooding. It is necessary to dig up the terrain that allows the lake to overflow. After the completion of local criminal work, the next step is Haver's work. He needed to mark the place in advance by Jin Xiuhui. Destroy and scratch your head at King Stoma. Pausing and stirring up trouble to pull hatred. Jin Xiuhui stood in a safe place far away. Be cheered on by the shouts of his remarkable fierce dog mount. Haver, you're the best. Pay attention to your expression. It must be cheap and hateful. It's best to give him a striptease. Haver didn't bother to pay attention to this impudent bastard. He wants to attract in his own way. King Toma's idea. Then insert it into the hard mountain with one click. Perform a blast inside a rock. You heard the old bung. Shattered rocks scattered and splattered. The mountain was blown open with a large opening. The cracks are getting bigger and wider, and they're expanding along the mountain. Suzuki trembled as the mountain shook. It's like foreseeing an impending disaster. Wails of pain, a way of life rooted in the earth, can only be forced to wait for death to come. Solid collapse along the soil in a mountain rupture. The torrent of earth and rock will destroy all the Suzuki in its path. The land that originally carried countless lives. At this time, he strangled his children with his own hands. A hole was opened in the original intact embankment. Although the lake embankment, there will be no problems with blasting for a while. But if left unchecked, natural dikes will collapse. Jin Xiuhui knows. Then came the moment of danger. Under his leadership, everyone fell on the top. Protect your head tightly with your hands. Quietly observe the movements of King Storma. Originally Cham, the blue calm surface of the lake rippled slightly. The reflection of the cuckold island gradually became folded. Along the lake on the outer edge of the green hat islet, round and round up, the waves are like the hearth. The teapot is about to reach its boiling point. After a while, the surface of the lake was filled with turbulent waves. The green hat that had been worn for a long time was finally torn apart by anger. Jin Xiuhui didn't expect the momentum to be so huge. There was no blood on his shocked face. Realized that this time it might have been kicked to the iron plate. The Warcraft Stormmaster King is simply terrifying. A huge figure burst out of the water. His eyes glowed with a blade-like cold power. A small island of a cuckold that was originally lined up in half. Smashed apart, falling towards the lake. Haver is the closest to the lake. The feeling is also the clearest. The terrifying aura of King Storma. As a sword master, he couldn't help but be nervous. Not to mention the realm. Others who are far from the strength of others. You can only lie on your stomach on the ground, with the ups and downs of the earth. In order to calm down the tension a little, feel the security that the earth gives. The huge body like the mountain and moon is getting taller and taller. There is still no trend to stop growing. The two bright eyes showed a cruel and fierce light. In the tide dispersed. Rainbow rain began to fall. A round head and round head front teeth. Short, thick arms raised high. Still can't hook the ears. A beaver appeared in front of everyone. Contains the inevitable collapse. Jin Xiuhui couldn't believe his eyes. I didn't even notice the cold water dripping on my face. The White Lancer's eyes widened. The eyeballs are almost squeezing out of their sockets. Uncle Blanc closed his mouth in surprise. It's almost enough to stuff a watermelon. Everyone came up with the same idea. Is this the Warcraft Storma King? That's so cute, isn't it? Although King Storma's eyes were cold. Prophet is still not related to the word ferocious. Jin Xiuhui was shocked by his cute appearance. I can even understand what this guy just said. The meaning of that sentence is annoying. It's like he can understand Xiaobu. East they say the same. Isn't this also a fantasy country? Jin Xiuhui stared at the behemoth in front of him. I silently thought about countermeasures in my heart. It doesn't matter if he's not a fantasy country. Since his body is a beaver, that's easy to do. Because for beavers, fixing your own is the most important thing. King Storma seemed to sense something. Suddenly, he turned his big round head, but in the direction where Kim Xiuhui is. Frightened, he quickly shrank his neck and bowed his head. The whole body is pressed lower. Hide from that angry gaze. King Helistoma's eyes gleamed fiercely. Proudly said to the people hiding in the woods to avoid the collapse. Jin Xiuhui hid in the grass under cover. Silently translated the beaver's words in his heart. I smell iron. You don't think you're hiding. I don't know. He ate with a slurp. Smiled contemptuously. Then he continued to the woods in front of him. Looks like you're trying to get my back by getting it back. Accomplish certain purposes. You don't think I'm done with the dam. Just go back to sleep. Believe it or not, I'm going to make it impossible for you to play tricks again. The more X and Xiuhui listened, the more frightened he became. Cold sweat crept uncontrollably across his face. This guy is too smart too. The brain is even better than Haver's. It seems that this operation is going to fail. It's in Jin Xiuhui. I was surprised that the other person's IQ was not at all like that of animals. When you don't know what to do, Uncle Blanc crept forward, come to his side, and say, Prince Lloyd, what to do next, as long as you give the order. But when he saw Jin Xiuhui's frightened face, he stopped abruptly in the middle of his sentence. Then, anxiously, said the son of Lloyd, don't put on that look. I'm going to be upset. King Helistopa suddenly became angry. Bend down and plunge your hands into the lake. After holding the lake, he raised his hands violently. The lake in his hand was thrown out fiercely. A rough wave, when the mountains are overwhelming, fiercely rushed towards the people hiding in the woods. This is just a handful of water from King Helistopa. But after falling on the people, they were drowned like a great wave. The first reaction was to hold their breath. Avoid drowning. Haver wields a long sword. He stomped the water under his feet. The whole body rushed straight up, like an eagle soaring in the sky, pounced hard at King Helistopa. When his body reaches the optimal attack distance, the brush of the long sword in his hand ignited a flame. The blade of the sword pointed directly at the fierce and cute pet in front of him. The sword thudded. The demolition skill is then used. The flames are like angry dragons, straight down on the beaver in front of him. The beaver watched the flying attack unhurriedly. Wait until the fire dragon survey is posted on his face. Calculate the length of the short hand when you can hit it. A slap was slapped. Knock the raging dragon into the icy water. Since the blasting skill can't help the other party, Haver decided not to stay behind. Mobilize the body's fighting energy to cover. Common in the hand, the Dochi sword with terrifying micropressure was instantly formed. Haver raised his fighting sword aloft in the air. The domineering energy tore the surrounding space apart, like the god of war, and threw himself into the sea in front of him. Haver decided to settle this guy in one piece, lest he go berserk and hurt the people around him. Jin Xiuhui saw Haver's plan. I don't know if the beaver will be able to resist this one. He anxiously said to Haver that he would wait a minute. I've got a solution. The fighting sword in Haver's hand was about to explode. After hearing the young master's voice, he glanced back. At this time, Jin Xiuhui showed a solemn expression. I already have a good idea in mind. He was going to take a gamble. If that guy really is a fantasy suit, this approach will definitely work. Keep an eye out for this round beaver. The moment of shooting is about to be encountered. It's just because his firstborn is big and his arms are short. Seeing the villains crawl on his head, there is nothing he can do. At the strong request of Jin Xiuhui, Haver dispersed the condensed Dochi sword in his hand. King Stoma, the beaver, doesn't care so much. This little dot in front of him looks menacing, but suddenly he became impotent. It has nothing to do with him. Pick up the big slap of the fan. It shot Haver in midair. Haver was in midair and had no point to borrow. Facing the attack of Dahai Li, you have to use your original flying skills. He pointed his sword behind him in midair. At the moment when Dahai Li's slap fell, Haver uses 3 blasts in a row, like a cruise missile. Fly diagonally to the side of the Sea Li. Withstanding the long wind, it can avoid this season's heavy machine. King Storma looked at Haver in midair. The forehead is gently cupped, arrogantly said that it would collapse. I think there's a lot of tricks. Come back to the little ones. See how this king cleans you up. The words just fell in the sea. The 2 short hands took turns clapping their fists towards Haver. Haver constantly dodges with his explosive skills, but he didn't leave the beaver. King Storma kept shouting, bouncing, 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 but I didn't hit the little fly in front of me once. The 2 of them are in full swing fighting, no matter how big or bad it is. Never participated in the refinement of the battle. At this time, I was in the blind spot from the side of the sea, quietly swam to him, and it's getting closer. You can catch the hare in the sea in no time. Jin Xiuhui, how Bijou breathed. Only eyes are shown to stare at the beaver. He held his breath for a long time. The tipping point is approaching, but he still didn't dare to breathe. Worried about being discovered by Haley. Just hope Haver attracts that guy's all. The departmental attention battle plan can be successful at the first time. King Healy Toma seems to have opened up her sixth sense. It's like foreseeing a crisis coming. Ben ignored Haver's harassment, but suddenly he looked back behind him. Jin Xiuhui, who originally showed his eyes on the water, at this time quickly sank the whole body into the water. The oxygen in his lungs had bottomed out. I wish I could breathe in the water with my sweaty pores. But still cover your mouth and nose tightly. Don't get angry at all. Jin Xiuhui couldn't help but start speculating in his heart. Did he find out? It has felt abnormally through the flow of water. I was close to him. It would be difficult to get close to him if it continued like this. Haver didn't expect this guy to be that big. Lingjue was so keen. I almost found the boy just now. You can only use your blasting skill to blast him in the ass urgently. I didn't expect King Storma to be a little outrageously smart. It's like guessing. Haver would attack him from behind. Don't even look behind you. With a flick of his tail, he blocked Haver's attack. The explosion of the Haver ship did not threaten him at all. Made the Do Chi sword condense again. Then he swung his sword fiercely at King Stoma. A green sword chi blade flew out of the sword, straight out in front of him with his back to shouting. King Healy Toma is a demonic spirit. I know that there is a powerful energy flying towards me. He didn't dare to use his body to meet this time. A retreating Huabu dodging the Light's Blade's attack route. Haver took the opportunity to fall to the ground to take a break, seeing that the other party easily dodged his Dookie Light Blade. I can't help but feel a pity. He's feeling a little hard right now. This guy has a big, round body, but the response is very sensitive. Fake attacks. Doesn't completely capture his attention, but if you attack with all your might, it could hurt him again. What to do? The young master has been holding his breath in the water for a long time, although this thing did not find the location of the young master. But he was. Focus your attention on the direction where the young master is. Haver gritted his teeth and made a decision. I don't know if this method will work, but he could only try. The young master may not last long. Haver took a deep breath and sank into the dantian. Exhale with all the strength of your body. Forcing out the two words that are thick and loud will collapse. The powerful sound waves even disperse the surrounding air. White lancers hiding in the grass. Stunned, he looked at the archer in front of him. I don't know what kind of novel trick this is. After all, Lloyd was an uninhibited talent. The guards around him should also be a little uninhibited. Kim Xiuhui hiding in the water. There was no oxygen 10 minutes ago, but I still try to hold on. He also heard Haver shouting, guessing that Haver really had no other way. I just hope it works, because he really can't hold it back. Loud voices echo over Lake Capua. The originally noisy battlefield became quiet in an instant. There was some confusion in the round sea. The originally fierce and cruel gaze. All of a sudden, it became pitiful. Grumbling looked in Haver's direction. Haver is in the arrow here. The beaver replied to Haver in his native language. I'm not your mother. What's more, I'm a pure man. King Healy Toma is extremely smart, but he lived alone for 500 years. How can we understand the cunning of man? Let him understand today what it means to be beaten by society. Haver saw that his plan had succeeded. Now the beaver's attention is on him. Continue to shout nonsense at the beaver, and it will collapse. The beaver said strangely in the language of the book. Where do I look like a squid? Lunga is so cute. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Haver had absolutely no understanding of what the beaver was saying. Of course, he couldn't understand what he was saying. Just squirting at the beaver. Come and go just a few words to avoid jumping north. The beaver heard Haver's words. The originally curious heart was immediately angry. Said loudly to Haver, I'm not that ugly. Girls like me. It's right in the beaver. When I was attracted to Haver's attention. Didn't notice at all. Another climbed on top of him. Jin Xiuhui has soft hair. Climb all the way to the top of his head. On the huge, round head of King Xiuhui. Jin Xiuhui was as small as his will to jump away. But he was still overthrown. The keen-eyed horror behemoth has been discovered. King Stoma roared. When did you go up? King Xiuhui was really angry now. How dare this tiny human despise himself in such a way? Shout to avoid collapse. Then he grabbed his hands hard at the top of his head. But the tips of my fingers had just touched my ears. It had to stop. At this time, he wanted to lie down helplessly. His arms were too short to reach him. Look at it. This young man was tired on his first day at work. The boss told him to work overtime. But he wouldn't. A big mouth pumped in the boss's face. Another punch slammed into the director's face. Lao Tzu just wanted to go home and play games. In the end, he bowed down in front of the boss's secretary, willing to be squeezed by unscrupulous bosses. This thing tells us, working overtime is more fun than playing games. It's at a loss in the ocean, when there's nothing to do. Fleas on the top of the head. Did something he didn't expect. Jin Xiuhui kicked the top of his head with his feet in the sea. The whole body flew diagonally into the air. He pinched something and raised his wrist high. Roared at the sea in front of him, a stinky boy. Eat me a trick. Then the tip of his lips twisted his waist and shook his arms and wrists. He threw the item in his hand out with all his might. I saw a blue melon seed. It flew like a cannonball towards the sea. King Tama, the horror behemoth. I'm still annoyed that my arms are too short, and scolded Jin Xiuhui for not daring to report head-on. But he didn't pay attention to a small blue melon seed. It flew into his mouth with lightning speed. Coincidentally, it passed through the throat and fell straight into the stomach. Kim Hu-ho in the air. Always look at the blue melon seeds. Go in without hindrance. Now he can do it. It's really a fantasy to pray for the power of the sea. Then this trick will definitely work. King Xiuhui sensed something was wrong. Can't say what's uncomfortable. There seems to be a whirlpool. The vortex swirled desperately in his stomach. It's like a bottomless pit. Madness devoured his surging power. When the strength in the body is less than a certain critical point, his body is as huge as a mountain and moon. Shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. I don't know if it's an illusion, although the proportion of dedication has not changed. But the arms seem to have gotten a little longer. Jin Xiuhui was very happy when he saw the result. I was really guessed by myself. I am a servant of fantasy by King Storma. It's not easy to pinch him now. The surging power in King Xiuhui's body is gone. It made him feel like he was about to collapse. Absolutely not sure why this is happening. He staggered towards the shore. See the towering trees in front of you. This made him completely confused. I couldn't help but panic and say what the situation was. Why is everything getting bigger? Just when he was shocked by the changes that were taking place around him, a pair of claws suddenly stretched out behind him. Grab him whole. The two fingers of the devil's claw even locked his arm behind him, not to give him the slightest chance to resist. The devil's claws clasped his round waist, lifted him up from the ground. Haley was terrified. Self-fight has a memory. No one could lift him up. Fine trimmed fingers and gently pinch this. The guy's fat man grinned like a devil. Said, I caught you. The beaver broke out in a cold sweat with horror on his face. Fear that this demon has stewed itself. His limbs and tail flicked violently, desperately struggling to free from these claws. The great king of Storma must not be thought of. Jin Xiuhui didn't expect this profit maker to be quite big. It's a little uncontrollable. Quickly tell him that you have a very irritable personality. Don't make a fuss. I have something to say to you. But before he could finish his sentence, the beaver's tail is fierce, pumped him with a big mouth. After, half a sentence was beaten back with saliva. The strength in his hand couldn't help but loosen a little. The beaver took the opportunity to break free from his clutches. A 360-degree rotation in the air. Adjust the limbs that were originally upwards to face the ground. He deftly landed and rushed left and right. Evade the soldiers. Rushing deeper into the woods, Jin Xiuhui saw that he was about to enter the woods. It will be even more difficult to catch him then. I had to yell at you, and the children handed it over to you. I saw the 3 pets appear on his shoulder in the blink of an eye. Little Budong and little Hama rushed out at the same time. Without hesitation, he flew to the sea forest in front of him. Little Budong was the first to fall down to intercept the beaver's way. With a serious expression, he yelled at the beaver and didn't move. When he was ready to continue, the speed of the beaver that came straight at him did not slow down in the slightest. A hard punch slammed into the cheeks of little Budong. I called back what I didn't have time to say. Kim Soho shouted at Haley. You actually hit someone. Are you fantasizing about not being a bully? Xiao Budong is the boss of the 3 pet gang, except that the bastards in Jin Xiuhui town bullied him. He has been looked down upon by his peers. He had a sharp look in his eyes. Looked at the guy in front of him, who didn't know what to do. Rubbed his somewhat swollen cheeks. A left hook slammed into his face. The beaver's face was blown away. Uncontrolled flight of snot. The front teeth were also almost broken. Refinement howls asshole. The untimely cheers were small and unmoving. Turns out you have a temper too. 2 round little dots. The battle is getting more and more anxious. The big heads pressed against each other tightly. For small short hands flapped each other quickly. The cheeks were beaten. I can't tell if it's the other party. Or fight it yourself. Jin Xiuhui, this bastard. But at this time, he laughed happily. You're messing around like this. There is no effective attack at all. Just when the 2 cute pets are inseparable. Little Hama suddenly fell from the sky. The river body pounced on Heidi, who was concentrating on the battle. Halfway through, he shouted Hama. Be kind enough to remind the other person to be aware of your attacks. Beavers this were obviously experienced in combat. Under the reminder of the birth of little Hama, kick back with 1 foot and get up in harmony. Dodge Hama's pounce. Little Hama's head clattered, smashed on the cheeks of little Budong. Beavers seized this rare opportunity. After landing on the ground, he turned around and ran without hesitation. A few jumps approached the edge of the woods. After entering the woods, you can get out of the siege yourself. From then on, the sky is high and the birds will fly. The sea is wide and the fish jumps. But suddenly a bastard came out from the side. Seal off his path. Jin Xiuhui gloated and laughed at the stinky boy. Don't try to run. Instead of slowing down, the beaver runs faster. I wanted to rush past Jin Xiuhui. Suddenly, a pink bough slammed down in front of him. The big face and the ground came into close contact. Even the Warcraft King Stoma didn't know why I was born in this world. Almost for 500 years. King Stoma who spends every day in his sleep. I saw the light for the first time in my life. His strong, powerful little heart. Uncontrollable, desperate throbbing. Eyes straight into the eye. Look at this sexy beauty in front of you who turns all beings upside down. At this moment, everything around seemed to cease to exist. In his eyes, there was only this interest that swoons him. Everyone stopped catching up. The silence of the scene is really audible. Jin Xiuhui's fiery eyes that understand all things. How can you not see the dramatic change in events? You just wanted to see this stupid gap. What are you going to do next? A long time passed. The beaver still stood still, so stupid. It's like being hooked. After refining this matter, slowly squat down. Look at the stupid beaver and say what is going on. Would you like to talk to me? The beaver slowly straightens its body. The big round head hangs down slightly. It was as if something was brewing. Then put the top of the head. The cocked dumb hair adjusted its position. Strike a pose that you think is chic. Say that since you have prayed to me so, I'll talk to you about it. I'm a gentleman after all. Jin Xiuhui looked at the quilt in front of him slyly. Silly lack of hormonal control. 100 ways to squeeze him have been figured out. No one thought of it. The Warcraft Storma King was captured so easily. Keep an eye out for this Sundara male Haley. After 500 years of being single, he has practiced a hand speed that is superior to his peers. Even the reserve in the bottom of my heart was completely destroyed. Under the caresses of another male animal. I went to heaven comfortably. In the mansion of Baron Frontru. A single sea mud that has been suppressed at the bottom of the lake for 500 years. Finally embarked on the path of happiness in pursuit of love. Look at this, or the Sundara look of holding your hands on your chest. Most of them don't realize that they've been put under a shackle spell. It needs to be mentioned here. Hold your hands on your chest. In psychology, there is a meaning of self-protection. Beavers are obsessed with the beauty of the little bells, but finely trimmed. The face is engraved with the word vampire. Creatures with the slightest brain would be wary of him. King Healy Thomas spoke proudly of humanity. What do you want me to do? Jin Xiuhui said with a relaxed and indifferent expression. It's simple. You just need to do it once a day, in the morning and once in the evening. Just shout in the lake to avoid the collapse. King Stoma, the beaver, said proudly. You don't even know the basic etiquette of negotiation. You are making a request at the same time. I should make it clear what you can bring to me. Beavers are pitiful. The facts of this thing have not yet been clarified. Jin Xiuhui was a little embarrassed by what the beaver said. From the beginning of this manga to the present, this bastard had this expression for the first time. He quickly explained that he was really sorry. I don't have anything to give you. But if you do, it can make all of us happy. Then he smiled evilly. Point to the little bell and say yes. Little Bell smiled happily. I fully agree with Jin Xiuhui's statement. This is for a beaver who has been single for 500 years. But it's a proper nirvana. The light appeared before his eyes again. His eyes were stunned. I can't do without the charming smile of the little bell anymore. King Healy Toma herself didn't know. Without the permission of the brain, a good word came out of his mouth. Jin Xiuhui did not hesitate to praise the beaver's cheerfulness. See the beaver being pinched to death. Kim Soho happily wants to be a stupid guy. You are a slave to love. You're just waiting to be we're going to be over and over again. Again and again. And the little bell is not interested in you at all. I'll give you a nickname. The eternal not of the single left, the Temple Thomas King. You're just waiting to be used by me for the rest of your life. This mother is single. I'm also single from the womb. Jin Xiuhui smiled and suddenly couldn't laugh. An indescribable sense of loss is like a tide. Water hits. He stood up suddenly, silently came to Hai Lin and looked at him affectionately. Little Bhutan swept little Hama away. I think this kid is too eyeless. I saw Kim Soho holding the beaver, a gentle touch on his cheeks. I silently thought about my brother in my heart. We are both mothers and singles. Kim Soho's actions blinded the beavers. I don't know what this human is crazy about, but something strange happened to him. Although this human didn't say anything, but there seems to be a warm current. Wrap him gently. A man and a sea stood in a wordless silence, exchanged each other's truest thoughts. Jin Xiuhui said shyly, Please start today. Can I call you Little Bibong? The beaver reluctantly agreed to Jin Xiuhui's request. The sense of disobedience of the domineering president. It's unbearable. At this moment, a soldier anxiously pushed the door open, interrupted the two-person world of one person and one sea enemy. The soldier is Captain Greg, who has been sent to the freshly killed clan. Jin Xiuhui knew that something was wrong when he looked at him. The soldier anxiously said to Jin Xiuhui, Young master, I'm on my way to the gangsling. Encountered the orcs who were rushing to our territory. Lord Arash would like to request reinforcements from us. Their tribe was attacked by the ancient giants. Hear this. Jin Xiuhui couldn't help but become solemn. His brain was spinning and he was thinking of a solution. Just when the soldier reported to Kim Xiuhui, the Gangsha tribe has been attacked by Gujushi. bombed the stump of the river, under the trampling of the ancient giants, tall and deep areas, fragile as a paper pot. The patriarch of the Aku clan, who was the strongest warrior of the Gangsha clan, charged into battle, dare to be the first. I saw him roar angrily. In his hands, he holds 2 10-giant swords. Leap high above the head of the drum giant. Unleash the explosive power in your muscles to the extreme. Pick up 10 great swords with both arms. Slam down. There was a thud and slammed into the face of the ancient giant. The rough-skinned and thick-skinned Gu Jusher produces fibrous pain. But there was not a single wound left. The huge tree turned around, staring at the little green man in front of you. Strong Akush. I didn't expect this to be the result. A blow to their own rights. I couldn't hurt the other party's monkey. And there was a suppressed low throat in Gu Jushi's throat. It's like a prelude to the coming rain. Gu Jushi turned his huge body. The thick tail behind him was struck hard by the flying wheel. In a half-empty green hut, the Akush patriarch came closely. Hold your weapon in front of you. The body flew out like a cannonball. The surrounding orc warriors rushed to his aid. The leader of the Akush told the soldiers to leave him alone. Return to your position and continue the fight. This is a promising and smart lad. Abandoned his home and ideals and worked with an unscrupulous boss. The boss doesn't have to pay him a salary, nor do you care about the donor. Just get the secretary to smile at him at the right time. The young man was immediately full of energy. Get the tribe of the Gang's Lei clan. News of being attacked by Gu Jushi. Kim Xiuhui sent Greg Bin Long. Go find Captain Blank. Have all the Lancers assemble at the entrance to the village. Chief Greg felt that it might be too late. But Jin Xiuhui looked at the little emperor in his hand. Say you go. I have my own way. Jin Xiuhui called Haver and rushed out together. Although the matter is urgent, but he said without panic. What a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Haver asked curiously what he meant. Jin Xiuhui said with an evil expression. Chance to completely eliminate the monster domino effect. See the bastard's face. Just know that someone is going to be unlucky. After everyone assembles, Jin Xiuhui took out red melon seeds and fed them to the little bee. Look at Xiao Bibong, who is full of energy. The expression was as if he had just been beaten with chicken blood. But the red melon seeds fell into the stomach. Little by bang from a fluffy cutie. Blowing up a balloon like a big arm like a mountain, and moon collapsed. The surrounding villagers are men, women, and children. They all closed their mouths in surprise. But all climbed into the sea. Little by bang yelled and jumped high. The round body is like a leather ball. Soar through the sky. Jin Xiuhui clung to Xiao Bibong's hair, yelling and rushing. It's time to show your charm. One is heart. The sea pair is full of energy. Now reminded by Jin Xiuhui. It's like taking a stimulant. I have to say that Xiaobi eats this trick when she is a nerd. Pure spiritual food feeding. And let the horses run and not give the horses grazing. Jin Xiuhui can be regarded as the ultimate. Do you want to know how motivated you are to be single for 500 years? Look at this cannonball-like struggle. 500 white lancers firmly grasped the beaver fur, although it was staggered by the wind, still trying to persevere. Everyone understands. If you fall now, you will definitely be crushed. So far, this is only the second of a small wall collapse. When he fell, it has crossed the woodland to the mountains. When he hit the ground with a bang, follow the direction of Kim Xiuhui's instructions. Jump up again with all your might. Fly towards the Gangsha tribe. The Gangsha tribe at this time. The battle between the warriors and the ancient giants. It has entered the white-hot stage. In the round sea like a mountain and moon, suddenly fell from the sky. Suddenly, there was a loud bang and slammed into the ground. The scene instantly raised smoke and dust. The two sides of the fierce fight are separated by Hallie. Akush, the group leader, could only see around back, completely confused about what was going on. The colossal realization stood in front of Gu Jushi. completely shaded from the sun. Shadows rained in front of them. A loud voice came from midair. See clearly with your eyes, and then give me a firm mind. Even if you go westward, there is also no food to eat, because you're a delicious meal. Jin Xiuhui once again showed a demonic expression. There is white smoke in the mouth. It's like a demon suddenly descending into the world. Although Gu Jushi's intelligence is not high, but the beast has a keen sense of danger. It's an innate nature. They are afraid. Xiao Bai Bang waved his shorthand high. On the round, he drew a long wind towards Gu Jushi. It was as if a gust of wind was blowing all around. Blow off the undispersed soot. The stout wrist hits at once. Gu Jushi. In their wail, their feet lifted off the ground. Followed by the forearm squeezed his arm forward. The three ancient giants drew a parabola. Fly farther and farther. Huge body. It quickly became as small as a caterpillar. Gu Jushi was stupefied. A whale that circles in the air. They are standing in the forest. A powerful presence at the top of the food chain. Today, for the first time, I felt small. After suddenly landing, it doesn't go away. It's like a tumbling chariot destroying a lot of woods. Fortunately, they are born with rough skin and thick meat, so the injury is not serious. After cleaning up these invading beasts, Xiao Bibi eats the blue melon seeds. The gigantic body quickly recovers and becomes smaller. Followed by the most important thing must not be forgotten. The thing sneaked back a glance at the lover of his dreams. It's like a little boy who loves for the first time. The little bell happily looked at the small wall in front of him. Shake the tail of his tongue desperately. The bell on the tail makes a constant beep. It expresses the encouragement and recognition of the small wall collapse. It's over, it's over. Shabby collapse will definitely not be able to find the north now. The effects of the hormonal explosion just now. It's got this thing floating. Uncle Blanc goes. Go to Jin Xiuhui and say, "Thank you for taking us with you. We didn't seem to be helping much, though." Jin Xiuhui smiled and said no. We have another important thing to do. Team leader Akush kneaded his aching shoulder, walked over and interrupted their conversation. Kim Hu-ho meets Akush. The team leader had such a solemn expression. Guess most of the time there is something important. The Akush patriarch said solemnly from now on, "We're no longer in a blood alliance." This sentence stunned a few people in front of him. I don't know what this is. After all, I just did the orcs such a big favor. The Akush patriarch took a deep breath. Stretch out your arms with a muscle ball knot. Then put your fists together. Perform the etiquette of an orc. All the recipients behind him, the warriors, all do the same thing. I only heard the Aku clan patriarch say in a loud voice, "You saved us twice. We just killed the clan. Swear again. Willing to be loyal to the Flan Trao family forever." Jin Xiuhui's heart blossomed. I didn't expect such a good result. He said happily to the Akush patriarch, "Thank you to the Gangsha clan for affirming me. Let's move on to the third plan. Save the Steel Sands." After hearing Jin Xiuhui's words, the Akush patriarch couldn't help but be stunned. Some didn't understand what he meant. Keep an eye out for this little cute beaver. In order to win the heart of a beautiful woman, fight to the death against monsters. In a private conversation between the monsters of the wilderness, he has been described as a terrifying monster. Let's start the story shortly before the text. Close to the Asfa Sea, a country in the eastern wilderness, in order to achieve some kind of strategic purpose, a fire was set in the reeds. As the reeds were burned out, the fire continued to spread towards Tongling. To escape the fire and find a new habitat. The result was a monster domino effect migration. Migrating monsters are in addition to insects and animals. This also includes the barbarian tribes that own Chile. Monster, although their intelligence cannot be compared with humans, but simple languages have been developed. They saw it with their own eyes. 3C, who were at the top of the food chain and predators. Jushi was kneaded like a ball of paper. Screams flew past their eyes. This sighting started among sapient monsters, spread widely. It is said that there is a huge monster like Tarzan in the West. His body towers into the sky. His tail was filled with the wrath of God. It can set off a huge typhoon. His black pupils were like an abyss. Two sharp front teeth. It seems to be able to shatter all living things in the world. And this terrifying monster, it was manipulated by an even more terrifying demon. The demon's entire body glowed bloodied. If you look at the demon who controls the beast, you can even feel the gaze from hell. Let's take a look. This is the legendary Tarzan-like monster. This is to crush the front teeth of all living beings. Only this bastard is real, terrifying than the demons of hell. At this moment, far east of the wilderness country, as for I, the king reigned on the throne in the main hall of the royal palace. Listen to the reports of your subordinates. With the king's permission, the subordinate began to tell about what had happened recently. At the beginning, it continued to expand its power and threatens our steel sands to abandon the settlements according to our plan. Transferred to the jungle of the kingdom of Macentano. The king was pleased with this result. He stroked his beard, asked majestically, how Macentano's little beauty copes. The subordinate replied that it was indeed a little strange. There was no conflict between them. The Geisha tribe has settled on the territory of Macentano. When the king heard this, he felt a little pity. He wanted to see the little beauty panicked. The king felt that it was almost time and let his men leave. Myoya felt that the more he looked at it, the more he looked like that, a tyrannical old man. It's still the queen's sister who is beautiful and has a good figure. Suppose the old man covets the beauty of the queen's sister. To persecute him, Jin Xiuhui will definitely go desperately, because the queen's sister once sacrificed for Jin Xiuhui. Body withstood the stormy devastation of Jin Xiuhui. See the video commentary episodes 52 and 53 for details, which is a bit far-fetched. Now back to the point. Hear the king tell him to step back. The subordinates not only did not leave. Instead, he said tremblingly, in fact, there is another problem that has occurred. Didn't wait for his subordinates to finish. The old man's face immediately became unpalatable. His mouth pursed. This guy is definitely a tyrant like Dongjua. The subordinates did not dare to look at the king's face. He stammered, the hordes of monsters you ordered to drive away. All of them are back, and they are attacking the walls of our kingdom's borders. Old man Say didn't expect it to develop like this. He was furious. Where did those beasts get the guts to rebel? He dared to turn around and come back to die. His subordinates knew the consequences of the king's wrath. He hastened to explain, we are massing firepower. Do everything in your power to stop their invasion. But there's a strange thing. They still do not flinch in the face of casualties. It's like having a great fear of some kind of existence. He rushed at us like crazy. The old man was full of imperial majesty and anger. Gather all nearby troops. Attack them with fire and let them feel it. What is a more terrifying existence? After the subordinates left, the old man collapsed on the couch. I was a little excited when I shouted just now. He felt a little tired from the force he pressed too hard. Yi Yishinga hollowed out his lack of yang energy. The old man couldn't figure it out. He was actually reflected by the monster domino effect. Such a large-scale monster migration is not. Maybe artificially rerouted. Could it be that there really is a demon in the West? Asfahan's response is not on the table for the time being. The old man is not coveting the beauty of the queen's sister. We don't know. Jin Xiuhui, now doing a turning point in my life. He respectfully handed over a document to the two people in front of you. Get them to sign. Buddies, do you remember these two by Jin Xiuhui? Lessons from Usury. If you forget, see episodes 5 and 25. The fat man asked suspiciously, what kind of document was this? Jin Xiuhui said without a smile that the two of them could watch slowly. This is a receipt for paying off the debt. Here's my check for both of you. Interest is also added. Even the principal with a lot of interest. The fat man looked at the numbers on the check in disbelief. The thin man looked at the Chinese pieces while giving the fat man a look. Jin Xiuhui really hates these two people. Look at the two of them grinding and chirping. He gradually lost his patience, showed a cold and cruel expression, and said, "What are you doing in a daze?" Signed quickly and grabbed the check. Through the first two contacts with Jin Xiuhui, the two loan sharks knew he was definitely a devil. Signed the receipt and give it to Kim Xiuhui. Walked away with the check. Seeing the creditor leave, the Baron and the lady came over to inquire about the situation. Jin Xiuhui picked up the receipt on the table, walking towards the Baron and the lady. The Baron asked Lloyd in disbelief, "Did you really pay off all that much debt?" Miao couldn't help but complain. The Baron of this episode. And Mrs. Painted not as good as before. But I'll change it back later. Jin Xiuhui held the receipt up and shook it around. Gladly said to the Baron, "Look, this is a cleared receipt. They have already signed." The Baron couldn't help but pounce. Hugged Jin Xiuhui tightly. This moment, the hug from my father was so sudden, caught Jin Xiuhui off guard. He was moved in his heart. There was a crispness from the depths of my heart. The sound of shattering and tearing. The Baron said with tears in his eyes, "It's me who is so stupid as a father. It's obviously my fault, but let you desperately redeem it. I'm sorry, I really don't know. I am not qualified to be your father." The boy has tears and doesn't flick, just because I didn't get to the sad place. Every word of remorse that the Baron cried smashed into the altar of Jin Xiuhui's heart. His eyes were empty and confused. But there is a trace of sadness hidden, the remorse that lies deep in my heart. Fill his mind again. Jin Xiuhui thought about the wording for a while, straightened the tearful Baron, and said to him peacefully, "Baron, do you love your son?" After saying this, Jin Xiuhui's eyes became sad again, and did not look directly at the father in front of him. Baron. He didn't pay attention to Jin Xiuhui's tone and eyes. He is still immersed in remorse. The Baron replied decisively, Of course I do." Jin Xiuhui sighed lightly. The regret and loss in my heart are deeper. But when he looked up, changed to a joyful expression. "Say, isn't that already qualified to be a father?" At this point, the system suddenly prompts, "You have gained new praise for getting rid of debts first." The praise area is the entire area of Cremo. The term of praise is a lifetime. The CP provided by praise is 2 points. The effect of praise is as follows. You will receive the highest economic credit rating, and to be able to do so at the lowest possible interest, and the most favorable conditions to obtain investment funds. Show how. Calm the emotional barons and dooms, and give them the receipt for safekeeping. Then he left the Hike City Netstone group alone. The sun was shining so brightly, but it couldn't clear the haze in his heart. Haver was looking for him everywhere. It happened to be in the hallway at this time. Touchable be steel. The sand has moved to the eastern mountains. Tell him that Jin Xiuhui just said something hard and didn't stop moving forward. Haver had something else to report to. He saw his lonely back. What was about to be said stopped silently. Haver could see that something was wrong with the young master, but he didn't know why. I had to watch the young master's back go farther and farther. Jin Xiuhui, let the gang sands move to the jungles of the eastern mountains. There's a reason for that. If the monster domino effect returns, the steel sand can act as a barrier to stall time. Jin Xiuhui had time to bring his forearm bandage and rush over. Thus the crisis of the territory will be resolved. The Baron's debts have been paid off. The pressure that had been on it was finally lifted. Jin Xiuhui has nothing to worry about now. But it's weird. He thought he would rejoice. But now his heart is at peace. Why is that? Jin Xiuhui returned to the room alone. Through the window, See the clear sky and blue sky and white clouds outside. Bright sunlight poured in. Lying on the bed, he fell into deep thought. The picture of the Baron holding him and crying keep flashing through my mind. The outpouring of remorse still lingers in my ears. It's so similar to the other picture. A past experience that he buried deep in his heart, quietly crawled all over his thoughts. He remembered his father in the real world, the weather-beaten face, the hands that have been sharpened by the years. I'm sorry for the sadness and remorse. Why is Isu's sunlight so dazzling? Uncontrollable sobs came from deep in his throat. Jin Xiuhui clung to the sheets, desperately suppressing the impending flood. But he was still defeated by the raging waves. Tears poured out uncontrollably. Jin Xiuhui couldn't help crying and said about his father, I'm sorry to do it here. I didn't help you with anything. The boy has tears and doesn't flick, just because I didn't get to the sad place. Who has never had regrets in their hearts? Who doesn't want to have another chance to let go of regrets? Life is a one-way street. Regret will stay with us for the rest of our lives. Since it's called a pity, then there is no chance of correcting it. It's a short lifetime that we'll all eventually lose. Why not be bold? Say I love you to that person. It's better to be rejected than to be left with regrets. Say I can do that. It's better to fail than not to try. Haber followed Jin Xiuhui from a distance, came to the door of his room. Crying came from the room, and that voice of regret. Haber could hear it clearly. Jin Xiuhui's efforts so far. Haber saw it all, but his experience is unknown. That must be another unspeakable sadness. All Haber can do is keep it a secret. Let this person in the young master's body. You can cry as much as you like today, because this person is fully qualified for this. A few days later, the inhabitants of the territory saw Jin Xiuhui come to the village. Men, women, and children erupted in cheers at the same time. Everyone shouted long live Master Lloyd. Jin Xiuhui's face is as thick as a city wall. Things are well known, but in the face of the residents' home welcome, evoke the last trace of shyness he has left. Jin Xiuhui walked forward, by Anu River. To the left, you guys are so noisy every day. He turned to the right and said enough. You don't have to work anymore, do you? However, in exchange for more enthusiastic cheers from the residents. Oops, the young master is angry. Young master, scold me. The young master glared at me fiercely. Haber said to him lightly, Young master, you could be a little more spirited. Jin Xiuhui asked me suspiciously, why do I have so much? Haber faintly, say, because of the territory here. Residents can laugh so heartily. It's all thanks to you, young master. Jin Xiuhui said as he walked that I was just here to make money. If I'm getting carried away, no one will send me money. Right now. The worshippers hurried from afar. Panting anxiously, he said that something was wrong with the young master. Refined, but said to himself, I'd be more happy to hear that. He then told Byron what was going on. Byron ran a little fast. Adjust your breath a little. It is said that a lot of people came from the south. Jin Xiuhui asked who was suspicious. Is it the enemy? Byron shook their heads. Let's say we're not so sure yet. But according to the guards described, these people are like refugees. This man is a wicked man who does all kinds of evil. There are many younger brothers under his command who are not able to be cured. The personal bodyguard has the strength to sweep through thousands of armies. This is the motto of the big brother of the four pets. If you don't accept it, just do it. This is the eldest sister of the four pets. Smiled slightly, fascinated, and licked the dog's stupidity. This is the simple third brother. Be well-behaved and obedient. Let you do whatever you want. This nerd is licking the dog stupidly, with unrivaled strength. It's a pity that there is a problem with the brain. Blue sky and white clouds. Blue skies. Warm sunshine. Sprinkled on the land of the barony of Forentrau. Who would have thought that on such a beautiful day? But there are people who are hungry and cold and live like years. A pair of shirt shoes. Refugees faltering. Be led by the leader to the entrance to the territory. The refugee ranks are quite large. But there was no thought. Jin Xiuhui, with 2 guards, already waiting here in advance. The leader humbly asked, "Are you the lord here?" Jin Xiuhui didn't know anything about these people in front of him, although these people looked like refugees. But he was still cautious not to say a word. Just tell the other person that he is a lord, and immediately ask the other party about their origins. The leader took a deep breath, then slowly tell where they came from. They are from the southern barons of Soltino, residents of the territory. He is the head of the village of Solti, Nicholas. Originally, his father was the village chief, but his father told him to lead the villagers to flee. But the father and the lord held on to the territory. In the end, he was unfortunately killed. Kim Hughauer listened to the narration of the village chief Nicholas, but his eyes were never idle. He needed to determine whether these people were raped or not. Unkempt, the mother with the child turned sallow and sludge. It should be that there has been no washing for many days, and there is not enough food. The child clung to his mother's shirt, cheeks pressed against chest. It should be a real biological mother and son. The village chief, Nicholas, didn't even have shoes. Use only 1 piece of wood. Simply tie the other foot with a rope. Didn't even wear anything. Sludge on feet and broken nails. Prove that he is like this and travel long distances. Instead of approaching makeup, the old lady's cheeks were sunken, covered in sludge. His cough didn't look like it was fake either. The breathless sound is like pulling bellows. Definitely sick, and most of the time it is inflammation of the lungs. The girl's concerned expression did not seem to be fake. It should be the granddaughter of the old lady. Jin Xiuhui judged from the state of these people. They should really be refugees. The village chief Nicholas went on to say that it was because of the suddenness of the incident. As a result, he was interrupted by Jin Xiuhui before he could finish speaking. Jin Xiuhui suddenly said to the village chief, "Please wait a minute." Then he said with the expression of the people, "Are you referring to monsters?" The village chief said yes. The monster looks like a scarab. It is about 2 meters in size, like a swarm of bees. Hundreds of them came in at once. Haver faintly reminded Jin Xiuhui. Say it's a monster domino effect. I didn't expect his reach to be so wide. Jin Xiuhui heard. The village chief's description has been roughly guessed. A terrain close to the wilderness. The picture was formed in his mind, and the general situation will be sorted out. Conclusions were drawn, judging by the current situation. With wilderness areas, all adjacent territories are affected. The place that was not affected, it should be the only place to be in Ragnar's territory. After all, in the general territory, there could be no giant fantasy maps and white chambered cavalry. It is even less likely that there will be appreciation. The queen finally saw hope. It turned out to be his bodyguard knight Carl Green. The queen called for help from Karzan. Karching pulled out his blood-stained sword and said, "Your Majesty, stop struggling." The queen looked at him in disbelief. A trusted partner. At this time, he betrayed him. The screen comes to the banquet hall. Kim told Haver that something had happened. The two hurried to the queen's room. Jin Xiuhui asked strangely, "Don't you ask me what the matter is?" Haver said calmly, "I also felt an unusual magical aura. What do you need me to do?" Jin Xiuhui definitely said that you need to defeat the appreciation. Haver said lightly, "I know you're not kidding, but please don't be kidding." Jin Xiuhui then remembered. Haver is not yet able to live in seconds. Then he asked in a second place, "Can you hold him back then?" Haver asked if it would be okay for a minute. It will take at least 2 minutes to refine, to be sure. Haver had a determined look in his eyes. Run briskly to the wall. Take it in your hand when you dismantle it. Then say it firmly for 3 minutes. Jin Xiuhui replied with the same confidence. That was enough. The two of them sped up and ran to the queen's room. Bodies littered the road. At this moment, the queen is doing her best. Resist Cal's sword attacks. Carl couldn't help but admire the queen's tenacity. Poisoned enough to still be able to hold his heavy sword. The queen asks Carl why he betrayed him. Carl took advantage of the flaws revealed when the queen spoke. A kick on the queen? This comes with a kick of great magic. Hand over the queen's internal organs. During the queen's treat, the zombies fell to the ground in battle. Carl raised his sword as it was about to fall. Sword! Saint's keen senses alerted him to danger behind him. Carl deserves to be the first juggernaut. At the last moment, sideways to dodge the candelabro attack behind you. Then decisively give up, killing the queen. Looking back, a sword is draped in the sun. Haver did everything he could to block the blow. Carl was surprised. Unexpectedly, Haver unraveled his scene with only a candlestick. The sword was glued tightly to the candlestick. The magic in the two of them collided wildly through weapons. Carl is the first juggernaut, but he used this kind of rogue trick. Bullying Haver is young and not very magical. Later, Carl's magic gradually invaded Haver's body. Once, Carl's magic penetrates the heart of his opponent's magic. He will crush the hearts of his opponents with deep magic. Haver tried Aslahan with Aslahan. The mind absorbs Carl's magic. But Carl's magic was like he was locked up. Can't absorb it. Haver knew that he would suffer if he fought harder. Then there was a glint in his eyes. Collide with high-frequency magic with a special move. This is a trick unique to Haver. Common points of contact with candlesticks. Shake at a breakneck speed. The impact sparked. The magic that Carl had invaded Haver's body was bounced back. Then the bamboo platform swept across. Shake Carl's sword away. Carl was surprised. He is well informed. I've never seen this kind of magic used. The battle between the genius swordsman and the veteran swordsman begins. The sword and the candlestick kept colliding. The magic is blowing in and out. Flying sword Jin Xiuhui. Take advantage of the gap to run to the queen who has fallen to the ground. Being too anxious leads to confiding in the truth as a cash cow. Wrong, Your Majesty. The queen was surprised and asked Lloyd what was going on. Later words was blocked by Jin Xiuhui's powerful big hand. Jin Xiuhui covered the queen's sister's beaded lips with one hand. The other hand is pressed on the queen's flat lower abdomen. I use it quickly, out of Aslahan mind to absorb magic and obscenity. Jin Xiuhui, you take advantage of people's danger. Beware of the queen's sister chopping off your head. Why are you covering people's mouths so domineeringly? The queen's sister has been poisoned. Your hand should be placed in the heart position. Soak up the magic. Do you understand the location of the heart? Haver now has no time to condemn Roy Xiaoyang. He's doing his best against Carl. Carl Discovery can't easily defeat his opponents. When time is pressing, prepare to use a special move. Haver is very knowledgeable. When I saw Carl's appearance, I guessed that it was the Duki realm. This is the strongest trick that a juggernaut can use. At the same time, he knew he couldn't remember. You can't let the other person finish charging. Use this trick. Haver filled the candlestick with magic after that. Throw out the candlestick. Like a magic javelin stabbed at Carl. Carl had no choice but to stop Sulig blocking the candlestick. The temporary evacuation of the Jutai led to a lack of stamina. Carl's body was knocked backwards by the force of the machine. Haver jumped up and pounced on the bamboo platform where Dao Fei had returned. Catch the bamboo platform with one hand. The body uses the explosive skill in midair. The menorah burns with a raging fire. Hit Carl on the head. Carl looked at the oncoming flaming sword. Not only did they not panic. Instead, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he lunged forward and punched Haver. Boom in Haver's lower abdomen. Haver's body was in midair, and there was nowhere to relay. Can't even dodge. Solid received a magic punch. Carl didn't give Haver a chance to breathe. Holding the sword in both hands, it was full of magic power, and then slashed hard. The speed does not decrease after crossing the candlestick. Smashed the hard rock ground to smithereens. The sword not only cut off the metal candlestick, It even hit Haver's body hard. Kim repairs favorites, knowing that Haver's breath was getting weaker and weaker. It may be that there is danger, but he was closing at this time. The key never stops. Toxins in the queen's body. He was constantly being sucked into his body. Jin Xiuhui could only pray silently to Haver in his heart. I believe you. If you lose, we're all going to die here. The commentary in the next episode is even more exciting. Don't forget to check it out. Keep an eye out for this beauty. She didn't know she had been poisoned by a strange thing. Was followed by a lewd man behind him. Throw her down in a room where no one is around. The man wanted to sacrifice himself to help her detoxify. The beauty's body was sore and weak, and she was forced to agree. When she saw the man's antidote. First of all, he was entangled and helpless. Soon it became cold and cruel again. Carl smiled confidently. He knew exactly how heavy this one was. Persuade you to die if you're a sick boy. Carl raised his sword and prepared to take out this opponent, who knows that Haver not only does not step back to defend. Instead, they rushed up to him, and the body moves quickly. The injuries were obviously not as serious as expected. Carl didn't expect Haver to be so desperate. Quickly changed the sword that is ready to stab to a sweep. The longsword used by Carl is a broad-edged sword. It is suitable for gravity chopping of large rivers. But the disadvantages are no less obvious. Close combat is not flexible enough. Haver exploited this weakness to promote luxury. Dodge Carl's sweep. Haver is not a reckless man, because he knew there was a helper hidden on the side. I saw Haver shouting that he was not motivated. Little Budong gritted his teeth, used the strength to feed, wielded the queen's sword, and threw it at Haver. Carl had a good chance to drive him crazy. I didn't expect there to be a little mouse hiding on the side. Haver wields a long sword. The momentum instantly increased dramatically. Then used the explosive skill. The sword erupted with flames. A fireball with explosive energy blasts into your opponent. Carl was stunned by the move, misjudging your opponent's moves. He didn't have time to dodge. In the blink of an eye, the fireball was already in front of you. Carl could only run his mana. The explosive energy of this move, blasting his entire body away. This trick that fires like a cannon. It's simply unheard of. Just as Carl was thinking about countermeasures, the second fireball came in front of him again. He didn't dare to greet and quickly dodged the attack. Haver Dribuo flew in pursuit, then used multiple blasts in a row. The fireball slammed into Carl like a scattershot. Carl ran fast. Deep attack. I hate that monster-like guy behind me, one step away from solving the queen. It's a pity that it was interrupted by this guy. At this time, Jin Xiuhui wanted to save the queen's sister. Too much poison has been absorbed. The hideous face was crawling with purple earthworms hitting the blood vessels. The queen was lying on the ground and was held down by Kim Xiuhui. The lower abdomen is constantly suctioning. There was an indescribable sensation in the abdomen. He couldn't help but tense his body. An irrepressible sound was released in his throat. He looked at the man in front of him who was desperate for him. Feel the magic flowing. I am well aware of the poison in my body. The magic is sucked away. The queen asked Lloyd curiously, "You're capable of this?" The queen didn't finish her sentence. Was interrupted urgently by Jin Xiuhui. "Please don't talk to me. I couldn't concentrate." The queen nervously said sorry. As soon as the words were spoken, the queen suddenly realized. Definitely can't be held down by this guy. Then his face turned dusty. Said you were just in the reprimand. The countdown of the hairs of the golden autumn and summer hurriedly explained. No, you're just having auditory hallucinations because of a toxin. As soon as the words were finished. Due to mental instability, the magic is not well controlled. I couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of poisonous blood. He hurriedly caught the falling poisonous blood with his hand. Avoid splashing on the queen's body. This delicate care makes me have to sigh. It's too hard to be a man. The queen was moved. Playful lips. It's just obvious. Forgive this guy for his disrespectful words just now. Looked at Jin Xiuhui's hideous face. The queen began to think worriedly. This guy is so deeply poisoned. Is there a way for him to save himself? Is it to save me? Are you ready to put your life on the line? The flowers bloom in two, one on each branch. When Kim Xiuhui was desperate for the queen's sister, Haver is working hard for Kim Xiuhui. The two fought fiercely all the way to the banquet hall. Carl fled to the banquet hall at the same time. Haver single-handedly guarded the entrance of the hallway. Anyone who wants to get in here. His corpse had to be stepped on. Carl guessed Haver's idea of stalling for time, but he has more deserving tricks to deal with his opponents. Carl then shouted congratulations on his mismatch. They tried to murder. His Majesty will take him down quickly. Soon, a large number of soldiers arrived and surrounded Haver. Then they rushed at him one after another. Haver gritted his teeth in hatred. The soldiers were fooled by Carl, but he couldn't explain it. Haver has decided, no one is allowed to cross over here, so there is no need for explanation. With one click, you can knock a few people in front of you into the air. Then the common is full of magic. Then knock the approaching soldier into the air. Carl stood at the back of the guard. While recovering his strength, he watched Haver's battle. Heart, I can't help but start admiring this young genius. Awe is an elite soldier for everyone, but he was able to knock 3 people away at once. If this guy reaches the realm of the sword master, I guess it would be easy to wipe out a small country. Can't let him continue to grow. He must die here today. Carl was aided by soldiers. Finally completed the condensation of the Dookie sword. The powerful energy emitted by the sword distorts the space around it like an illusion. Haver was dusted in his heart, watching the momentum of Carl wielding the Dookie sword. He knew he couldn't take this trick. Carl swept the Dookie ship in his palm lightly. Powerful energy is fan-shaped slash. To the young knight who is persistent and refuses to retreat. The sharp sword chi tore through the space in front of him. No matter within the reach of the sword chi can be stopped. Haver, in the face of this irresistible destructive force, all you can do is lift the common running mana. Hold your body tightly. Then the whole body was blasted out. Carl holds the sword in one hand. Slowly walk into the dilapidated total. Haver was bruised all over his body. On one's last legs. The common one used by the queen is definitely the best. But at this time, there was only one handle left. Sadly, by Haver's side. See St. Carl like a god of death. Hold the power to harvest life. Step by step into this rooftop worthy of his admiration. The footsteps of Sword River's death drew closer. But Haver couldn't even move a finger. Kim Xiuhui finally took the queen. Toxins in the body are absorbed. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Turn around and just take 2 steps. I couldn't help but spew out a mouthful of black, poisonous blood. The queen's body was still very weak, but anxiously asked, "How are you?" "You concentrate your magic on one arm. I'll help you." Jin Xiuhui understood in his heart when he heard the queen's words. His method. It must be as it is written in the novel. Chop off this arm. Because in the novel, that's what the queen did to herself. He didn't want to lose an arm. Jin Xiuhui grabbed the dinner knife on the ground, diagonally pointing upwards. He can't do that much anymore. Saving your life matters. Then use the demolition skill. The table knife glows purple. A purple fireball from the hand. Dinner knives squirt out. A powerful ball of energy blasted through the dome of the palace. In the darkness of the night, the palace is like a brilliant firework. Across the sky of the royal capital. See here, I finally knew. Why didn't Jin Xiuhui repair the palace? There are friends who know to talk in the common area. The commentary in the next episode is even more exciting. Don't forget to check it out. This man is already on the verge of death. Powerful opponents are as impassable as mountains. When the opponent's blade pierces his body, blood spurted out just because of one sentence. He turned defeat into victory. The new practice uses the blast skill. Spews out a huge purple fireball from the drama skin, blasted through the dome of the palace. Carl Ben wanted to make a sword, deal with the scarred haver, but I was attracted by this huge roar, accompanied by the queen for many years. Except for the one who doesn't know the queen. Everything else is clear. The queen has been poisoned. It is not possible to cause such an explosion. It must have been Lloyd's doing. At this point, Haver, who was badly injured, struggled to his feet. Kimmy holding the broken sword in his hand. Again in front of Carl. Again and again. Things today are out of control. Carl gritted his teeth. Look at the monster-like guy in front of you. Viciously thought. What is this guy's body made of? After being hit by the Dookie sword, he can still stand up. Haver's consciousness was blurred. The broken sword in his hand was so heavy for him. To be able to hold it is already exhausting all power. Even if it's a 3-year-old, can easily push him down. But he, still staring at Carl in front of him with a sharp gaze. Point the broken sword at this impassable mountain. Even if you will die here in the next second, and fall before him. Just because he is the young master's guard knight. Just because of one of his promises. Haver recalls their journey to the royal capital. One night around the campfire at camp. Haver looked at the dancing flames in front of him. I blamed myself for saying that I was too unkind from beginning to end. This sentence with no beginning and no end confused Jin Xiuhui. Haver then blamed himself. A knight of the young master's guard. But he left his obligations behind. Run and take out the best titans. I'm disappointed to see that the young master didn't come. It's all because I only want to rely on the young master in my heart. As usual, so accustomed to nature. This is a fragile spirit and a strength that is far from sufficient. Even negligence in their own tasks. As a knight, I don't know enough at all. Actually, at the level of Haver. Simply hard training, swordsmanship, and magic. It's hard to do. The realm is heavy. What he needs is mind cultivation. Only the heart is firm and spotless. He can launch the indomitable sword. That is the highest level of sword cultivation, and the sword heart is smart. Ask yourself, extinguish the demons in your heart. It can also turn the bumpy road of the sword master into a frank. Jin Xiuhui sighed. It doesn't matter what I thought was the matter. You don't have to take this kind of thing to heart. You've been lightened for 6 months anyway. Look at Jin Xiuhui's demonic expression. Prepare not to pay wages for half a year. The face is still so light and breezy. Haver's self-reproachful eyes instantly turned into pain. S eyes stared at the miser in front of him. I have forgotten to blame myself and want to strangle him instead. For a while, except for the sound of the bonfire, there were no other winds for 4 weeks. The peace between the two was shattered by Haver's plea. Is it okay for 3 months? Do you think I'll be so generous? You won't. So what else do you ask? I'm sorry. This little episode made Haver feel less comfortable. He turned the campfire and said, I swear to you, I am a sword that guards the young master. Never miss this task again. Jin Xiuhui joked that you were turning over the fire. While saying such things, do you find it credible? Haver went on to say that it doesn't matter if you don't believe it. I will keep this vow. In fact, Jin Xiuhui knew well in his heart that Haver's self-blame. The purpose of deducting wages. It is also to divert attention with something else. It's like apologizing to your girlfriend. The best way to do this is not to say sorry. Instead, take him to buy a bag. Haver continued, I know that your realm has reached 30,000. I need to be stronger than you. Can be regarded as your guardian knight. It looks like I need to become a builder within this year. Trim the unnatural eyelids of a river. How can you put such a hurtful word to hear? It's like eating and drinking. It's wonderful that you can't brag about it. Jin Xiuhui thought for a while. It seems that something has been decided. Reach out and pick up a branch from the ground. And then he said to himself, when humans are cultivating magical hearts, there are limits. Theoretically, Even if you study it for hundreds of years, it will stop at some stage. Then why can a person become a sword master? I feel like that huge magic. It doesn't just need to be cultivated. Otherwise, the groping pig's feet have interrupted this explanation. This made Jin Xiuhui very irritable. Haber said firmly, I don't want to use the young master's power this time. Instead, break through on your own. I don't want to rely on Master Lloyd anymore. It is common to face Carl with a vindictive spirit. Haber rushed forward as if he were dead. Blood is spraying. Sword pierced Haber's body without resistance. The surging fighting spirit came out through the iron. Blow up the hard rocky floor of the hallway. Haber, in the usual moment of stabbing into the body, narrowly avoided the vital point of the heart, and used Aslihan star magic to mobilize mana. The mana of the chain disintegrates the mana that has invaded the body. Carl said indifferently, You've really surprised me. Those who were pierced by the Dookie sword were all shattered and disappeared. You are condensing all the magic in a flash. Strengthens the body. You're really funny with these little tricks, but I'm not in the mood to appreciate it now. So you can die. Then the vindictive spirit was triggered. Cruelly burned Haber's body. Blazing flames. Burned every drop of blood in Haber's body. The wails of pain did nothing to alleviate his pain. Haber suddenly reached out and grabbed Carl. Wojia means. The eyes are sharp and fierce, and look at the slut. A little bit will be the common insertion deeper. This act of self-harm frightened Carl. Fear that Haber has a more outlandish trick. Haber did so for a purpose, because he wants to feel the vindictiveness closer, even closer to a centimeter. Haber felt the flow of vindictive energy from the pointed wound, then work backwards to explore the path of Carl's vindictiveness, from the common to his wrists, and then to his heart, finally to his magical heart. When Haber explores vindictiveness, when the path arrives here, suddenly stomp on the ground. The body flies backwards, successfully broke away from Tal's vindictive realm. Then he slammed into the wall and stopped. After the body crashed to the ground, there was no longer life. Carl quietly felt the state of this opponent. Make sure he has no breath and no magic flowing. Then I remembered that there were still important things to do. That's to kill the queen. But when he had just taken 2 steps, behind him, Haber stood up stubbornly again. Carl couldn't believe that this guy was still human. Haber Dandanon said, I finally understood what the magic of Juggernaut was. Haber then raised his hand to break the sword. Cover the sword with a green fighting spirit full of life. He is like a king in the world. Swore an oath of majesty. Haber finally advanced to the Juggernaut. Has his own fighting sword. Carl was stunned by the incredible. Looked at the vindictive family in front of him in disbelief. Haber condensed all his energy in the fighting ship. Then he slammed his sword at Carl. Tal hastily responded and swept out of the season. Gaslight. This was already all the power he could temporarily gather. 2 energies meet. The energy of the Tal is like the Dawn Arm. Blocking cars is like a Pidu. Sweat. In an instant, the red energy of the green energy filament. The storm swept through Carl's body. Blood splattered out. The left hand in which he held the piece left him. Carl fell in the blood and wailed. His right hand covered the wound that was still spurting blood. Frightened to see the huge ditch river on the ground being exhibited. Hordes of soldiers swarmed in. He shouted to Captain. The soldiers came to Carl's side. Look through the helmet gap and look in front of you to defeat the captain. I saw Haber holding a fighting sword, like a blood-stained god of war in the middle of the hallway. He proudly said to the soldiers, just let the horses come, as long as you can withstand the sword of the Juggernaut. The commentary in the next episode is even more exciting. Don't forget to check it out. The man looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. Smile lewdly. Just because. Huge benefits are about to be reaped from the beauty body. The beauty thinks of the sacrifice that is about to be made. First, he was angry and forced to say. Then there was a faint helplessness in my heart. I had to give up resisting. Silently bears what men want. In the end, he collapsed on the man's body with no power. Jin Xiuhui squirted out the poison in his body. Mana runs out, lying unconscious on the ground. The queen called anxiously, but he never woke up. Lingji's soft clothes tightly grasped Jin Xiuhui's hand. Who would have thought? The Iron Fist Queen's long-held sword-holding hands. It is as tender as the tip of a new bamboo shoot after the rain. The queen felt the magic that dried up in Kim Xiuhui's body, roaring and saying, "I know you can absorb magic. My magic is for you." Jin Xiuhui heard an anxious call. "Slowly open your eyes. Look at the beautiful queen in front of you." Suddenly, an evil smile appeared on his face. The queen was anxiously holding Jin Xiuhui's hand. But see his evil expression. It's like a secret hidden in my heart is suddenly revealed. It is like the dignity of the emperor being provoked. Suddenly, he was angry, brutally gave this hateful guy a violent blow. Jin Xiuhui was stunned. I didn't do anything. Originally, my head was still a little dizzy, but I was scared and completely sober. Looked at the queen wrongly. The beautiful queen was also confused. I had a feeling of shame and indignation just now. Subconsciously hit him. How can this be explained? Jin Xiuhui asked His Majesty strangely. Why did you hit me all of a sudden? The queen was speechless for a long time. Eyes drift and casually make up nonsense. I don't know why. See your face. My fist moved on its own. The queen herself didn't realize it. His imperial dignity was lost in this moment. He even explained his mistakes to his courtiers. These two are so funny. A gallant blames the king. The other was distraught and admitted his mistakes. In fact, the queen can scold loudly. Nothing is explained. A woman's mind is too hard to guess. In fact, the queen really wronged Jin Xiuhui. Just now, Jin Xiuhui slowly opened his eyes from the coma. A system prompt appears suddenly. You survived the deadly poison. The configuration skill of the open heart of magic is invincible. Resistant to all toxins. Rapid charging. When the mana is depleted, it absorbs a large amount of mana from the surrounding area. This skill is awesome. The system finally made a human being. This is Jin Xiuhui's exposure. The source of evil sin for the evil smile. The queen deserves to be a queen. Soon the distracting thoughts in my mind were swept away. Swift Jin Xiuhui said, "Can you get up?" Jin Xiuhui tried but failed. The mana is depleted and the body cannot move. He was in a hurry and wanted to hurry up and help have her. Immediately, decisively use the new skill to quickly recharge. Even if you expose your skills in front of the queen, he couldn't wait a moment. The surrounding magic slowly moved towards Jin Xiuhui. How gathered, and his entire body glowed blue. The queen looked at this strange phenomenon with curiosity. The heart of mana and the ring of mana are at full power, running fast. The queen was shocked to feel her magic. Uncontrolled, out-of-body discharge. The magic around them poured in like a red Ryu. Refine your body. The pale blue glow gradually became dazzling. All the substances in the queen's bedchamber. All of them have been drained of their source of magic. This powerful suction force made it impossible for the queen to resist. If it continues, definitely going to be sucked dry by this guy. The queen greatness called out to Lloyd, but he was like a dead man. There was no reaction at all. The queen only led Zhu-chan to make up her mind to give it to you. Just take it. I'll hold on until you're satisfied. Kim Xiuhui did not know the queen's determination. He couldn't even control his body anymore. The beautiful queen is getting weaker and more painful. Jin Xiuhui didn't look like he was awake at all. A storm of magic rages through the room. For the queen, every second is so tormenting. Finally, this shameless bastard is thinned. Satisfied, he opened his eyes. All the substances in the room lost the color of life. It's like going through the baptism of time, turning into dust in the long river of history. The system prompts the Heart of Mana to be upgraded to Beginner Insight, a special configuration skill that opens up the Heart of Mana, the realm of selflessness, when you transform into a berserk within 60 seconds. In this mode, the following 4 attributes are increased by 200%. It can only be used once a day. Jin Xiuhui was hung up by this. Playing Lai's skills were shocked, but he didn't have time to think deeply, because Haver is fighting alone against Sword St. Carl. He had to hurry up and help. When he saw the haggard appearance of the beautiful queen, surprised, he couldn't close his mouth. It must be that I unconsciously sucked too much, caused the queen's sister's body to be unbearable. Then he looked in shock at the gloom around him. It feels like just a breath can turn the dormitory into ashes. Make up your mind. These seconds are no longer needed until the last resort. At this time, the queen suddenly said weakly, "I'll ask you for details later. The most important thing now is to catch Carl. Can you carry me behind my back?" I wasn't immediately forced by the queen to ask about skills. Jin Xiuhui breathed a long sigh of relief and escaped for the time being, while admiring the queen's simplicity in his heart, while quickly putting on his own clothes for the queen, then kneel and crouch on the ground. His hands were dragged on his lips, and he happily promised that he could. It's too much of a villain's honor. Jin Xiuhui's posture is really enviable. Isn't this the reason for the phoenix? The commentary in the next episode is even more exciting. Don't forget to check it out. Beauty on the Carpet by Man. Toss for an hour. The whole body is sore, weak, and it is difficult to move the fingers. After the man was finished, he was in a state of shock. Completely forget the gentleness that clings to the back. Jin Xiuhui tightly wrapped his hands around the base of the queen's thighs. "Say, Your Majesty, please call the police line. Kim, fix your virtuous pig hands. Don't touch them. Beware of the queen's sister cutting him down." The queen shyly hugged her hands tightly. The whole body was attached to Jin Xiuhui's back, uncontrollably pounding of the heart. Jin Xiuhui had a faint virgin fragrance in his nose. The slight ripple in his heart was immediately suppressed by him. South of this nerd's home, now he only has his good brother Havel in his heart. Brothers are like brothers. I can only forget about it for the time being. The gentleness that clings to the back condenses the magic. Legs run in the dark. He shouted in his heart, "Haver wait for me. Your eldest brother will be here soon." The beautiful queen was sore and limp. The whole cheek was pressed against Jin Xiuhui's back. He knows very well how strong Carl is, even how talented Haver is. Definitely not Carl's opponent either. Today's Wang Guizhong. Only you can work with the card. You must hurry up and gather your magic in the first battle. Restore strength. When the two turn the hallway, come to the shattered battlefield. Shocked at the scene in front of him. If Haver looked back, it will also be a shocking scene. Lao Tzu fought to the death in front. You two are Mary in the back. I can't walk anymore, and I have to carry it. Haver was covered in scars and wielded a giant green lightsaber, towering like the god of war at the entrance of the banquet hall. A husband is an official, and no one can open it. Haver just stood quietly and leisurely. The hall was crowded with hordes of soldiers, but none of them dared to take a step forward to sustain themselves. The two of them didn't expect this kind of scene to break their heads. Haver is a sword of fighting spirit. It glows green. The shape of the sword is clear and condensed. Just reach the realm of the sword master. It's such a joke. This amazed the queen, who was a sword master. Carl fell to the blood and wailed in pain. There is a clear loss of combat effectiveness. The queen immediately ordered the soldiers to lay down their arms. In front of everyone, Carl was pointed out to be rebellious. It's low. The two of them desperately protected him in order to finally get out of danger. Facing the queen's praise, Haver was, as usual, indifferent, glancing at the queen coldly. Jin Xiuhui doesn't care. He just wanted to get the money for the project as soon as possible. Jin Xiuhui's brain is really worrying. The joy of being the first white rich beauty in the kingdom. Isn't it more important than the project money? The queen then shouted, "You all have to be courteous to both heroes. I'm going to investigate everyone in the ballroom today. This is an investigation into the safety of the royal family. All must cooperate with the instrument center." Jin Xiuhui said to Haver in disbelief, "Do you really have preconceived notions?" Haver said yes lightly. "Pretty much. Is there anything strange about it?" Finishing is fast. Driven crazy by this tone that is always unfazed. Hate then said, "Your guy's tone makes me feel like an idiot. You say what to do." Haver didn't bother to pester with him. Turned around and said, "Since Master Lloyd often encounters dangerous things, I have to improve my strength to be able to do a good escort mission." Jin Xiuhui was good to see that Haver was safe and sound. Other things don't matter. The system prompts suddenly. Tonight was another eye-catching attack. Your attacks and contributions have reached the hidden condition. Today the system suddenly gave a bunch of rewards. Jin Xiuhui was surprised. The other party, so the brain activates the praise system. Your achievements will form various titles. Holding a title will give you additional skills. Quantitative praise points are provided to you every month. The following praise has been obtained. Jin Xiuhui. Looking at the title in front of him, one is more strange than the other. I think the kid of the system is too irresponsible. You can't put the name of the title. Doesn't it sound better? He had just thought of this. System prompts. The praise is adjusted according to the person's appearance. Jin Xiuhui scolded in his heart. Do you dare to corpse yourself? Believe it or not, Lao Tzu beat you to death. Jin Xiuhui had no choice but to be forced to take over. Start researching the praise skill. Jin Xiuhui ordered the lobster from the Cremo production area. I look at the introduction of the contents in detail. Includes the praise zone. Praise the term. Kudos to the CP provided. And an informative compliment. Related notes. Finally, see the effect of praise. According to the description of this effect, when you fight the behemoths in the future, he's going to get a power stick. He was stunned by the outrageously strong buff. Please fix your care. The system gives you such awesome skills. You'll definitely have to be arranged later. There will be a great treasure waiting for you that you cannot surpass. When you see that CP is 0, curious about how this CP works. At the same time, think of the system. Most of them won't tell him. At this time, the system suddenly popped up a prompt box to tease him. Jin Xiuhui could only beg for mercy. But in exchange for the system is difficult. Jin Xiuhui begged bitterly. Until now is not the time to pretend. Haver looked at the young master as if he had hit an evil spirit. Become so humble. He was always indifferent, and he began to be curious. The system is ridiculed. Playing with this guy has almost finally come up with an answer. Can be used. Absolute rights contrary to the laws of the world. Spoilers can be used. Jin Xiuhui was completely stunned by this result. The commentary in the next episode is even more exciting. Don't forget to check it out. The beautiful queen leaned limply against the man's back. Just because. 2 groping hands kept harassing the base of his thighs. When the two met a man's good brother. The beautiful queen hides half of her flushed face shyly. Look at the person in front of you. The back of a parrot blocking thousands of troops. The heart is uncontrollable like a deer crashing. The next day, the beautiful queen summoned the handsome knight. Legs tightened up to ask the handsome knight from him. The handsome guy has a heart and swears to die. But the beautiful queen loves this taste. There is a sense of challenge. It's a bit unbearable not to brag about it. Let's get to the main text. Jin Xiuhui stretched out comfortably. Said lazily to Zhu Liang, who was standing aside. Cooperate with the investigation for a night. I'm so tired, Julian asked. Have you investigated the person behind Carl? Jin Xiuhui said, while straightening his hair. There are no results yet. It is being used on the person who exchanges the code with Carl. Confession of magic. But this man was blessed with an enchantment. Didn't get any useful information. It seems that the assassination plan was very secretive. The strength of the organization behind it can be imagined. Now the royal capital is under full martial law. But I can't go home, so I have to stay here. Jin Xiuhui was very tired. In his heart, he silently recalled the plot of the novel. The attempted assassination of the king is not described in detail. Writing now the plot is 3 years in advance. The future is even more difficult to say. What helped me the most was future intelligence. Now the plot has changed so much. Intelligence can basically be said to be null and void. Fortunately, new abilities were acquired in time. I don't know about this play. How much spoilers help with the section? At this time, Julian suddenly asked where Haver had gone. Is it still under investigation? Kim replied that His Majesty was personally summoning him, because he became a juggernaut. Julian was still waiting for his brother's joke. Suddenly taken aback, shouted in surprise. Sword Saint Jin Xiuhui pointed to his head. So what's going on in your head? Didn't I say Haver caught Carl? It turns out that you don't understand at all. Julian Ono said. I thought he had captured Carl with the guards. Jin Xiuhui reluctantly said that he had reached the realm of the Sword Saint. It's no longer possible to defeat it by having a lot of people. It is useless for ordinary people to come as much as they want. Julian then asked nervously, Will Haver leave us? Jin Xiuhui squinted at his stupid younger brother. Helplessly, you don't know Haver. You two grew up together. Peeing every day is farther than who pees. How could you think that? The flowers bloom in 2, 1 on each branch. In the solemn palace hall, the queen sits high on a throne that symbolizes the emperor, crossed Erlang's legs, examining Haver, who is kneeling in front of him. It seems that the queen is in a good mood. The queen pursed her lips. Faintly said Haver Aslahan, You are a talented person. He has unprecedented swordsmanship strength. Your elastic fighting sword is an undocumented innovation. Now in awe of the position of the captain of the empty seat generation. I command you, from now on, as a captain in awe, closely guarded by my left and right. Haver savored the wording. Said lightly, Your Majesty. I'm sorry. I'm Arku, Knight of Baron's Frontrow. Thank you for your understanding. I couldn't leave the Baron's side. The Queen has always ruled with an iron fist. Say yes. Being confronted in front of him made him a little annoyed. Tightly picked up the playful Zhu-chan. I thought about that bastard with hatred in my heart. Take advantage of the weakness of your whole body. Stuck on yourself and taking advantage of it. Sooner or later, those groping pig hands will be confiscated for him. Now, even his guards and knights are fighting against each other. Didn't I lose to my grandmother's house? Come to think of it, the queen posed as a royal sister. To put it lightly, Wei Kang's order is like a rebellion. You have to think about the cost behind this. Haver fell silent, but soon said with sad eyes, Then I hope Your Majesty will allow me to write a parting letter to the Baron. Haver, who has always been indifferent and does not like to say much. Declare your wish so. It has been shown that he will not give in. Determination to die willingly. The Queen's hand holds a fragrant cheek. Said lightly, You and that bastard guy from Lloyd. Let's discuss it. They all didn't want to stay, but they all had to go home. Aren't you afraid that I'll cut you down in a fit of rage? Haver replied decisively, Please forgive me for my rudeness. The beautiful queen was slightly angry. A fin contemplation. I suffered a big loss, and there was no benefit at all. Both of them are talented and disobedient. Haver has shown that scheming is not much to say. There is no Poland in my heart. Eyes are resolute and waiting for a choice. For a moment, the palace fell silent. Soon, the queen's calm voice sounded, breaking the bottleneck. Go back, I respect your wishes. Haver faintly thanked Lord Ron. A sigh of relief came out of my heart. Finally crossed the ghost gate. This is the end of this strong buying and selling transaction. Haver is a supernatural talent, but all such people have their pride. And Ning Zhou is uneasy. It's not a threat to life at all, not to mention Haver, the grace of pure food by nature. Picture of the Baron's life-saving and nurturing grace. Already let him put the man. The county is his home, especially Haver, who is sanctified by swordsmanship. Have a heart like a mirror in a spotless realm. He can swing the indomitable sword. Once the heart is sad, you can't do things according to your heart. His mood will plummet. There is the strength of the juggernaut, but he can't use an otherworldly sword. Haver is no longer Haver. In fact, the queen wants to accept talents like master and servant. His entry point, it shouldn't be Haver and Jin Xiuhui. One of these two people is greedy for money and is taken into custody. If you don't get whipped, you don't work. The other is outstanding, arrogant, and unyielding. The blade can be faced indifferently when it is tightened. The queen has supreme power and glory. All he had to do was take the Baroness and Duchess of Frontrau into custody. Aren't these two obedient? Baroness is the key to the big family of their territory, with the wisdom of the beautiful queen. He had long understood these means. It's just that I don't want to use political tricks to sway the two. He couldn't say why. Maybe somewhere in the back of my heart. Stubbornness as a beautiful woman. He wants to go through his charm more. Let the two be willing to accompany him. The commentary in the next episode is even more exciting. Don't forget to check it out. The beautiful woman is stuck in the waist of a man's groping pig hand. But he was powerless to resist and could only collapse on the other party's shoulder. Beauty doesn't know that the nightmare has just begun. The man has just acquired more obscene, perverted skills. The first skill, a man can force a beautiful woman to believe in him unconditionally. The second skill, men do certain things when you can be as brave as a teacher. The third skill, even if it is broken by idle people, men can also force insectivists not to meddle. The three skills work together seamlessly. A faint cloud of smoke obscured the bright moonlight. Jin Xiuhui was lying alone on the lawn of the prince's garden. Study the skills that come with other praises. The first is a snapping fracture of the whole body. Gain the territory of Frontrau, the absolute obedience of the inhabitants. And then there's the fact that you're waiting to be squeezed by the orcs. Can use the orcs' roar. Next up is the king of Masantano Bibi. Gain the absolute performance of King Elishika. See here, Jin Xiuhui smiled evilly. This skill is too good. I'll do anything to Sister Queen in the future. Hey, anything. The Queen's sister will think I'm a good person. And those hostile politicians don't want to be framed. The clouds and smoke flow with the wind. The moonlight sprinkled on the ground like water. A dialogue box suddenly popped up in front of Jin Xiuhui. The full moon illuminates the night sky. CP is provided based on the current 5 praises. There are only 22 CP points at the moment. It turns out that today is the day of payroll. Jin Xiuhui watched the salary arrive. Then I started to study and finish the spoilers. CP can be consumed by consuming it. Peek at the end scene of the subsequent plot. Consume 20 CP at a time. Do you want to use it, please? Jin Xiuhui fantasizes about a bright future. The debt of the territory is about to be paid off. He will soon be able to live an idle life. Can't wait to click OK. In an instant, it was pitch black. It's like a movie theater with the lights off. Moviegoers wait for the big screen to be released. Jin Xiuhui was alone in this silent darkness. There is some damage to the heart, humbly calling for the big brother of the system. Suddenly, a raging fire erupted all around, although you can't feel the high temperature of baking. But the fire burned. The sound of burning pipa kept coming to my ears. Jin Xiuhui walked forward and looked around. It was determined that this was the barony of Frontrau. But the surrounding buildings are dilapidated, and the mutilated corpses everywhere. Let him realize that something is wrong. Jin Xiuhui ran forward desperately. Loud inquiry system. System, what's going on? Is it really going to be like this? Can't you hear me? It's a pity that I never get the memories of the system. Suddenly, he saw something unbelievable. He himself is regular, in front of a couple who are broken and inhuman. The couple would hug each other tightly until death. Reluctance to separate. The two of them seem to have been brutally eaten. There is no human form at all. But Jin Xiuhui recognized it as a baroness at a glance. He himself was weeping bitterly. Grief-stricken, self-inflicted. If I come a little earlier, I'm sorry I couldn't protect anyone. I'm sorry for the big fire dog system that Jin Xiuhui was angry about. You get out of here. What's going on with this bullshit ending? There was a terrifying buzz behind him. Jin Xiuhui leaned behind him viciously. I saw an endless stream of insects all over the sky. It was overwhelming and covered the entire territory. The commentary in the next episode is even more exciting. Don't forget to check it out. This swordsman can kill 1,000 people with a single sword. He alone could easily destroy a nation. But when he just returned home, he was wiped out by the enemy. Suddenly changed, he became a demon. Endless insects are flying closer and closer. It was overwhelming and covered the entire territory. Jin Xiuhui finally saw the appearance of the insect clearly. It turned out to be a huge flying yellow. The mouth is covered with hideous fangs. The abdomen shimmered with the blood of hunger and greed. Where you pass, there is no grass, no chickens and dogs are left. Have her walk step by step. The feet are calm and tragic. At the same time as passing by Kim Xiuhui, has condensed the fighting spirit of the whole body. It is common to cover elastic fighting chi just after it is unsheathed. Form a green, giant fighting lightsaber. Haver swung the fighting spirit sword in his hand fiercely. The fighting energy came out of the person and slashed towards Chong Yun in the air. An enraged Haver quickly re-exhibited his opinion. The two Do Chi energies are connected from end to end. Tear a large cross in the clouds. Haver's sanity has been completely occupied by grief. He has always been indifferent, and he has never been so crazy and irritable. He did his best to wave his opinion again. All the fighting chi that had just been condensed in the body, compressed by Haver in 3 pieces. Each piece is a remembrance of the Baroness. Each one of them is beyond his remorse. Each one was as painful as the blood of the heart. The third huge Do Chi energy catch up with the first 2, tear a huge hole in the overwhelming heavy clouds. But in terms of destructive power, it is possible to destroy one mountain. Fighting energy killed thousands of flying yellow crowns. Jin Xiuhui looked at the proud mother-in-law in front of him. But my heart grew heavier and heavier. It's like a cannon hitting mosquitoes when there is nowhere to be powerful. Soon his fears became reality. The dense flying yellow around them gathered into a group again, like a rushing torrent surging out. It's just a small part of the flying yellow group. Haver, in the blink of an eye, he was wrapped like a ball of worms. Jin Xiuhui opened her eyes suddenly. Ended this nightmare giant. He gasped like an oxygen-deprived fish. The chest rises and falls violently like a pulling bellows. The cold sweat on his face flowed uncontrollably. Trembling, inquiring system. Is what I just saw really going to happen? The system was silent for a moment. Maybe it's the skepticism that makes him unhappy. Then an answer that is not an answer is given. Let Jin Xiuhui decide for himself whether to believe it or not. In fact, Jin Xiuhui is very clear about the temper of the system, although this bastard usually teases himself all the time. But it's still very reliable at critical times. Always when you encounter difficulties that you can't solve, give help and support. That question just now, it's more about relieving the inner depression. He's pretty sure that spoilers will turn out to be true. The system also understands Jin Xiuhui's thoughts, so it doesn't give much explanation. He recalls what he cried in spoilers. If I had come a little earlier. Jin Xiuhui rushed to the palace without stopping, just to try to get that early time. He knew the reason for the appearance of the flying yellow group, because this disaster is mentioned in the novel. When Kim Xiuhui met the beautiful queen. The beautiful queen is burying her head in correcting documents. It can be seen from the cool dress of the queen's sister. She's hot, 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 hot. Guys, don't think crookedly. The Maharaja has had a lot of bad things happen lately. Whoever you put on it will be irritable. The heat produced by irritability is refined, and the heart is finally handed over tens of thousands of fans. Still try to make yourself appear as smooth as possible. He told the queen that the whole Kramer was in disarray. The military needs to be dispatched to deal with this. Because of the enemy country of Asfahan, I want to cause a monster outplay effect. In order to consume the strategy of the kingdom of Masantano, they sent troops, defeat the monsters of the wasteland on the Donggu border, drive monsters out of their habitat. These monsters can only be pulled west. Loot the living space of monsters farther west. In this way, 1,000 layers of wax were stirred up for a while. The vision pattern of the original wilderness monster is broken. A domino effect is formed. Eventually, it affected the Cremo region of our country. Half of this information comes from scenes in the novel. The other half is Jin Xiuhui's guess based on experience. Because this incident was supposed to happen 3 years later. Now it's much earlier. The gathering of the army of Ajuhans in the eastern wilderness. The queen has known for a long time, even anxious about this matter. The event is detailed in the video commentary of episode 49. The queen, according to Kim Xiuhui's report, roughly guessed that the thing is likely to be true. But as a king, he thinks deeper. Compared to the chaos of a region, he values the firm grip of the regime more than anything else. The queen curled her lips and asked Lloyd lightly, "How did you know Asfahanding wanted to be intentional?" The queen's tone was calm, but straight to the heart of the matter. The implication of the question is obvious. Is it so easy to dispatch troops? He needs hard evidence, and it will reveal another layer of profound meaning. Jin Xiuhui was asked to stay Lele for a long time. I can't say a complete sentence. His brain raced to find the words and make up the story. At this time, the queen frowned slightly. "Seriously, you're hiding too much from me." Compared to the sound of the judicial shouting, I feel even more pitiful for you. That's another layer of what the queen means. He needs trust and control. Anyone who has just experienced betrayal will strengthen the inner defense. How much more is the king of an empire? How should Jin Xiuhui respond to this acute question? The commentary in the next episode is even more exciting. Don't forget to check it out. A lewd man breaks into a beautiful woman's room late at night. Make unreasonable demands on beautiful women. The beauty was originally very indignant, but after the man used shameless means, willingly satisfied the other party. Facing the queen's sharp questions that hit the core, Jin Xiuhui knew that he couldn't escape this hurdle. In a hurry, the wisdom is to organize the wording. Get ready to tell the queen the story he just made. Jin Xiuhui said respectfully, "Chun Sheng. The villain is by chance. Established a blood alliance with the wild orcs gang's lair. It was a carrier pigeon they sent me. Notify me that this happened. And I could detect Carl's assassination intentions. It's because I saw Carl." And the chief attendant passed a delicate letter. They also stared at each other very lingeringly. I guess the two are in love. I saw them both leave and go to a place where no one was. I followed quietly. I wanted to watch a good love movie. As a result, the incident was witnessed. There's also about me absorbing magic, something that makes a mess around us. As His Majesty sees, my guardian Night Haver, he is an unprecedented genius. I grew up with him. I learned the art of amulet from him. And I'm also half a rooftop, so the learning is not bad. The queen listened to Jin Xiuhui's gushing statements. There are many doubts in my heart, although the reasons are quite reasonable. But it always feels like this bastard is a temporary trap. The beautiful queen frowned slightly and looked at Jin Xiuhui. His gaze was like that of a bastard in front of two sharp swords, arms folded around chest in silent contemplation. Jin Xiuhui didn't dare to say a word more, for fear of arousing the queen's suspicion. The figure is blind and spine back, waiting for the queen's answer. The queen's brow tightened, obviously did not believe in Jin Xiuhui's explanation. Just when he was ready to teach this guy a lesson, the system suddenly prompts that the sending effect is activated. Masantano is humble. I have the absolute trust of King Ilahika. At this moment, Jin Xiuhui does anything. The queen's sister believes unconditionally. Combined with the other two skills, it is simply a miracle. Gambling Meet Episode 55 video. The last explanation for what was falsely accused. Leave him alone. It doesn't matter at all. The queen herself doesn't know why. Just now it's all heavy. Vanished in an instant. Suddenly, how to look at the refinement and how pleasing to the eye. Wanted to satisfy any unreasonable demands of this bastard. Quickly calm down, close your eyes, and say okay. Then send my direct army. 500 white lancers and 50 magicians. The army is in your command. Jin Xiuhui was secretly happy in his heart. Not only did he have to go to the army, but he even returned it to the magician. And let yourself be in command. He hurriedly thanked the queen for her kindness. The queen regains her majesty. Lightly said, "Don't worry. Thank you for being so smart. You should understand. I would believe an unsubstantiated speculation. Lending so many troops for nothing." Jin Xiuhui heard the meaning of the queen's words. Hurry up and reassure the queen. I know that there is no such thing as a cheap one. If you succeed in stopping the monster's attack this time, I will convey it to everyone. All predictions and judgments are His Majesty's will. May you re-establish your royal authority. The beautiful queen was pleased with this answer. Look at this smart guy in front of you. The more I look at it, the more I like it. The more you look at it, the more pleasing it is to the eye. I don't understand it myself. Why so willing to believe him? He didn't know Jin Xiuhui's military abilities. But the army was handed over to him anyway. After getting the queen's permission, Jin Xiuhui said goodbye to the queen's sister, with the outside of the royal palace. The long-awaited have a rendezvous. The sound of horses' hooves was accompanied by smoke and dust. The people of Kar rushed to the barony's realm for a moment. The horses are galloping. Haver asked why he was in a hurry to return, refine, and explain a few words casually. As a result, the wind blew and changed the tone. He himself couldn't understand what was being said, but the genius Haver could fully understand. A handsome guy is to be handsome all the time, except for the beauty of the whole thing. Be the best in any other field. The new fix put the story just made. I moved over and said it again, in order to be able to rush back in the shortest possible time. The two left the safety of the tomb, walk in a straight line through the jungle. Jin Xiuhui knows that Haver is strong now. It is not a problem for one person to destroy a small country. But this time the opponent is Fei Huang-kun. They do it to fill their stomachs. For Han, he rushed to the front of him for not dying. Once the food is surrounded, it will be attacked from all angles. One or two people with high force. It's completely irresistible. Jin Xiuhui suddenly said loudly, "Let's separate here. You must arrive in time." Xiao Budong's eyes firmly agreed. Quickly jumped off the galloping steed and left alone. Kim Xiuhui already has a detailed battle plan. This is thanks to the use of spoiler skills. Get intelligence ahead of time. Two horses step on auspicious clouds. If there is a road, you run, and if you don't have a road, you will fly. Running day and night without sleep. No eating, no drinking, no urine. When I arrived at the territory, I only sweated a few drops. The atmosphere does not take a breath. The two of them stood on their own territory. Look at the scattered flying yellow in the air. Jin Xiuhui's heart is a stone to the ground. A farmer who is toiling in the field at this time. I found that there were more and more flying yellows in the air. One by one, they're curious. Jin Xiuhui yelled beside him, stunned. "What are you doing? Hurry home and hide. Give me another lid." to be the largest. The commentary in the next episode is even more exciting. Don't forget to check it out. Do you know how terrifying the flying yellow group is? The flying yellow group crosses the Chibi Cliff and does not grow a single inch of grass for thousands of miles. They are almost unnervable. Even the strong orcs are their meal. Shortly after Kim Xiuhui and Haver arrived at the territory, a large number of flying yellow monsters poured into the territory in droves. In this genocide-style, indiscriminate attack, the Baron's mansion was not spared. The maids suddenly screamed. I saw a huge one, a flying yellow pavilion with a hard body. It is like a javelin under flight acceleration. It easily smashed the window and rushed into the bottom of the house. After the flying yellow monster landed, showing the fangs of fame and the strange laughter pattern waves, high-frequency tremolo is emitted in front of the star-red nails in both eyes. The maid is like looking at the food. Flying yellow crown slowly crawled towards the feast in front of him. When he is in attack range, Hoji jumped up and pounced on the food in front of him. The maid was terrified. He closed his eyes and screamed. Moment of truth. The Baroness picked up her chair and slapped the yellow monster to death. Rescue the maid. It's just a blink of an eye. More flying yellow monsters smashed through windows and poured into the bottom of the house. Madame caught the maid trembling. A trembling hand clenched him firmly. Encourage him to be brave and not to be afraid. I didn't pay attention to the flying yellow monster that had just entered. They quickly took the road and fled. The two of them ran quickly down the hallway. Suddenly looked out through the window. I saw the overwhelming flying yellow. The flock shrouded over the territory, dense as far as the eye can see. Each one is with. The flying yellow monster that was killed just now is about the same size. Madame's heart was shared. Terror gradually took over. The beautiful face was then covered with a cloud of smoke. At this time, the Baron had a long sword in his hand. Rush out of the corner of the hallway, said anxiously to Madame. We have to go and join Bayern and the soldiers. The Baron led the two ladies to the door, as he struggled to push open the door. But I saw a terrible scene. The courtyard is full of flying yellow crowns. Flowers and trees are frantically gnawed. Bucket-thick trees, under the gnawing of a few flying yellow monsters, at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, there was only one branch left. This kind of monster is almost to the point of being unrealistic. Even hard granite walls. They were all relentlessly bitten. The flying yellow monster noticed that 3 living people suddenly appeared in front of him. The eyes showed a star-red bloodlight. Hunger greedily gazes at these delicacy. At this moment, the knight of the Shojuin of the territory Bayern. It's rushing forward. Run and call out in the crowd of flying yellows. Have all the soldiers assemble at the bottom of the Baron's house, and loudly stressed to the soldiers that they should never be left alone. At this moment, there was a sudden anxious roar next to him. A resident is being attacked by a flying yellow monster, and the flying yellow monster on the side is also rushing towards him. I saw a critical moment, but the Baron's enemies were already in sight. As a guardian knight, protecting the main army is his first duty. Bayern are caught in a dilemma. Then he remembered the Baron's entrustment to him. I hope it doesn't matter the territory, what kind of danger you are into. Then me. You'll have to protect the people of your territory first. I think lords and knights exist only for the inhabitants of the realm. The Baron's sincere entrustment knocked through the fog in his heart like a twilight drum dust, although the heart is dripping blood. But Bayern made a decisive choice. With a single sword, he severed the head of the yellow monster, saved the residents of the turtle in time. He also slaughtered the other black and yellow monsters on the inhabitants. Then he obeyed the Baron's instructions to him to protect the people, looked at the dense, flying yellow monsters in front of him. I couldn't help but feel a sense of weakness all over my body, but still decisively attached the inhabitants to their back. Thankfully, the orc warriors joined the fray. The hard body of the flying yellow monster slammed in front of the muscles. Fragile as a paper pot, Aroshur led the orc warriors to fight their way out. Arrived at the Baron's house in time. Saved the Baroness in time. Orc warriors after Bengiden. At the call of Arash. In order to protect the oath he once made to Jin Xiuhui. Even if you lose your life, you won't back down. Bodybuilders are like steel walls. Zhang Ninju and his wife guarded behind him. Born in the wilderness. They are well aware. How bitter is a group of flying yellows of this size? This monster is unmistakable. Even for the sake of the father, they will kill each other. They don't have any emotion. Didn't know about the pain either. It is only known that destruction is destruction. Whenever the flying yellow group hits, a happy home that was originally full of life. After the Fei Huang group leaves, only the colorful flying yellow monsters of Chibi will be left. Under the madness, people are losing their resistance one after another. Women are weak. If you are a mother, you are strong. Even if the mother has no power to resist, also protect the child in your arms. Maybe it's the silent prayer in the midst of crying that touches life. Perhaps it is the flying yellow that is subject to the laws of nature. Every crazy, raging flying yellow. It stops so abruptly. Listen as if you were being called to something. Immediately afterward, a series of vibration patterns rose into the sky. Merge into Chongyun, Jin Xiuhui's high-pitched and loud scolding. With the majesty drifting far away, there was a rhythmic sound of metal crashing from the sluts. I saw Haver raise the long sword in his hand high. Wheel aid smashed into the prototype metal object in Jin Xiuhui's hand. A loud sound shook the air, and it spread far away. Jin Xiuhui yelled and said, "How about smashing it?" The sound of the lid of the pot doesn't make you want to move. As soon as the words fell, Haver smashed it again with a heavy blow. This time it's louder than just now. The two rode their horses on the territory. Keep repeating the above admiration. The sound of heavy metal crashing attracted the attention of the flying yellow monster. The more the flying yellow monster is, the more dramatic it is. Like a long dragon. A man chasing the voice along some kind of trajectory. When the clouds that block the sun are far away, warm sunlight shines on the ground. Everyone was amazed to find that they had been rescued. The turnaround came so suddenly. The barons were still in shock, but it was certain that Lloyd saved them. Because of the voice that came from afar, they are all too familiar. All the flying yellow monsters flew towards the two of them. Just think about how scary it is. Jin Xiuhui was so frightened that he was about to pee. If this is surrounded, the bones will be at a loss. Haver, on the other hand, was calm and unafraid. The whole body exudes a heroic spirit of firm confidence. Haver took the moment to look back and said, "Young master, the flying yellow group was chasing me along some kind of trajectory." Jin Xiuhui said loudly, "Great. We're running around the territory like this. Pull a wave at the end." The two rode their horses in front. The flying yellow group chased after the naked sun not far behind. Jin Xiuhui hopes to attract as many Fei Huang Pavilion as possible. Tell Haver to hit the lid harder. Haver will be on the move. Then he turned around. Hit hard. Almost didn't smash Jin Xiuhui's overnight dinner. Jin Xiuhui looked at Haver angrily and said, "Stinky boy, you're too ruthless. Why are you so happy?" Haver was united in his heart. Happy to say, "I'm going to keep knocking." Kim Xiuhui struggled to resist the heavy blows of each season. My heart gradually settled down. Originally, he got this method from the novel. It is not certain whether it is painful or not. Now it seems that the plan you have set is completely feasible. Kim told Haver that he couldn't let go just yet. They also had to go to the rescue of Lacknabalai. This sentence shocked Haver. He didn't expect the young master to be at such a critical moment. Still, do not forget about the rescue of neighbors. The evaluation of Jin Xiuhui in my heart has improved again. The system prompts suddenly. Haver's pride in you has increased by 3 points. You get 54.2 horses. Jin Xiuhui's true thoughts are like this. Lao Tzu can't afford to lose his water bill income. That's a chicken that lays golden eggs. The commentary in the next episode is even more exciting. Don't forget to check it out. If you do a good deed, you have to leave a name. Those who don't leave a name are fools. This motto subverts the perception of the onlooker. The number of the flying yellow monster horde is extremely large. Only the food of the territory of Front Lao. It simply does not satisfy the hunger in their bellies. The Lachna territory is likewise their relief. The granary of hunger. The Lachna territory is located in the northern side of the territory of Front Lao. The two territories are certainly bordered by the Maresfish. It has been a good neighbor for many years, but not long ago, a conflict broke out over water issues. Jin Xiuhui almost died at the hands of the other party. Later, Jin Xiuhui's honest and kind character, convinced to voluntarily pay high water bills. It became Kim Xiuhui's ATM. The storyline is detailed in episodes 28 to 30. Viscount Lachner at this time is holding his head alone. All around are full of hungry, flying yellow crowns. The dignified Viscount didn't even have a helper by his side. It can be seen that his character and blessing. Baron Lantrau is a natural difference. Just when he was at a loss, the sound of heavy metal crashing can be heard forever. Caught his attention. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The mighty figure of the people of Jinhar is on horseback. Under the crotch, two horses rammed through the wooden partition wall. Break into the room where Lord Lachnaz is. Lord Lachnaz collapsed to the ground in fright, glancing back at the visitor. It's okay not to look at it. Now recognizable as Lloyd. That horrible demon. Let his helpless little heart squeeze even tighter. Who knew that Jin Xiuhui opened his mouth and said after meeting, "Remember to pay the water bill on time." The expression is fierce and cruel. Wisps of white smoke tossed in his mouth, like a demon urging out of the abyss of hell. This face almost became a Viscount. Nightmare every night. Every time I think about it, I wake up from my sleep. Now it's in front of you. Frightened, he peed his pants directly. I kept shouting in my heart, I would rather face the flying yellow monster. I don't want to see him. The people of Jinao didn't have time to pay attention to the Viscount's feelings. Jin Xiuhui held the lid of the pot. Smash into obstacles in front of you. There was a heavy clang. The sound was like being struck hard by Haver's sword. Far spread, the people of Jinhar did not dare to stay for a moment. It galloped out of its horse in the blink of an eye. Luckner thought that the great demon had come to ask for his life. Now I'm confused. The lower part of the crotch. The 37-degree coffee is brewed for both of them. But they were gone. But suddenly, a long dragon that was not made up of crowns. From a distance of less than half a meter above his head, it roared like a demon. The wind blowing up between the caves resembles a small typhoon. Rage in the room. Scared Lachnavan still, for fear of attracting the attention of these monsters. I can't hold on to my small body for even a second. The two rush from the inside of the house to the outside. Haver asked the young master curiously. Our battle plan was to utilize buildings. Let them come together. Jin Xiuhui said with a faint look in his eyes. Not at all. Then he said with a gentle and kind smile. It's been a long time since I've seen that stupid shortage. Strange missing. I just came here to play him. Ha, he's so cool. Kim Xiuhui's answer. Let the always calm, hearted out life. The face was gloomy. I thought with hatred in my heart, is the young master crazy? We've both been chased into treasures. Maybe you'll burp in the next second. He was still in the mood to play. The two of them kept tapping the lever regularly. Weave your way through the residential areas of Rachna territory. Spread the sound far away. A large number of scattered, flying yellow monsters were attracted. Join the team that is chasing the sounds. Xian Xiuhui kept shouting his name loudly. Yimshoid Vlemban Tsrai. The bastard flying yellow monster came after me. Haver kindly reminded. Young master, save some effort. What's the use of you shouting so loudly? The flying yellow monster didn't understand it again. Kim Xiuhui maintained the posture of holding the lid of the pot in his hand. Say out loud that this guy knows anything other than fighting. I had to say my name out loud. Residents learned who saved them. The teacher taught us to do good deeds and leave our names. Lured to point Haver's face was as black as Pori. Can't help but want to chop this bastard. He finally understood, going around the neighborhood over and over again. The reason for the circle. The fate of the two was hanging by a thread. Now it's like a dead soul. But after completing several advertising campaigns, the two of them carried the flying yellow dragon behind them. Run out of Lacona territory. The next destination is Mares Vikeni. That would be the final battlefield in Jin Xiuhui's plan. At this time, there was a sudden and dramatic change ahead. He couldn't help but feel a dust in his heart. It turned out to be in the direction they were heading. Another huge group of flying yellow pavilion appeared. Moment was flying towards them. Seeing that he was about to chase after the rear, Fei Huang. Long dragon formation. What is? Haver hurriedly stood in front of Jin Xiuhui. Say it out loud, young master. You hold the lid diagonally over your head. Stand back a bit. Haver quickly mobilized the fighting energy in his body and cover it with a full seat. The fitness green vindictive lightsaber was held high, precise and fast chopping. In the blink of an eye, it swept through the flying yellow group. The body of the flying yellow monster at the same time. Vulnerable as a piece of paper in front of the fighting ship. Anything that is within the reach of the sword. The cold blade brought up basins of green blood. Blockers are invincible. The shattered limbs of the flying yellow monster rained down like drops. Jin Xiuhui held the lid of the pot above his head. There was a crackling sound. Green blood splattered in all directions. Jin Xiuhui gritted his teeth and worked hard to persevere. Haver wielded his fighting sword to clear the way ahead. The green glow flickered continuously. The range of the blade is like that of the flying yellow monster. Jin Xiuhui followed. Hold on to the fleeting gaps. The two of them galloped on horseback, in the dead land of the flying yellow group. Kick up long plumes of smoke. Through Haver's unremitting efforts, the two of them fought their way out of the encirclement of this group of flying yellow monsters. Shake this flying yellow monster away. After the two flying yellow monsters meet, the entanglement intersects and comes together. It's like Massachusetts twisted into a strand. Together, they chased the two Jinha who ran ahead. Jin Xiuhui looked back and said, "Very good." They were all together. At this time, the two had reached the edge of the Mareswicken land. But it is still some distance from the location of Kim Xiuhui's plan. At this time, the warhorse under the crotch was sweating profusely. Spit has reached its limit. Can't hold it up. After all, after starting from the royal capital, ran wild for 5 days and 5 nights to come to the territory. It's never too late to rest. How could the state of the horses escape Jin Xiuhui's eyes? It's just a short distance away from reaching your destination. Now the war horse may fall at any time. Until that time, Fei Huang swarmed up. He's a complete asshole. This man is a jack of all oils. Picking up a shovel is a builder. Pick up the kettle is the farmer. Pick up the sword is a knight. Under the pressure of the bastard boss, he was finally promoted to mount. Jin Xiuhui decisively threw away the heavy lid in his hand, turning his head to Haver and shouting Haver, "Prepare your back." Jin Xiuhui came up with such a sentence for no reason. Blinded Haver. He was just about to inquire in detail. Jin Xiuhui took advantage of the fact that the two horses were in a parallel state. Shake the stool. A leap went straight behind Haver. Haver was stunned. Jin Xiuhui hugged him closely. Hands were wrapped around Haver's shoulders. Don't forget to be kind and remind you after calling the police from now on. You are the horse. Run. Haver almost didn't get his nose crooked. Ever since following the bastard young master, Lao Tzu is a knight. It became the essential oil of his hand. Now it's his crotch mount again. This product can have a face, although angry. But Haver knew that now was not the time to quarrel. Then follow the bastard. Haver also sensed that the warhorse had reached its limit. Jumped off the horse's back. Feet on the ground. Reduces its own speed by friction. Just a moment after being single. The buzz of the flying yellow group is getting closer and closer. Haver is just getting his feet on his feet. Jin Xiuhui pushed his chin against the top of his mount's head. A urging sound came from the mouth. Haver gritted his teeth in hatred. Suppress anger as much as possible. You just have to add the word, I'm willing. Hold back, hold back. The glorious knight endured humiliation. Settle accounts with him sooner or later. Then condense the magic. A lighthouse on both legs sprang out and then accelerated and ran. Jin Xiuhui felt that the mount under his crotch was a little bumpy. Cross your legs in front of Haver's chest. The pose is sultry. Extremely. If it's not being chased by the flying yellow crowd right now. It is estimated that Haver is an enro in retrospect. Must have drowned this bastard. Even if the queen's sister is widowed, he doesn't care. The strength of the juggernaut is really not covered. Haver running at full speed. The speed is not much slower than that of a warhorse. If it weren't for a bastard hanging from his body. Most of them can shake off the flying yellow group behind them. But it's because there's a bastard hanging on it. Running speed is affected. As a result, the flying yellow group chased more and more tightly. Haver has given it his all, but he was still caught up by the flying yellow monster. Refined Haoxiao's little heart fluttering wildly. The cheeks were shyly buried in the Havelberg terrier. The hum of the devil's wings vibrating sounded in their ears. There is also the nodule effect that emanates from the mouth of the flying yellow monster. They gathered and opened their mouths to reveal their fangs of contention. Can't wait to pounce on the feast. Jin Xiuhui suddenly shouted a small bell. Little Hama. By this time, the two had come to the edge of the Keat. Suddenly two appeared from the canal. A behemoth that is comparable in size to Ultraman. It turned out to be a gigantic little Hama and a small bell. It's been a long time coming. The new Har people are like an agreed comparison. At the same time, jump into the pool that serves as cover. Place your body close to the bottom of your teeth. Cross your hands over your head. The huge body of the little bell jumped high. Twist your waist and turn around in midair. The tail cocks up and raises the small hole in the buttocks. When the little bell body reaches the highest point of the takeoff jump, the chasing flying yellow group was like a spear. Straight in, just when the spear magazine was inserted into the small hole. Bursting flames erupted from the small hole. The hungry flying yellow monster was in front of him. Sudden flames. Astound. There was a look of disbelief in their eyes. But it was too late. Bursting flames instantly overwhelmed the vanguard of the flying yellow group. It's too late to struggle. It's a joke. Little Bell has been brewing for a long time with a beautiful woman's fetish. Is it so bearable? Flames burned the sky. Smoke billowed in. One by one, the roasted proteins fell in. Cadota below. Farmers taking refuge on the top of a distant hill. I smelled the smell of barbecue wafting in the wind. A few people meet and wait for the battle to end. Be sure to try the roasted yellow worms. Jin Xiuhui seized the opportunity to issue an order. Hama Jr.'s second round of wide-range attacks. I saw little Hama. The round body filled with water resists the fight. Aim your mouth at the next wave of flying yellow springs. Squirt out a strong stream of high-pressure water. The water, after being pressurized by little Hama, was terrifying. Swept through Luffy's yellow group like a water jet. Fei Huang's sturdy body is under the impact of high-pressure water currents. It's like an egg touching a stone. Shattered. Little Hama sprayed spittle after spitting to kill the flocks of flying yellow. The direction of rotation of the high-pressure water column. Walked towards the flying yellow group on the other side. Under the circumference of the rapids. Some had their entire bodies shattered by the current. Some of the wings were pierced by water droplets and could not fly. Corpses rained down. After two successive waves of large-scale fire and water attacks, the war of annihilation is not over. Refinement how congratulated. In the third round, he wielded a shovel and used 3 explosions. Flames coalesce at the shovel head. Haver followed suit, covering his sword with fighting spirit. The Dochi sword shone with a green light. Illuminate his handsome countenance. The two of them punched out the condensed energy at the same time. Attacked the only remaining flying yellow crown. Like 2 spears plunging into the enemy's hinterland. The feet of the energy of furious destruction twisted together. Enveloped the remaining flying yellow swarm. There is only one wooden, that is to destroy to extinction. After the 2 currents of energy wiped out the flying yellow in front of them. The momentum of the strong and domineering has not diminished in the slightest. Birds soar into the sky like a triumphant. Disperse the thick clouds in the sky, revealing the obscured blue sky. 3 waves of large-scale attacks. Large swaths of the corpses of the flying yellow monsters fell down. It was as if it was raining heavily on Merezvikanti. Only a few flying yellow monsters are still struggling in the air. The mind is full of knowledge of the refinement of making money. But I didn't notice. All this drop protein is money. This should be put in the vegetable market for at least 10 yuan a caddy. Jin Xiuhui clenched his shovel and gasped. There is no aristocratic demeanor. Sit on the ground with a butt. A feeling of exhaustion fills the whole body in an instant. Then he collapsed to the ground completely relaxed. Look at Haver, on the other hand. Not only is the body tired, chivalry is also insulted by bastards. But he still maintains a chic and heroic posture. Demeanor, temperament, and perseverance, character stand tall. Haver is back to normal. Said lightly. It did wipe out most of the flying yellow. But there's still a lot left. There are at least a few thousand. How to solve it? Jin Xiuhui said lightly, don't worry about them. There are cleaners to clean up the rest of the garbage. At this moment, Xiao Budong, who had disappeared for a long time, appeared on the edge of the battlefield. Behind him, follow 300 elite warriors of the Gangsha clan, led by team leader Akush himself. These green muscular hunks hold stone spears in their hands. One by one, they are wild and unafraid. On the other side of the battlefield, there are human parts. Consists of 500 white lancers and 50 magicians. These are Her Majesty's direct forces. They line up neatly, disciplined. The entire army stood silently. Silently. Jin Xiuhui said to Haver suddenly, leave the aftermath to them. We have other things to do. Haver asked curiously what else was going on. Jin Xiuhui said solemnly, there's more than just one round of the monster domino effect. It is a fool not to take advantage of it. If you get cheap, you won't let the next 3 abuses. What's more, it's the best of both worlds. Affected by this kind of muscular guy. I can also learn and apply it alive. The cavalry captain gave the order. The white lancers obeyed. Immediately after that, all the horses raised the premise at the same time. Look up to the sky and think for a long time. The cavalryman Yushu sat in the saddle of the saddle. The formation is neat. The painting is not messed up at all. The captain raised his spear and shouted, for the sake of His Majesty, the great king, for the territory of His Majesty, wipe them all out for me. The captain's voice just fell. The magicians around the knights. They all use fire magic. Wrap the flame around the knight's spear. The spear was burned red. Return to iron and leap into a powerful regrind weapon. After the Dharma priest is completed, the captain shouted the order for the whole army to assault. White lancers in armor, flame spear in hand, charged. The entire cavalry corps fingerprints the horseshoe. Pat of a female. It's like a frantic war machine. Prepare for a merciless strangulation. The remaining flying yellow monsters are scattered all over the place. In the hands of the cavalry, the flame spear stabbed steadily and fiercely at the flying yellow monster. One shot at a time. Then I heard the sound of a sharp blade breaking through a shell. and the operation of the flying yellow monster. Under high-temperature burning, the flying yellow monsters wail before dying. Foam Jinli's harshness gradually weakened to the point where it was unnaudible. Soon, each night spear was strung with flying yellow monsters. On the other side of the battlefield, it is the stage of a green-skinned, muscular hunk. One by one, the strong, savage orcs let out a roar of rage. In his hand, he held a wooden spear as thick as an arm. Aim the tip of the spear at the yellow monster and stab it hard. The flying yellow monster was pierced through its body and pierced into a boat. A mist of green blood scattered and splattered in all directions. Mochi was unwilling to struggle and instigate, trying to save him from a miserable end. The screams of pain of the flying yellow monster came and went together, but they can't die happily yet, because there is still room for the spear where a few more. Soon people became skilled in setting up bonfires. Place the worn skewers on the fire. Sear and bake. The constant secretion of oil drips onto the campfire. Make a scolding sound. The smell of meat soon fills the air. The orcs bared their white teeth, drooling nonstop. Desire skin muscles. The macho men started the bonfire dinner on the spot. The skewers are grilled until 5 are ripe. The orcs couldn't wait to start tasting. Tear off a large piece and put it in your mouth to chew. The meat is firm and elastic, and it is chewy. This half-cooked roasted feihong with tendons and blood. It's much more delicious than eating a corpse raw. After tasting led by the patriarch in agu, the orcs shouted in unison about high protein. This food clumps together for a long time. It's much more convenient than looking around for prey. It doesn't look like a battlefield in any way. It's simply a food granary for the orcs. At this time, the beautiful woman of the Baron's family was not shy and left, hands quietly hidden behind their backs. Whisper to a handsome red-haired orc. That orc warrior. The red-haired orc looked back at the beautiful girl curiously. The girl brought her hands from behind her back to her chest, holding a small bright pink flower in his hand. There is also a subtle sinking on the petals. The size difference between girls and orcs is too great. Stand on tiptoe and slowly reach the flower in front of the orc. The girl's gentle voice floated in. Thank you for protecting me just now. The red-haired orc was stunned and looked at it suddenly. Present gifts. I don't know, he's full. What the muscular brain thinks. When the orcs take the flowers. The girl shy trotted away. At this time, the orc was still in a daze. Soon, though, his cheeks began to blush. Should have understood the girl's heart for him. Orcs are known for being savage and tough. Orcs are also warriors with muscle balls. The combat effectiveness is not inferior to that of male orcs. One by one, they are domineering and domineering. Male and female orcs rejoice every time. The process of reproduction is like initiating one. A heads-up duel. An ordinary wooden bed simply can't withstand it. So the orcs will directly take the beast. The skin fluttered on the ground. Swing the ground. After a night of fierce fighting, houses are leaking everywhere and need to be repaired. I have to sigh. The beautiful female fox of the Baron's family is really brave and confident. Then, the Baron and the lady ran anxiously towards Jin Xiuhui. Haven't arrived yet. He couldn't wait to ask Lloyd out loud. Are you okay? The Baron put his hands on Jin Xiuhui's shoulders. I kept looking around him, then anxiously asked if there was any injury. Jin Xiuhui faces his father's love. Some of them are at a loss to say, as you can see. I wasn't hurt. Hear my son's answer. The Baron and the lady were relieved, hugged Kim Xiuhui tightly, and cried with joy. Both blamed their son for being too kind at the same time. I like to save people too much, completely disregarding their own safety. Jin Xiuhui felt the sincere love of his parents. My heart is full of sweetness, but I still refuse to admit it. I thought silently in my heart, I'm just preparing for retirement. It's all for myself. Suddenly, there was a laugh from the system. You don't remember being in the way. cut off the spoilers. Jin Xiuhui is immersed in the love of his parents. How can there be any time to ignore the ridicule of the system? This sweet feeling made him secretly determined. I'll have more to do in the future, but all the burdens are worth it. For the end of the spoiler plot, please watch the video commentary episode 55. Then, once again, you'll be prompted to receive a new accolade. The strongest hunter in the pest control industry. The area of praise is Forentrau, Barony, and Lacona domain. The term of praise is 110 years. Praise provides 2 CP values. The complement effect is just a glance away. We'll be able to make all insect-type monster lines. Insects will shrink greatly and lose their combat effectiveness. A full moon hangs high in the night sky. All the yellow monsters were cleaned up by the cleaners. It was in the evening of one day. Finely trimmed, standing alone on the playground with a shovel in hand. This time behind him, the sound of heavy footsteps with steel boots on the ground sounded. A knight in armor walked towards him. Jin Xiuhui turned his head to look at the person who came after hearing the voice. It turned out to be the captain of the White Lancers, Valera D. Blanco. Although the battle is over, but he didn't shed his heavy armor. What the hell did he come to Jin Xiuhui? Uncle is an honest and upright knight, but insidious. The cunning man took advantage of the goodness in his heart. The two meet to duel with cold weapons, but the bastard threw a mischievous shot at the uncle. Uncle said lightly, "What do you have to do with me?" Jin Xiuhui performed a noble salute. Then politely say thank you for coming, and thank you for stirring. Flying yellow monster plays a decisive role. Uncle said directly and decisively, "You don't have to say things against your will." As soon as I got here, I could see that the battle was basically over. We're here to clean up the battlefield. Jin Xiuhui was a little overwhelmed by being picked out in person. Hurry up and play around at ease. Claimed thanks to the addition of the White Lancers. Will be what would have taken a few weeks of work. It's cut by more than half. The uncle interrupted Jin Xiuhui's explanation at this time. Tell him bluntly that you are a technician, but to command our honorable White Lancers. I was angry at first, but I didn't wake up until I got here. The time and location of our arrival. It's all in your plans. I have to admit that you are a brilliant strategist, but my self-esteem, he is still injured. Why did you send the magician away, but left us behind? Stay at your majesty's side. Fight for your majesty. That's what we're proud of. I don't like you. I've been honest about what I'm thinking. Next, it's your turn. What do you want from us? Jin Xiuhui listened. After the uncle's statement, the evaluation of him in my heart has greatly improved. He recalled the plot from the novel. The uncle obeys the cruel orders of the Blackened Queen, a purge of the population. Have her in order to protect innocent people. Had a tough duel with the uncle. At that time, Haver had not yet broken through to the swordsman. It's just barely better than the uncle. The uncle fell in blood. But there is no fear of the dying man. And my heart was full of worry. Said to Haver before he died, I want to ask you for one thing. Let here majesty stop. Jin Xiuhui made an objective evaluation of the uncle. This is a heart that only has loyalty. A gifted warrior. Facing this kind of person, the best thing to do is to be simple and straightforward. At this moment, Jin Xiuhui made a decision in his heart. Then a confident smile spread across his face. Do you want to fight me? If I win, the White Lancers are my sapper troops. If you win, you can go straight home. This request stunned the uncle. The brain didn't turn for a while. This request was too much for his appetite. Men should be harder than each other's fists. How can there be so much nonsense? Then I said happily, it seems that you know me well. I know that I can't promise you to be an engineer. So send out the dual invitation quest directly. But there's one thing you're thinking wrong. I am your majesty's gun. Before getting the order, they will not face the people with swords. After a territory is attacked by monsters, where will the refugees go? The northernmost side is the sea. To the south are other countries. Cremo to the west is too far away. So where the refugees end up, most likely they will choose to go to the central part of the country. That is, our territory or the territory of Lacona. Jin Xiuhui couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he thought of this. How many refugees will come? It's too many to count. There will be at least 10,000 of them. The village chief of Nicholas is the closest to Kim Xiuhui. He saw that Jin Xiuhui's face was cloudy, one-sided and flat. He couldn't help but panic in his heart. Hurry up and lead all the refugees to their knees. Ask for Jin Xiuhui's help, even if you can give the children a piece of bread. Haver also knew the problem was serious, because it wasn't that long ago. The young master has just paid off the loan shark. There shouldn't be much money right now. But he couldn't bear to watch the refugees suffer. That heart that has always been indifferent. At this point, I became very anxious. Ask your refinement buddies. There is no way to accommodate a large number of refugees. But what Haver didn't expect was this. The young master's originally dignified face. He had a devilish smile. He was even muttering that it was great. Haver is a bit of a delirium. What the hell is going on? Why do you see so many refugees? The young master was so happy. Haver asked, surprised. This is the case at the moment. What is there to be happy about? Jin Xiuhui pointed to his smart head and said small. Man, you use your brain. Then rub your fingers together. Insidiously said, aren't there a lot of refugees who will join our territory? You imagine that. How much can the tax revenue of our realm increase? This kind of thinking of Jin Xiuhui, it was precisely the key to his success. Same thing. In the eyes of the weak, it is pressure and difficulty. And the strong can see the opportunity in it. Haver couldn't believe it. Refugees facing hunger and cold. The young master was still thinking about how to search for melons to make money. Immediately questioned Jin Xiuhui angrily. Is it in your eyes? These poor people. Is it just a tool to make money? Jin Xiuhui didn't have time to explain to him now. This is not something that can be explained in 1 or 2 sentences. After all, Haver's brain is only good at fighting. When it comes to pouring gold and silver, it is still lacking. Kim Xiuhui instructed the Bayern refugees to settle down temporarily. Then he threw the angry Haver aside. Turn around and walk and say something else to do. Or maybe I'll have to report to the Baron, although the young master has gone far. But Haver House was angry. Haver who can't help but be comforted. Don't be too angry. I think Master Lloyd, although very good at reading the hearts of others, but he accidentally understands his true self. It's not too late for you to wait and see how angry you are. Haver was not angry in his heart, or decided to follow Bayern's advice. Observe for a moment. To be honest, Bayern is not as good as Haver in Kung Fu. But this maturity is steady. But it is far from Haver now. Remember not to offend a woman. This man is an amorous aristocrat. See poor beauties. I just want to help people get rid of their pain. Wife in front of him. Bite off half of a stick-shaped ingredient in 1 bite. The man instantly felt the crotch of his pants cold. His wife chewed and told him that it tasted good. Flirtrow. In the Baron's house. Jin Xiuhui reported the specific situation to the Baron. The Baron said anxiously what to do. Our territory does not have enough money to receive it. Take them all. However, refugees cannot be turned a blind eye, even if it is to provide food for the existing refugees. With the food we have in stock, it will also support for a few more days at most. Kim Xiuhui always listened quietly, didn't interrupt the Baron's thoughts. He had understood the mind of the unscathed. That is to help refugees as much as possible. At this time, the Baron was heard worrying about food. Jin Xiuhui immediately showed a confident smile. Tell me what you're talking about. We still have plenty of food for the time being. Jin Xiuhui sold a pass to the Baron. Take the Baron and the lady to a large warehouse. This warehouse is full of corpses of non-emperor monsters. Kim Xiuhui explained, When I collected these corpses, I didn't think exactly what to do with it. I just think it's a pity to throw it away. I was thinking of making compost after a while. Now is the right time to solve the food problem. And there are a lot of them in the nearby warehouses. The Baron said Lloyd with some hesitation. Even if the grain is in the well circle, it can make people eat flying yellow. The Baron's voice just fell. Madame directly picked up a roasted flying yellow on the ground. Ate it, and the food is delicious. The Baron couldn't have imagined that his wife would be so strong. Madame chewed on the flying yellow meat in her mouth. To the Baron, he said that the taste was similar to that of shrimp. I've seen that orc warriors love food. Acting as food should not be a problem. The only downside is that it's a bit fishy. If this is settled, that's completely fine. Then Madame asked him about Lloyd. Can I come and be the captain of the cooking unit? Jin Xiuhui said happily, of course, no problem. It's great to have your help. In the case of sufficient manpower, a temporary account number for refugees living in the top of the list. It was quickly set up. Jin Xiuhui directed the construction progress at the scene. And according to the schedule, the follow-up materials will be deployed on time. He has always carried out the purpose of the leader to be resident on the spot. It can not only boost morale, but also check for potential safety hazards. At this time, the guards at the entrance of the village sent a signal. It turned out that another wave of refugees was coming. This time, there were about 100 of them. Jin Xiuhui didn't expect the refugees to come so quickly. He thought it would be a few more days. However, this also illustrates the monster dominoes from the side. The effect is terrible. Jin Xiuhui said to the huge Xiao Budong around him. Xiao Budong, we have to move quickly. Otherwise, these people will all freeze to death. Xiao Budong is a big thumb brother. Let Jin Xiuhui rest assured. The steps of underfloor heating construction are incomparably clear. The gigantic little Budong's hands flew up and down. Use his unique skills to dig the ground. The hairy child is working attentively. The hand speed that he has practiced after 30 years of being single. It is vividly displayed. Soon the area will be excavated. Barn on the other side. Workers are being organized for floor construction. Workers need to cooperate with small bells. The cement is collected and used to pour the floor. For the well-behaved girl little bell. It's such a shy skill. Attach a large screen diaper to your buttocks. And then keep farting. How can a well-crafted bastard abuse a beautiful woman like this? Construction is in full swing. The sentinels at the entrance of the village also kept coming in with new news. More and more refugees are coming to join the country. The issue of food is also a top priority. The Baroness will. The village's well-known culinary masters were organized. He's going to turn the flying yellow monster into a nutritious one. The value of the cuisine. Not only to fill the stomachs of the refugees. You can also get adequate nutrition. Everyone is good at cooking good food, though. Both have experience and self-confidence. But the fishy smell of flying yellow is too strong, and many people know it. And they've tried something. I can't get rid of the fishy smell. Except that Madame guessed that everyone would react this way. But he was not in a hurry, and with a shallow smile on his face. And then he turned into a magic version. A book suddenly appeared in his hand. A confident smile on his face. Said that this is a girl from a country who is a dragon chef. He wrote a book of legends and cooking. It contains the secret of the relief of the emperor monster. The cooking masters showed expressions of amazement. They haven't read the book, though, but I have long heard of his name. One by one, like cats seeing fishy spots. I couldn't take my eyes off it anymore. It can well be imagined. The problem of food was also solved. Finishing up and inspecting the finished makeshift tent. Part of the refugees was organized by the soldiers of the territory. Orderly check-in. But after silently calculating in his heart, I found that there was still not enough space. If there will be a temporary camp, the land continued to expand into the eastern mountain range, although it can be temporarily relieved. But more refugees will arrive. Then the results are definitely not enough. Jin Xiuhui was stumped by this question. He was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. At this moment, there was a cry of children in the camp. Attracted his attention. The child is still very young. He threw himself into his mother's arms and clamored to go home. Young mothers also want to go home, but their home was gone. He had to suppress the sorrow in his heart. Hold your child tightly and comfort his young heart. This scene deeply touched Jin Xiuhui. How important a house is to the average person. He knew that better than anyone else. Jin Xiuhui remembered the scene from the past. Parents work hard, finally bought his own house, moved to that home for the first time, and after all the luggage is packed, there was a very happy smile on the parents' faces. They kept talking about our family, although it was one on the edge of the city. Small, dilapidated apartment, but it carries the golden autumn, the happiest memory of Hao's life. Front, the mother and son lost more than just their home. They also lost the life they once lived happily ever after. Gold. Xiu didn't want his regrets to be reflected in this pair. Mother and child. The kindness in his heart made him grit his teeth and make a decision. No matter how tough it is, he also wants to build a new home for his children. Come to think of it, Jin Xiuhui couldn't help blurting out, "Don't worry. I'm going to find a way to give you a home." Standing behind Jin Xiuhui, however not far away, hear this sentence word for word. Anger at Jin Xiuhui due to a misunderstanding. It was swept away in an instant. Haver was completely relieved. As long as the young master decides what he wants to do, then it can definitely be done. Reminds me of Bayern's evaluation of the young master. I really misunderstood the young master. Jin Xiuhui turned his head and said Haver to Haver. From now on, we're going to start a construction that's never been done before. Haver asked, "Have you thought of a countermeasure to contain everyone?" Jin Xiuhui confidently said that he had thought about it. There will even be air freight, because I'm going to build a residential area. This unscrupulous boss refreshed the moral downline of humanity, leaning on the smile of the female secretary. Take the unruly post-10s. Today he had 2 more employees working overtime. This Qingji newspaper is post-00s. He would never work overtime. I was already thinking about how to run away with the boss. This lonely face is the post-80s. He is old and young, and he also has a mortgage. I desperately want to go home, but still stay overtime. No more. Let's start the text. Condominium complexes are by far the most common type of housing, from the territory of the Flanero, and the actual situation that we are currently facing. This is the most effective way to solve it. Compared to its footprint, it ensures plenty of living space. In this form of dense habitation, it will also facilitate the administration of the territory. This is thanks to its standardized specifications. It can not only save construction costs, it can also greatly shorten the construction period. Furthermore, because the rooms are surrounded by each other, therefore the warmth effect is also very good, greatly reducing the waste of energy. Before the start of construction, the planning and design of the community is the top priority. Sewage discharge from water sources, transportation, and so on have to be taken into account. On this day, Jin Xiuhui came to the top of the mountain. Ideal location overlooking below. Then his eyes glowed green. A design map that has been well thought out in the brain, instantly converted into a 3D diorama. It is distributed on both sides of the river. Pre-booked location. This is Jin Xiuhui's ideal territory. Future planning organizations are distributed along both sides of the river. The range is extremely wide. Jin Xiuhui looked at the tall buildings in front of him. The more I think about it, the more beautiful it becomes. But in the future, these will become a reality. High-density population. It is inevitable to form a commercial right with high purchasing power. That's a steady stream of taxes. Jin Xiuhui made up his mind that this was the last vote. After this ticket, go to eat, drink, and have fun. Wait until that time. Can realize the ultimate wish of mankind. Become a jobless vagrant with too much money to spend. You don't need to manage your own territory at all. It would be nice to pay Byron a little more monthly salary. You asked me what to do when Byron retired from the house. He does not raise good heirs. How could I possibly retire him? At this moment, Byron is working hard. Suddenly, I felt chills all over my body. Uncontrollable cold sweat all over my body. The soldier unearths that something is wrong. Quickly help him to the side to rest. After a few days of preparation, Jin Xiuhui called a group of executives to the conference room for a meeting. He served as the project leader, chaired the meeting, and spoke. The time to come. I'll be on front row. The Honeypot Community Construction Project in Lingdi has been liberated. Please read the materials that are being distributed carefully. Haver raised his hand and said, I have meaning. I think the name of the building is convex. It shows your selfishness. Jin Xiuhui said accusatorily. Please refrain from small talk in the meeting. Haver retorted that it wasn't idle talk. I'm presenting the results for the project. It's not done yet. Was Jin Xiuhui's unreasonable plan. Please be allowed to speak before you speak. Why do you always want to get out of the meeting rhythm? Haver was furious at the bastard. Qing was shocked. On the other hand, look at the losers on the side. But he looks like he has no love in his life. Jin Xiuhui asked Byron Qing curiously at this time. Why do you look so bad? Byron said, lonely these days. I've been having the same nightmare. I dreamed that I had been enslaved by demons all my life. Jin Xiuhui said peacefully and honestly, rest assured, as long as the young master is here. It never happens in a day. Jin Xiuhui coughed embarrassedly. Begin to tell the story of what is on the profile. Let's take a look at the first document. This is an ancient building from the east. It's called Tulu. Each home has only a simplified bedroom and living room. Well, restaurant. Public facilities such as public restrooms. All were built in the middle square. And I wanted to transform this building into a square. Because compared to round, squares are built faster. He was analyzed from various sources. But I seem to be missing one of the biggest advantages. Speaking of this, Jin Xiuhui paused. Keep looking at the information in your hand. It was found that the merits were not written down. Then stop rummaging for information. Tell everyone to just close the iron door to the square. He will be transformed into a fortress with a difficult bow in an instant. After Jin Xiuhui said this advantage, the others also looked surprised, but the reaction was the strongest. The medicine belongs to Uncle Blank. In the meeting, I couldn't help but applaud and cheer. He really deserves to be an iron-blooded soldier. It seems that he has recently been arranged by Jin Xiuhui how to do digging work, suffocated him. At this time, Jin Xiuhui put down the information, clapped his hands and said yes to everyone. You can ask me questions. Haver was the first to raise his hand and asked, I have a question. Based on the current financial situation of our territory, even the materials for the tents are difficult to supply. Jin Xiuhui said to him accusatory, just because there isn't enough money. Are you going to turn a blind eye to people's livelihood issues? Haver hastened to explain that I didn't mean that. Jin Xiuhui interrupted him. Please answer with suitable discomfort. You're going to turn a blind eye to the refugees, are you? The Baron joins their conversation at this point. Actually, I'm also worried that the money won't keep up. Jin Xiuhui replied politely. You were very keen to point out the problem. I couldn't be more impressed with that. Haver was mad at the bastard. I can't wait to go up and beat him now. Jin Xiuhui avoided Haver's murderous eyes, said confidently to the Baron. Construction and repair of underfloor heating tents. Food that can be supplied for a long time. We still have these funds. Say 1,000 to 10,000. If there is no money, then everything is in vain. After the end of the meeting, Jin Xiuhui and Haver started the road of raising money. On the way to your destination, Haver materials treated differently just now. Feel indignant. Jin Xiuhui looked at him angrily on the side. Say a few provocative words without pain or itching. Try to ease the awkwardness. But Haver was resentful. Where a few provocative words can be settled, no matter what Jin Xiuhui said. He never looked at the bastard. Jin Xiuhui was really angry when he saw Haver. I know that it is not a few words that can be settled. His eyes rolled to his heart. Jin Xiuhui shut up and pondered his words. The scene was momentarily bottlenecked. Not for a while. Jin Xiuhui suddenly said, "Actually, I'm also scared." This opening line, it immediately caught Haver's attention. Jin Xiuhui continued heavily. "Will I be able to do it on such a large scale? What about the project?" I misunderstood him. "Can it accommodate everyone? Since I started this thing, then I'm the person in charge. Head, there must be no wavering or cowardly appearance. In order to gain everyone's absolute trust. That's all I can do. But only in front of you. I can take off this mask of hypocrisy for the time being." Looked at Jin Xiuhui's lonely back. His heartfelt words rang out in my ears. Haver didn't expect that. I am so important in the young master's heart. He was really impressed by the young master. But only a moment later, Haver felt that something was wrong. With his knowledge of Jin Xiuhui, this bastard isn't the kind of sentimental. He's the kind of thing that makes the most of it. Profit-maximizing bastards. Suddenly, an answer flashed through his mind. Haver thoroughly understood. He gritted his teeth and said, always indifferent. "Isn't this an emotional trash can?" Jin Xiuhui didn't expect it. A simple and kind Haver. It came to my senses so quickly. From his back to the end of the curtain. Turn a face. Ing smiled and looked at the enlightened Haver. Lao Tzu couldn't bear it anymore. Haver looked at Jin Xiuhui. Seeing the embarrassed face is a punch. It's so relieving. It's a pity that Haver cares about this. The battalion was to be faithful to his duty as a guard knight. How can you beat the main army? Jin Xiuhui hummed a small tune on the side, completely unaware that he was in Haver's consciousness. It's being ramped up. The younger brother is a good student with excellent character and learning, but he has been bullied by school bullies for a long time. When my brother found out, he was in pain with the school bully. Now my brother is looking for a colonel. Not only did the school bully under the door almost pee his pants, even cleaned up his father. The two teased each other on the road. Soon I came to the destination this time. The wronged head, like Nazi, felt the bottom of the house. Luckner thinks of his son Diego. After being expelled from school, stuffy at home all day with nothing to do. From time to time, I will be scolded by my father. He only blamed himself for not having long eyes. Death bullying the demon's brother. The story is detailed in episodes 44 and 45 of the video commentary. Brother Jie had a bad premonition in his heart. Suddenly looked up. I saw two people walking on the opposite side, and the two people on the opposite side also saw him. Now it's too late to find a crack in the ground to get into. Of course, Jin Xiuhui also saw him. Then he showed an expression of reunion after a long absence. Greeted Brother Butterfly warmly. Brother Dai saw that Jin Xiuhui was so enthusiastic. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. The two knocked-out teeth are still aching. Even every night, I wake up scared by this face. Brother Butterfly stood trembling in place. I didn't dare to move, even if it's your own home. It doesn't give him a sense of security in the slightest. Jin Xiuhui saw Brother Dai's appearance like this. I am very satisfied. Happily walked over and said, "Stinky boy, did everything go well when you were preparing for school?" Then he grabbed Brother Dai's shoulder and said, "Stinky boy," affectionately. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to help you get back to school." Brother Dai didn't expect this demon to be willing to help him. Did he change his mind and become kind? Jin Xiuhui showed a demonic face at this time. Threatened to say no to Brother Dai. It depends on your dad's performance. This expression frightened Brother Dai's heart. At the same time, I think this is normal. Jin Xiuhui kicked Brother Dai, who was on the beach, away. Take Haver to Wykes. Meet Ragnar. Luckner finally knows Kim Xiuhui. The purpose of this visit. That is to raise water bills. He couldn't believe it. How can this bastard be so brazen? Jin Xiuhui has no aristocratic demeanor at all. Instead, he put on a rogue look. Isn't it hard to understand what I'm saying? I'll make you pay a little more for water. Chao Yaya's Creek behind the Rachna River. I hate this black-hearted bastard guy in my heart. Not only did he earn a large amount of money on his water bill, I also had my son expelled from school. Now I want to raise the water bill. The demons are not as much as him. But do you think I'm such a bully? Then you couldn't be more wrong. Rak's originally angry face. A contemptuous smile grew. I'm about to see Jin Xiuhui's disappointed face. It made it difficult for him to suppress the joy in his heart. From a shallow smile, the voice slowly laughed. Just Jin Xiuhui was puzzled. He's not stupid at the time. Rachner stood up leisurely. Slowly can't get in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Looking out the window at the beautiful garden. Shaking your head and saying that you are really still too young. Followed by, he pulled out the contract he had signed at the time from his crotch. Pointing to one of the lines, he said, "Our contract prices are fixed. You don't have the right to raise your water bill." Luckner was so happy. He finally pinched the bastard once. Jin Xiuhui sighed helplessly. I really don't want to break his beauty. But, or take a magnifying glass out of your jacket pocket. He beckoned to Rachner. Rachner handed him the contract. Kim placed a magnifying glass in the bottom right corner of the contract. There are very, very small words written there. I saw it written there. The above water charges can vary according to the mood of the tribute. Luckner wanted to strangle the bastard. He's shameless enough to break through the human line. Angry yelled at you liar. Jin Xiuhui said Viscount with a grin. Please calm down. We have been good neighbors for many years. How could I raise the price at will? Doing so can also be of great benefit to you. It's an exchange of interests. Rachner was almost lost by Kim Xiuhui's words. Cerebral congestion. But he's a lord after all. He wanted to see how the bastard was fighting. Let the increase in water bills be a benefit to yourself. After Jin Xiuhui coughed twice. Solemnly, because of the monster domino effect. Raise 17 provinces to the ground. So these refugees are all coming to our side. But you, Viscount, refuse to take in any refugees. Jin Xiuhui's face was cold. And then I can pretend that I don't know about it. After all, if His Majesty the King knows, Your Majesty will be very sad. Hear, hear. Lacona couldn't help but sweat coldly on his face. I thought to myself what kind of benefit this was. Isn't that just going to let me live? Jin Xiuhui didn't seem to see Lacona's expression. Then he said to himself, I'm really thinking about you, Viscount, and this kind of thing will be said to remind you. Then a gentle smile appeared. Kindly say if I play to your majesty. Maybe it can make butterflies. My brother is back at the academy. Heard that Jin Xiuhui was willing to help his son restore his school status. Rachner was not only not happy. Instead, a burst of heart-wrenching meaning emerged. He understood what Jin Xiuhui meant. The other party wanted to tell him, my relationship with the king is not ordinary. Let him weigh it up. Luckner was breathing nervously, but I still feel tightness in my chest. He is worried about money. This time a large piece of meat will definitely be dug up, in order to satisfy the bastard in front of him. The scene was quiet for a while. Luckner said with a shudder, so how much more do you need? Jin Xiuhui showed an embarrassed expression and said, oops. What are you talking about, Viscount? This will mislead others. I'm not a bastard to grab change. Immediately after that, his face instantly turned cold. Tell me a little bit more about the situation, depending on the situation. It doesn't affect our friendship. Rachner was about to cry. This demon doesn't directly say how much it costs. Instead, let yourself watch it. That means the higher the number, the better. It's like a bottomless pit. Haver stands behind the refined milliliter. Hear all the words that the young master said. He didn't know what to say about the young master. He knew that the young master was shameless. But I didn't expect it to be so shameless. 2 words of jerk. It's not enough to describe this demon. The man's expression was colorful. Superb acting skills are like actors. Facial expression changes alone. Just a hairless iron rooster. Extort huge sums of money. Let's start the text. Jin Xiuhui said to Lakona sincerely, "You don't have to stress too much. Just tell me how much you can increase. It doesn't matter how much you give. I will thank you all." Lakona thought through gritted teeth. This bastard speaks better than he sings. The devil believed what he said. If the numbers come out don't satisfy him. Lakona didn't dare to think any further. Because he knows. That's definitely a pair. A very unfavorable end for himself. The scene suddenly became quiet at this moment. Fingerprint. The sound of Ragnar's heart beating echoed through the room. Luckner's eyes were as sharp as two blades. Hateful gaze at the bastard in front of him. If the gaze could kill. It is estimated that Jin Xiuhui has died countless times. But Jin Xiuhui didn't care at all, silently awaiting Ragnar's reply. Because he knows very well that in this psychological game, Lakona did not have any negotiating capital. Jin Xiuhui is not very old, but full text and patience enough. Anyway, it's not him who is in a hurry. There was a strong sense of oppression all around. Luckner waited for a long time, said reluctantly, "Come up with a figure that you can barely accept 20%. I saw Jin Xiuhui. What was originally playing you immediately became a role. That look was like saying it again. Are you here to send a meal?" Luckner saw the expression immediately. He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. The two trembling mouths opened wide and took a cool breath. Lakona raised his trembling hand, hurriedly said to Jin Xiuhui, "Wait a minute. Wrong. I was wrong." Then hold out 3 fingers. Squeeze out a few words with all your strength 30%. Xiuhui was furious. He has lost patience. The whole face suddenly became constipated. Luckner's heart exploded in fear. The scythe of death was already hanging overhead. He breathed heavily. But I still can't breathe. Just when he was at his wit's end, out of the corner of his eye, he swept something. Then he raised his eyes and looked behind Jin Xiuhui. Haver looked away in shame. His eyes did not dare to make eye contact with Lackner. Then slowly extend 5 fingers. Luckner saw the light of day. Thought he finally knew Jin Xiuhui's bottom line. Hurry up and say 50% excitedly. I'll give you a 50% increase. Jin Xiuhui was still not satisfied. He rubbed his sharp teeth. His hands clicked as he pinched them. Lakona looked at Haver in the eyes. It was as if he was asking him what was going on. How he reacted this way. Isn't it 50%? Isn't it 50% what you say? Haver closed his eyes. He didn't dare to look into Lakona's questioning eyes. Slowly shake his head, then extend 5 fingers again. Say a word silently. It can be seen from Haver's mouth shape. It was a quilt. Luckner's eyes cracked. Stand up sharply. Roar at you 2 robbers. 5 times is outrageous. Jin Xiuhui saw Ragnar thunderous. Immediately feigned surprise. He looked a little embarrassed to say the Viscount. You're talking too much. For times is about the same. This hidden level acting. Can I believe it? Silly Lakona heard that 5 times less became 4 times. Immediately, it was like pie in the sky. Not only did I not feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, I was very happy. Pick up your own guanine. I don't even think about it. I stamp and agree. I'm afraid that Jin Xiuhui will regret it. After getting Lackner done, Kim Xiuhui and Haver walked back. Bastard's mood, not to mention how good. Happy jumping and singing. Silly Lackner looked at the contract he had just signed. Thinking about 5 times the water bill becomes 4 times. It was doubled. He couldn't be happier, too. A win-win ending for all. But he suddenly remembered. Yesterday's water bill was still the original price. Now it's a 4-fold increase. He finally realizes that he was pitted by the bastard Lloyd. God, where is the water bill? It's liquid gold. Where to find money to fill this big hole? Jin Xiuhui didn't know. Lakona has figured it out. He looked at a depressed Harvel. Say how you are this expression. Kind-hearted Harvara said ashamedly. It always feels like you're threatening someone. Jin Xiuhui smiled and said to him, You are wrong. It's not a laugh. You've just threatened someone. You are an accomplice in assisting me. Ha ha ha. Fur hates this shameless guy to death. Forget it if you're a jerk. I just have to drag him into the water. Is there no shame in the young master doing this kind of thing? Have ever thought about it? I couldn't help but hate it. My mission is to protect you, young master. I will not help you deceive people in the future. It won't be your construction tool. Jin Xiuhui immediately threatened to see what you can. Believe it or not, I don't give you a lullaby service. Haver said confidently. It's been several times since I've become a juggernaut. It's been a month. I have a perfect grasp of how to adjust the sense of dance. I don't need a lullaby anymore. It's too arrogant to talk big. The slap in the face came so quickly. That night, the old territory of Furong was silent. The night bird chirped softly. Listened to Haver's ears. But it was like a thunderbolt ringing in my ears. His eyes widened, and he couldn't sleep. Reluctant to blame and compromise with the bastard. The invincible sword saint Haver got up from the bed, wearing his pink bunny slippers, a pink pillow between his arms, came to Kim Xiuhui's bedroom. Say, please sing me a lullaby. Sorry for your help, Jin Xiuhui said with a smile. Have you ever heard of sleep hygiene? Just to be able to sleep, and the regular ritual that is carried out. Once a habit is formed, you have to go through the same steps to fall asleep. Was educated by Jin Xiuhui. It makes Haver feel so embarrassed. But he was sleeping. Can only beg for bastards. Gritted his teeth and said again, Please sing me a lullaby. When Haver sat down in the seat where he slept, Kim Xiuhui began to recite. Knowledge of gravity, retaining walls. Wide-eyed Haver. The brain accidentally fell asleep in an instant. This handsome guy met the queen. The first sentence spoken at the beginning. It was for the queen to stab him to death. And yet in the eyes of the beautiful queen. But it's the one in the distance who covets his beauty. The bastard who threw him to the ground. Let's start the text. But after Haver fell asleep, Jin Xiuhui stretched. He finally had time to get to work. He took out the blank paper he had prepared. Then lay it flat on your desk, so that it can be printed and used later. Then you will have the construction design drawings in mind, by way of a 3D diorama, displayed in a certain proportion. Then he began his experiments with model tuning. He knew very well in his heart that the floor heating was due to good luck. He just happened to know about it. But build a community apartment. It involves a wide range of construction disciplines. There's a lot of knowledge he doesn't know. For example, the application of material strength to high layers. Another example is the impact of high winds and snow on buildings. There's a lot going on in there. If it is not well thought out, then it will lead to the collapse of the house. Due to the shortage of funds in hand, Jin Xiuhui must fully consider the cost performance. Build a sturdy house at the most reasonable price. In this way, more refugees can be insured. He had to simulate all the apartment buildings. That's how you can stay safe. Now that you're ready to start working on the project, then you have to reap the results. The project of the honeypot community has been launched. The whole of Fulong, extra old territory. It has entered the busy construction in full swing. Such a big project. Since it was turned on, refinement is like a machine. Sleepless and time-catching work. During the day, he was on the front line directing the construction, material transportation, staffing. The food supply is all carried out by himself. Be sure to be accurate and have no surprises. At night, others sleep and rest. He was still in a hurry to adjust the model. The 3D model collapsed over and over again, and he tried again and again. All available personnel are involved in the project, including himself, is in the production area of his own hands. A steady stream of refugees poured into the territory. It has exceeded the limits of the territory's ability to accept it, but he still accepted them all. Refugees were not expelled. Individual models are always stuck somewhere, and there is a problem. Refine the finger line. Print the adjusted model. It is convenient for the next step of construction. A splash of bright red quietly dripped onto the paper, although it's close at hand. But Jin Xiuhui, who is focused on his work. But I didn't notice. The work in his hands does not stop. Just subconsciously licked his lips. The honeypot community is too important to him. Live and work in peace and contentment. Activities raise taxes. All of these must be as substantial as gold. Maybe Jin Xiuhui himself can't tell the difference. In the end, he is for the sake of the dense community, or so that refugees can live and work in peace and contentment. Maybe it's the tears of the refugee mother and son, left in his heart, in the hard work of all. Time comes to summer before you know it. On this day, several people were on patrol. Byron reminded Jin Xiuhui on the side that he said, "Young master, I did the math. Another 4 months, in addition to the overtime pay of the soldiers. We don't have any additional funds. You need to downsize. Transfer some refugees to other territories." Jin Xiuhui said weakly, "You don't have to worry about this. I'm already preparing more funding." Jin Xiuhui's voice became more and more weak, till they are inaudible. His anomaly caught the attention of Byron next to him. Kim Soho's body shook suddenly. Then he fell to the ground with a thud. This happened suddenly, caught several people around him off guard, although there were all kinds of anxious calls beside the fans. But the refinement is no longer audible. He was extremely overdrawn, already weakened and unconscious. At this moment, the capital of the kingdom, the leaders of Masantana are in full gear. Like a great enemy, the sword is on the string, with only one command, and they all shot to the same place. And right in the middle of the training ground, it is a beautiful queen standing upright. He is also the target of all Nujian. The queen mobilizes the fighting energy in her body. Adjust your state. The quiet fall of the training ground is really questionable. The commander gets the queen after having amnesia. Raise your arms high and stop. He reminded the soldiers to get ready. Then the arm was quickly lowered, and with a loud shout, the arrows were fired. All the crossbowmen quickly press and expand. Shoot the arrows that are ready to fire. Time. The flying swords rain down like raindrops and stand in the middle of the field. But the queen does not dodge. The long sword in his hand was raised high. His surging purple fighting spirit covered the blade of the sword. Just when Lu Jian was about to shoot the queen waved the fighting sword in her hand. A simple sweep was used. In the eyes of all, the queen just swung a sword, but all around him. But it formed a ray of light that slashed through the blade. Even the space was trembling slightly. It's like not being able to withstand this raging energy. All the bolts broke in the bush under this blow. A crisp crackling sound sounded. The broken bolts fell to the ground. The soldiers around them closed their mouths in shock. This is the strength of the sword master. It's too strong, it's really too strong. On the other hand, the beautiful queen is lonely. He was not satisfied with the result. In addition to the fact that the formation speed of the vindictive spirit has become faster, there is no growth. A moment when life hung by a thread. Again in the queen's mind. He kept admonishing himself. That kind of insult must not be suffered again. At this moment, a minister came behind the queen. Something was reported to him. Pull the queen's mind back from the memories to reality. The minister told the queen. The barony of Seremban Trao sent an emissary. The queen immediately thought of Kim Xiuhui. I don't know what that bastard is doing. The queen sheathed her sword. The soldiers were ordered to clean up the training ground, so that you can continue the practice next time. And he himself came to the punctual point after a little tidying up. Have her after getting permission from the queen. Get down on one knee and read aloud the paperwork in your hand, Your Majesty. Please, to this nasty guy who is reciting. Punished with a trip to the spiritual pool. The beautiful queen is blinded. The first sentence shocked him. He couldn't help but have doubts in his heart, although on his knees was Haver. But the beautiful queen was on him. Saw thirst. Unbearable bastard. It's like coveting something in yourself. I've never seen such a shameless bastard. Soft rice and hard food are still so reassuring. When you open your mouth, you ask the beautiful woman for 3 times the money. The beauty was willing to give it to him. What kind of secret do the two of them have? Let's start the main body of the story. Haver continued to read the paperwork. Thanks to your majesty, you, to the great whole. Charlie gave the order. It was only under that I was able to breathe, calling for a rush back to hold the territory. It's a pity, such as a few days ago, white guns. That's what the cavalry said in their letter to you. In a territory adjacent to the eastern wilds, 17 territories were severely attacked. The people have lost their homes. And because of this, all poured into our territory of Flantrau. I am a loyal servant of His Majesty, the Great King, and they inherited the greatness of the successive people. Your Majesty's great spirit is a will. I also know that I should accept the poor people of the great kingdom and take care of it. Haver didn't dare to look up, though, but he could guess that the queen's face would not be better. So many great sycophants put together. No matter how you look at it, there are more elements of ridicule. The queen was furious. It is estimated that he will die. This time I fell into the young master's pit again. The beautiful queen's face became more and more ugly. The blue tendons on his forehead burst out. The creaking of teeth. Now there is a deep suspicion that this bastard is sarcastically mocking him. Haver continued to read the paperwork. In order to be able to lead you to achieve great will, I am willing to take it under it. All the people of His Majesty, the Great King. But I don't have any money. When Haver reads this, the queen was like seeing the bastard crying on his knees. The beautiful queen was completely overwhelmed. That bastard is just so brazen. The content of the document is a little bit. There was no tone of request for help. How embarrassed Zhang. Asking for money. This one is silky smooth. I couldn't feel his hesitation at all. In fact, the queen's sister had already guessed. That bastard doesn't have enough knowledge. He was also going to send him aid, funds and supplies. When the queen thought of this, Haver abruptly said that there is a funding gap under it. It's 3 times as much as your majesty thinks. Queen didn't notice why this phrase popped up suddenly. It's because the thunder just now fell down. The queen still hasn't adjusted her condition. Then another thunderbolt came down. 3 times is this bastard crazy for money? Haver said again suddenly. Absolutely not crazy under it. This is a headless sentence. Poke at the idea of the beautiful queen again. He bit the pink pork lip tightly in anger. Touching his forehead, he thought about this bastard hatefully. What do I have to do with him? Why give him so much money? If he were standing here, definitely drowning him down. Haver continued to deliver poison. I am planning to build the kingdom of Macentano. Unprecedented multi-story residential buildings. It's not just about building temporary structures. It's so easy to feed and shelter them. I would like to provide them with a tentative place to live. Help them stand alone. Presumably, this is also the place of His Majesty, the Great King. Things to look forward to. But I really don't have any money. Haver was about to read on, suddenly interrupted by the queen. I just heard the queen say lightly, "Enough is enough." I understood what he was trying to say. You go and tell Lloyd, even the king, there's no way to use a lot of money as much as you want. I need to go through the Chancellor of the Exchequer first, and the judgment of relevant experts, and then through the consent of the old stubborn senators. If you continue to upset me, nothing good for Lloyd. There is nothing wrong with what the beautiful queen said, but it's a businesslike process. As a king, everything has to be decided by the Senate. To be able to do that is not a king. That's a puppet. On the other hand, the queen is making excuses. Queen Downor wanted to help. It's just that he doesn't want to spend so much money to help. That's where you need to throw a bait. Bundle the interests of the queen together. Insert a sentence here. Friends, listen to the wonderful commentary. Just want to have fun. My opinion is for your reference only. Haver placed the paperwork in his hand on the ground. Then the right hand is put into the bosom. As if by magic, he took out another paperwork. This action was seen by the queen. He thought the spider was in his hands. Lu used curiosity. Going to see what else this bastard can say. Haver began to read the contents of the newsbook. The building in this plan. Even if it is used as a fortress, it is perfect. If the monster domino effect reverts after that. Formula back. Or if the enemy forces in the east attack you. This will be an invincible shield. Maintain peace and tranquility for the kingdom. Wait until the construction of this fortress city is completed. We are also from the attack of the enemy. Successfully held the eastern territories. Adults in favor of this plan. It will definitely be able to stand on its feet. If Jin Xiuhui is here, this treacherous smile will definitely appear. Jin Xiuhui threw the bait out. But whether the queen is willing to get on board or not, Haver paused when he read this. The hall fell into a brief silence. The queen held her cheeks in her hand and fell into deep thought. It's really nice to build a fortified city, especially close to the wilderness. It helped a lot on the Eastern Front. Estimate. It can also develop into a commercial area like Cremo. By supporting my opinion, and the ministers who have stood firm, their loyalty to me will also increase. It will indeed strengthen my kingship. Compared to the cost of investment, the benefits are substantial. At this time it was quiet for a while. For suddenly said yes. The queen was blinded again. Puzzled, he asked what you were suddenly talking about. Haver hastened to explain that I didn't know either. It says 5 seconds later and says yes. Once again, the hateful bastard saw through the queen's mind. But he wasn't angry. Who called the queen's sister likes this bastard? A woman's mind is too hard to guess. After much thought, the queen said Haver to the kneeling Harvard. You are waiting here to receive your funds. I want to convince them. Haver unhurriedly continued with his own notes. Talk to oneself. It would be nice if Tech Dows could come too. The queen was angry and almost jumped up. Good guys. This bastard's face is too thick. Endless asking for things. I just heard the queen hate and said, okay, I know. Say no more. The man was given a death notice by a doctor. No medication can treat it. When he learned that the loan had been approved, all sickness was swept away. Instantly resurrect with full health. Let's start the main body of the story. The territory of Flantrau at this moment. A considerable number of makeshift tents have been erected. The refugees were basically resettled. Although everyone knows that Jin Xiuhui is sick, but everyone is still unorganized. Worker. Territory soldiers under the leadership of Captain Greg. Basic household items are being distributed to refugees. I only heard him say loudly to the soldiers around him, if anyone takes advantage of the young master's illness, he will be lazy. Don't blame me for cleaning him up. 8% of this will be someone who will be curious about Greg Bing. Who is he? Remember, when Jin Xiuhui first started to do floor heating, he's just a lazy soldier, although there is nothing particularly outstanding talent. But whenever something happens, he can be quietly by the side, with a down-to-earth and hard-working heart. He grew into, whether it's on a very dangerous mission. It's still a troublesome and careful construction site. Do your best to be the best responsible true love. This is Captain Greg. For refugees who have undergone great changes. After countless days and nights of fleeing from hunger and cold. Earthquake in front of Raoul. They felt genuinely cared for. And Captain Greg, this warmth is being passed on to every refugee. He was after distributing supplies for this tent. Get ready to go to the next tent. But when he came out, suddenly I saw a beautiful woman walking in front of me. He yelled at the beautiful woman's name, Emily. Emily is the maid at the Baron's house. He wondered why this uncle was screaming so loudly. Greg Bing said reproachfully, "Can you observe the rest period? You've been working since the morning." Emily replied crisply, "Don't worry about it. I'll watch it myself." The faint voice is pleasant, like a oriole singing. Bin grabbed the supplies in Emily's hand. Say something to me. You go and rest. Unexpectedly, it was cleverly dodged by Emily. It's like having a tacit understanding in my heart. Emily had a happy smile on her face. Corresponding to him, Greg is also immersed in the joy of happiness. The two in the sweetness of happiness did not notice at all. A green-skinned, muscular hunk on the side, holding a handful of freshly picked flowers in his hand, stood aside. The red-haired orc looked at the two of them with sad eyes, laughing and playing. The nervous heart suddenly became empty. That feeling of emptiness and emptiness. It was as if he heard his heart crying. It's a cross-racial love story. See episode 61 of the video commentary for details. Look at Emily's bright smile. The red-haired orc thought of the encouragement of his former friends. How you actually like human women. Orcs are stupid. You're a human among stupid. How could a woman like an orc full of muscles? Their little body that can't help but be windy. Are you trying to murder? Ha! The way orcs encourage their companions is peculiar. The red-haired orcs were grateful for their companion's encouragement. His brain is full of muscles. I didn't expect to get married so far away. He just wanted to protect Emily. And you can be by his side every day. Emily's smile can be seen every day. But these are no longer possible. He really still likes the kind of skinny man. The palm that was originally clenched suddenly subconsciously released. The figure of a half-ton green sword. Turn around and leave quietly. The petals are falling silently. The muscular shoulder. But he looked so weak and powerless. Maybe it's the heart. Emily was originally in happiness. It seems to feel something. Suddenly, he looked to the side out of the corner of his eye. The green back of the sword master came into his eyes. Emily recognized the orc. It was the orc warrior who had sacrificed his life to protect him. Emily was a little confused. Why did the orc warrior leave without even saying hello? It's on. He didn't see the flowers in the hands of the red-haired orcs. Didn't realize it either. He had thanked the other party for saving his life. A small flower sent by Sure. In red-haired orcs, a seed of love was planted in my heart. Maybe it really was just a misunderstanding. At this moment, Jin Xiuhui suddenly woke up from a coma. Cold sweat crawled down his salesman's cheeks. There was a look of shock in his eyes. Just now, in a coma, Jin Xiuhui dreams that Emily is married to a red-haired orc. The comparison between the two figures resembles that of a gorilla. Married a little white rabbit as his wife. Will the little white rabbit still live? It's just a doubt about life. Woke him up from his coma. Byron is by Kim Xiuhui's side. Seeing that he suddenly opened his eyes, he hurriedly asked. Ask him about it. Jin Xiuhui said weakly Byron Qing. I don't feel like much time is left. Byron said anxiously and loudly, Young master. What are you talking about? Jin Xiuhui gasped. Then he trembled and said that it was really coming. Halfway through the sentence, I couldn't help but gasp for air. He smoothed out his breath a little. Then he said that the day of monthly salary was approaching. Byron didn't expect the young master to worry about this. He felt a little speechless. However, it cannot be said that there is no monthly salary. After all, people live to eat. There was a rush of footsteps in the hallway. The two people in the room didn't notice the incident. Jin Xiuhui grabbed the sheets painfully and said, My money is going to shrink into a forest. Before he could finish speaking, he began to cough violently, waiting for someone to step forward and anxiously persuade the young master. Wages can be paid later. Everyone will understand competence. Jin Xiuhui held back his cough. Shout, it's a no-no. Just a few words in time. The visitor had already approached Kim Xiuhui's room. It turned out that Haver had rushed back from the royal capital. Jin Xiuhui said sincerely to Byron, Everyone counts the days of monthly pay. I worked hard. How can I drag it? I would never do such a thing. Not only Byron was shocked by Kim Xiuhui's character, even the wonders of typing, was also shocked by Jin Xiuhui's character. Why can't Mia meet such a good boss? Jin Xiuhui used all his strength. I tried to finish the words I just said. He was already exhausted. It is already on the verge of dying. Byron on the side were terrified, calling out loudly to the young master. But Jin Xiuhui didn't react at all. Byron have no other way. Go to the doctor right away. When he turned around, viciously, he found out that Haver had returned. Haver had just entered. It was found that Jin Xiuhui was in a coma again. But he's very grounded now, because he brought back a special medicine to cure the young master. Byron saw Haver so calm. I couldn't help but hesitate to say Haver. The young master's body is too weak. What to do? Haver did not answer Byron's question. Instead, he said directly to the unconscious Jin Xiuhui, I got the money. Hurry up. Then he shook his hand a little. A thick wad of bills. The smell and sound of money rushed into Jin Xiuhui. Weak body. He was on the verge of dying. The body is instantly filled with surging energy. 2 bolts of lightning shot out of both eyes. I can't believe it. The young master was about to burp just now. In an instant, he was resurrected with full blood. If it's wrong, it's not just resurrection at full health. The current young master is simply a god blocking and killing gods. The Buddha blocks and kills the Buddha, like a demon imprisoned for 1,000 years. Finally unsealed the Chongling world. Jin Xiuhui laughed madly, ha ha ha. Lao Tzu is rich. Let's go to the place of origin. As a black-hearted boss, be sure to save your money to the limit. The blender can be driven by a mouse. Absolutely no electricity. A melon seed can be bent by hand to get a steel bar. Absolutely no machinery. One meal done. The most bizarre thing is the crane was praised by the boss's secretary. The young man was clean and full of a smile. Let's start the main body of the story. Construction has already begun in the dense community. In order to ensure the progress and quality of construction, when Kim Xiuhui was not on the scene, Byron will take over the supervision and management of the project. Under the unity of everyone, the foundation of a building is more than half complete. Although the work is hard, but not a single one shouted tired. Although Jin Xiuhui did not command at the construction site, but there is no time to practice. Now his most urgent task is to complete the 3D model. Ensure the next step of the project. I saw him stand up with his hands empty. All around, there was a burst of green. Glowing tall buildings rise from the ground. These 3D models have been simulated and corrected by him many times. It will no longer collapse. Now, according to the actual size scale, conduct outdoor simulations. The aim is to test the influence of external factors. With the help of simulation skills, Jin Xiuhui can virtually create any disaster situation. The first thing to be tested is a landslide. I saw him pointing down with one hand. Raging mudslides appear out of thin air, rushing down diagonally from the top of the honeypot cell, impacting all 3D models. The impact of the mudslide lasted for a long time. The 3D model of the entire honeypot plot is shrouded in smoke and dust. No damage to the model is visible at all, although the refinement is good and there is self-confidence. But it is inevitable that after a period of anxiety, the smoke and dust in front of him gradually calmed down. An intact honeypot cell was revealed. Jin Xiuhui was a little relieved at this time. He was going to test the effects of the gale. I saw his hands fluttering up and down. It's so fast that it brings out an afterimage. Fierce winds began to blow all around. The wind speed is getting faster and faster. Soon it reached the intensity of a typhoon. Grumpy wheels envelop the honeypot community. Each 3D model is all-round. Abuse without dead ends. After a period of strong winds, all 3D models are not broken. Still intact as before, Jin Xiuhui was very satisfied. Now only the last test remains. Success or failure in this move for this test. Jin Xiuhui has no confidence at all. He extends the consciousness in his brain. Simulation skills are also being expanded. Consciousness and skills go straight up. away from the ground, farther and farther away, has rushed out of the atmosphere, leaving the Earth at the beginning. What the hell is it going to test? I saw a meteor with a long tail in tow. Suddenly appeared in outer space. The target is his honeypot community. Huge meteors pass through the atmosphere. Friction burns with a raging flame. Suddenly, I came to the honeypot community. The meteor fell mercilessly. The honeypot community is in this domineering impact. The whole was razed to the ground. But isn't it? That's how dinosaurs became extinct. Not to mention a few buildings. Jin Xiuhui was very happy. He didn't expect that the skill could also be played as a game console. This thing is still not big enough. He is single as a mother. Why didn't I think of simulating the queen's sister? In the world he's simulated. If you don't want to do it, you can do it. Jin Xiuhui seemed to have suddenly opened his mind. The brain starts racing. The expression on his face became more and more evil. And behind him Havel too. An expression that looks like a fool. I don't understand what this thing is crazy about. Jin Xiuhui is like a long eye on the back of his head. He suddenly turned around and asked what was wrong. Why are you looking at me like that? Haver hastened to explain. I don't think you're crazy. This answer almost didn't finish Jin Xiuhui's nose. Just when the bastard was about to go berserk, Haver said to him suddenly, Tektos and his 30 dwarven craftsmen just arrived in our territory. This sentence, it immediately diverted Jin Xiuhui's attention. Jin Xiuhui hurriedly put away his playfulness. Hurry up to meet Tekdos's team. He knew the little old man's bad temper. Once the other party is displeased. The queen's sister couldn't even call him. Who knew that this bastard had just met Corgidos? It's like magic. Pull out a drawing. Start 2. Corgidos introduces this concrete mixer. Claim he is the core equipment of this community construction project. In terms of calling others, this bastard doesn't mean to be polite at all. Corgidos couldn't believe it. This guy is so shameless. Then there was no room for anything. What an unreasonable guy to face him. Facing guests from afar. You won't even serve tea. Just arrange people to do the work? The skin of the well-trimmed skin is as thick as a city wall. Accusations from others sound like praise to him. He replied completely indifferently. I'm wondering how I'm going to welcome you. Then tidy it up. A dozen drawings in thick hands. Said with a treacherous face, but no matter how you are entertained. It's not as good as a brand new design. Make you happier. See this sinister and treacherous you. Corgidos was upset, but the bastard was right. He snatched the blueprint from the bastard's hand, led your dwarven craftsman towards you. As he walked, he said that you are ruthless. Take me to the workplace. Tekduth has now arrived. Then the concrete mixer is made. It's just a matter of time. During this time, Jin Xiuhui, with Haver, also joined the work on the foundation construction. Due to the unevenness of the composition of the subsoil, weak substratum in individual places need to be dealt with. Start by clearing the loose soil with blasting, and then backfill the line. After the blender is finished with Tekdos, the structural construction of the main body of the building officially began. The first is a bioforce-driven mixer. This is a kinematic device designed specifically for the little Budong. The hairy child has been eating well and sleeping well recently. The figure is a little blessed. Giant hamsters gallop on a roller treadmill. The blender gurgled and spun. That's good. It can not only help Xiao Budong exercise, but also construct. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. This is followed by a bio-powered steel bending machine. There are no surprises in this work. Rushed to do it by orc warriors. Threaded steel bars. Distributed to orc warriors. Even if the steel bar is so hard. In front of these muscular bodybuilders. Let him be straight. Let him bend and bend. Both muscles are exercised. The meat is again completed construction. It's a win-win-win-win-win. When the formwork construction is completed, Jin Xiuhui explained the method of pouring concrete on the spot. You can't just mess around. Be sure to pour evenly. The air inside the concrete is exhausted. Otherwise, after coagulation, a honeycomb dog hole will be formed. Seriously affects the strength of concrete construction. Bam. All the details are meticulously recorded. Wait until the floor gets higher. The transport of materials requires the help of external assistance. This is when a bio-powered crane is needed. The forearm collapses into the field. Defying is meticulous in his work. Everyone must ask why. Of course, it was the boss's female secretary who was pouring him chicken soup. The little bell constantly shakes the bell on the tail of the tongue. Cheer for the forearm collapse. This nerd is now floating in the sky. The author did not send him out for a long time. As a result, he had no chance to perform. Originally, he was very dissatisfied. At this moment, the resentment in my heart rang with the ringing of the bell. Not only did it disappear, and it's beautiful. This is an extremely great tree. The earth creak of the ancient dragon. Not even the branches and leaves he secreted could penetrate. The invincible juggernaut heard his resounding name. Turn around and go. I dare not have the slightest defiled heart. However, this bastard is bold. I was going to hurt him. Let's start the main body of the story. The dense community can quickly advance the construction. The continuous sunny weather helped a lot. This day, Jin Xiuhui and Byron inspected the construction site. The two of them looked up at the elevated building. Structural body. Jin Xiuhui suddenly asked Byron behind him, Ban Zieben, you've got a good idea of what to expect in construction. Can I leave the rest to you? Byron nodded to the young master and replied that there was no problem. After Jin Xiuhui received an affirmative reply from Byron, a stone in my heart can be considered to be on the ground. Byron's ability to work is something he has absolute confidence in. After the construction guidance work is removed, he can then go and solve another problem. That's the insulation of heating. It is different from the way water heats in the real world. There is currently no such thing as a water pump in the other world. Therefore, it is not possible to use plumbing for heating. Trim and prepare for the use of air heating methods. First, a large steam boiler is used to boil water. The resulting water vapor is sent out through the pipes, and it flows in all directions along the pipe. The hot vapor is eventually connected to the heating in each room. This enables indoor heating. But here's a tough problem. In order to prolong the service life, the pipes are all made of metal. However, the thermal conductivity of metals is high. As a result, the heat loss in the outdoor part is relatively large. Shosho came up with a result through a 3D simulation. The higher the floor, the greater the heat loss. The 8th floor on the top floor is basically not hot. Though, the insulating materials that were intentionally obtained were simulated again. Unfortunately, all failed. He stayed up late every day to study solutions, scavenging all the knowledge in your head. The first step is to study the fusion of various easily accessible materials. Later, he reminisced about the Predator Night, various threads of the novel, just when he was scorched and had no clue. A ray of light dispelled the fog. Inspiration came out of nowhere. I saw a few lines written on the scratch paper. Elven brass bells. Haver is so unlucky. Repelling the dragon, though, is written inadvertently. But that's where the inspiration comes in. Like a urine head, he suddenly got his senses. A red dragon roaring in the sky appeared in his mind. That's the plot of Haver versus the fire dragon. The arrogance of the dragons makes him look down on humans. The fire dragon pretended to be angry at Haver. Stupid humans are babbling a lot. As Patch. Cowardly human Uruwala, another bunch. Humans with weak espalabalas, or a bunch. The ass seems to be in every magical work. There is a human line. All in all, although Haver is connoisseurship, but he still couldn't defeat the mighty dragon. With the dragon's stream gushing out, the flames of anger hit Haver at the point. He was covered in flames. Time passed little by little. Haver is still intact. The sparkle of persistence in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. The fire dragon also found out that something was wrong. Long she condensed in his throat again. Another burst of flame spewed at Haver. Haver was hit again, but he still stood tall in the flames. There was no physical harm to the body because of the armor Haver was wearing. It is made up of the leaves of the Alencia tree. Solidified armor. It is the strongest thermal insulation in the world. That's how wonderful the world is, when a species is invincible in some unknown corner. But there is a restraining presence growing on him. Jin Xiuhui thought of the insulation material that solved the problem. The next step is implementation. He took Haver with him. The two began a new adventure quarrel this day. Haver behind him suddenly asked, "We've been on our way for 2 days now. Where the hell are you going to get the insulation?" Jin Xiuhui replied, "We're going to the Elven Evglow jungle. Get the leaves of the Alencia tree." His voice had just fallen. Behind him came the sound of footsteps fading away. He hurriedly turned his head to take a look. Then he asked the stinky boy with a frown, "Where are you going?" Haver replied lightly, "Didn't you know that elves hate humans? They're not going to talk to us." Hear Haver's answer. Kim Soho couldn't help but think in his heart. But in the novel, he has an affair with the elves. Even the person who received the gift of armor was you kid. These were just lightning alien in his heart. Ruthlessly commanded Haver's army. "That's right. Then you can leave me and go back alone. Mr. Gardskaya Haver is full of black lines. I really can't do anything about him." The bastard young master actually threatened him with his own life. Just tied up by him. Go and do an impossible task. It's shameless to the extreme. Haver was helplessly led by the nose. Now I can only follow Jin Xiuhui to do my best. He casually asked about the race of humans and elves. It has not been touched for 500 years. How are you going to convince them? Haver, that's a normal human mind, right? But Jin Xiuhui. He glanced back at Haver strangely. It's like looking at a fool again. I just heard Jin Xiuhui say lightly. How could I convince that? You misunderstood my thoughts. I wasn't trying to convince them at all. Haver didn't understand the meaning of the answer. But I don't know why. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, waiting for the young master's next step. Jin Xiuhui smiled sinisterly and slyly. Said, "I'm going to steal the leaves." The underbeaten expression was like showing off. How about young Master Ben? Isn't he very smart? There is nothing that young Master Ben does not dare to do. Haver felt like he was going to collapse. Stealing leaves in the elven hinterland of the Ditz humans. It's like going to die. Every elf are all excellent peer combat experts and marksmen. Can't this bastard have a bottom line? I really want to quit this job. Don't want to be a guard knight for this bastard. Employees work hard to catch up on projects. Ask Wu Liang's boss for a salary increase. The boss didn't pull out a dime and beat the employees violently. The two parted ways as a result. The company's project was forced to stop. The unscrupulous boss only realized at this time how important this employee is. Let's start the main body of the story. As the elves approached the territory, temperatures are also getting colder. Originally verdant mountains, and gradually clothed in plain silver and gold. Xiuhui and Haver make their way through the jungle. When they crossed an invisible line, a jungle that sleeps in the middle of the ice. Suddenly, it became full of life. See this extreme contrast. Haver became wary in his heart. The right hand quietly held the hilt of the sword at his waist. It's a paradise for plants. The trees are stout and straight, be in full leaf. The roadside is lined with beautiful flowers. Dandelions float in the air with small umbrellas. Jin Xiuhui reminded Haver behind him. It's about to enter the Everglow jungle. The jungle's neural network is connected to the elves. Be sure to keep quiet. At this moment, Haver's nose twitched suddenly. Take a deep breath. Then he sneezed loudly. The charming phoenix eyes are mighty. Long eyelashes tremble. Then inhale firmly. Sucked the snot back in. The movements are natural and chic, like a popular star. Jin Xiuhui asked strangely, "What are you doing?" Haver replied that the action was called sneezing. Jin Xiuhui's nose was crooked. I asked hatefully, I asked you, why do you still pretend to be handsome when you sneeze? Haber remembered being threatened by this bastard a few days ago. Now, there's finally a chance for revenge. Then he showed a natural expression. Say it's just because I'm handsome. So, everything looks good. Young master, you may never experience it in your life. Jin Xiuhui felt like he had been punched head-on. Completely confused. If the appearance is too low, it is a hard injury. He suddenly felt speechless. Jin Xiuhui racked his brains to get back into this game. Listen only to what he hates. It seems that you, the juggernaut, are not doing well. I couldn't even hold back my sneezing. Haber admits his shortcomings. It is true that I can't control several physiological phenomena. Jin Xiuhui said nonsense. So you can't hold your stool all the time. It's really a garbage sword master. Haber watched. He looked angry. Gently cover your mouth with your hands. Try to resist the urge to laugh. This gesture reveals contempt and provocation. The angry Jin Xiuhui gently picked up Haber. Shake your head gently. Said helplessly, because there's no way to make a fuss about looks. Then we shifted the conversation to excrement. It's really Roy's girl. This sentence poked Jin Xiuhui's waist pipe. Hate it tickled the roots of his teeth. This nasty guy keeps picking up his scars. I have to teach him a lesson today. Jin Xiuhui drilling. The fist slammed into Haber's hateful face. It's a pity for the opponent this time. It's an impassable mountain. Although Jin Xiuhui tried his best to fight, quickly bring out the afterimage. But Haber was unhurried with one hand. Resolve them all. He always has an easy expression on his face. Seeing Jin Xiuhui's angry appearance, Haber is getting happier. Then make a gesture of covering your stomach with your hands. Hinted at the other party, and he was about to burst out laughing. Jin Xiuhui was tired and sweaty, but he didn't gain anything. In the end, I had no choice but to give up. Then the material said stiffly, you bear with me. No more sneezing. Haber shushed for a moment. Whisper, please be quiet. Jin Xiuhui said angrily that he couldn't win and couldn't fight. I had to turn around with hatred and not take this topic. Although Jin Xiuhui is usually shameless. But at this time, I still feel very shameless. Thankfully, no one else around found out that he was Ming. The roof leak happened to rain overnight. When you are unlucky, you will stuff your teeth when you drink cold water. In front of the two, suddenly, a group of beauties gathered around to watch the play appeared. The beauties are not holding peanuts and melon seeds in their hands. Mineral water. Rather, it was a sharp sword pointed at the two of them. The full moon sword of the Confucian is on the string. Look at this dance. As long as they let go slightly, the two of them had to become hedgehogs. Kim Shame Hanatsu's almost peed his pants. Shock said your sister. How do you guys? It came out so quickly. The leading elf beauty, arms with muscle bulb joints. He didn't expect the human in front of him to be so shameless. I even blamed them for coming too fast. He replied in a loud voice, you going again. Just make a loud noise. We got it. Fool Haver reminded after refining the milliliters. There's no way to sneak in. Now it's a little tricky. Jin Xiuhui heard a reminder from behind him. Not only did I not have the slightest worry. Instead, the corners of the mouth slowly turned up, with a sinister and cunning expression. Then he confidently said that you were wrong. This will only make things move faster. The leading elven beauty exclaimed, I'm counting 123. If you don't get out yet, don't blame us for firing the arrows. As soon as the words fell, the beautiful elf roared and released the arrow. With the sound of a bowstring, clusters of sharp swords shot out. Raindrops rained down on the two of them. Jin Xiuhui was dumbfounded. He asked aloud to lie to him. Said okay, 123. The elven beauty puts the second sword on the string. Of course, I counted it in my heart. It's your business not to be heard. Haber drew his sword and stood in front of the bastard. Will have been brewing for a long time. Instantly cover the blade of the sword in your hand. Crystal clear, green, elastic fighting spirit. draw a graceful arc in the air. Haver swung his fighting sword as fast as lightning. The green vindictive spirit drew an afterimage, cutting the flying wells with precision, protecting the bastard crouching on the ground. Haver is like an impregnable barrier. All the flying swordsmen broke and fell to the bottom. The lead elf beauty is very eye-catching. At a glance, you can see the Haver construction. The two survived the dense sword and prepared to go their separate ways. Jin Xiuhui made an agreement with Haver. After 30 minutes go to the Alencia tree to meet. Haver couldn't help but worry about the young master's safety. Jin Xiuhui said to him, "As long as you pull the hatred well, put people, I'll have no problem taking them all." Seeing the two acting separately, the lead elf yelled, and the ugly man was a little follower. Chase that beautiful man. The eyes of the masses are bright. The evaluation of beautiful women is like a decrease in willpower. Stab Jin Xiuhui in the heart. Break down his strong defenses at once. Haver couldn't stop the sound for him, and most likely will help kick it. This night was besieged by thousands of men without fear. The indiscriminate sword and cover are like the breeze blowing. But when this beautiful elf came to him, it made him feel threatened with death. Let's start the main body of the story, with the blessing of Haver's handsome face. Most of the beautiful elves chased after him. Haver is running very fast. I wanted to be Jin Xiuhui's mount at the beginning. Flying monsters couldn't catch up with him. See episode 60 of the video commentary for details. And the elves take advantage of the elasticity of the tree difference. Speed up your movements. Tossing and turning in the trees was no slower than his. Haver was curious about the elves' form. When the elves are far away from the trees, Haver thought they wouldn't be able to quit with a branch, can only run back to the ground. Who knew that they put their toes on the blades of grass, a little blade? It was just a slight shake. The elves' bodies rose into the sky. The blades under the feet are intact. Nothing hurts. The genius sword Saint Haver is knowledgeable. This kind of posture, not inferior to the top light skills of human beings. The advantage of flying on the grass is to borrow and protect the plants. Humans know very little about elves, but this time it was still said by the young master. Elves and their loving plants. Haver recalled in his mind the entrustment of Jin Xiuhui. The elves don't want to see plants hurt. That's why a special step was used for this. We can't attack innocent elves. Flee and dodge their attacks as much as possible. But just take advantage of this feature of theirs. You'll be able to take the initiative in battle. At this moment, an elf chased Haver not far away. He doesn't even have to adjust his body's posture. Bend the bow to build aiming. Haver in the shooting city had a cold look in his eyes. It's like seeing the end of your prey. Sword Saint Haver's spiritual sense is extremely sharp. You don't have to look to know you're being targeted. He certainly won't sit idly by. Jin Xiuhui's words of entrustment are still in my ears. In the midst of a rapid run, he suddenly made a sudden stop. And sideways. Rest your whole body against a large tree. The elf in midair saw Haver's position, worried about hurting the tree behind him. Quickly put away the sword history that was about to be launched. The expression on his face was the same. Eating a dead fly was as uncomfortable as a fly. But another elf came after him. From the point of view that it will not hurt the tree, shoot a sharp sword decisively. The angle of this arrow is extremely tricky. Haver is also both obvious and greedy. The greedy fruit has to bloom in the first second. A continuous stream of sword shots came. Haver leaned against the tree at this time. Physical dexterity is affected. It's also very powerful to dodge. Avoid only the insights that come from both sides. It's already hard, but more and more elves are chasing. Haver had no choice but to abandon this tactic. Keep running ahead. Every camera. The location of his insights was accurately calculated by the elves. Not hard rock. It's bare land with no life. Even if you miss, he also does not cause harm to plants. Elves are excellent marksmen. Sure enough, it lives up to its name. Haver also noticed another serious incident. His path seems to have been designed by the elves, for the spirits that were chasing them scattered everywhere. But he only got out of the way in one direction. As soon as he deviates from the direction, it is seen in the blockade. Haver understood. He was just being surrounded and suppressed as a prey. The flowers bloom in two, one on each branch. Alencia trees deep in the jungle, gracefully stretching his beautiful canopy, in such a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. But an uninvited guest quietly came to the tree, hiding behind the grass and observing the movement around him. The elves have gone after Haver. Jin Xiuhui was not hindered in the slightest. It's easy to get here, after making sure that there is no ambush around. Jin Xiuhui can be assured. He reached for the shovel from the side of his backpack. Then adjust your breathing. The three-ring magic star in the body. The blue magic star shines brightly. The three rings that surround the outside rotate at the same time. Surge of energy instantly filled his body. Jin Xiuhui used an upgraded version of his energetic skills. You can feel no fatigue for 20 minutes. He didn't dare to delay. Every second counts to start digging. The shovel flew up and down, and the dirt was thrown far away. Jin Xiuhui plans to dig a one-man tunnel. Dig down to a certain depth, and then dig horizontally. Run towards the Alencia tree. At this moment, Haver is running desperately, constantly dodging the swordsman behind him. He had done his best to attract the elves' attention. The elves must have known that there were too few of them. It was impossible to trap him, the sword master. There's something strange about Haver. Now chase these elves of their own. Why didn't you see the elf boss just now? Did they go to the young master's side? Just when he was puzzled. The woods are at an end. A wide lake appears ahead. Between the lake and the woods, it is a sandy beach without any plants. This terrain made him feel dusty in his heart. Haver turned and stopped on the shore. There are no plants here. The elves can attack with impunity. All the elves spread out and jumped into the air. Surround Haver in the middle. Immediately after that, the overwhelming history was taught. It was as dense as a pouring rain. Haver knew that he couldn't avoid such a dense sword history. There won't be any gaps in the shot. He had to follow all of them. Haver plunged his fighting sword into the lake. Then he shouted like thunder on the ground. The raging waters of the lake rose into the sky, like an angry dragon circling and soaring, scattered all the swordsmen who came at him. Haver in the water is as firm as a rock. Even the rapids still couldn't shake him in the slightest. The sword with a fighting weapon is pulled out of the water. The water dissolved into clouds and mist. Haver in the water is like an ancient god of war. Peep and don't move. The elves saw Haver's mighty power. Know them alone. There is no way to help this powerful human being. If the other party makes up his mind, it is possible to wipe them all out. This is a genie, so that everyone should not panic. Even if the opponent is a juggernaut, he is not afraid, because they will ignore him. Haver on the battlefield, feeling a compelling opportunity to lock him in, he turned his head to look in the direction of the jungle from which he had come. With the sound of heavy footsteps, a pair of bright red eyes gradually enlarged. A moment later, walk out of the jungle one, tall female elf with muscle ball knots. He carried a huge bow on his shoulder. The rapier in his hand is as thick as a human arm. His name is Manga. It is known as dragon slaying, the strongest marksman of the elven clan of snipers. Melika's longbow was made especially for him. It is called the dragon bow. There is a tough insert in front of the bow arm. It is possible to insert a longbow into the ground for fixation. After fixing the dragon bow, Melika pulled the bowstring like a full moon. The history of the sword carried on the bow. It is no longer suitable to be called a sword. It should be called the Siege Matai team. Haver was firmly locked in by Melika's chance. Longhair hasn't left the Dragon Palace yet, but it's a tough momentum. It already made him have to resist with all his might. Haver, I didn't expect the elves to have such a terrifying opponent. He covered the sword with all his fighting energy. This is after he gets close to the juggernaut. The threat of death was felt for the first time, but he was a little enthusiastic. Come on, Melika. Asahi Man's right hand suddenly released the bowstring. There was a loud bang. Long hair rushed out with the wind in it. The wind alone crushes the rocks in the path, splitting the lake to reveal its ground. Haver became after construction. It's been a long time since I've experienced the feeling of being threatened. I can't even find an opponent of equal strength to compete with. You can't go to fight with the Queen's sister. Now it's such a good opportunity to fight. He won't run away. A long sword and long hair full of fighting spirit bang into each other. The point of contact between the tip of the hair and the blade erupted with brilliance. The light is in that small range. Space is torn apart by distortion. Three beauties are deceived by the bastard in front of them, ready to kill this revival guy. Who knew that this bastard said cruelly? I'll give you an explanation. Then he took up the knife and cut off his own life. Let's start the main body of the story. Engineering Mao shook the fighting spirit covered on the long sword away. Hairy tips and swords. A sharp metallic grinding sound is produced at the point of contact. The spearhead in the Martian pump ship is gradually becoming hot. The power is too great. Haver reluctantly moved back slightly and began to shelf. If it's a simple power contest, Haver has already lost a bit. He quickly adjusted his posture and maintained his balance after landing on the ground. But the soil under the water was slippery. Although I tried my best to stabilize my body, still pushed backwards by engineering hair, Haver knew he couldn't fight for it anymore. It must be you who suffers like that. He mobilized the fighting chi in his body and concentrated it on the blade of the sword. Then there was a loud roar. Strive to adjust the angle of the blade slightly. The engineering hair changes from a frontal straight to an oblique upward shot, although the engineering hair was vented by Haver. But the aftermath pushed him back. Haver couldn't help but feel bold. Suppress the fighting sword with strength alone. This is unheard of, and something that worries him even more. Jin Xiuhui once instructed him, if you damage any of the elves, it is possible to be retributioned by all the elves in the world. Moreover, their strength is much higher than that of the orcs. Just when Haver Phelps' countermeasures, for relatively normal elves, struggled to carry another engineering hair, delivered to Melika, Haver saw the elves in action. I can't help but think about it. His arm was numb from the testimony just now. It hasn't recovered yet. Just when he was concentrating. Get ready for Melika's next thing. A dense bowstring sounded. The overwhelming sword language struck again. The elves apparently did not give him the slightest respite. The meeting time agreed with Jin Xiuhui is approaching. Haver was completely dragged down by the elves' bombardment. Neither can harm elves. You have to find a way to break through and leave. Just when he was at his wit's end, Melika's second work hair is on the string. Bowstring to Ryugu. He was slowly pulled away from his terrifying distance. The bowstring made a piercing creaking sound. Haver didn't have time to think about what to do. Only the immediate proposal can be solved first. He took the elastic fighting spirit to the extreme. Cut off all the sword histories that come your way. This level of attack, it's easy for Haver to resist. It doesn't do him any harm. At this moment, Melika's hands. There was a heavy bowstring sound at the Dragon Palace. The deed of the siege spear. The machine locked firmly on Haver in front of him. Like an angry dragon, class flew suddenly. Faced the scythe of the return of the Grim Reaper. Haver did not dare to hold back. He desperately squeezed all the fighting energy in his body. This time he no longer competes with the other party for strength. Swing the elastic fighting spirit like a long whip. Circles around the engineering wool that flew in. Just before the engineering Mao exploration arrived, Haver saw the right moment. Suddenly waved the fighting gas alkali in his hand. The elastic fighting gas is tightly wound with engineering wool. The engineering wool is wrapped like a rice dumpling. Under Haver's control, the bao long hair is flung high. surging energy. The lake around Haver was emptied. Expose its muddy ground. Then Haver threw the spearhead fiercely. It was hoisted 180 degrees. Flew towards Melika with even more violent momentum. At this time, Melika also shot the third engineering hair. Greet the engineering wool thrown by Haver. The two engineering hairs collided in midair, burst in a dazzling light. The energy storm is raging wildly. Destroy all that dares to come near. Haver's scorching battle was pressed for now. Let's talk about bastard refinement. His excavation process was not hindered in any way. This has already begun. Gather the roots of the Alencia tree. Jin Xiuhui. It was not intended to cause serious damage to the Alencia tree. He wouldn't do anything like killing chickens and taking eggs. On the premise of not harming the taproot, just cut off a small piece of the root tip of the lateral root. The Alencia tree will soon recover. That's when it happened. Suddenly, there was a hateful curse behind him. This demon dared to cut off the precious roots of plants. Jin Xiuhui knew it very well in his heart. After all, you can't escape what should be. He turned his head unhurriedly. The evil glanced behind him. It turned out that the elf boss just now was more than two of his subordinates. 3 elves were aiming at him with bows and arrows. Their bodies trembled with anger. The eyes are clear. Didn't release the arrow directly, obviously trying to catch him alive. Jin Xiuhui was unhurried and said lightly, "I'm really sorry. Actually, I do. It's also because it's about countless lives." He didn't care when he was being targeted by the inside. Jin Xiuhui slowly squatted down. Take the torch lying on the ground in your hand. Then slowly stand up straight. At this time, the elven boss warned him loudly not to move. "Do you want to be made a hornet's nest by us?" Jin Xiuhui laughed shamefully, and then said without care, "Shoot as much as you want." But Jin Xiuhui's answer made the elf boss very puzzled. "I can't figure out what medicine he sells in his gourd." He tightened his grip on the long worker. "Take your concentration to the extreme." The bastard turned to face the 3 elves. Said with an evil expression, "This guy is going to be baked crispy." I saw that he was holding a flower pot in his left hand. There's a carrot in it. It is a plant endemic to the elven forest, known as a mandrake. The hapless little guy was already scared and almost crying. He kept shouting for help. The elf who was fierce and vicious just now. At this time, his face turned white with fright. Quickly put away the bow and arrow in your hand, so as not to accidentally injure the mandrake in front of you. At this time, the 3 elf beauties finally understood. Even if there are a lot of them, even if they are strong, it's useless in front of this bastard demon. Can only obediently let the other party fiddle. 3 beautiful women are blocked in a cave by nasty men. Step by step, retreat to the wall, and there is no way back. Accusing and begging for mercy said that it had recently come to a monthly level. Physical inconvenience. When the nasty man heard it, he drooled excitedly. Let's start the main body of the story. The 3 elven beauties were terrified, but refinement reveals marketing. He slowly moved the torch in his hand towards the carrot. The carrot desperately dodged but couldn't get out of the pot. Tears flowed uncontrollably. His mouth wailed and begged for mercy. "Please let Jin Xiuhui be cruel." Say 3 beauties. "I don't want to see plants tortured by me." Then go back. The 3 elves scolded as they stepped back. "Are you still human? You mean bastard. You disgusting villain." Jin Xiuhui walked forward and saw Cece and said, "Yes, yes. Thank you for the compliment. Hurry back." A female elf couldn't bear it anymore. Said hatefully, "You are not popular with women at first glance." This sentence stabbed Jin Xiuhui's pain point. The original hippie smile disappeared in an instant. Instead, a layer of frost enveloped it. I moved the carrot away slightly. But Carrot didn't know why. Instead, they were even more afraid. It's like a mountain rain is coming, and the wind is full of buildings. Sure enough, a short, stunned moment. I put the carrot close again. This time it's closer. Carrot screamed and said, "Let me go. I am innocent." The three elves were so frightened that they quickly shut up. "Don't dare to scold this bastard anymore." Jin Xiuhui quickened his pace. The three elves kept their distance from him. It also accelerates the pace of regression. The four of them kept a distance and walked away. Soon they were at the edge of the cave. There is no way back. At this time, the elf boss had not yet come up with a countermeasure. I couldn't help but secretly say that it was broken. He hurriedly motioned for Jin Xiuhui to stop, and anxiously said, "Calm down. This is already the end. Let's talk here." Jin Xiuhui stopped moving forward. A pair of elf beauties who died watching them. Carrot feel dangerous. His body trembled like chaff. Sure enough, the bastard demon opened his bloody jaws, slowly approached the crisp, dripping leaves of the carrot, then take a bite of the leaf and slowly pull it upwards. There was a cruel and vicious glint in his eyes. Carrots were scared to pee, let out a piercing scream. "You might as well just get rid of me." Saliva and saliva. Jin Xiuhui held the leaves in his mouth. Slurred orders climb up. "Don't talk nonsense, hurry." Three elven beauties. I have never encountered such an evil human being. Anxiously surrendered to Jin Xiuhui. Wait for the three elves to move some distance away from the entrance of the cave. Jin Xiuhui also climbed out. The two sides remained at a distance, and there was a stalemate. Jin Xiuhui held the carrot leaf in his mouth and did not speak. But I was silently thinking in my heart, "Stay outside. Haber should be easier to see. It's almost time. That guy should be here too. But if it is discovered by other elves first, I'm going to die." This state of stalemate. The competition is the psychological quality of both sides. Since the competition is shameless and evil, how ordinary people are opponents of bastard demons. Sure enough, the kind-hearted elven beauty was the first to lose. The elf boss asked with concern, "What is wrong with you?" The elven beauty replied to my eras bitterly. I was nervous and a little sick to my stomach. The elf beauty on the other side trembled and said, "Seeing such a horrible scene, I started to have anemia. My era, worthy of being the boss. I just listened to her loud commands, and I held back. How can you be in front of the ogre, showing such a cowardly side?" It's that he hasn't finished his next words. The stomach gurgled in meditation. An uncontrollable feeling of weakness came from the body. Then he collapsed to the ground as soon as his leg went limp. At this time, the three elf beauties leaned weakly against each other. Has given up on resisting the bastard Jin Xiuhui. I see that Yulian is boring. Kim Xiuhui was shocked by this sudden incident. I don't know what this is all about. Admiralty began to analyze the original. Think back to when we first met. The elves' eye sockets seemed to be sunken. Give up without even giving him a chance to explain. It was as if they were going to get out of here. In such a huge and lush jungle, there was no birdsong, and even along the way, I didn't see any animals, including rabbits and chapters. Could it be caused by the domino effect? The animals all moved to the corners of the mountains. So the Evglow in the middle. The jungle will be empty. Elves don't hurt plants. Then their food is definitely meat. But there are no animals here. Thinking of this, Jin Xiuhui understood. Ever since the monster domino effect has occurred, they have been hungry for months. The screen cuts back to Haver's battlefield. Among the many elves, Shooter and Melika take turns attacking. He was also tired, who was originally full of energy. And the elves, although there are many people, can take turns to rest. But he seemed to be more tired than he was. There was something strange in Haver's mind. Judging by the physique of the elves, it is impossible to burn out so quickly. And it's all elves overdrawn together. Haver couldn't figure it out. I had to put it aside for now. Take advantage of the elves to show their flaws. He's going to break through the encirclement around him. Now is the best chance. We must hurry to rescue the young master. Haver crouched down and adjust the center of gravity. Maximize the 3-ring magic star in your body. The magic ring spins rapidly. The surging energy exploded. Then kick the ground with all your feet. The body flew out like a cannonball. Melika roared, "Do your best." Once again, pull the tip of the hair on the Dragon Palace engineering hair. It was Haver who had ascended. As Mr. Gong remembered, the engineering wool wrap is obliquely incoming towards Haver's involvement. He couldn't stop to block the attack. The other party finally revealed what a flaw was. Once the speed of the forward rush is stopped, the other side will form something again. It was at the last moment of the siege of the city. Haver tilted his head slightly, apparently straight, and apparently dodged this attack. Even if the long-haired flanks slashed his cheeks, he is still duty-free. Rush forward, just because there is a belief in the heart. He had to rush to the young master's side. The man was taken by his own brother. When he returned from the battle, discover that your brother and the enemy's wife are together. He was angry that he was blind. Let's start the story of the Commissar. Facing the insights of thousands of planes, Haver accelerated forward without flinching. He couldn't afford to delay any longer. It is necessary to rush to the young master's side. A genie on a branch, seeing Haver break through so desperately, shouted at his companions. He broke through our encirclement. I didn't expect the partners around me. They all slumped on the branches. They don't have enough to eat for a long time. The stomach is already weak. Now it's hard to move even when your strength is exhausted. At this time, there was a snapping sound around him. The branches trembled slightly. A figure swooped out like a cheetah. It turned out to be the strongest Melika, like a light tank soaring through the air. The elves around them let out one exclamation after another. Kind Melika, not only to share their own food with others, and even held out to the end in battle. Melika put the siege hair on the string, then quickly opened the bow and released the arrows. The action is smooth, all in one go. There is no aiming action at all. Haver is well aware of the power of engineering Mao. He did not dare to meet this attack. Quickly dodge and dodge to the side. Engineering hairs hit the rocks. Didn't hurt any plants. The impact of the collision between the two is too great. Haver dodged the front though, but he was forced to stop by the fierce wind. Slammed into the trunk of a tree beside him. Melika clenched in her hand, and the fur flew over. Haver felt a strong wind blow over him. He was a little out of breath from the oppression. At the same time, it was firmly locked by Melika. The tips of the fur shone with a cold light. Straight down, at the last moment, Haver was able to escape the lockup, apparently dodging Melika's power blows. As a guardian knight, he had only one belief in his heart, even at the cost of one's own life. He also had to rush to the young master's side as soon as possible to protect him, because he is the savior of all those in the realm. Haver's intention to break through was too obvious. All the elves saw it. Melika forgoes the ranged advantage of the bow. Instead, he entered the battle with a bow and long hair. The purpose is to contain him. The elves are desperately squeezing the last of their strength. Support Melika in battle. Arrow after arrow was fired at Haver. Under the bright moonlight, a leaf walks alone in midair. Enjoy the beautiful view of the forest. The sound of drifting in the mountains sounded at this time. A handsome young knight appears in the moonlight. He was in midair. Tap the page lightly on your toes. I borrowed a little bit of force. Then it soared into the sky. Leaves walking in the air. He didn't even feel anyone touch him. And the knight's figure was already far away. The elves were shocked. Is this human a monster? How could anyone have such a high level of understanding? It took them 100 years to learn and master it. The other side only watched it once in battle. It's so easy to learn. Haver didn't know how the elves feel in their hearts right now. I didn't even have time to turn my head to take a look. The arrows that came made him rush forward with all the time, judging by sound and wind pressure alone. The direction in which the arrow came. Dodge the raindrops of attacks, just to make yourself a little faster. The fighting spirit and magic power were used by him to the extreme. That's when it happened. He suddenly had a sense of wonder. It's like entering another realm. Although fate hangs by a thread, but the heart is extremely calm, like the moonlight reflected in the alarm bell. Any slight movement around you, all poured into his calm heart. Lake Haver had an epiphany in a battle of life and death. This feeling of being in control intoxicated him. Melika didn't know that Haver was among animals. But this human being is getting faster and faster, gradually shake off the elves. He had no choice but to use the trick of pressing the bottom of the box. 2 engineering hairs were placed on the dragon bow by him. No one has ever been able to dodge this trick. He firmly believed that the human sword master would die. But he hesitated. The kind-hearted Melika didn't want to kill the human. He admired the talent of this human being. 3 worlds in the blink of an eye. Haver had come to the top of the Alencia tree. He was in midair and still couldn't find Jin Xiuhui. Haver was really in a hurry. I deeply regret that I didn't have enough strength to come too late. Then he yelled, "Young master, where are you?" Loud voices echoed through the forest. But there was no voice from Jin Xiuhui, just when his heart was like ashes. A mouth-watering aroma of barbecue, drifting in the wind. Haver's first reaction was that the young master was roasted. He hurried to the ground, hurrying to find the smell of meat. As a result, he saw the picture of doubting life. Jin Xiuhui sit on the edge of the stone slab with 3 elf beauties, talking while eating barbecue. It's like a few friends having a picnic in the woods. And Haver was sweating, soaking wet. It's like just being fished out of the water. Exhausted gasps of air. The expression on his face was mixed. Unbelievable. Looked at the few people in front of him. Jin Xiuhui looked at Haver's pitiful appearance. Concerned asked, "Oops, what happened to you? Did you go to war?" Then the bastard threw Haver aside, turned his head, and continued to accompany the 3 beauties. Jin Xiuhui picked up a slice of barbecue, said, "This is too familiar. Eat quickly." "That's not good. The pork has to be grilled until golden brown. It's crispy to be delicious." After Jin Xiuhui took care of the 3 beauties, he beckoned Haver to come and do it. It's like a salesman at a dinner party. Not only will Party A's father serve comfortably, even take care of the feelings of your companions, but the sitting posture of 3 Party A's fathers. No matter how you look at it, it looks like being sold by Jin Xiuhui. Kim Xiuhui introduced Haver to 3 beauties. Only then did the beauties know that Jin Xiuhui was not a little follower. Look at this scene. The whole meal is the most natural with only the bastard. Jin Xiuhui pointed to a beautiful woman and said to Haver, "This is the elf team leader, Myra." Myra chewed on roast pork and said hello awkwardly. First meeting, and then he didn't know what to say. Jin Xiuhui didn't say a word when he saw Haver's sullen words. The blaming one said, "Oops, stinky boy. Hurry up and say hello. You're so silent." Haver is really in no mood to speak right now. His outlook on life has been turned upside down. He wanted to strangle the bastard in front of him, and then strangle yourself. A vibrator for the elf beauty's own use. It was stolen by a lewd man and planted in a flower pot. When you're bored, bake it. When you're hungry, lick 2 bites. It didn't take long. The shaking radish was finally played with impotence by a lewd man. Let's start the main body of the story. When Haver is ready. Myra was embarrassed to say that. "Can you add 1 more?" Jin Xiuhui said generously. "Of course. Sold as a gold medal." The most feared thing is that Party A's father does not make any requests. If Party A's father asks in person, that means that there is hope that the project will be negotiated. Melika chased after Haver. The kind-hearted man was also shocked by this scene. Shyly covered her figure and watched a few people eat barbecue. Although he was hungry, he endured it. That's when Myra's voice came. "Melika, come on." There were 2 more places on Haver's side. "Melika, I'm sorry. Squeeze there." Myra-chan told Kim Xiuhui. "We Melika were hungry all the time. Can you get him to eat more?" The other party did add only one person, but the minimum number of meals is up to 10 people. Jin Xiuhui smiled and said, "You can eat, but that's what we do to travel. Prepared rations. So not a lot. The elves around with bows. I guess I can only smell it. Murder and heart. This last sentence is too deadly." Refinement howls asshole. Every sentence is a routine. The elves who are at the end of the crossbow smell the aroma of barbecue wafting in the wind. The bow and arrows in his hand became heavier and heavier. Gradually, there is a tendency to lose control. Mayorala was just about to put a piece of barbecue meat in her mouth. Hearing Jin Xiuhui's words, the fragrant barbecue stopped on his lips in an instant. Remembering the painful life of the clansmen in the recent period, the corners of Mayera's lips twitched, although hungry in the belly. But he lost his appetite. It's all to blame for his incompetence as the patriarch. Jin Xiuhui then said lightly, "The male elves have been doing household chores at home. The female elves waiting outside have successfully hunted. They should continue to go hungry." The two elves think of their hungry husbands at home. I couldn't help but cry. Although the female elves have strong fighting strength, but they are equally gentle and kind. Jin Xiuhui continued to say to himself, "What happened to the elves? How long can the old elves last? It will die of starvation first. Or will the ecology change back to the original first? This is something that no one can predict." Jin Xiuhui didn't speak fast, but the words are clear. Every word is like a knife. Stab Mayera in the heart. Jin Xiuhui cried with joy and said, "But it made me cry out loud. The bastard is happy in his heart by now, but tears of sorrow must be shed. It's really hard for him, these questions that Jin Xiuhui said. It's a brutal truth in front of the elves. They can't get around it, they can't hide from it. Elves are plants as intimate companions. This is their life that is integrated into the bone marrow. They can't bear to hurt plants. Meat is their only food. They would rather starve to death than destroy their lives. But how long can they last? Maybe the next starving elf. It's the loved ones around them." Kim Xiuhui waited for the temple to think for a while. Then he gave his own proposal. "Why don't you talk to us?" Mayera is still immersed in self-blame. Habitually refused. "We don't negotiate with humans." Jin Xiuhui took the mandrake beside him, pointing at him insidiously and saying, "Oops. What are you talking about? Because of this lucky snail. Didn't we start negotiating a long time ago? I just used him to blackmail you into backing down. I also persuade the hungry to talk after eating meat. Isn't that all negotiated?" Mayera's teeth gritted hatefully. He'd love to say it's all you, bastard. But in the end, I held back. It doesn't make sense to say things that have already inherited the facts. Jin Xiuhui took out his own negotiation capital, confidently said to Mayera, "First, I can provide you with survival." The word survival answered in Mayera's mind, like a pair of powerful hands. Hold his heart tightly. I think of the clansman wandering on the verge of life and death. His breathing couldn't help but get heavier and heavier. Jin Xiuhui didn't seem to see Mayera's face. He continued to talk to himself. "I can provide you with all-you-can-eat pork and pickled plums for barbecue. Speaking of which," Jin Xiuhui couldn't help but think sinisterly. Strictly speaking, bituminous coal is also derived from numbers. They certainly don't know about this modern knowledge. Otherwise, they won't be used. 2 given by Jin Xiuhui. The conditions made Mayera's heart flutter. He was caught in a difficult choice. Jin Xiuhui continued, "You've been eating. It must be all dried meat and bones. But later on, you can eat delicious barbecue. Plus, I'll build it for you for free. Stored meat food bitter. Guarantee that the meat will not spoil and rot." The heavenly court in Mayera's heart began to tilt. If Jin Xiuhui can deliver on his promise, then the whole clan can live. Mystic Iris's law after 3. Raise their own doubts. "So what do you want?" Jin Xiuhui replied, "I also need to survive. If you don't agree with this consultation, We will also have countless adults and children. Died of cold. That's why I need you. Give it to me once a month. And let's see a number of wins and losses. Just a little bit. That way we can all survive. I'll tell you to take it. A way not to hurt the trees at night. So the safety of the trees. You can rest assured. One more thing. Elves come and carry the meat. Probably a little faster. So please divide the 100 sprites into 2 groups. One group is responsible for the application. Another group came to help us build a house. What do you think? Let's survive together. Jin Xiuhui's words stopped here. His attitude has become dict. Now it's up to Myra's choice. The elves all around, seeing that Myra did not immediately refuse. I already guessed that his heart was shaken. They loudly reminded him that he couldn't trust humans. There is not a single word of truth in the mouth of human beings. Myra was too entangled. On the one hand, there is the life and death of the Guanghu people. The other side, it is the elves' deep-seated aversion to humanity. Myra's mind remembers her mother's terminal. Myra's mother was in the human city of Garfield. Communicate with them and live for a while, because their lifespan is so short, so they won't have a lot of things in their lives. That's why they are greedy and liar, and even committed all kinds of viciousness. So Myra, if you meet a human, I can only trust humans who can be true friends. Minutes and seconds passed. Everyone was waiting for Myra's reply. The roast on the slate is cooked through. There was even a slight smell of burning, but still no one moved anywhere. The scene was quiet, except for the sizzling sound of roasting meat on the slate. No other sounds. Jin Xiuhui quietly waited for a reply. Myra was too entangled. It was in his lifetime. Encounter the most difficult thing to choose. Life and faith are ripe and important in the end. Don't be afraid of the sun shining through the branches of the Alencia tree. Sprinkled on Myra. It's like a mother gently caressing her child. Myra has finally decided. He replied decisively, I refused. I'll only make deals with humans who are friends with me. Myra La is not Ren Siri's old stubbornness. But when you can't choose, he chose the counsel his mother had given. Hear this answer. Jin Xiuhui felt irritable in his heart. He didn't expect to trouble the other party so much. Obviously, it has been shaken. But why did it suddenly change again? The only thing an elven beauty can trade for is her body. As long as you can get food, let them do whatever they want. But the nasty bastard said, a minimum of 100 beauties is required to satisfy him. When he returned to the village with 100 elven beauties, suddenly out of the way many rogue old men surround the elven beauties. The nasty bastard reveals his true intentions at this point. Let's start the main body of the story. In the face of Myra's decisive refusal, Kim Xiuhui fell into painful memories. He was always alone in the real world. Because it's poor, the dress is shabby and ugly. In order to be able to learn a little more, when I went to a workshop on traditional architecture, he also knew one thing for a long time. That is, everyone is polite on the surface. Behind his back, he treated him as a joke, the so-called soft-spoken conversation, but just enough for him to hear. Dislike insults. Denigration is not enough. Even so, he gritted his teeth and persisted, just to accumulate a little more knowledge. Lift yourself out of poverty. Yet one day, a classmate suddenly invited him to dinner. This kind of high-cost barbecue restaurant. He never came in. Classmates said to him, don't take what everyone says to heart. And in all fairness, your grades are much better than theirs. Jin Xiuhui quietly listened to the comfort of his classmates. Although these comforting words are somewhat casual, insincere enough, but his humble and broken heart. But I felt a little warmth. Then, the classmate picked up a piece of beef and said that it was cooked. You will be pleasantly surprised when you taste it. Jin Xiuhui picked up the beef and put it to his mouth. I didn't have to wait to eat it. He humbly and carefully apologized to his classmates, although he would love to eat this delicacy right away. But he still made himself appear polite and not squeezing. because he was afraid of being looked down upon by his classmates. He wanted to grasp that pitiful and fragile strand of dignity. Just as he was about to eat the beef, the corners of the classmate's mouth rose slightly. It seems to say casually, "Have you ever only eaten canned tuna? I've never eaten any other meat." This casual remark from a classmate, it's like a punch, hit Jin Xiuhui's heart hard. Jin Xiuhui felt it clearly. The lofty posture of the classmate. Look down on his gaze. False polite words are spoken in his mouth. And a contemptuous smile. Jin Xiuhui understood. A classmate is feeding a filthy dog's head. He felt joy in doing good. Jin Xiuhui's glassy, fragile heart, completely shattered by a punch. A wisp of dignity that desperately wants to grasp is like a point. The precarious lanterns were blown out by the strong winds. He held back tears in his eyes and chewed on the beef in his mouth. Jin Xiuhui was nirvana at this moment. He forcibly took his dignity out of the glass, bloodied on the ground, desperately trampling on this alms for dirty dogs. Beef that was originally difficult to swallow. Now it's delicious. The more he chewed, the stranger it became. Why is beef so delicious? It was so delicious that I forgot the pain in my heart. Forget about life's worries. The warm sun shone into his heart. Sweep away his gloom. Even the classmate in front of him who looked down on him. They are like angels sent from heaven to save him. It was he who allowed himself to eat beef for the first time. This guy is such a nice guy. Jin Xiuhui asked his friend happily, "Can I have another beef for two?" The classmates also happily answered their friends. "You can eat 3 more servings." That's it. This guy became Jin Xiuhui's only friend. There was also laughter in his life. This is a deep-seated experience. Let Jin Xiuhui understand giving and taking. There is a give and take. In the face of interest, dignity is not even a fart. As long as there is a proper price, anything can be exchanged. Friendship is a big deal. You can buy it with beef. Jin Xiuhui did not hesitate to take out the beef from his backpack. He firmly believed that he had been willing. A killer cocoon whose dignity has been trampled on. It will completely conquer the hungry elf beauty. Willingly floated in front of him. A flash of light suddenly appeared in front of Manga. He was completely shocked. He wondered what kind of meat it was. The color is completely different. It gives a crystal clear feeling. Refined without any superfluous nonsense. Place the beef straight on the piping hot slate. Fat and lean beef is roasted at high temperatures. Instantaneously secretes a thick amount of oil. In a burst of sizzling sounds. The mouth-watering aroma of meat in the sound soon filled the audience. The moment the beef is eaten, Manga is first to lose love. Tears of joy poured out. Melika used his slender jade hand. Gently cover the cherry mouthful. Now let him dedicate himself to Jin Xiuhui. In the end, the 2 elf beauties felt love. From the tip of the tongue all the way to the empty stomach. All of them are pouring out their love. Manga made a decision without hesitation. Homie made a deal with Jin Xiuhui. Even if the elves around him shouted to dissuade him, it can't stop him from eating beef. For 500 years, Everglow, who had never had contact with any other race, jungle elves, and the Fulong of mankind. The Trao territory signed an operational agreement. Jin Xiuhui finally returned to the territory with the elves. Have her in this adventure. I was greatly wronged. He never figured it out, since it can be solved with beef. Why let him fight with the elves? The inhabitants of the territory were talking. The last time Master Lloyd brought back was an orc. This time, I brought the elves back. He won't bring the dragons back again. Manga's first visit to a human settlement. The habits of the index fingers are unobstructed. His ideas were strongly impacted. Woodwork can be found everywhere around. It's all made by harming plants. When I saw it with my own eyes, I felt even more cruel. Jin Xiuhui guessed the painful feeling in Manga's heart. There was no turning back, though. But the voice of self-talk was heard. Some races are particularly hostile to eating animals. Any race, regions, and even smaller groups, they all have different values. Everyone, just give each other a step in this regard. This is where the world of mutual benefit comes in. My era's heart was mixed. He didn't know how to lead his people to this point, true or false. He understood the truth of what Jin Xiuhui said. It's just that I can't get over the hurdle in my heart. Jin Xiuhui heard Miao Yila's helpless sigh behind him. He suddenly turned his head and said with a wicked smile that there was no need to worry. There has to be a process of adaptation. You just eat the beef and think it through. When Miao heard the word beef, saliva gushes uncontrollably from the corners of the mouth. He felt that what Jin Xiuhui said was too right. Each race has a different philosophy, but it is not as heavy as beef. This post-00's employee wanted to beat up his boss, just because the boss told him not to play games when he went to work. The post-00's didn't talk back, which made the boss very happy. This post-80s employee was arranged by his boss to work overtime all night. You are not allowed to go home. The post-80s generation guaranteed to complete the task without any complaints. The boss's house dislikes the disobedient post-80s. Let's start the main body of the story. After Jin Xiuhui returned to the territory, the first time to come to the project site to check, the construction of the honeypot community is still ongoing. Building 101 has been topped out and dismantled the safety net. Building 102 is still a few floors away. As winter approaches, before the temperature drops below freezing, whether the 102 buildings can be completed. It was his concern before he left for the jungle of Evglo. One of them is because he's worried about the phenomenon of emotion. A certain percentage of water needs to be added to the concrete. When the temperature drops below freezing, the moisture in it will freeze and wait until winter passes. As the temperature rises, the water melts. As a result, a stream of impurities occurs inside the concrete. There are many droplets. As a result, the strength of the concrete is greatly reduced. It is not possible to reach the extent of model calculation. There is no chance that the building will collapse. Come to think of it, Jin Xiuhui touched his chin. Be proud of your accomplishments. He didn't have to worry about it anymore. The elves joined in the construction of the honeypot community. They are born in the jungle and grow up in the jungle. Born to climb and jump ores. Possess faster and more agile skills than apes. Those for humans. Extremely dangerous work. After they took over, it's easy and fast. In addition, you can eat beef after you finish your work. This powerful boss blessing. The construction speed of the whole project has become very fast. In the midst of a busy job, time passes imperceptibly. The first snow fell on the old ridge of front. After Jin Xiuhui invested all his manpower and material resources, buildings 101 and 102 of the Miguan community were finally completed in time. Now only one last step remains, the thermal insulation coating. 2 buildings can be heated on an experimental basis. Kim Xiuhui plans to do so this winter. The 2 buildings were used for testing. And then next fall, too, construction will be carried out with the goal of occupancy by all employees. Thermal insulation layer. The most important thing is the material. Use Alencia leaves and soybean oil. Mix at a ratio of 1:100. Kim Xiuhui personally supervised and guided the work of the soldiers. Be sure to apply the insulating paint evenly and neatly. Don't pass around every corner. When a building, all rooms of the heating combined plumbing. After all the insulation has been painted, Kim Xiuhui ordered to start burning the boiler. The steam boiler began to run at full capacity. A large amount of water vapor is soon produced. Then go into the main duct for heating. Then along the main pipeline. Pipes into the various rooms branching. Due to the coating of outdoor pipes. Brush the insulation 3 times. The temperature inside the pipe is preserved to the greatest extent, and the surface of the room heating. Just a thin layer of brushing. A portion of the temperature can spread into the room, although it was icy and snowy outside, and the interior is as warm as the rest. The construction of both buildings ended perfectly. The next step is to take ownership of the people. Jin Xiuhui and Haver had just come outside. He beckoned the soldiers to prepare to arrange for the personnel to take charge. Haver rushed, screamed at young master Jin Xiuhui. I think it's all about moving in. He wasn't done yet. Was interrupted by Jin Xiuhui unreasonably. Oh, it's snowing right now. I'm busy. I'll talk later. Then Haver was tossed aside, turned around, and called Byron over. Haver was angry in his heart. It's like being stuck in the throat by a cockroach. Not to mention how uncomfortable it feels. Kim Xiuhui shouted to Byron. Priority is given to families with children. Then it was replaced by the old man. They're the kind of people. It is also necessary to re-rank in terms of health. After check-in order, those who were not able to move and were arranged to underfloor heating. No one should be left hungry with the cold. Haver listened to Jin Xiuhui in shock. A canon-like arrangement. He didn't expect that the young master had already thought it through. The distribution turned out to be exactly what he had in mind. If Haver knew, Jin Xiuhui's reason for so assigned. Probably a punch in the bastard's face. Kim Xiuhui wants every refugee to be healthy. Many happy returns. The aim is to get them to work hard and pay taxes in the future. After handing over the assignment to Byron, Jin Xiuhui then said to Haver, let's go meet the Baron. There is another project to be done in the winter. Jin Xiuhui's attitude of taking care of things and deciding things on his own let Haver want to beat him up. Since the day he suddenly changed his personality. That's always been the case. It's the end, but it will make Haver hate it. Even now. Instead, everyone around him will become more and more dependent on him. After the two left the honeypot community, all the way to the bottom of the Baron's mansion. At this moment, a familiar horn sound was heard, with the cold winter wind blowing. Jin Xiuhui said suspiciously, isn't that the sound of the horn? Haver answered in the affirmative, yes. It should be an envoy of His Majesty the King. Down at the bottom of the Baron's mansion at this moment. That one, the flamboyant foreign envoy has just arrived, and the Baroness were on their knees to greet them. The envoy is still the same animal. Sheik turns on the cleaning sex of the Queen's sister. The envoy began to read solemnly. In the face of recent events, the Frontlau domain leads by example. I was amazed. According to the following credits, it was decided to issue a directive to the territory of Flantrau. When the Qi Ling arrived in the territory of Flantrau, the territory of Frontrau will be elevated to an earldom. After reading the Queen's sister's handwritten letter, the envoy immediately knelt down and saluted in return. Congratulations to the Earl of Flantrau for his promotion and salary increase. The counts couldn't believe it. It's really the ancestral grave that is smoking. The two of them burst into tears of excitement. They know it in their hearts. All this glory goes to their son Lloyd. Hard work pays off. This man is trying to satisfy the needs of beautiful women. I'm working hard to do sweaty things. Who knew that he was caught red-handed by the beautiful woman's father? The beauty is so ashamed that she doesn't want to live. Let's start the main body of the story. Although it was the first snow of early winter, but the envoy was still dressed coolly. As you can guess, the envoy has profound magical powers. He is cultivated to the realm of unclear cold and heat. The envoy read aloud. Credit 1. Stopped a massive migration of monsters from the east. Credit 2. Refugees from the eastern region who have lost their homes have been protected. Merit 3 made the eastern part of the fortified region in one fell swoop. Hence the order of the Earl of Longtrau. The realm is independent from the county of Countdom of Cremo to become the central city of the redevelopment of the East. The royal family will be in the next 10 years. Particularly, provide the budget and materials needed for the reconstruction of the East. And exempt from all royal taxes for the next 20 years. Jin Xiuhui danced happily after the envoy. The bastard's heart blossomed. He used all the compliments he had for the Queen's sister. Jin Xiuhui knew very well what the Queen's sister was thinking. In this era of underdeveloped transportation, it is very difficult to move people in large numbers. So there is hardly any way to think of building a big city. But Jin Xiuhui desperately left all the refugees behind, solved the biggest problem of creating a big city. All that remains is the question of funding for investment and construction. Therefore, the Queen's sister will spend a lot of money to help him build a territory. The purpose is to gamble. I will be the first to achieve this great feat. King, now that Jin Xiuhui already knows the content of the Red Order, then it is necessary to hurry forward to the next step. He called Haver to go to the village with him. He had long expected this day, so already thinking about what to do. Except for Lacona's self-conscious territory, all other eastern frontier territories. Now it's all Fran, the earldom of Trau. They have more land to work with. The figure of the two of them fading away was noticed by the Earl. The Count's heart was full of emotion. His son did what he couldn't. Not only did it get the family out of debt, he also made the title of Baron and Earl. These are nothing short of miraculous. In fact, if you look at it from the perspective of economic construction, Jin Xiuhui simply created a miracle. A large number of refugees poured into the territory of Flantrau on their own. A large sum of money was invested by the Queen's sister. In the small territory of Flantrau, it's just a temporary shelter, the so-called put to death and then live. Jin Xiuhui was on the verge of collapse at the limit. Use means to tie the Queen's sister to the ship. He took the opportunity to the extreme. He has made a leap forward in class. He gambled everything and became a winner in the end. On the night of the special envoy's reading of the Queen's Red Decree, in just a few hours, the heart of the village of the old territory of Flante, and erected a majestic queen. The statue is wrapped with blooming flowers, like a festive lantern, although somewhat offbeat, but it slightly obscured the statue's hospitality. It adds a little more gentleness and hope. Kim Soho lit a bonfire around the statue, organized the elders of the territory to dance a blessing dance. While jumping, he shouted that Her Majesty would live forever. The statue of the Queen is like a god, receiving the power of incense from believers. It's a very jerky approach. Sister Queen, if here, definitely shouted. Jin Xiuhui will explain to you later. Jin Xiuhui shouted slogans loudly while jumping. All shout louder. Let our voice reach the ears of His Majesty. The Queen's sister is far away in the royal capital. It must not be possible to hear it with your own ears. But the Queen's envoy hasn't left yet. The envoy is the same. A bomb was seen exploding in front of him, shocked and covered in cold sweat. After returning to the royal capital, the envoy reported to the Queen as soon as possible. To the Queen's sister, this is no longer an accident, but a fright. Yelling at the Lloyd bastard, immediately ordered them to stop doing this. Now it's wonderful. Let me explain what this means. First of all, let's talk about the statue of the living. The Queen serves as the main army of the exotic. Lead the people to live a happy life. Erect a statue to accept the admiration of the people. This matter is of the people's own free will. That's understandable. Of course, the purpose of refining the heroic bastard is mainly to pat on the back. The main problem is dancing around the bonfire and praying for blessings. That's a bit of an exaggeration. Receive the power of incense from believers. That's a treat that only gods can enjoy. The Queen isn't dead yet. He is a living man. Dare to compare the traitorous gods now. It's like a heifer flying to the sky. In the Middle Ages, faith in God. It is the cognition that is engraved into the bone marrow of each person. Even the Queen herself. They will pray to the gods to bless the country with good fortune. The Queen is also counting on. The gods helped him. How dare he be a traitor to the gods? Jin Xiuhui's approach is like a sycophant. It's a pleasure to shoot just right. Overshoot it. The leader looks back with a big mouth. This is the Queen. My sister couldn't beat him even if she was far away. After Viscount Lackner got the news, Don't dare to delay for a moment. I don't care about the cold of winter. Rode his horse to the bottom of the house of the Count of Frontrow. He's dying of panic now. Once a sworn enemy. It's not just about sucking his blood with a contract anymore. Now, he has become his top boss. The official level crushed people to death. The brothers now let him eat. He had to say it was fragrant. When Arkner came to the bottom of the Count's house, as soon as they met, they immediately came to pay a big salute and shouted loudly congratulations on your elevation to the Earl. The Earl said Viscount with some embarrassment. You don't have to be so polite. I'm not used to the title of Earl. Luckner quickly delivered a string of rainbow farts. How so? Your noble identity and character. Earning the title of Earl couldn't be more appropriate. At this point, his face was pressed against the ground. The Count couldn't see the gritted teeth. I was already resentful to the extreme. Luckner really never thought that the other party would become a beau. Lord used to be at a party among nobles. He laughed and ignored the other many times. Even said that the other party was a poor ghost. But that's all in the past. Just behave now. After all, the other party is nothing but kindness. Just take advantage of that. It's sure to be easy to fool around. The Count continued, I'm sure you've heard of it too. Our territory was rebuilt because of Donggu. There's a lot to do, so we're in dire need of manpower right now. I want to ask for something to be self-conscious. Hopefully you'll send some soldiers. Help out in the engineering unit. Lacona agreed without hesitation, of course. Please, do you need more? The young Earl said with some embarrassment. If it's too much. The Viscount is definitely under pressure, so I think it's up to the Viscount to prepare. At this point, the Count paused slightly. Luckner had a bad premonition. This last sentence is so familiar. There should be the second half of the sentence left unfinished. The son of the other party. That hateful bastard Lloyd. Something similar was said before. Luckner quietly lifted his head a little and looked up. Saw a face as terrible and cruel as Lloyd. I only listened to the Earl's cold and indifferent words. It doesn't affect our friendship. Luckner really didn't expect that. That kind man turned out to be different. I thought I could get through the tricks. Now it's completely out of play. Luckner is bleeding again for sure. He walked out of the Earl's mansion in a trance. Liang choked and climbed onto the horse. This is done unconsciously. As a result, he fell off the horse without sitting firmly. Fell and not sturdy. All this was seen by the Count by the window. He has not bullied anyone so far, not to mention threatening others. He felt so weird in his heart. Look at Lacna's pitiful appearance. It must have hurt to the extreme. Most of them will not recover in a short period of time. The Count remembered the countless times Lacner had done it to himself. Humiliate. Suddenly, there was a feeling of revenge. This boss helps employees build houses for free. Give employees a stable job and a stable income. There's even the legendary overtime pay. But he did something that was angry and resentful. Was beaten up by his own important subordinates. Let's start the main body of the story. Jin Xiuhui. After handing over the work of arranging check-in to Bayern, outsiders will get the job done quickly. Right now, the two buildings of the honeypot community have all been occupied. At this time, the system suddenly prompts. You've earned a milestone in Sure. Workers contribute to your command. Completed the construction of the first community in the Laos continent. With a reward of 700.2 P. Currently holds 4,783.2 P. Kim Xiuhui is excited now. What he has done for refugees has borne fruit. Now that the seed has been planted, now it's time for the harvest. In a place of concentrated residence of refugees. Residents who are not assigned to the buildings of the honeypot community. They are assigned to independent underfloor heating houses. Food delivered to refugees today. It's not just meat. There was even bread. Such a diet is compared to fleeing. It's like heaven. It's a family of 3. They were happy with the food supply today. The wife told her husband to hurry up and eat. But my husband seems to have lost some appetite. He asked his wife and children to eat first. My husband is very grateful to the young master in his heart. At the time of their displacement, everything done for all. He used to be able to support himself on his own, the ability of the whole family. But now it has been reduced to relying on others for charity. To be able to live, as a hardworking man, his self-esteem, the heart cannot accept this kind of long-term help. I don't want to live like this. He wanted to support his family with his own hands. Then he heard a cheer outside. It turned out that Master Lloyd had come to visit them. The man hurried out of the room. Kim Xiuhui led Haver to the refugees. Greet everyone. Difficult. The people, men and women, young and old, were grateful to him. Even the dogs wagged their tails happily. An old grandmother walked over, grabbing Jin Xiuhui's hand, and said, "Can make me an old woman. Shake your hand before you die." Jin Xiuhui said to the old grandmother gently, "No, you'll outlive me." A little kid stopped Jin Xiuhui and wanted to take a photo with him. The two posed in front of the artist. This is comparable to a kindergarten-level painter. Actually painted Jin Xiuhui vividly. The scene was so warm and peaceful. Kim Xiuhui is loved by the refugees. He also had a big smile on his face. And I wish the refugees around me good health and happiness. But as Jin Xiuhui's personal entourage, Haver knows. The young master never does things that don't make money. In other words, what the young master is doing now is all about making money. He had a bad premonition. The young master's plan to reap the benefits of the refugees. It's about to be implemented. Sure enough, Jin Xiuhui's hypocritical attitude. It lasted less than 3 seconds. The soldiers suddenly set up tables and chairs in the clearing. And then there will be a thick bunch of contracts that have long been prepared. On the table, each one represents the fruits of a bountiful harvest. Jin Xiuhui, the bastard, smiled happily and said that, "Let's start paying off your debts. I have prepared a labor contract for you." Refugees are fed up by the sudden situation. Some are overwhelmed, began to talk in a whisper, just a man of a family of 3. And so it goes. Kim can understand the refugees' reactions. He waited for someone to walk out half squinting, but no one came to sign the contract for half a day. He was a little upset. With a gloomy face, he said how could he eat white food for the rest of his life? Kim Xiuhui, as the future boss. They are destined not to be friends with their employees. Paksings draw a line between each other. It is their inevitable end. The refugees were stunned. Why was it that Lloyd, who was still kind and kind just now? The young master turned his face in the blink of an eye. It's that they don't know. This is the true face of an unscrupulous boss. Jin Xiuhui's capitalist face. Haver couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't tell which was the real young master. Whispers among the refugees continued. Kim Xiuhui has already made his attitude clear. He was waiting for the refugees to decide. This is the man of the family of 3 stepped forward and said, "Master Lloyd, all I have to do is sign this contract. Can you get a job?" Jin Xiuhui was very satisfied. As long as someone takes the lead, things are much easier. He smiled and said, "Of course. And in addition to the monthly salary, there is also an overtime allowance. But as long as you sign, after getting the first month's salary, you'll have to use your own money to buy food and wood." Human society always followed the process of creating and exchanging value. As a result, money was derived as the currency of the transaction. The lad is well aware. The money in your pocket is the most reliable. There is an end to the charity of others. The young man said firmly, "I don't want to live by the kindness of others. Could you please tell me the contents of the contract?" Jin Xiuhui emphasized to him, "It can be harsh, because the style of our territory is very capitalist." The lad was a peasant of the feudal dynasty. He didn't understand what capitalism meant, but he had already decided to be self-reliant. In fact, Jin Xiuhui's help to the refugees. It's just a different way. Help you build a house for free. Help you find a stable job for free. There will be no arrears of wages when due. Where can I find such a good boss? I sent free help to marry a daughter-in-law, and free help with having children. Then, a young girl on the side plucked up the courage to ask, "May I ask, Master Lloyd, can women also participate?" Jin Xiuhui said affirmatively, "We do not discriminate against gender." Since someone started, then things go a lot smoother. After a while, a lot of young and middle-aged people lined up. They all want to be in control with their own hands. Own life. Jin Xiuhui said with a confident smile, "I will produce with stable food and distribution of land for the purpose of individual ownership. Terrace reclamation projects on hillsides. Cut off part of the slopes of the eastern mountains. Make a step. The terrace fields are terraced with stone dragon net retaining walls. This can be easily done with the use of steel bars. Unfortunately, something unexpected happened. That's when Little Belle fell ill. It's all because of the working period of the Honeypot Community Project. Other fantasy shops are all hard work. Carry general things or go for a run. Only the small bell is a gastrointestinal work. You need to eat all kinds of soil constantly in order to produce construction materials. A weak little girl, forced every day by the bastard boss. Use skills nonstop. Production of cement and steel bars for honeypot communities. When Shoji Hao came to visit the Little Bell, 3 boys were accompanying him. Little Buton and Little Hama. There was genuine concern in his eyes. Xiao Bibong, this nerd is distressed. The goddess in the heart is sick. It's all because of this bastard in front of you. He even had the courage to appear in front of him. Little by Bang flew up with a kick. The knot was firmly on Jin Xiuhui's face. This is an ancient beast. King Stima's angry blow. Pure Yang Tongzi Gong, who has been single for 500 years. Is it a joke? Refine the face of the bold bastard. A footprint is clearly printed. He also understands that he can't squeeze the Little Bell anymore. A different approach is needed. The man drew 3 times in a row. I almost killed myself. The first time I drew Wulong, it was vigorous. The second time, the bomb exploded. The third time I drew a terrifying man-eating monster. It's just because he has a pit system against him. Let's start the main body of the story. A bright moon hangs high in the night sky. The bright moonlight fell on the old territory of front. Because the Little Bell has been working too hard lately. Adequate rest is required. Jin Xiuhui plans to smoke another fantasy suit. Fill in the holes of the Little Bells. Helped him with the subsequent construction of the terraces. He took Xiao Budong and Xiao Hama to the playground. I originally wanted to ask Xiao by Bang to come together to let Xiao Ling in, rest quietly at home. But the nerd said that he wouldn't leave the bell at all. Bell sighed. Jin Xiuhui thought about it for several days. Only in this way can the problem of material shortage be solved. The system is too cheap. Kept scratching his head on the side and making gestures to urge and seduce him. It's even more expensive than Jin Xiuhui. The lottery is also hard. The more anxious the system is, Jin Xiuhui was more and more uncertain. He never believed in pie-in-the-sky good things. All the good things that seem good on the surface. Traps have been dug in the back. But the system of this guy is always teasing and tossing him. But every time something urgent happens, they will all give him help like hanging. Start with the first fantasy, Pooh Xiao Budong. Then came the Little Bells. And finally Little Hama. It's all at a critical moment. Give him the illusion he needs most. There are also later Little Bell upgrade skills. It also helped him solve his urgent needs. Now I've accumulated so much RP. Can be drawn many times. It doesn't matter if it fails. Let's take a gamble. The love scene is frustrated, and the casino is proud. Is there anyone more frustrated than young Master Ben's love scene? Lao Tzu should be able to make retaining walls. Fantasy pot of steel mesh. With a click, Jin Xiuhui decisively pressed the lottery button. The familiar sound of gears turning in mid-air sounded. He prayed in his heart for the god's blessing, but the mind kept on it, recalling the immoral things I have done. Roast the carrots over a fire. Forcing elven beauties to give in is guilty. He slashed the body of the queen's sister with a groping pig's hand. It doesn't seem to be a glorious thing. Does it still work for the time being? Will there be retribution? That's when it happened. The magic array in front of him suddenly swelled rapidly. The size has become several times larger than just now. Jin Xiuhui felt very different about the situation. Loud drama ruler asks what is going on. It's different from the previous times. This guy didn't answer him. This made him chuckle in his heart. Suddenly, I had a bad feeling. Sure enough, suddenly a stream erupted from the magic array. Bursting flames. Jin Xiuhui is too close to Magic Town. There was no time to dodge. The fire dragon slammed into his face. It's a pity that Haver is not on the side. Otherwise, it's time to make fun of the bastard again. It's ugly. Now it is still baked. Jin Xiuhui looks confused. I didn't expect this to be the result. He turned his head to look behind the system on the side. The other party laughed unjustly, completely ignoring Jin Xiuhui's mood at this time. Jin Xiuhui's whole body exuded the smell of burnt incense. Asked wickedly, "Haven't you always been on my side to help me?" The system mind said peacefully, "I'm just a notification bar that passes the rules. The system is always neutral. If the system mind has corpses, Jin Xiuhui must strangle him. Where the hell do you get your confidence? Say yourself as if." Just like a clerk, Jin Xiuhui held back the anger in his heart. "Ask why you've been there. Can give me just the fantasy clothes I need." The system snorted coldly. The original blue color gradually turned bloody. It's like the devil revealing his ultimate purpose. Jin Xiuhui saw the situation. I couldn't help but have doubts in my heart. Gritted his teeth and looked at the bastard system. Get ready to see what he has to say. The system has completely turned a terrifying dark red. Constantly hee-hee. And he has been for a long time, when the atmosphere is solemn to the extreme. Said poor and stupid Jin Xiuhui. You really don't know anything. Jin Xiuhui had never seen it. The system has such a cold attitude. In this atmosphere of horror, can't help but the stars. Is there a catastrophe that is about to befall you? The system goes on to say that gambling is what it is. A little benefit for newbies. They will think that they will be lucky next time. Jin Xiuhui roared angrily. You created such a terrifying atmosphere. Is it just for the sake of talking this kind of nonsense? This is something that 3-year-olds know. Use you to tell me. You liar returned 150 characters to Lao Tzu. The system said in the tone of education. How can this world be as you wish? Don't think about life too simply. Although it was spoofed by the system. But what the other party said made him very much agreed. Human society is the law of the jungle in reality. How can there be any quiet years? It's just someone who carries the weight for you. He struggled to survive at the bottom. I understand this best. The system scratched his head in front of him. You might be able to get something good this time. Then the lottery will be topped with a well-trimmed face. Under this cue visual difference, it says 225 RP draws once. It's easy to overlook. The pen girl is full of routines. The last time it was 150 RP draws. What a profiteer. Refined monkey essence, monkey spirit. Of course, you can see the little tricks of the system. But his heart itched. What if I can win the jackpot this time? He couldn't help but smoke again. It wasn't Spitfire that rewarded him this time. Rather, there was a violent explosion. Jin Xiuhui angrily smashed his fist into the system mine. The system dodges the angry blow. Hurry up and dissuade and wait a minute. Don't worry, listen to me first. After Jin Xiuhui calmed down a little, the system says that life is not a 3-set winner. Jin Xiuhui knows that gambling is a trap. And the system also told him that gambling was a trap. But he owes it. He's been unlucky twice. How can anyone be unlucky 3 times in a row? In other words, to what extent a person lacks virtue will be unlucky 3 times in a row. Jin Xiuhui's wealthy family asked himself if he was a kind person, but also beware of the system deliberately cheating him. When he clicked the lottery sword, immediately after a headshot, he squatted down and laughed. When I'm a fool, how could it be hit 3 times? But Jin Xiuhui didn't know that he had taken the bait. Jin Xiuhui lay on the ground and waited for a while. But the gears of the magic circle were turned and ended. Still no flames erupted. When he quietly opened his closed eyes, unearth the glow of the original blue-green magic circle on your head. Now it's orange-red. This time, the magic circle became huge. A huge, billion-dimensional one crawled out of it. The monster, though, has just stuck out ahead, but it has already shown a powerful and terrifying momentum. Then he couldn't wait to open his bloody mouth. Rushed towards Jin Xiuhui on the ground. Jin Xiuhui was scared to pee and run away. You don't have to look at this terrifying momentum to know. This guy is definitely not going to help himself make a retaining wall. Reinforcement mesh. There is only one place that is safest at this time. That's Haver's side. Finally trimmed and ran back to his bedroom. Wake up the sleeping Haver. He pointed to the bloody basin outside the window. Don't sleep. Hurry up and take out that guy. Haver was dreaming in a daze. I didn't see what the opponent was. It's like sleepwalking. With a wave of his hand, he cut off the monster's head with a sword. What a god! Snoring and slashing people. This post, 00S employee uses his ass to push the boss into the air. The boss asked him why he dared to be so awesome. The post, 00S employee said arrogantly, I don't know if young people are in demand now. You give this money. It's hard for you to do things. Let's start the main body of the story. After a dazed Haver slashed the monster, then go back to sleep. And Jin Xiuhui gasped desperately on the playground. It's a blessing to survive. That's when the system suddenly tells him that you didn't win. Jin Xiuhui roared angrily. I don't know. You madman to Lao Tzu. Get away. Young Master Ben won't smoke. I'll wait for the little bell to rest for a month before construction. That's when the system suddenly told him. You've met the hidden conditions. Families are ruined. Because I didn't win 3 times in a row. The body and character are ravaged and not decent. Based on the damage you have taken. Ability options for spawning fantasy servants. Jin Xiuhui felt a little different. What's going on here? Ability options can be generated. The skill preview table expands. There are too many skills to count. Like a huge wall. Presented in front of Jin Xiuhui. Jin Xiuhui was shocked. Why is the system so big all of a sudden? With so many skills, which one should you choose? Are these all given for free? It didn't take long for him to understand. How can the system be so big? These garbage skills. Just by looking at the name, you know that you can't help with the construction. He slowly made up in front of the skill wall. Take a closer look at the skills one by one. Trying to figure out what worked for him. Suddenly, a skill caught his attention. The name of the skill is Extract Spider Silk. A flash of inspiration flashed through his mind. Begin to slowly recall what you have learned. Spider silk compared to steel of the same thickness. It has more than 3 times the tensile strength and elasticity. It is resistant to moisture, even with prolonged exposure to sunlight. It also stays firm. Come to think of it, the corners of Jin Xiuhui's mouth couldn't help but be effective. This is also the young master who is well informed. Someone else is absolutely stumped. He had forgotten what had happened just now. Jin Xiuhui chose this skill. He is asked if he will spawn a fantasy suit. Tell us the value of the required RP. And shows his current RP value. Kim Xiuhui decided. Don't hesitate to choose to generate fantasy suits. Spider silk pumping skills. It will definitely help him get out of this difficult situation. With the sound of gears from the magic array. The new fantasy suit was finally generated the next morning. Bright sunlight poured into Kim Xiuhui's bedroom. Haver opened his eyes in a daze. He slept soundly last night. I didn't hear the young master snoring. I even had a strange dream. It seems that the young master is asking him for help. Oops, I can't think of it. Early morning over the old territory of front. Suddenly, I remembered a burst of loud birds. People who are busy are attracted to this sound, curiously looking up at the sky, a small black that suddenly appeared in the dazzling sunlight. It seems that something is coming. A moment later, a huge creature flew above their heads, block out strong sunlight, because it's too dazzling to meet the daylight. Residents couldn't see what it was. Jin Xiuhui happily ordered loudly and well. Just go around the territory like this. With a lonely roar, a huge head, a large white bird completely unfit for flying, soaring through the sky with Jin Xiuhui. The people working down there finally saw it clearly. It's Roy's young master. A cheer ensued. The young master is really a genius summoner. This time, he summoned a summoned beast that could fly. Jin Xiuhui heard the people shouting in adoration, suddenly stood up on the back of the big bird. The sunlight behind him formed a dazzling light around him. He was like a flying god. Tell the people on the ground. He is the embodiment of light and hope. There's a purpose in refining the ambition bastard. Take advantage of the bird's ability to fly. Stay in the hearts of the people, under the impression that he is omnipotent. Promote their loyalty to themselves. This will not only improve their productivity, it also allows them to water actively. It was also a surprise that Jin Xiuhui could get this bird. He had expected to pull out the spider. Unexpectedly, it was a horse dog that was drawn, although there was some panic at the time. Panicked and thought that the system had pitted him again. Who would have thought that this bird could actually produce spider silk? It made him feel like he was making a fortune in an instant. The main skill of the little citizen is to smoke spider silk. The bonus skill is to build a nest by throwing spider silk. Puff crit. He had a backpack on his back. Spider silk can be spit out from the hole in the backpack. Jin Xiuhui used his maximum magic to do the tinsel test. As a result, the spider silk was only slightly stretched. His quality is simply flawless. It's really tough. Jin Xiuhui pointed to a certain place and said to the flying sparrow, "Sister-in-law, let's go to the flat land over there. Try making a lattice web with the spider silk throwing skill." Xiao Guming sighed with a bored face. "I've had enough. The master will take you to fly for a while, and you are not satisfied. I actually have to call the master inch by inch." Jin Xiuhui suddenly realized that something was wrong because of the little citizens, and did not fly as he instructed, even farther and farther away from the place he instructed. Jin Xiuhui shouted and waited. "Where are you going? It's not here." Xiao Guming continued to fly forward as if she hadn't heard. He went over the woods and found an empty space, and then it fell straight down. Then he cocked his tail and shook his buttocks. Jin Xiuhui hasn't figured out what's going on yet. Was thrown away by this inertia. This bastard was thrown a dog, eating shit. The whole person threw himself on the snow and rolled out for a long time. Jin Xiuhui was confused by the sudden appearance of the move. Covering his face, he asked in surprise, "Bastard, what are you doing?" "I saw my sister-in-law holding a branch in her mouth, leaning against the trunk of a tree, comfortably patting the stomach." Half-raised eyelids lazily looked at the master in front of him. Then he replied lightly, "The master is tired." Jin Xiuhui found out that this guy is good everywhere. The only bad thing is that I'm too lazy. How to get him to work hard? It's hateful. The unscrupulous boss wants to hire a free worker. The coolie came to a slacker who ate white food. The supervisor helps the boss to spin boldness together. But it attracted a blow to the new employees. The director said angrily, "Looks like I'm going to have to train you well. Let's start the main body of the story." Jin Xiuhui looked at the leisurely little citizen in front of him. "Recall what happened last night. The sparrow had just been summoned." Jin Xiuhui asked Xiao Guming curiously, "You're going to smoke spider silk, right? Can you show me what kind of spider silk it is?" The sparrow, who was originally curious to look at Jin Xiuhui, after hearing this request, the eyes looked lazily away. He sighed helplessly. "Then kick your feet, lean back, lie comfortably on the ground. There is no intention of showing skills at all. My sister-in-law said, I don't know. Why should I live for labor? I still have to live by labor. After refining it, the face changed as soon as it was brushed. Looking at the sparrow in front of him, he thought about it. This guy is pretty fresh. They are completely different from Xiao Budong. Xiao Budong, who was on the edge of the city, walked to the sparrow. Take the initiative to say hello to the lazy sparrows. Xiao Mingai replied unreliably. Two fantasies. It's not like getting to know each other. Xiao Budong then said energetically, contribute to the construction of social infrastructure. Improve the quality of human life. You can get corresponding rewards and a sense of accomplishment. Self-realization becomes the pride of the world. Little citizens who lay on the ground without saying a word. Listen to little Buden's impassioned speech. Feel Xiao Budong's enthusiasm for work. This thing doesn't even bother to move its brain. I just think this pie is not badly drawn. Why don't you try it first? Then the decision was made by feeling. Lazily said to Xiao Budong, then try it first. That's it. The goods were inspired by Buden to take action. And then it soon became like this again. Little Budong noticed that something was wrong. He got out of Jin Xiuhui's clothes. I saw the sparrow lying lazily on the ground. Then he came to the sparrow again, persuaded from the bottom of my heart to be a good partner. In order to build a harmonious society, let's work together. Speak from the heart. I always feel like little Budong. It's like being brainwashed by some bastard. And scrupulous bosses. I hope to find free labor without spending a penny. Today I met this product on the contrary. If you don't want to do anything, you will eat and drink for nothing. I just heard my sister-in-law's name Tizui say, I can't figure it out. Why do you always have to do drudgery? The world, just leave it alone. He will also develop well on his own. And since that master summoned me, you should have kept me, right? Two creatures with extremely opposite personalities. What it is to get together. The result is Golden Autumn. Hao was trembling by the sparrow's whole body in front of him. He just couldn't stand it. The dust that falls on this guy is so nasty. Jin Xiuhui began to think about making this product into a barbecue. Or steamed. Xiao Budong heard that the sparrow's attitude towards life was so stopping. Miscellaneous shouted at him. It's not right for you to put on that attitude. The sister-in-law was stunned. This little bit in front of him actually dared, pointing fingers at him. Who does he think he is? Then he snorted contemptuously. Spit out the branch in your mouth. The branches rolled and flew forward. One last bang. It just smashed on Xiao Budong's big head. Little Budong didn't expect it at all. The other party said to do it. Smashed him in one fell swoop. As the boss of Jin Xiuhui's fantasy disciples, when have you ever been so ignored? Except for Jin Xiuhui, no one dared to bully him. But he has the strength to take on the ancient monsters alone. Xiao Budong turned his head and said a word to Jin Xiuhui. Jin Xiuhui nodded in agreement. I know. Then take it from your jacket pocket. Take out a red melon seed and hand it to Xiao Budong. The furry child stretches out two little hands. Grab this red melon seed. In the silence of the woods, there was a clear click. It didn't take long. In the woods, the sound of birds flapping their wings was heard again, and the mournful cry of birds. The sparrow was frightened. He fanned his wings desperately, finally got off the ground and flew. Just when he felt that the sky was his domain, it's finally safe to do so, was easily grabbed by Xiao Budong's leg. This thing is dumbfounded. How could there be such a huge creature? Little Budong drooled. It's like seeing a delicious meal. The sparrow kept begging for mercy and begging to be spared. Little Budong, pull the sparrows that are desperately struggling to resist in front of you. Then he opened his bloody mouth and bit the sparrow's head. Then little by little stuffed the sparrow into your mouth. The sparrow was scared to pee. It's going to eat his rhythm alive. Jin Xiuhui was also stunned by this scene. Usually so cute and well-behaved hairy child. The tantrum was so cruel. It is not grilled or steamed, so it is eaten raw. The sparrow's entire body was stuffed into Xiao Budong's mouth. Only half of his head was exposed, begging for mercy, while begging Jin Xiuhui for mercy. On the other hand, he begged Xiao Budong for mercy. It was a long while. The sparrow's tormented cry was hoarse. And there is more air outlet, less air intake. Little Budong thinks it's about the same. He spat out the half-dead sparrow. The sparrow lay limply on the ground. For the rest of his life, he no longer dared to pretend to be forced. Little Budong wiped the saliva from his lips. Say how? Do you want to keep playing? The sparrow was scared to pee. This time in the mouth. Maybe it'll be in your stomach next time. Hurry up and take a stand. In the future, I will be angry and strong. Work hard. Get this satisfactory answer. Little Budong smiled triumphantly. I have to say that the lonely are dark. Little Budong, you kid also joined. Hell of a lineup. Jin Xiuhui really didn't expect it. Something that I can't do on my own. Xiao Budong actually got it done in 3 or 2 clicks. It's really a capable person who has been trained by himself. As the saying goes, a stick beats a filial son. From ancient times to the present day, beatings are the cure for disobedience. Play chess against yourself. It is the highest state of distraction and dual use. But this man is purely idle. He finally fulfilled his ultimate desire to be idle. Why is life so miserable? Let's start the main body of the story. The little unknown blue bird was completely shut down. The construction of terraces has also begun to progress steadily. The first step is to excavate and level the surface of the hillside. The second step is to make the small wall with the greatest size and strength collapse. Use an extra large sieve. Shake out the soft soil from the soil that everyone dug up. Isn't it weird? Why don't you accompany the goddess? Instead, they came to work. Because there is another stupid shortage. Replace the work of the goddess. Just do the work. The goddess doesn't have to work hard. It's all about great love. The key work ahead. It's time to replace the little bell sparrow. After being educated by the unscrupulous boss's supervisors, he was thoroughly honest. The third step is small and unknown on a very good slope. Spit out spider silk in a grid shape. The sparrows are now clean and full. Because of the boss's supervisor's personal guidance. Separate a small stove for him. Motivates him to work hard to get the job done. Jin Xiuhui rode on Xiao Gumming's body to guide the construction. Next, it's the White Lancers who haven't appeared in a long time to join. This is the ace elite that only he can command. Origin worker. The White Lancers heard Jin Xiuhui's call. Tears of excitement welled up in their hearts. This is the recognition of the faith in the heart. This is their proud origin work. Step 5. On the spider silk that the grid hits. Repounce on the soft soil that has been sifted through the small wall collapse. Repeatedly spread the soil like this. The backfill material is made. Step 6. Use this backfill method to fill in the bevel corners. It can make the bevel angle extremely strong. The use of stone dragon net as a beveled lateral retaining is called. Accurately throw rocks and pebbles into the stone dragon net. Increase the dead weight of the stone dragon net. Resist lateral earth pressure of backfill. After everyone's hard work, the terraces in the first area were officially completed. Jin Xiuhui looked at the construction results in front of him. I feel very satisfied. It should be completed by spring. The refugees were given the land. Then increase the speed of building the community. It will all be over next year. Wait until that time. Lao Tzu's hard life as a civil engineer can be thorough. The end is waiting for me. It is about to be the life of a jobless vagrant after getting rich. The construction work is progressing nonstop. The shovel was the belief of the White Lancers. In sweat, they get a great sense of accomplishment. The Earl, who has just been promoted and raised for a few days. He and Byron took on the job of a data clerk, dealing with a mountain of paperwork. The cold winter passed imperceptibly. When the spring of revival comes, the construction of the terraces was also completed on schedule. Jingxiu, how even divides the land. Become a neat piece of fertile land. Facilitate subsequent assignments. This is a farming model that has never appeared in the history of the mainland. Jin Xiuhui is under tremendous pressure every day. Now the terraces have finally been completed. He can also start enjoying life at a leisurely pace. Glass. Refugees who have lost their locks have their own land. There is more and more hope for a happy life. A prompt is sent by the system. The construction of the terraces in the old territory of Fronte is completed. You have become the best in the history of the continent. A civil engineering scholar. Reward 800.2p. Currently holds 4,070.2p. You get a new praise. Hunger and cold. The leader of the way. The area of praise is the county of Vorentrau. The term of praise is 30 years. Praise the CP provided to 3 points. Praise the effect. Increases the chance of a good harvest by 300% in the terraced fields under the Donggu Mountains. 200% increase in harvest. Now the refugees have been given land. The rest is left unresolved with the housing problem. The construction of other buildings in the honeypot community is progressing steadily. Bayern can handle it themselves. There is no need for Jin Xiuhui's on-site guidance. And Jin Xiuhui was completely idle. Now he has nothing to do every day. He set up a chessboard in his bedroom. 2 more stools were placed on either side of the board. After falling here, go to the other side and think about your intentions on the other side. Then crack your own chess with a brilliant move. This thing is playing chess with himself. Also pretended to be anxious to think. Haver on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Asked lightly, "Is it interesting?" Jin Xiuhui was depressed in his heart, but said happily that it was great. It was a lot of fun. It's fun other than work. Haver had something to say since that day. "It's the first time I've seen you playing." Jin Xiuhui replied casually without thinking. "I don't have any work to do now. Bayern will help me with that. The remaining construction of the community. Since the salary increase, the soldiers also worked harder. Everything is going well." When Jin Xiuhui said this, suddenly paused. A flash of lightning struck his brain. It was as if something had been forgotten by him. That was a long time ago. Father's advice in another world. "Xiuhui, you must remember, when you feel like everything is going well, I have to question whether this is really okay. Be sure to do it." Jin Xiuhui suddenly woke up. The hairs all over the body count down. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Jin Xiuhui from the chair. "Stand up and say to Haver, and say you go to bed later today. I have something to do before I sing you a lullaby." Haver wondered what he was doing so late. Jin Xiuhui said with a solemn expression, "I'm going to have to check what's wrong." Jin Xiuhui came to no man's land. After calling out the system, he's going to use the ending lens. Play the ending through the consumption of CP. It's a big reunion of the current plot. Part of the finale. Play not scenes. 40 CP points required for the second time. Do you want to use play ending? For a safe and bright future. He had to take a look to be reassured. Then press confirm decisively. The male protagonist turned into a dried corpse. And he himself watched all this and could not do anything. His 4 powerful summoning bugs turned into void fragments in the blink of an eye. What does this portend? Let's start the main body of the story. As Jin Xiuhui pressed the OK button, his surroundings were instantly plunged into darkness. Same as the last time you used the end of the ending. It's like waiting in the theater for an upcoming movie. A moment later, the space around him began to distort. It's as if you're cutting into another plane. As the spatial fluctuations tend to level out, the surrounding scenery gradually revealed. The new repair has a familiar feel to it. This was his room. He was a little surprised. Why in your own room? At this point, he seemed to feel something. Attention is drawn to the past in an instant. I saw his own body lying on the bed. Motionless, Haver was standing beside the bed. It was as if something had been done to him. And from Haver there is a powerful magic. Wrestling Jin Xiuhui saw this scene. I was very puzzled. "Haver, what is this doing?" It looks like the doctor is massaging the meridians on the patient. refine, and feel the magic in the air. It all flows to one place. It will flow out as if it were on Haver's body. This made him feel a little different. After feeling it carefully again, discover the confluence of magic in the air. It is Haver's 3-ring magic star, and it's running like crazy at the moment, not only devouring the magic in the air with all its might. He even desperately combed the cord out of his body. Jin Xiuhui was even more puzzled. What the hell is Haver doing? Why is it so crazy to run the heart of mana? Isn't he going to die? Jin Xiuhui subconsciously walked over and reminded him. Hey, the stinky boy. If you do that, your heart will explode. You stopped in the middle of the conversation. Jin Xiuhui suddenly remembered that the other party couldn't hear it. When he walked to the bedside, the scene that catches your eye made his expression suddenly solemn. Jin Xiuhui had never met Haver. I've had such an expression as a strong swordsman. This kid moment will maintain a calm state of mind, but his current state of mind has obviously collapsed. Uncontrollable fountains of tears welled up. Put your hands together with your hands crossed. A steady stream of magic. Powerful magic. It even makes the air near the palm of the hand sticky. And the people who were rescued by Haver at this time, it turned out to be himself. His body became extremely emaciated, like a dried corpse lying on the bed. Now it has more air out and less air intake. It's obviously dying. It's time to die. This scene frightened Jin Xiuhui, a terrifying feeling that does not contain any force. It burst out from the bottom of his heart. Jin Xiuhui really couldn't figure it out. How did he become so virtuous? Could it be that in the finale this time, is he going to die again? Just listening to the future Jin Xiuhui took a hard breath. Then he said Haver tremblingly with all his might. Stop it, you know it's hopeless. You've got to survive to be incinerated. Haver knew very well that what he was doing was useless, and it's likely to make your heart explode. But he couldn't stop. How could he just give up? Jin Xiuhui, who was behind him, heard these words. I couldn't help but have some doubts in my heart. Do you want to incinerate something? Then, Haver reluctantly withdrew his hands that were holding his heart, stopped the crazy indoctrination of magic. Instead, he grabbed one of Jin Xiuhui's wrists. Then he knelt weakly on the edge of the bed. The future Jin Xiuhui gasped for a while, and then weakly said that I wasn't. I felt that my son Haver was crying silently. Tears poured out uncontrollably. After tears mixed with sweat, slide down the handsome face. Haver whimpered and replied, no. You have guarded my second home. You are the hero who saved thousands of refugees. You've done so many wonders. I will spread your glorious test body all over the world. Let everyone know. The future Jin Xiuhui is already on the verge of dying. Listen to what Haver is saying. But he was no longer able to answer. Quiet Luo Zhen in the room, but only Jin Xiuhui's difficult gasp was left. The sound gradually changed from staccato to thin hairspring. A moment later, his wheezing voice was gone. Nobody knows. Does the future Kim Hu-ho feel regret? And whether he will return to his original world. But from this moment on, he left this world completely. For lovely fantasy servants gathered around him. Reluctantly, look at the master at this time. Tears fell like pearls with broken threads. The end of the 4 fantasy servants is already doomed. From the moment Jin Xiuhui left this world, their bodies have also become illusory. It soon dissipates from this world. The decomposed energy spreads out in all directions. Soon it disappeared completely. Kim Xiuhui is a bystander. Quietly look at everything in front of you. Cold sweat crept up his cheeks. He was shocked. Jin Xiuhui said to himself silently in his heart, don't be in a hurry. Don't panic. I've seen this kind of ending last time. Now it's time to think and judge rationally. I saw Haver's face just now. His appearance has not changed. So this should be in the near future. In the future, Jin Xiuhui's feet will be affected by the ancient snow. Looks like it's dehydrated. But why is that? No snow or ice can be seen on the road. Haver was also not dressed in thick clothes. Then this time should be spring. Haver holds the body of the future Kim Xiuhui. Step by step, we walk towards the center of the territory. Jin Xiuhui didn't have a clue at all. He followed Haver step by step. See what he's going to do next. When they came to the village square, Jin Xiuhui was shocked by the scene in front of him. I saw that the ground was neat. There were countless corpses on display. All of them were from the county of Forentrau. Among these who have died, Jin Xiuhui saw the Earl and the Countess. There were even Terran and White Chamber cavalry. Except for Haver. All of them died. Well-behaved and cute fecal babies fall from the sky. Originally, it was a good deal of fertilizer. But after the baptism of the goddess of ice and snow, it turned into a terrible disaster. Let's start the main body of the story. Thor placed the body of the future fine repair, How, in the middle. Then pick up the oil drum that has been prepared long ago from the side. As he cleared the slope, a barrel full of oil was sprinkled. It was drenched on the bodies of the dead. Then he took out the food he had brought with him. Light a greased torch. Haver holds a flaming torch. Step by step, start with Kim Xiuhui, to the remains of every deceased, all lit by torches in Haver's hands. When Jin Xiuhui saw this, finally understood. In the future, Jin Xiuhui said burning words before he died. What is the meaning? It turned out to refer to the burning of corpses. With his current knowledge, the corpses had to be disposed of by incineration, and not burial or some other method. Then there is only one possibility. That's infectious disease, and it's very serious. Infectious diseases with a very high fatality rate. What kind of disease is it that refines Hao Qin-si? I was really stumped this time. He majored in civil engineering at university. It's not medicine. I don't know much about the types of diseases,